Even justice can fall in love.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Belle Wrote Love Letters to the Goddess of Justice Astrea movie. Before we start, please go support Astrea9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Belle is a male. Astrea has been receiving love letters from a mysterious person, so the girls in her family will be tasked with finding out who this person is who is interested in their goddess. Prologue. Goddess Astrea. This morning, when I woke up, my first thought was of you. It's hard to find the right words to describe what I feel, but I'll do my best. Your beauty, Astrea, is like a ray of sunshine that brightens even the darkest days. Every time I see you, my heart races and fills with an indescribable warmth. Your eyes, that deep mirror of your soul, shine with a light that mesmerizes me and transports me to a world where anything is possible. Your smile, so genuine and radiant, has the power to brighten my day, no matter what difficulties I face. It's as if each of your laughs is a melody I want to hear again and again, a symphony that fills me with peace and happiness. Today I want to wish you a wonderful day, filled with moments that make you smile and feel loved. I hope that every step you take is surrounded by the same beauty and kindness that you radiate. I hope that one day, with the courage of someone who loves unconditionally, I can confess all of this to you in person. May that moment arrive when I can look you in the eyes and tell you how much you mean to me, without fear of rejection, hoping that you feel the same. Until then, I will continue to admire you in silence, waiting for the day when our paths cross in a way that cannot be ignored. With all my love. A certain Redeed entered her living room, ready to start her day. But when she looked around, she saw that she was not alone. She could see her goddess sitting on a sofa reading a letter. Redeed smiled with amusement at the sight and slowly approached her goddess. "Is this another letter from that mysterious boy?" she asked curiously, even though she already knew the answer. Upon hearing the voice of her family's captain, Astrea put the letter aside and turned to look at the Redeed with a slight smile. "Yes, I was at the post office again this morning," Astrea replied, glancing at the letter. Wow, Astrea-sama, that person really has you smitten," Allies laughed, sitting down next to her goddess, who just smiled a little sheepishly. "How many letters have they received?" 8. 10 letters, I whispered, feeling a strange warmth. The mysterious boy in love with Astrea. For the past 2 months, something very curious has been happening at the Astrea family headquarters, an event that turned the family upside down. One day, Nise suddenly found a letter in the mailbox outside the headquarters, a letter addressed to her goddess, so without further ado, she gave it to her, thinking it was an invitation to a party. But the whole family was in for a big surprise, especially Astrea, when they saw that this letter was no ordinary letter. It was a love letter. That day, a huge commotion erupted at headquarters. They couldn't believe it. And even more so Astrea, who read each paragraph over and over again, each one containing words of love directed towards her, very sweet words saying how much he loved her. At first she felt uncomfortable about it despite having existed for millennia. It was the first time someone had written her a letter confessing their love. It was strange that someone she didn't know would say all those sweet words to her through a piece of paper and a pencil. But as time went on, although Astrea was surprised, she decided not to take it seriously, believing that this would be the only letter, so she continued with her normal life. But great was her surprise when a week later another letter appeared in her mailbox, and as expected, it was another love letter. And the following week too. And the next one. And the next one. Every week a letter appeared in that mailbox addressed to Astrea, a letter praising her, expressing the love he felt for her, and wishing her a wonderful day. Astrea still felt a little uncomfortable with the first letters she received. But as the weeks went by, that initial discomfort had disappeared. Now, with a beautiful smile on her face, she read each paragraph, and just by reading it, she could tell it was written with great feeling. That discomfort had been replaced by tenderness and a warm feeling as she received more letters. Just by reading them she could tell that the person had genuine feelings for her, and she had to admit that it touched her deeply. Although her daughters were a little wary of it, not feeling much trust towards that stranger, it was normal. There was someone behind their goddess and they didn't even know her face. And Astrea. Ever since she started receiving those love letters, there was only one question that kept running through her mind. Who was that person? I was incredibly eager to meet him, to meet the one who wrote those beautiful words. I wanted to see it. Eyes laughed at the expression on her goddess's face. What? She asked, surprised. It seems that this person is slowly but surely reaching her heart with just a few letters, he said with amusement. Astrea looked away, a little embarrassed, upon hearing that. Don't misunderstand, I'm just curious to know who he is, although I have to admit that what he writes is lovely, I whispered, smiling slightly again. That means she's interested in him, Our goddess is in love. Lyra entered the family room saying those words, and the rest of the family entered with her. I already said that's not it. Are you sure? Rihanna asked. If I'm not mistaken, I think she's kept all the letters she's received from that stranger. Once again, Astrea was ashamed of those words, as she could not deny them. Ever since she started receiving the letters, she had been keeping them in a drawer in her room. She couldn't help it, she loved reading them while patiently waiting to receive another one from that mysterious being. Just because I think what he writes is beautiful, nothing more, I whispered, looking away. Aha, and Allies isn't a narcissist, Noine said, earning a serious look from the redeed. But then a certain elf stood up with her arms crossed and a serious expression. I think that person just wants to take advantage of Astrea-sama, Ryu said, feeling suspicious of those cards. We should find out who it is. The one who distrusted that stranger the most, for obvious reasons, was Ryu. She had that thought from the very first letter. The pervert who wanted to take advantage of the kindness and purity of his beautiful goddess. And from then on he kept his word. I don't know, I've read those letters and I only see genuine feelings in them, Astrea whispered. Oops, I think I said too much. Did you read my letters? Astrea asked. Only once. I woke up early and saw the letter in the mail, so I read it out of curiosity. But it was only once. Shouted the dwarf. Well, I don't think that's genuine, Ryu said, crossing her arms. Kaguya, you agree with me, right? The elf turned to look at the oriental member of the family who was sitting on the sofa. Although she didn't say it directly, Kaguya also felt a great distrust towards that stranger in love with her goddess, and in fact from the first letter she was investigating who he was, although she could not obtain any information. And since her goddess had received letter after letter every week, she thought it was some kind of stalker or something like that. Who knows? The oriental woman whispered with a sly smile. Just as it could be someone with genuine feelings, it could also be a stalking bastard who just wants to take advantage of our goddess. There are so many possibilities. I knew you'd agree, Ryu said, pleased that she wasn't the only one who was suspicious. Astrea lowered her gaze upon hearing those words. She didn't believe that. Each of the letters she had received had been written with great feeling. She seriously doubted that this person was someone who wanted to take advantage of her. She didn't want to believe that. I think it's lovely, Iska said excitedly. It's like a fairy tale, the story of a mortal who's afraid to confess his feelings to a beautiful goddess, so he just writes her letters every week. It's beautiful, a beautiful love story. Love, Ryu said, embarrassed. No. He's just a stranger, a danger to our goddess. Relax, Lion, he hasn't done anything wrong, he's just writing love letters, Allies said amusedly. He's not hurting anyone by doing that. Aha, I think Lion desperately needs a boyfriend. Lyra. Shouted the elf, much more embarrassed than before. Poor silly elf, I highly doubt anyone would ever be interested in a stinking swamp elf, Kaguya mocked. Stop calling me that. He yelled, starting to get angry. While they were arguing, Astrea took the letter and read it again, feeling a strange warmth with each word she read. Every letter she had received was written with great love and feeling. It was impossible that all of that could have been written by someone who wanted to hurt her. Her heart refused to believe it. I wonder who it is, she thought with a small smile, gazing out the window from the sofa. I want to meet you. It's the smile of someone in love. And? Noine and Astrea whispered playfully, glancing at her out of the corner of their eyes. The girls in the family had to admit that they found their goddess's behavior cute and endearing every time she read one of those letters. It was the first time they had seen her act like that. But at the same time they were afraid that all those love letters were just a deception to take advantage of her. They couldn't allow their goddess to be hurt, not when she had such a great desire to meet him. They had to find out if this mysterious being was someone trustworthy, someone who wouldn't hurt their goddess, someone who didn't just want to take advantage of her. They needed to have an urgent meeting about that. Regarding the mysterious boy in love with his beautiful goddess, discuss whether he was dangerous or not. Then I'll come back later, said Astrea, carrying a small bag, as she walked towards the exit. Of course, Astrea-sama, take care. The girl said as they watched her leave. That day Astrea had arranged to meet with one of her friends to discuss certain topics, and since Aurario lived in extreme peace, she could walk freely without the need for any of her daughters to be behind her watching over her. Astrea really liked walking alone. The moment Astrea left the courtyard and started walking down the streets, the girls immediately returned to the room, ready to begin that important meeting. Alright. It's been 2 months since Astrea-sama started receiving those love letters, so it's time we took this matter seriously, Allies said to all her friends. Give me your opinions on this. I think this issue should have been discussed since the second week, not 2 months later, Kaguya said calmly from the sofa. But oh well, better late than never. Well, I wanted to see how persistent that mysterious person was, and it seems they're serious about our goddess, Nise commented, leaning against the wall. although not that serious. It's been 2 months and they haven't given any clue as to who they are. Apparently he's very shy. That's cute, said Iska, who seemed the most excited about the topic. Or someone with bad intentions, Ryu whispered. And to add to that, it seems that Astrea-sama has been gradually becoming more interested in him as she receives more letters, Ryana said, standing with one hand on her hip. That's true, I've seen him go to the mailbox every morning to check if there are any letters, Noin said. And that's not even mentioning the smile on her face every time she sits down on the sofa to read the letter. Last time she even sighed, Astrea added. She looks so excited. This love story is so beautiful, exclaimed Iska. Meanwhile, Alice just stood with her arms crossed and her eyes closed, listening to her friend's opinions. I still believe it's someone who wants to take advantage of our goddess's purity and innocence, Ryu whispered softly. We have to act. Lyra simply laughed, listening to everything without saying anything. She found it amusing. She had no opinion on the matter. Lyra was neutral on the subject. If it turned out that he was a boy who had real feelings for Astrea, then that would be fine, as long as she wished for her happiness with him. And if it was someone who just wanted to hurt him, well, he had plenty of bombs in his warehouse to use. Since the city had been at peace, they had accumulated, so it wasn't a bad idea to use a few. Ahem, well, I think we've given our opinions to get started, Ally said, regaining everyone's attention. You know what our main objective is, right? Find out who that guy is, Kagai replied. Exactly. We have to investigate, we have to get to the bottom of this mystery, but we don't have any clues about him. Even though 2 months have passed, we've never seen anyone leave a letter in the mailbox, Noin said. And as for the smell. Well, he's someone who does his job very well. The letter doesn't give off any kind of scent from any person. Our objective is very careful, Nies explained, narrowing his eyes. We're facing a professional at going unnoticed. Heavens, this will be difficult, Allies whispered. Although they did it out of immense curiosity to know who he was, they also did it because they cared a lot about their goddess, since even though she hadn't said it openly, she seemed interested in that mysterious person. They were not opposed to their goddess starting some kind of relationship, but first they had to verify if that man was not a danger to her, someone who would not harm her. They had to investigate if he did not have bad intentions towards her. They didn't want Astrea to get hurt or disappointed because if that happened, that person would never see the light of day again. And since he only wrote letters and didn't show himself, it made them very suspicious and distrustful. Hey, what do you think that man looks like? Mariu asked curiously. Do you think he's young? And who says that mysterious person isn't a woman? Lyra asked, making a scissor-like motion with her fingers. There are many possibilities. Lyra, that's not possible. Ryu shouted, embarrassed. In fact, it is possible, I've seen many cases in Celti's books, Noin said, turning to look at the elf, as did the rest of the family. Do you read those kinds of books? Astrea asked. It's for knowledge, Celti whispered, adjusting her glasses. And what does that have to do with knowledge? He asked again. No. That's not possible. Ryu shouted. And who says you're not the one who gets up early to put that letter in the mailbox? Lyra shouted, standing up and pointing at the elf. What? Lion. We've got you. You're after the purity of our goddess. Noin shouted with a mocking smile. No. You're wrong. I would be incapable of it. You had it very well hidden, Lion, Lyra whispered with a mocking smile. Girls, stop bothering Lion, Ally said playfully, looking at the elf who was emitting smoke from her long ears. Ahem, I think we've strayed from my question, Mariu reminded herself, wanting to know her friend's opinions. His appearance. I'd say he's a fat, smelly, perverted jerk, Kagaya said with amusement. There are plenty of them in Arario, and I've seen many leering at our goddess. I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of them. Do you think so? I think he's a cute young man, Iska said with a smile, letting her mind wander. Astrea-sama really catches the attention of young men. Ah, that's the bad thing about our goddess being so beautiful. She attracts the attention of many men, Nies whispered. And since she smiles at everyone with a beautiful kind smile, they get their hopes up. You poor fools, Lyra mocked. Or maybe he's an old man, I don't know, there are so many possibilities, Ryana said. Well, the first thing we need to do is find out who that person is, then we'll see if they are worthy of our goddess or not, Ally said. Do you have any ideas on how to find out? Should we hide all night and see who puts the letter in the mail? Nies suggested. I think that's all we can do for now, since we don't have any leads, Kagaya agreed. All we know is that he's someone who likes to fill his letters with love letters. How cheesy. Well, Astrea-sama loves that, you only have to see how she smiles when she reads the cards. I can't wait to find out how this all ends. Iska said excitedly. I still say I don't trust that person, they will only harm our goddess, Ryu whispered. Great. Then our mission begins now, to find out who that guy is. I know we'll find him out. Allies exclaimed excitedly. Let's go, team. The girls didn't know it yet, but this would be one of the most difficult missions they would ever have in their lives, an SS-class mission. Meanwhile, with a mysterious, fat, smelly, and perverted boy. Very good, Belle, repeat after me, said a red-haired boy seriously. Agreed an albino boy. Okay, when you see her, say these words and you're sure to win her over, he said, clearing his throat. What box did you escape from, sweetheart? You look like a beautiful angel fallen from heaven. And when you say those words, wink at her and blow her a kiss. The albino was ashamed to hear those words. Now repeat what I just said. What kind of candy box did you escape from? P. You look like a fallen angel, and after that I wink a kiss and give him a look. No, you idiot. We find ourselves in the Chimenia mansion, specifically in the living room of said place where there was a red-haired boy and an albino boy with red eyes. They were Belle and Welf. Sorry, I got nervous, the embarrassed albino apologized. If it weren't for those poetry books, those letters you wrote would be terrible, Welf sighed wearily, collapsing onto the sofa. You're a lost cause. Am I that bad? You're terrible, but hey. At least you're trying. Cheer up, look on the bright side. At this rate, I doubt Astrea-sama will ever notice me, Belle sighed sadly. Don't give up, Belle, I know you can do it. But I'm a coward for only writing her letters. I never have the courage to talk to her in person, he whispered nervously. Every time I try, I get nervous and freeze up, and when I come to, she's gone. I'm an idiot. Well, it's a natural reaction, you're in love with one of the most beautiful goddesses, many even say she's more beautiful than Freya herself, Welf recalled. And they're not wrong, I whispered with a smile, thinking of Astrea. I'd like to see her. But before they could continue talking, the door to the room was kicked open, and an Asian woman entered with a worried expression. It's Mikoto. Code red. Code red. She shouted in alarm. What's happening now? Welf asked, puzzled. The goddess Astrea is at the door of the headquarters. What? They both shouted in alarm. Damn it, Belle. You summoned her. I didn't think he was going to show up. Quick. Hide all the evidence. Mikoto ordered. And? The three of them quickly began to put away all sorts of things that were lying around the room, from failed love letters addressed to the goddess to a blackboard that had written plans for the rabbit to conquer Astrea. That was Welf's idea. After they managed to hide everything, Belle began to nervously look around. Come on, Belle. Calm down. The goddess Astrea will suspect you if she sees you acting like that, said the redeed. I can't help it, she said, hearing the sound of footsteps approaching the room. And since that was the only way out, I didn't know what to do. So in his desperation he grabbed Welf's arm and started running towards the window which was still closed. Hey, wait. The door to the room was opened and Hestia entered along with Astrea, who was smiling kindly as usual. Thank you for the invitation, Hestia, the goddess of justice said gratefully. We are friends, Astrea, this is your home too, said the smiling Hestia. Although at that moment they both noticed Mikoto's presence, who was smiling nervously, noticing that behind her was the broken living room window. What happened to the window? Hestia asked, puzzled. The Chokokro, Mikoto replied. Astrea and Hestia noticed that she was clearly lying, but decided not to investigate the matter further. Hestia was used to her children being strange. She herself was strange. As for Astrea, she always found her friend's family amusing, even though there weren't many of them. What brings you here, Astrea-sama? Mikoto asked. Hestia and I have a very important matter to discuss. Important? I'm sorry, but I forgot to tell you, Hestia apologized, embarrassed. Astrea and I have been discussing the possibility of forming an alliance between our families, you know, for explorations and all that. I feel you could learn a lot from a very experienced family like the family of justice. Ooh-oh. Exclaimed Mikoto, surprised by it. My daughters will also learn a lot from your children. There's always something new to learn, Astrea said with a warm smile. That's right, and take a seat, Astrea, make yourself comfortable. Thank you. I'll bring some coffee, Mikoto offered. While they were talking, in the yard a few meters from the window that was connected to the living room, Welf and Belle were lying on the grass with many pieces of glass scattered on the ground. Why? Asked Aritid. Sorry, I got nervous. Was it necessary to drag me along too? What part of I got nervous don't you understand? It doesn't matter, you'll pay for this window out of your own pocket, I paid for the previous one. Deal. Inside, they could both hear Astrea's small, sweet laughter as she chatted with Hestia. Her laughter is so beautiful, the albino whispered. I think a piece of glass got stuck in my back. I'm sorry. This is the story of bellcranel, a shy boy in love with the goddess of justice, not knowing how to confess his feelings towards her. So the only way he has found to get closer is through love letters, expressing everything he feels. A story of how he strives every day to win her heart even though he never reveals his identity. Will he be able to do it? End of prologue. Chapter 1. Where it all began. When Belle arrived in Arario, she didn't have an easy time finding a family. Before leaving his village, he took the savings his grandfather had left before he died, savings that would last him a week in the city of Arario. It was more than enough time to find a family that would accept him. It was that easy, or at least that's how it seemed in his head. He never thought the city would be so cruel to him. We don't accept snot-nosed kids. You look weak, boy, go away. You'll only be a hindrance. You need to give us your kidney if you want to get in. Do you have money? We sell illegal merchandise. If you want to be part of our family, you'll have to be a delivery driver. The last one was killed by the competition. He was killed by a kid on a bike. Nothing, everyone refused to let him into the family, and the few who were willing to accept him wanted him to do suspicious jobs. She never thought the city would be like this. His grandfather always told him wonderful things, about Arario here, about Arario there, and in the end it was the last thing he expected. All those magic words were fake, he whispered dejectedly, walking slowly through the streets of Arario. A week had passed since he arrived in Arario and he hadn't had any luck. Even the money he had run out, forcing him to sleep in an alley, the same alley he shared with a homeless man who had become his friend during those days. Belle let out a tired sigh as he entered the alley and sat down on the ground leaning against the wall. Life had not treated him well that week. How did it go? Asked a man who looked to be around 50 years old, dressed in old clothes and sporting a large beard. He was Belle's alley buddy. The same old story, I was rejected at both places I went, they didn't even give me a chance to speak, he whispered dejectedly. Do I look that bad? To be honest, you look weak, even though you have a good face. Maybe if you try your luck, the goddess Ishtar might accept you, he suggested, taking a swig from his liquor bottle. Really? And what does that family do? Belle asked excitedly. Prostitution. Forget it. Belle looked down again, discouraged, upon hearing that answer. I had asked almost every existing family in the city, the only ones I had left out were the Freya family, the Apollo family, since I heard shady things about them, and the Astrea family for obvious reasons. You really have bad luck, kid, not even the families that are trash will accept you. Ugh. Even the Loki family rejected you, and they usually accept any idiot. Don't remind me, he whispered sadly, remembering how a werewolf had kicked him out without giving him a chance to do the interview. And the worst part is, I don't even have enough money left to go back to my village and become a farmer again. Have you tried your luck with the goddess Demeter? He told me that he saw me as someone talented enough to be in his family as a farmer, that he needed a family of explorers. At least someone believes in you, and how much money do you have? Belle reached into his pocket and pulled out a bag, and from that bag fell only one coin. The 500 volley coin, he whispered despondently. I've been looking for a normal job, but even they reject me, my luck is awful. Well then, I recommend you start stealing. What? Yes, at this rate you'll starve to death, so the best thing would be to steal, and when you have enough money, escape from the city before someone catches you. I'm not going to become a criminal, Belle denied, not liking the idea. It was just an option, nothing more. You decide what to do, he said, taking a sip of his liquor. Who knows, maybe this will take a turn in your life. Sitting in this alley, you won't accomplish anything. Yes, a twist, spending the rest of my life in jail for stealing. At least they'll give you food in jail, that's something, he said, seeing the bright side. You'd better keep wandering around there, maybe that'll help. You're right, there's still a long way to go before the day is over, she said, standing up. And what will you do? Nothing. You never move from here. How do you manage to get money for liquor? Belle asked, confused. Kid, I'm a professional at being a homeless person, you still have a long way to go if you want to live this life. I never said I wanted to have a life like this, I am forced to live like this, big difference. And with those words, Belle began to walk slowly through the streets, seeing if there was anything interesting to do and if life would smile on him again at some point. If only someone would accept me into their family, he thought dejectedly, watching some armored adventurers walk toward the dungeon. Grandpa, you lied to me. His grandfather never prepared him for life, he just kept saying harem this and harem that, he never told him how hard it was to survive in Arario. He thought that as soon as he arrived in Arario, there would be a lot of families with open doors for him, but it was quite the opposite. His luck was terrible. And I only have one 500 Valis coin. What could I use it for? He thought doubtfully. Come closer, strangers. I can read your future. At that moment, a man in a black suit and holding a deck of cards sat in a corner, making strange movements to attract someone's attention. I can read your future for just 500 Valis. he exclaimed in a dramatic tone of voice. 500 valis, Belle whispered, looking at the coin. Maybe he'll give me a clue about what I have to do. It's the only thing I can do. So, with a decision made, Belle approached the man who smiled happily upon seeing him. Finally, a customer. He shouted, raising his fist in a sign of victory. Belle just laughed nervously at that. Hello. It's nice to see you again. Sorry. I see that my great skills have caught your attention and you want to know what the future holds for you, right? He said with a triumphant pose. Something like that. I'm stuck in my life and I wanted to see if you could help me with this divination thing. Maybe you can give me a clue to keep moving forward in this game called life, Belle asked, showing the 500 valis coin. I understand. You've reached a point where you don't know what to do with your life and you've decided to trust in my great abilities. Not bad, kid. He said, proud of himself. Don't worry. I'll get you out of that hole so you can get on with your life. I'm sure there will be interesting things in your future. I hope so, he whispered, handing over the 500 valis coin with a heavy heart. He just hoped it would work since it was his last coin. Now he was wondering if it would have been better to buy a Jack American. Alright kid, take a seat and get ready because we're about to enter the astral world. Belle sat down, somewhat nervous about what his future would be like, watching the man shuffle some cards. If the death card came up, it would mean that he would die of hunger that week. Let's see what the future holds for you. I shouted, pulling out a card and placing it on the table. Oh my god. What's wrong? Belle asked, worried, seeing that the letter had a drawing of many beautiful women. A harem? You will have a harem. Seriously? Belle shouted in surprise. Yes. No, wait, I whispered, taking a closer look at the number on that card. Damn it. This isn't it. Miguel. The boy with a sleepy expression came out of the house behind the man. What's happening? You're an idiot, you were supposed to give me the reality deck 44 and you gave me the reality deck 43. Oh sorry, I made a mistake, the boy apologized, taking out the correct deck and putting it on the table and taking the other one away. I'm sorry about that, the fortune teller apologized. My assistant is very careless. I never have any good assistants. The last one was a parrot and he made mistakes too. I understand, Belle whispered with a nervous smile. Alright. Then let's do this. He said, starting to shuffle the deck under Belle's watchful eye. After shuffling it for a minute, he took out the first card and placed it on the table. Belle looked curiously at the drawing, which was of a man carrying a black bag on his back with a sly smile. What does that mean? Boy, I'm sorry to tell you that your destiny is to start stealing, the man said, feeling sorry for him. What? Do I have to steal? Yes, your destiny has spoken and you have to choose that path, but the deck never chooses a card at random. If you have to draw, it means there's a reason for it. And that's it. And I leave another card on the table, it's the image of a beautiful woman with a golden aura around her. The goddess. The goddess. Yes, stealing will lead you to meet a goddess, that's what your destiny says, it's very curious indeed, you're probably wondering why you'll meet a goddess. I see. Well, we're going to find that out now, he whispered, taking the last card from the deck and placing it on the table. It was a drawing of a group of smiling people. The family stealing will lead you to meet that goddess and later get the family you have always wanted, or at least that's what divination says. Belle opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing those words. He didn't even tell the fortune teller about his problems. He simply told him that he was stuck in his life and the fortune teller guessed the big problem he had. He was a master at his job. To find my family, Belle whispered. I can see in your eyes that you don't like the idea of stealing, but believe me, doing that will lead you to find what you want so much you have to make sacrifices, boy. You're right, he said, looking down. I'll believe you and your prediction. Obviously, you paid 500 valis for this, it would be foolish not to when you spent money, he said calmly. Belle clenched his fists, knowing what he had to do. He didn't want to steal, it went against his principles, but if he had to do it to find a family, then he would. I had faith that everything would turn out alright at the end of the day. Thank you very much, sir, your words helped me a lot. You're welcome. When you get stuck again in the game of life, don't hesitate to look for me again. Of course. And with that scream, Belle began to run through the streets, leaving the fortune teller alone. What an energetic boy, he thought with amusement, picking up the cards. However, she then realized that the card with a group of smiling people had another card underneath it. In short, he had read the wrong letter to the albino. Damn, I made a mistake, he thought, removing the card that represented the family Belle was looking for to see which was the true card of his future. I hope it's nothing bad, The fortune teller opened his eyes in surprise when he saw which was the real card. The first card was of a man carrying a bag on his back, representing that he had to steal. The second was a woman with a golden aura around her representing a goddess. stealing would lead him to meet a goddess. Then the third letter. At first, it was a group of people representing a family. Meeting that goddess would lead him to find the family the boy so desperately wanted. But that last letter was wrong. Belle's true last letter from the future was. He, laughed the fortune teller upon seeing the drawing of a heart on the card. Well, they're almost identical. He had to steal to meet that goddess, the same encounter that would cause the beginning of a love story between them. Interesting. No matter what reality it is, your life is always interesting, ha 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 ha. The people passing by just stared in bewilderment at the fortune teller, who kept laughing. Subarashi, he whispered with satisfaction. Meanwhile, with Belle. He was walking through the streets with his head down, thinking about the words the fortune teller had told him. He was still somewhat against stealing, but if his destiny said so, it was for a reason. He paid 500 valis to find out. Do I have to steal right now? He thought, not very sure. That was difficult for Belle. He was just one step away from entering the criminal world and committing his first crime. What if he stole from the wrong person? From someone with a falna who would end up killing him? Or perhaps the leader of a Russian sorcerer? He was too young to die. If only someone would accept me, I wouldn't have to resort to this, he thought nervously, looking around and noticing he was on a nearly deserted street. Ugh, I just want to be a hero. If I do this, my record will be tarnished for the rest of my life. Belle was going through one of the biggest mental debates of his life, not knowing what decision to make. Should he follow his ideals of being a hero and starve to death in the next 3 days? Or take that step into the criminal world to find a family? It was so difficult, very difficult. I was very hesitant to make a decision. I probably couldn't do it. It would take weeks to make such a decision. It wasn't so easy for him. No. He wouldn't do it. He would never be a thief. He would remain true to his ideals. It was bellcranel. The next #1 hero. He had to tell his story of how he rose to the top to become a teacher. I couldn't. I wouldn't do it. Never. He would stand firm until the end. Grrrr. I have to find an easy victim who is alone so I can rob them, Belle thought decisively. But all those ideals vanished in an instant when his stomach growled. If there was anything stronger than his ideals, it was his hunger, and he couldn't ignore it. I'm sorry, Grandpa, but I'll have to deviate a little from the path. It'll only be a little. Once I'm an adventurer, I'll repay that person 100-fold, I promise. And with those thoughts, wiping away a small tear of pain, she began to look for her victim, whom she found immediately. A few meters ahead of him, a beautiful woman was walking calmly down the street. She had brown hair, a beautiful white dress that accentuated her curves, and a lovely smile adorned her face as she carried a small bag in her hand. It was a perfect target. From his appearance he seemed weak and lacking in courage, but he could handle it, since stealing from an adventurer would be a total failure. After seeing the woman, he looked around and saw that the street was empty, with only him, that woman, and an elderly couple at a fruit stand. It was impossible to get any more perfect than this. It was their moment to act. He would record her face so he could later find her again and give her a lot of money as an apology when he was already an adventurer. I promised it. Tough decisions require strong wills, thought Belle, ready to run. And I have none of that, but I am hungry. And with those thoughts the albino began to run towards the woman who was still walking calmly observing some little birds in a tree. But when she realized it, she felt someone snatch her wallet away, seeing a white-haired boy with a guilty expression. I'm sorry. And with that shout, Belle continued running as fast as he could. Meanwhile, the woman stood watching as that person walked away. Oh, I've just been robbed, he whispered, bringing a hand to his cheek and glancing sideways at the elderly couple who were looking disapprovingly at the boy walking away. But he's slow, he's not fast, I think I can catch him. As Belle ran and ran, his conscience began to gnaw at him for having robbed a defenseless woman. She was probably a woman carrying money to buy medicine for her mother, who was very ill and would now die because he stole the little money she had. Or a woman who needed money for her son's operation and now he would die because he stole the money. Or perhaps she was under threat and they had asked for a specific amount of money to leave her alone, but that would now be impossible since he robbed her, ending with the woman's death. In all versions of the albino, someone ended up dying. So, unable to run anymore, Belle went into an alley and sat on the ground, trying to calm down from all the adrenaline he felt in his body. He had just committed a crime, he still couldn't believe it. I stole from a defenseless person, he whispered, looking at the wallet. I'm trash. Probably all the important families of her area were already looking for him to give him life imprisonment or the death penalty for the crime he had just committed. Her life was over and she didn't find any goddess who would change her life. That fortune teller had scammed him. At least tell me it was worth it, Belle thought, opening his wallet and looking inside. No. It's empty. It's obviously empty. Belle was startled to hear another voice in the alley, seeing that standing in front of him was the same woman who had robbed him, her hair a little disheveled, as if she had also run a bit. "I bought that purse today, it's a birthday present for one of my daughters. The money is in my dress pocket," she said with a small smile at the albino's frightened expression. "I'm so sorry your robbery attempt failed." Belle's face turned pale when he saw her there, now taking it for granted that his life was over. And I can see in your eyes that you didn't want to do this," I whispered, letting out a small laugh at her fear. "I'm sorry." Elle immediately screamed, kneeling before the woman and performing the famous dogisa. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to steal from you, but I had no choice." He shouted his apology, even though he knew very well that he didn't deserve forgiveness. "I won't do it again, I swear. As a goddess you can't lie to me, and I can see that you are truly sorry for your actions and that you didn't mean to do it." Huh? Elle looked up in surprise upon hearing those words. "Is she a goddess?" "Yes, I am Astrea, the goddess of justice, a pleasure," she introduced herself with a warm smile. Now Belle felt remorseful and filled with enormous fear inside. He hadn't stolen from just anyone, he had stolen from a goddess, and not just any goddess, he had stolen from the goddess of justice. He committed such a horrible act in front of one of the purest and most righteous goddesses that existed. All I wanted at that moment was to disappear. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." "Come on, with your first apology I could see you were truly sorry, so there's no need to apologize so much," Astrea said with a small, amused smile. "Just by looking into your eyes I can see there's no malice in your heart, so I suppose you're going through a difficult time to have made such a decision." Belle simply kept his gaze lowered without saying a single word, feeling ashamed to look her in the eyes. "Can you tell me your problem? Perhaps I can help you in some way," the goddess asked with a kind smile, revealing a part of the enormous kindness she held in her heart. "Me too. Trust me, if I can prevent someone from going off the right path and onto the wrong one, then I will gladly do it without hesitation. You just have to tell me your problem." Belle simply looked up, seeing the eyes of that goddess, eyes that only reflected kindness and sincerity. He had just robbed her, and yet she didn't hold any resentment towards him. She even wanted to help him with his problem. Was this the encounter the fortune teller had told him about? So, closing his eyes, Belle began to tell her everything he had experienced that week in the city and the reason why he had started stealing, obviously omitting the part about the fortune teller. The more explanation later. "I see," Astrea whispered with a sympathetic expression. "It seems you didn't have many options. Horario can be a very harsh and cruel city for newcomers. I'm so sorry for what you've been through." "And no need to apologize, you're not to blame for anything," Belle said, feeling nervous. "Many gods only seek power, so they won't help anyone, no matter how much that person needs them. If it doesn't benefit them, they won't extend a hand. Life can be very cruel," Astrea whispered sadly. "And unfortunately, those kinds of people and gods are very common in this world." But that's still no excuse for what I did," Belle whispered, holding out his wallet. "I'm so sorry I stole from you, Goddess Astrea. I'd rather starve than steal again. I swear I'll never do it again." Astrea smiled sweetly upon hearing those words. I had never seen a person speak with such sincerity. He was serious about dying of hunger instead of stealing something. He was a special boy. "I think I know how to help you," Astrea said, taking the purse and then reaching into her pocket to pull out a smaller purse. "Huh?" Belle said, surprised. "Give me your hand," she asked with a sweet smile. Belle, a little nervous, extended his arm and Astrea took it. How soft, thought Belle, surprised to feel the goddess's hand. It was such a soft and delicate hand, just like the hands of a goddess. 10. And without warning, Astrea placed 3 coins in Belle's hand, causing him to be surprised. "They are 5,000 volley coins, so in total it's 15,000 valis. With that money you can pay for a comfortable room for tonight with a delicious dinner included," she said with a beautiful smile. "Huh? And no. I can't accept this," Belle said nervously. "I stole from him. He should take me to jail instead of giving me money." "Really? Well, I don't recall you committing a crime," Astrea said, feigning innocence before smiling. "I'm just helping someone who needs help, and as the goddess of justice, I can't ignore that." "Astrea-sama," Belle whispered, looking surprised at the goddess. You're looking for a family, right?" he asked, and Belle nodded, making him smile happily. "That's perfect, I can help you with that too." "Really? You're going to make me part of your family?" Belle asked in surprise. Of course not, my family is all women and I don't think they'd be very happy with that decision," she said with a laugh. "But I do know someone who, like you, wants to start a family. In short, you both have the same problem." "That means?" "Yes, tomorrow at 10 in the morning I want you to be at the fountain of the Tower of Babel, we will meet there to introduce you to my friend." "Astrea-sama." I told you, if it's within my power, I'll help anyone who needs it, she said with a beautiful smile. I can see in your eyes that there's nothing but kindness in your heart, so if I can stop you from stealing, I'll gladly do it, although I must say, you're very bad at stealing. Bell blushed upon hearing that, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. I don't know what to say, the albino whispered. Don't say anything, just come to the fountain tomorrow at the agreed time, then we'll talk about the rest, he said, taking a step back. In the meantime, use that money to get some rest. I can see in your eyes that you haven't slept well. Me too. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Astrea said, turning around and starting to walk away, though before leaving the alley she stopped and turned back to look at him. By the way, what's your name? Bellcranel. Bell, that's a lovely name, she said with a beautiful smile, making the albino blush. Goodbye. And with those words he left the alley, leaving Bell sitting on the ground, still unable to believe what had just happened. Honestly, I didn't believe that man's prediction, but now. He was right, she whispered, unable to believe it. That man was right. Although his surprise turned to embarrassment when he remembered Astrea's beautiful face smiling at him. I can't believe I stole from a goddess. She even forgave me and gave me a second chance. How can a goddess be so kind? I'm disgusting. Even so, her heart still beat rapidly every time she remembered that beautiful smile. Without a doubt, Belle's first encounter with Astrea was very curious. Without knowing that this encounter would be the beginning of a deep love that she would feel in the future. A sincere and pure love for that beautiful goddess. That was just the beginning of their story. End of chapter. Chapter 2. A family. We find ourselves at the fountain in the center of Babel where a certain albino was sitting somewhat nervously waiting for someone. A day had passed since the failed robbery of Astrea and the great shame he felt for that act, but despite all that kind goddess forgave him and even gave him money. Thanks to that, he was able to sleep in a very comfortable bed and enjoy a delicious dinner. She truly was a kind goddess. She had saved his life. And as she had asked, he arrived early the next morning at the fountain in Babel Square to meet with her. He told her he would introduce her to a friend who also wanted to start a family. He was probably a god. The kindness of that goddess knew no bounds. I hope your friend will accept me into his family, he thought, somewhat nervously. And he wasn't exaggerating. The other families had cruelly rejected him, so it was likely that this friend wouldn't want him and his family either. Even so, he was deeply grateful for Astrea's help, even though things went wrong. I think I arrived too early, he thought, remembering that he left half an hour before the agreed time. He was so nervous that he wanted to get there as soon as possible and see what the future held for him. If that strange fortune teller was right, then that day he would manage to enter a family. I hope I make a good impression, he thought, straightening his shirt. Grandpa, give me strength. Thus the minutes passed in the place where Belle just sat watching people pass by, most of them adventurers going to the dungeon. But no matter how much time passed, Astrea did not appear in the place, causing a sad expression to begin to appear on the albino's face. Maybe he forgot that promise, I whispered, lowering my gaze. It was obvious. Why would he help a thieving bum like me? He already did so much by giving me that money, or maybe his friend just didn't want to meet me, that must be it. Or maybe I'll be a little late since I was watering the flowers in my garden. Belle almost fell into the fountain water when he heard an angelic voice next to him. When he turned his gaze to the place of the voice, he saw that Astrea was sitting next to him with a beautiful smile adorning her face. Hey Astrea-sama, when will I arrive? He asked, surprised, since he didn't even sense her presence. I was here a minute ago, but you were so lost in thought that you didn't realize when I arrived, she said, her beautiful smile never fading. Sorry for taking so long, I didn't mean to, but I lost track of time watering my garden. And no worries, it was my fault for arriving before the agreed time, he denied nervously, not wanting her to feel guilty. Why, you have many important things to do, so it's obvious I would arrive a little late. I'm still sorry for being late, he apologized, laughing softly, a laugh that captivated the albino. How are you? You seem to have slept well. Ah. Yes. Thank you so much for helping me yesterday, if it weren't for you, I don't know what would have become of me. Don't thank me, I'm glad I could help, she said, standing up. I suppose you're waiting to meet the person who will start a family with you. Why yes, I am curious, actually, he whispered, somewhat embarrassed. Don't worry, she's been very anxious too since I told her, he said, looking to the side. You can come now, Hestia. Bell turned his gaze to the same place Astrea was looking, seeing a short woman in a tight white dress with long loose hair come out from behind the fountain and approach them both, looking somewhat nervous. Bell, I'd like you to meet the goddess Hestia. She's a friend of mine, and like you, she recently came down from the sky to start a family, but she hasn't had any luck, Astrea introduced the little goddess. And Hestia, this is the boy I told you about yesterday. His name is bellcranel, and he doesn't have a god yet. It's a pleasure, Hestia-sama, Bell greeted, bowing slightly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bell-kun, Hestia returned the greeting with a kind smile. You know, I feel that you two together will go very far in the city. This could be the beginning of your Hestia family. Every great family has a beginning, and I feel that this is your moment. I don't know. Are you sure you want to be the son of this inexperienced goddess? Hestia asked Bell with an embarrassed smile. The real question would be whether you want to risk having a weakling like me in your family. There are better options, Bell whispered with a nervous smile. Meanwhile, Astrea simply closed her eyes, still maintaining that kind smile. Oh come on, don't ruin it, you just have to accept, Astrea thought, hoping they would both agree. All she wanted was to help her friend and that boy she had found nice. She didn't want it all to end up going nowhere. It's normal to have doubts at first, Astrea began. I had them when I came down from the sky, not knowing how to have my first child. It was very difficult for me because I wanted to start a family with a true sense of justice, but I couldn't find anyone like that, or so it was until I met Allies. From the moment I saw her, I knew she would be a great addition to my family, so without hesitation, I invited her in, and she accepted. Even though we both had insecurities about starting this, we did it anyway, and now my family protects the city. We all started from scratch. They both listened attentively to Astrea, with Bell watching her with admiration. Hestia, you are the goddess of the hearth, and Bell needs that right now, a home to belong to, and I feel that you two are a perfect match, he said, taking Hestia by the shoulders. I know you're afraid of being a bad goddess, but erase those insecurities. I know very well that you will be a wonderful person to your future family. Astrea, Hestia whispered, moved by those words. And you, Bell, don't worry about whether you'll be a bad son or a bad adventurer. Just by looking at you, I can tell you're a good boy. I feel you'll achieve great things in the future, she said with a warm smile. And if one day you feel you can't go on, you can ask one of my daughters or me for advice. We'll always be happy to help. Astrea-sama, Bell whispered, feeling as if he were blinded by the light emanating from that goddess full of kindness. So don't hesitate and accept, right here will be the beginning of a great family. Upon hearing those words, Bell and Hestia turned to look at each other intently, a little nervous, still having one or two doubts. But in the end, the little goddess mustered up the courage to speak. Bell-kun. If Hestia-sama. And I am an inexperienced goddess when it comes to families, I don't know how it works. I've only been in the city for a few weeks to start my own family, but all the new adventurers who came to the city rejected me because they preferred a more advanced god with strong and experienced children. Everyone thinks that by being in a large and powerful family, they'll be strong too. It doesn't matter what kind of family it is, small or large, everyone starts from the bottom, and that's something no one understands. The status of a god won't make you stronger. Even if you receive the Falna of Freyr or Hestia, both will give you the same strength. Unfortunately, everyone thinks otherwise, Astrea thought, disappointed. She remembered how Hestia had come crying to her headquarters, telling her how some adventurers had rejected her from joining her familia because they wanted to receive the Falna of a powerful god so they could be strong too, not knowing that all Falnas would give the same result, regardless of who they came from. But you're different, she thought, looking at Bell. Even so, I've worked hard to study and learn a lot about family matters and such. Some friends have helped me, Hestia said, glancing sideways at Astrea. Maybe I'm not the best option B, but I want to believe I'm not the worst option either. Hestia-sama, Bell whispered in surprise. So Bell-kun. Would you like to be my first child? Would you like to create the Hestia Familia? To begin this new adventure together? I promise I will do my best to be the best goddess for you and your future companion, she asked, extending her hand and closing her eyes, hoping Bell would accept. Hestia looked at Bell as a kind boy, so she really hoped he would accept, because if he rejected her too, she would have no choice but to return to heaven or leave Arario to venture out into the world. But she didn't want to leave. Most of her friends were in that city, and she also had a great desire to start her own family, to create a beautiful home in the city where dreams come true. She had made so many mistakes throughout her existence, even on Earth by bothering her friend Hephaestus, but now she wanted to do things right, she wanted to start off on the right foot in this adventure. Only that albino boy's answer would decide all that. Please, Hestia thought with her eyes closed and her hand still outstretched, beginning to believe that he would not take it. But when she was about to pull away, she felt Bell gently take her hand, opening her eyes to see him. Hestia-sama, I'm rather clumsy and tend to make a lot of mistakes. As you said, I'm not the best choice either, but I'm sure I'm the worst. I have absolutely no talent for fighting and things like that. I'm worse than a novice, he said with an embarrassed smile. That's why it makes me so happy that a goddess like you is giving me this opportunity. Bell's hopes, which had almost died out, began to ignite the more he spoke. So if you're alright with accepting this complete novice into your family, then I'll gladly accept, he said with a broad smile. It will be an honor to be your firstborn son, Kami-sama. I promise to do my best so that you'll never regret your decision. Belle-kun, Hestia whispered, surprised by those words. Belle-kun. And with a smile full of happiness, Hestia lunged towards the rabbit to give him a tight hug, which he returned with an embarrassed smile. They both felt happy. What they had been searching for so long they had finally found. A family. Well, Astrea sighed in relief at seeing that, then smiled happily seeing that everything worked. For a moment she thought she wouldn't accept. You'll see, Hestia, this will be the beginning of your great family, thought the goddess of justice, wishing the best for her friend. Are you sure, Belle-kun? I don't even have a home. I live in an abandoned and dilapidated church. It's all I can offer you. Don't worry, Kami-sama, as Astrea-sama said, every family starts from scratch and we are no exception. We will soon buy a better house. We just have to take it one step at a time for this to work, Belle said positively. That's the spirit, said Astrea proudly. Then welcome to the Hestia family. Hestia shouted, smiling happily again, still unable to believe she had her first child. Thank you, Kami-sama, I promise to do my best from now on, Belle whispered, feeling that this was the beginning of many adventures. Then I glanced sideways at Astrea, seeing that she had a beautiful smile on her face, raising both thumbs in a sign of congratulations. And Belle was embarrassed to see her smile. Well, the first thing he had to do on this adventure was find a way to repay Astrea for everything she had done for him. In just 2 days she had helped him more than anyone else had ever helped him in his entire life. If he had a family now, it was because of her. He owed all of that to her and of course, also to that strange fortune teller who gave him those clues to get to that moment. Now all he had to do was not mess up and strive every day to be a great adventurer. Now that I had the opportunity, I wasn't going to waste it. A few minutes later. Well, then it's decided, you're my first child, Belle-kun, haha, I still can't believe it, Hestia said, her happiness evident in her eyes. We have to work hard to go far. Yeah. And Astrea. What's happening? The goddess asked, feeling Hestia gently embrace her. Thank you so much for what you did for me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Belle-kun and started my family. Thank you so much for this great help. You don't need to thank me, Hestia. You're my friend after all, and I like to help, she said, returning the hug. I wish you all the best with this new step you're taking. Thank you, I will do my best. After that, Hestia broke away from the hug, still smiling. I know. To celebrate this moment, I'll go buy some Jack American. Would you like some? I wouldn't mind, to be honest, Astrea agreed. Me neither, Belle whispered. Perfect. I remember there was a Jack American stall nearby, I'll go buy them, I won't be long. And with a happy smile, Hestia ran off, leaving Astrea and Belle alone, who just smiled as they watched her go. What do you think of Hestia? Astrea asked, turning to look at the albino. She is a pleasant, kind and very lively goddess, it makes me happy to be part of her family, she replied with a happy smile. And as was obvious, Astrea saw no trace of lying in him. Belle. Yeah. Hestia is my friend and a wonderful goddess, although she is a little lazy. Even so, she is someone who always helps those in need, so please take good care of her. I trust you. Don't worry, Astrea-sama, I will do my best not to fail, Kami-sama, he promised with a serious expression. I know you will. Although seconds later Belle's expression changed to a sad one as he lowered his gaze. Hey, by the way, Astrea-sama, thank you very much, the albino said gratefully. Huh? Why? Even though you didn't know me and had no obligation to do so, you helped me without hesitation. You were the only person who lent me a hand in the city, and believe me, I will never forget what you did for me. Come on, you don't need to thank me, you're a kind boy, and as a goddess I couldn't abandon you when you needed someone the most, I simply couldn't ignore it. Even so, I will be eternally grateful to you. You not only gave me those 15,000 valis, but you also helped me find a family. Not even with all the money in the world could I repay you for what you did for me. You're starting to embarrass me, Astrea whispered, a little shy because of all the thanks. Astrea-sama, thank you so much for everything you did for me. I promise that one day I will repay you somehow, even if it takes years to see each other again, I promise that I will never forget you. You talk as if we're never going to see each other again, Astrea said with a smile. Hey? We live in the same city, and Hestia is my friend, so obviously I'll visit her or she'll visit me, so it's obvious we'll see each other often around here. I'll be able to see firsthand how you become a great adventurer. Oh, I understand, he whispered sadly, though for some reason feeling happy to know that this would not be the last time he would see that wonderful and kind goddess. And don't worry, whispered the goddess. Hey? I won't tell Hestia about your dark past as a thief, it'll be our little secret, she whispered, winking with a sweet smile. Okay. For some reason, that action of the goddess accelerated Belle's heart, not knowing what to say, other than to just nod slightly. Great. From now on, your life as an adventurer begins. I'll be supporting you, Belle, he encouraged, still smiling. Thanks. The more he looked at Astrea's smile, the more captivated he became by it. I still couldn't believe that such a kind and gentle goddess existed. I couldn't describe in words what I felt. All I wanted was to keep getting to know that wonderful goddess more and more. I wanted to know more about Astrea. He didn't want their relationship to end with just this, with just helping a homeless person like him. He wanted to form a friendship. I never heard of a mortal being friends with a god. Perhaps such a thing existed, but since he remained apart from the world in that village, he didn't know about it. But even so, he wanted to do it, to become friends with that beautiful goddess. He wanted to extend his story with her. I hope to receive advice sometime in the future, Belle whispered sadly. Of course. I'd be happy to help you. I'm usually at the guild every Monday and Tuesday, so feel free to come and ask me any questions you like. And, as expected, Astrea accepted without hesitation. And I'll introduce you to my daughters sometime soon. They can help you too. They both love helping others, especially allies. She's a very lively girl, and I'm sure you'll get along well. I hope so. Here are the Jack American. And then Hestia returned with the food for the three of them, starting to enjoy it and begin walking through the streets before returning to their homes. Astrea and Hestia walked ahead while chatting animatedly with the little goddess, asking their friend how to be a better goddess. As Belle walked behind, slowly eating his Jack American, he glanced sideways at Astrea, who still maintained that beautiful smile. The more time passed, the more captivated he was by that smile, and the faster his heart raced. It had only been 2 days since he had met her, and she was already making him feel all these emotions. He didn't want to imagine what it would be like later on as they got to know each other better. And although he knew he was risking falling deeply in love with that goddess, he still wanted to continue getting to know her. It wasn't as if he was going to confess or anything like that in the event that he fell in love. Relationships between humans and gods weren't possible, or so he believed. So if he were to fall in love, he would just ignore those feelings so as not to make things awkward. It's not like he would try to win her over with letters or anything like that. It was impossible for him to do that. I will strive hard for this great opportunity Astrea-sama has given me, and I will also strive for you, Kami-sama. I promise to become a great adventurer, he thought, clenching his fist with determination. And so the story of bellcranel in the city of Arario began, and not only his story of how he became a great adventurer. If not from their efforts to conquer the goddess of justice. Their forbidden love story, or so he thought. What a fool. Present. We find ourselves at the Chimenia mansion, specifically in the training yard where a certain albino was lying on the grass after a while of training. He was resting. I think I'll stop here, tomorrow I'm going exploring, and I'd like to have all my energy, Belle thought with his eyes closed, just enjoying the breeze that reached the patio. He always liked to do that after training, lie down on the grass and close his eyes. It was very relaxing, it was as if the ground absorbed all his fatigue. I've improved a lot since then, he thought, opening his eyes and watching the clouds slowly pass across the sky. A few months had passed since that event where he met Astrea and became Hestia's first child. Since then he had had many adventures as an adventurer, and what adventures they were. He even thought for a moment that he was better off being a vagabond and sharing an alley with Carl, the name of the other vagabond. He didn't know how many times he had been on the verge of death, but it was many times, but somehow he always managed to come out alive like a true champion, remembering that he still had important people waiting for him. But even though he was constantly in danger, he never gave up and kept going, and now here he was, with his goddess, with family members, and with a huge headquarters that he acquired legally without spending a single penny. And he owed all of that to that beautiful goddess. To Astrea. Next week is almost here, I'd better start writing another letter to her, he thought, closing his eyes again and smiling. He never expected it, but he liked to write down everything he felt for Astrea in a letter. Writing down all his feelings gave him a great warmth, and without realizing it, he always wrote her a letter weekly, since he fell in love with her. And her luck was such that every time she went to leave it in the mailbox there was absolutely no one around, so her identity was still a secret. Even though he and Astrea could call themselves friends, he was still afraid to confess his feelings directly to her. He was afraid of destroying the friendship they had built over all those months. But if it's a letter, I could write as many things as I wanted, saying how much I loved her, how beautiful she was, and many cheesy things I found in many books. He liked to praise Astrea's physical and inner beauty, writing all those words without hesitation. But of course, that was in the letters, because when they were in person things were different, very different. His shy side always came out in the most important fights. Resting? Asked a soft and beautiful female voice. Yes, I deserve it, she whispered her answer, still with her eyes closed. Although he noticed a certain detail. I recognized that voice, but it wasn't Mikoto's voice, nor Lily's, and certainly not Hestia's. That voice belonged to. Slowly Bel opened his eyes and saw the goddess Astrea standing beside him, looking at him with a beautiful smile. Astrea-sama. Bel shouted in surprise, standing up in less than a second. For a moment Bel exceeded the speed of light. "Sorry if I woke you up," Astrea apologized, still smiling. "Not at all. I was just resting," she said, unable to help but act nervously. It was always the same, no matter how long they had known each other, his shy and nervous side always came out on top. She hated that side of him. She wished she could be as confident as when she wrote letters. "This place is nice for resting. It's even cooler than the courtyard of my headquarters," said the goddess, looking around. "You've really found a beautiful headquarters." Although Apollo had to stay outside, but he started this whole mess. The headquarters had some rather odd features, so we remodeled it a bit to suit our style," he explained with an embarrassed smile. As a matter of course, what brings you here? Are you here to visit Kami-sama?" "Actually, I was just leaving. I've been here for an hour talking with Hestia in the living room about the alliance between our families and we've just finished discussing it. Since Hestia told me you were training, I decided to say hello before I left." Bel couldn't help but feel embarrassed when he heard those words. He didn't know if Astrea did it on purpose or if it came out unintentionally, but she always managed to embarrass him with her sweet words. "And did you reach an agreement with the alliance?" he asked nervously. "Of course," replied the goddess happily. "In 2 days, a meeting will be held at my headquarters with both families to sign our alliance, which will then be given to the guild. So you'll have to come to my headquarters whether you want to or not," she said with an amused smile. Bel couldn't help but feel nervous about those words. During all those months Astrea had invited him to her headquarters whenever Hestia came to visit, but he always refused. He honestly felt nervous about entering that place and meeting all the girls in the family. The only ones he knew were Alice and Ryu, he had only seen the rest from afar. All of them were first-class adventurers of level 5 and 6, only about 2 were level 4, although there were not many of them. They were considered one of the strongest families, along with the Loki, Freya and Ganesha families. Bel was afraid to enter the place and not be liked by anyone. Compared to them, she was just a level 3 ant. What if they suspected he was the one writing the letters? They were very clever girls, so if they found out, he'd be finished. But that alliance was very important. He knew how much Hestia wanted it, so he would have no choice but to go. Luckily, Lily, Welf and Makoto would be with him, at least that way he would feel less nervous. "And then I'll be there to sign that alliance." "You have to do it, you're the captain after all, little thief." Bel became nervous upon hearing those words from Astrea, while she smiled with amusement at the boy's reaction. "Relax, I'm just joking," the goddess reassured him, letting out a soft laugh. She didn't usually behave like that with anyone. Astrea was always a kind and polite goddess. She would occasionally joke with her daughters, but not with anyone outside the family. But with Bel it was different. For some reason, he felt confident enough to joke around with him a little. He liked seeing his reactions because they were funny. "Does she hold a grudge against me?" Bel whispered, scared that Astrea hadn't actually forgiven him for that failed robbery. "Haha, if I held a grudge against you I wouldn't have come to greet you here in the courtyard in the first place. Don't let those thoughts get into your mind." "I'm sorry." Astrea just smiled slightly as she looked at Bel. She was truly glad to have helped him that day and to have met him. If his family had been mixed, then without hesitation he would have invited her to join. Besides being surprised at how she reached level 3 in just a few months, surpassing any possible record, and not understanding how she was able to do that, she asked Hestia, but she said she didn't know, although from her expression, it was more than clear that she was lying. She knew there was a secret, but she wouldn't do anything to find out. She was happy that a boy like him, kind, compassionate and helpful to others, was getting stronger and stronger to protect more people. Although her daughters were very curious about it, especially Kaguya, although she promised not to interfere. "Oh. It seems it's getting a bit late, I have to get back to my headquarters or my daughters will start to worry." "I understand. Do you want me to accompany you to your house?" "Thanks for your concern, but it's not necessary. I'll be fine," she said with a slight smile. "You should keep resting." Well. Then we'll meet in 2 days at my headquarters to sign that alliance." "Why yes. Goodbye, Bel." "Goodbye." And with that goodbye, Astrea turned around and began to walk away from the place, while Bel sat back down on the grass trying to recover after all those little jokes from the goddess. "So I have to go to the Astrea family headquarters, I hope I make a good impression," he thought nervously. Meanwhile, Astrea, standing about 10 meters away from Bel, stopped to turn around and see him sitting on the ground having a mental debate. Slowly, Astrea opened her lips and whispered a few words in a very, very low whisper. "I'll be waiting for the next letter." Did he say something? Bel, being level 3, was able to hear Astrea speak, but since it was very low, he didn't understand anything. Nothing, rest Belle. And with those words, Astrea resumed her journey and left the Chimenia mansion with her head down. No, I shouldn't assume he's the one writing the letters, the goddess thought, shaking her head slightly. I don't know anything to make that assumption. After all, the letters don't mention the person's name. Like Kagaya said, it could be anyone. It wouldn't cost her anything to ask Belle directly, since as a goddess she couldn't lie to her, but she didn't want to. She wanted that mysterious person to reveal themselves on their own, and besides, she wanted to continue receiving those beautiful letters. Although, I would like it to be you, Belle whispered the goddess with a beautiful smile, continuing on her way to her headquarters. The alliance between the Hestia family and the Astrea family was close. Belle, with no other option, would have to meet the entire justice system, hoping they would like him and that they wouldn't discover his secret. Although it would be somewhat difficult. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Suspicions. We find ourselves at the Astrea family headquarters where a certain Redeed was walking with a lively smile through the corridors towards the dining room. Another day to dispense justice, she said with a radiant smile. Another day where the inhabitants of her area will be blessed by seeing my beauty. I still can't believe I'm so perfect and beautiful. I feel sorry for the girls, but they always end up being overshadowed by me. Oh well, when I'm not patrolling with them, they'll have their moment to shine. After thinking that, she stopped in front of a mirror that was in one of the many hallways and saw her reflection and smiled proudly. More beautiful every day, not bad allies. And so she continued her lively walk towards the dining room, thinking how amazing and beautiful it was. Upon arriving at her destination, she opened the door and entered, seeing that some of her friends were already there, as well as her goddess, who was milling about preparing things. Although his attention was drawn to a plate of sandwiches that were on the table. That's great. I was already hungry, she said happily, reaching for her plate. But before one of them could touch a spatula, I hit it hard in the hand, preventing him from doing so. Ouch, he complained in pain, looking at his goddess with a spatula in her hand and a serious expression. Those sandwiches are not to be touched, allies, they're for the guests, she warned, before continuing to prepare more things. So, saddened by not achieving her goal, she walked towards her friends, seeing Lyra and Mariu rubbing their hands in a little pain. It seems that Astrea also hit them with a spatula. Does anyone know why Astrea-sama is preparing so many things? The Redeed asked curiously. Did you forget, you idiot? Kagaya asked, raising an eyebrow. Forget what? Allies asked, surprised. The Hestia Familia is coming today to sign the alliance with us, Nise explained, eating a sandwich she had made herself. Astrea-sama got up early to prepare food. She seems very excited about it. Well, the goddess Hestia is her friend, so it's normal that she's excited, Lyra said, her hands still aching. Although I still don't understand how an alliance with such a small family benefits us. They're the ones who benefit, not us. You said it yourself, the goddess Hestia is her friend, so I don't see any other reason for that alliance, said the elf Ryu, sitting in a chair watching her goddess prepare a drink, pineapple juice, to be precise. Suspicious. That's right. Allies exclaimed, remembering. Aren't you excited? A small family is going to form an alliance with us. We can help them with our great skills and teachings to become a great family. We can make them shine. All he wants is to show off. And? Noin and Asta whispered, already knowing what their captain was like. I think Cranel-san needs some advice on how to be a better captain, he's still a rookie, said Ryu, remembering the albino. Cranel-san? Who is that? Your boyfriend? Lyra asked, raising an eyebrow. What? No. Of course not. Cried the embarrassed elf. That's right, he's the little rookie, the captain of the Hestia Familia, Kagaya said, looking curiously at Ryu. I didn't know you knew him. Well, I helped him a few months ago from some bullies, the elf explained, now a little calmer. He's rather inexperienced in the role of captain. I know him too. Ally said with a smile. And how did you meet him? Nise asked, finishing his sandwich. Astrea-sama introduced me to him, he replied calmly. The moment Ally said that, all the girls fell silent, processing those words. After that, they all slowly turned their gaze towards their beautiful goddess, who was still preparing things in the kitchen with a smile. I don't understand, Lyra whispered. I don't know many details, but I think he and our goddess are friends. Once I was accompanying her to a restaurant and we met him on the way. It was at that moment that Astrea-sama introduced him to me as a friend. He's funny because of his shy and nervous expressions, Ally said with amusement. What? Did you know that Astrea-sama had a close male friend and you didn't tell us? Kagaya asked, her eye twitching. Ah well, I forgot to he excused himself, tapping his head. Did you know, Lion? Lyra asked, looking at the elf. Yes, he replied calmly. He told me himself. And you didn't tell us either? Don't look at it as something important, he's just a friend of our goddess, I know Cranel-san, and I know he's not a bad person, she said, not looking at the bad in him. What do you mean it's not important? You really are a stupid elf idiot, said Kagaya. What? A vein popped out on Ryu's forehead as she heard the insult from the Oriental woman. I don't understand. Why is it so important? Allies asked. Are you all stupid? What if that Cranel-san is the famous card boy? Kagaya said, causing more than one of them to open their eyes in surprise. Now that you mention it, it makes sense, Nise whispered, tapping her chin with a finger. He's someone close to our goddess. How close are they? I'm not sure, I think they've known each other for a while, the Redid replied. Why do they think he's the boy from the letters? They don't even know him. Come on, allies, he's a human, a teenager. Do you really think someone like that would approach our goddess just because he wants to be her friend? No. That guy wants to take away her purity, the Asian woman said suspiciously. Very cunning. Cranel-san isn't that kind of person, Ryu said, jumping to his defense. Besides, I highly doubt it's him. Why do you think that? Cranel-san is not a clever person, he could never leave 10 consecutive letters in the mailbox without anyone noticing, it's impossible for him to be clever enough to go unnoticed several times. I call him an idiot without realizing it, Noin thought with a nervous smile. Wow, Lion, you know him very well. Could it be that you're denying it because you like that boy and don't want him to be in love with Astrea-sama? Lyra asked mockingly. Of course not. I say they're jumping to conclusions, Ally said calmly. They don't even know him. You're right, I don't know him. When I do, I'll draw my own conclusions, Kagaya whispered, still suspicious of the albino. What are you all talking about so much? At that moment, Astrea approached her daughters with curiosity. Is something wrong? We're talking about Lion's jealousy. Lyra? Jealousy? What jealousy? I asked, confused, watching the hobbit laugh and Ryu scold her. Well, never mind. Can you help me take the sandwiches and juice to the living room? I'll help you. Mariu offered, standing up to take the sandwiches. That's strange. Why am I making pineapple juice? We've never had that juice in the family, Rihanna asked, puzzled, as she carried the juice. It's to change up the drink a bit, you have to try different flavors, Astrea replied, nervously avoiding smiling. That makes sense. And downplaying it, Rihanna also took the juice to the room. Ding dong. At that moment, the bell on the gates rang throughout the headquarters, alerting everyone. It was a new device that Asfi had invented to call any branch, that way visitors would save themselves from shouting loudly for someone to come and greet them. Astrea and her family are already here, Astrea said, smiling again. I'll go and greet them. Allies exclaimed, running out of the dining room. And what do we do? Lyra asked. We have to wait for them in the living room, we'll sign the alliance, eat the sandwiches and talk a little, so that both families can get to know each other better, Hestja's children are nice. Yes, we'll get to know them better, Kagaya whispered, already having someone in mind to meet. While outside the headquarters. Standing in front of the headquarters gates was the Hestja family waiting for someone to come and greet them. Did Welf look at me okay? Bell nervously asked his red-haired friend. Calm down, Bell, everything will be alright, there's no need to be so tense, said the Redid calmly. The Astrea family is in charge of keeping the city safe. I've always admired them, and I'm excited to meet them all, said Mikoto with an excited smile. This alliance will be very good for us, now that we will be allies of such a strong family, they won't mess with us like Apollo did, well thought out, Hestja-sama Lily congratulated, giving the little goddess a thumbs up. I didn't do it for that reason. Astrea and I are good friends, and besides, it was she who proposed the alliance, not me, the goddess explained with a smile. I don't know what benefit she gets from making an alliance with a family like ours that has nothing to offer her, but she was excited about it. What a way to tell us we're nothing, whispered the Redid, hurt by those words. Besides, Bell-kun, why are you so nervous? You've known Astrea for a long time, and you also know her captain, so I don't see any reason for you to act like this, the goddess said, puzzled. What if the rest of the family doesn't like me and they cancel the alliance? Bell asked fearfully. Astrea-sama put so much effort into this, and I don't want to ruin it. Relax, Bell-sama, it's more likely that they won't like Welf-sama, the hobbit tried to cheer up, and the Redid frowned. Oh. Someone came out, said Mikoto, watching a red-haired girl run towards the gates. Welcome, Hestja family, we were expecting you. Allies greeted with her classic cheerful smile. Astrea-sama was worried because you were taking so long, thinking something bad had happened to you on the way. Sorry for the delay, it's just that our lazy goddess fell asleep, whispered Lily, looking accusingly at Hestja, who smiled nervously. But enough talk. Come into this amazing headquarters, and in case you don't know me, my name is Allies, the brilliant captain of this wonderful family, the girl introduced herself proudly. It's a pleasure to meet you, said Mikoto with an excited smile. I truly admired all the girls in that family, some more than others. So the Redeed opened the gates, letting the guests in. It's good to see you again, Belle, allies greeted, giving the albino a light tap on the shoulder. How are you? I would say so, he whispered, still nervous. Despite the fact that the albino and the Redeed had only seen each other about 5 times since they met, allies considered him a good friend. Any new adventures? The last one was with the Apollo family. Sorry I couldn't help you, but everything happened so fast that by the time I realized it, you'd already won their headquarters, she said with a playful smile. Lion also wanted to help, and Astrea-sama, of course. It wasn't that complicated, really, she said with a nervous smile, remembering that war game. Well, it doesn't matter, the important thing is that you now have a great headquarters, it's a very big step towards becoming a great family. Thank you for your words, Allies-san. So they all continued walking to the doors of the headquarters where allies gave them entry, making Belle feel nervous again. He was afraid they would discover his interest in his goddess. He had heard that some girls in the family were very cunning and intelligent, and if he was careless they might find out. I just hope they didn't know anything about those letters and that Astrea had kept it a secret just for herself. That way I would be more at ease. Wow, this place has a very pleasant atmosphere, Lily whispered the moment she stepped into the headquarters. It smells like justice, Welf said. Incredible, Makoto thought, taking in how beautifully decorated it was everywhere. It looked like a museum, so tidy and clean, with pictures plastered on the walls, most of them artistic works. They even had a small statue of a woman carrying a shield and sword. There's a world of difference from the seat of the god Apollo. It's our headquarters now, and yes, you're right, it still needs a few renovations, Hestia said, remembering how there were still some statues of the sun god in the chimney mansion. They would soon be sent to demolish them. Where is Astrea? She's in the room with everyone else. Follow me. The lively Redeed continued walking while everyone looked curiously at the headquarters, especially Belle. So this is Astrea-sama's home, she thought, smiling slightly at how tidy everything was. It's not as far as I imagined, really. Many times he was very curious to see what it was like, being about to accept one of the many invitations from the goddess of justice, but in the end he always ended up refusing. In his mind, it didn't seem like a good idea to enter a building full of only women and be the only man there. It would be too awkward for someone like him. At least this time he wasn't alone, and his good friend Welf was with him. He was someone very reliable. By the way, Belle, have you started writing the other one yet? Ugh. Allies stopped when she heard the sound of a thud behind her, turning around to see Welf on his knees with an expression of pain and Belle with his fist raised. Is something wrong? Allies asked, puzzled. Not at all. Welf had a stomachache, Belle explained with a nervous smile. And you still punched him in the stomach. It's a home remedy from my village, a good punch settles your stomach and eliminates all discomfort, it's very effective. Really? I've never heard of that, she said curiously. I think I'll put it into practice the next time Nies has a stomachache. And with that whisper allies continued walking and Hestia and Lily followed, slightly shaking their heads at the attitude of their companions. What are you doing? You were going to betray me. Belle whispered forcefully to the Redeed, who stood up in pain. It was just a little joke, I didn't think you were going to hit me, complained the blacksmith. Welf Dono, you shouldn't joke around like that. This secret is very important to Belle Dono, Makoto scolded her friend. We agreed to help him, not joke about it. I am sorry, I won't do it again. Hey you guys, don't fall behind. Lily shouted as she approached the room. We're coming. The 3 of them shouted as they started walking, although the Redeed still had a stomachache. Inside the room. The moment the doors opened and the Hestia Familia entered, they saw all the girls from the Justice Familia scattered around the room, with Astrea sitting on one of the many sofas, directing all her attention to them. Belle couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw how more than one, if not almost all, of them were looking at him. Great. I didn't want to draw too much attention to myself, and this is the first thing I've done, Belle thought, trying to hide his emotions. While a certain oriental woman stared intently at the albino, she knew it was him the moment he entered. And his first impression was hateful. The moment Kaguya saw him, she disliked him. He had all the things I hated about a person. A shy, nervous, idiotic, and indecisive boy. Just by looking into her eyes, she could tell a lot about her personality, and sadly, that was what she hated most about people. Belle hadn't done anything and had already started off on the wrong foot. I'm starting to think Lion is right, it's impossible for someone with that idiotic face to go unnoticed easily, but just in case, I'll keep watching him, the Asian woman thought. Hestia. Welcome, Astrea greeted, standing up and going to hug her friend. Thank you for inviting me and my family, the little goddess said gratefully. And I apologize for being late, it's just that my children took a long time to come out. Liar, the 4 of them thought at the same time upon hearing that clear lie. Yes, your children, and obviously Astrea didn't believe him but decided to go along with it. After that he looked up and saw the others, specifically Belle. Welcome to you as well, I hope you feel comfortable and not nervous, especially you Belle, I see you're about to have an epileptic seizure, the goddess joked, letting out a small laugh. Haha, I'm calm, said the albino with a nervous smile. Well, the justice girls were a little surprised to see their goddess joking with someone outside the family, and it wasn't just anyone, it was a boy. Perhaps some might not think it's a big deal, but they all knew that their goddess wasn't like that. She didn't behave that way with almost anyone. She had to have extreme trust to start acting like that with another person. In short, what Ally said was true. They were good friends. It seems Astrea Sama liked my idiotic attitude, Kaguya thought, glancing sideways at Belle, who was smiling nervously. It's getting difficult to draw a conclusion. Alright. Everyone take a seat, it's time to begin this small and pleasant meeting, said Astrea, looking at the albino and smiling warmly at him, and he returned the smile with a little embarrassment. Obviously, that small gesture between them was noticed by everyone, but they decided not to say anything for the time being. Moments later. Nice to meet you. My name is Makoto Yamato, it's an honor to meet your whole family, the woman from the east introduced herself. I admire all the work you put into keeping the city safe. You are an example to follow. Thank you very much, Makoto, I'm glad my family is a good example for you, Astrea said gratefully. She must have seen my great skills as a leader and warrior, it's normal that she admires me so much. It's the price for being so perfect, Ally said, proud of herself. What a narcissist, thought Lily, it being the first time she had seen someone with such a high ego. The guy just looked at Makoto with a little curiosity, quickly coming to the conclusion that she was from the poor neighborhoods of the Middle East. She had the appearance of a girl with good values who was striving to improve herself. And nice to meet you, my name is Welf Krazo, the red-haired blacksmith introduced himself, a little nervous about speaking in front of so many women. Krazo? Selty said. Before you insult me or anything, even though I carry the surname, I have nothing to do with what my family did in the past, so don't hate me, or at least try not to, Welf pleaded, already knowing that something like this would happen. And no, it's not that, I was just curious about the surname my forest wasn't affected, so I don't hold a grudge like other elves, Selty said with a nervous smile. Phew, that's a relief, I sighed with relief. Lilaruka Artie, but you can call me Lily, the hobbit introduced herself calmly. I'm kind of the strategist of the family, I hope we get along well. Hey, stand up, Lyra asked curiously. Huh? Sure. Lily, somewhat hesitant, stood up and Lyra immediately approached her and stood face to face, passing her hand over their heads. Haha, I'm 2 centimeters taller than you, Lyra laughed as she checked her height. Lyra, that's disrespectful, Astrea scolded. The fact that you're 2 centimeters taller than me doesn't change the fact that you're small, Lily said with a mocking smile. Haha, that's true, Knees mocked, making his partner frown. We'll talk later, whispered Lyra, patting Lily on the back and going back to her seat. Now it was the captain of the family's turn to introduce himself. And nice to meet you, my name is Bellcranel, I'm the captain of the Jess Hestia family, Bell introduced himself, dying of embarrassment inside for making the same mistake twice. All the girls had an anime-style sweat drop upon hearing that. Lion is right, he looks like an idiot, it's impossible for someone like that to go unnoticed 10 times with the cards, was the thought that crossed almost everyone's mind when seeing his presentation. It wasn't that they disliked him. In fact, in their eyes he seemed like a good guy. It was just that Kaguya's initial suspicion of him now seemed absurd to them. He only said a few words and made a mistake, he's a complete idiot, Kaguya thought, having no doubt that this was the type of person she detested. As Astrea smiled sweetly and with a touch of amusement at how nervous Belle was, she always found that side of him funny. I am still a very inexperienced captain for my family, I hope that with this alliance, I can learn a lot from you. Fortunately, the last words he said were not mistaken, speaking perfectly. Don't worry, Belle. This perfect captain will teach you how to be the best captain for your family, Allies promised with a big smile. Thanks Allies-san. And with those words, Bell took his seat again, letting out a sigh of relief at having finished his presentation. At that moment, Hestia stood up, capturing everyone's attention. I know very well that my family has nothing to offer in this alliance, and I completely understand if some of you find it absurd, but Astrea and I are very excited about all of this. I promise that my family and I will work very hard to be a great family and to be of help when you need it. In the meantime, I hope my children learn a lot from all of you. Cheers. Lyra shouted. Idiot, we're not toasting, Astrea whispered, giving the hobbit a light tap. Those are kind words, Hestia. I see you've improved a lot as a goddess. If Hephaestus saw you right now, he'd surely be crying, Astrea said gracefully. I don't doubt it, she laughed with a nervous smile. Now that everyone had spoken, it was Astrea's turn to speak. Girls, I hope you all treat the Hestia familia well and help them when they need it. They're counting on you to improve as a family, so I hope you don't let them down. Understood. See Astrea-sama. After that, the alliance began, with Hestia and Astrea signing a legal document provided by the guild, followed by allies and Belle, who were the respective captains of their families. What they were signing in that alliance was that now both families were as one. In the event that one family was in trouble, like in a war game, the allied family had the right to intervene and provide help without anyone being able to complain. There was also the fact that they could now do missions and dungeon explorations together, obviously missions up to floors where the Hestia familia could reach. In short, Belle and his team were the ones who benefited from this alliance, but no one complained. If their goddess trusted them, then they would too. And so the alliance between the two families was finalized. Minutes later. Things were now a little more lively at headquarters as they had conversations among themselves to get to know each other better. In one corner Lyra and Lily were chatting about certain things, both laughing from time to time. It seemed that they would get along well. Elsewhere, Welf was chatting with Noin and Astrea, who were asking him about his magic swords and if the story with the fire spirit was true, and he was answering their questions calmly, or at least trying to. Makoto spoke excitedly with Nise, Iska, Rihanna and Ryu, wanting to hear their stories of all the adventures they had, and they, with a bit of humor, recounted a few things, feeling somewhat happy that she admired them. Hestia was chatting calmly with Mariu and Selti, who were asking her what her goddess was like in the sky, and were surprised to find that she had the same personality on both sides. Astrea was not like the vast majority of gods who changed their personality on Earth. The personality she showed was the true one. And finally there was Belle, who was sitting alone on a sofa watching everyone talk. He was happy that everyone got along, although he didn't know how to join in the conversations, so he decided to stay by himself. Obviously, Astrea noticed that. It seems Belle's shy side is still present, she thought, letting out a small laugh. No matter how much time passes, he never changes. Astrea took a plate that was on the table and filled it with a few sandwiches, then took a glass and filled it with her favorite juice. What can you do? I'll have to keep him company and encourage him to meet the others, and if he doesn't want to, I'll keep him company until the meeting is over, she thought, happy to spend time with him. So, taking the plate with sandwiches and the glass with pineapple juice, Astrea walked with a beautiful smile towards Belle and chatted with him, even though he hadn't noticed her presence. But before he could get any closer, a certain Retid quickly sat down next to the albino, standing very close to him. "Hi Belle. Why so alone?" he asked with a big smile, making Belle nervous with his closeness. Well, I was planning to come over and chat." "Ahaha, you're very shy, but don't worry, the great allies will keep you company," she said, moving closer to him and giving him a light tap on the shoulder. "Ask me anything you want. I can give you plenty of advice based on my extensive knowledge as a captain." Thanks." While still standing, Astrea observed the closeness of both of them, still maintaining that smile on her face. So after a few seconds of that, he turned around, leaving the sandwiches and juice on the table, and went to chat with Hestia. "Oh." The guy, who was the only one not talking to anyone, observed everything, a little surprised by her goddess's reaction. It was only for a second, but for a moment he saw how Astrea's smile turned into a fake one when he saw allies get so close to Belle. It was the first time I had seen her smile in a fake way, even for a second. Interesting, he thought, narrowing his eyes and going over to Lyra and Lily to see what they were doing. Very interesting. Half an hour later. Since the small meeting between families to get to know each other would last about an hour and only half an hour had passed, everyone decided to relax a little. Lyra had taken Lily to her workshop because Lily had asked to see it. Welf was looking at Asta's shield and Noin's sword. He wanted to see how good a quality those weapons were. Makoto had been invited to play a board game with Nise, Iska, Rihanna and Ryu, and she obviously happily accepted the invitation to spend time with them. Hestia continued chatting calmly with Selti and Mariu, only this time they were drinking tea, and Astrea was with them chatting. And all eyes remained glued to the albino. "You can even join me on patrols whenever you want, I'm sure it will be exciting," the smiling girl invited. I don't know, I don't think I'd be of any help in something so important," he said, embarrassed. "Nonsense. If you don't know something, I'd be happy to teach you. That's why we formed an alliance, to help each other," she said with a radiant smile. Thanks for the help," Belle chuckled, even more embarrassed as he felt the Retid shift slightly, standing closer to him. "Doesn't she know about personal space?" he thought nervously. "When I started as captain I was also very inexperienced, but little by little I learned. You'll see that you too will be a great captain like me, you just have to have confidence in yourself." "I hope so, I've worked very hard to get where I am, if I give up I'll be letting many people down," she whispered, remembering the help she received from Astrea. That's the spirit. He encouraged, leaning slightly towards him. You'll go far, especially with that rapid level up. Hee hee. While they were talking, Kagaya was again sitting alone on the sofa watching them both chat. I don't know if she's doing it on purpose or if she's just being silly, but she's really embarrassing him, the Asian woman thought, seeing how close Allies was to the nervous albino. Besides. Kagaya turned her gaze towards her goddess who was still talking to Hestia, although every now and then she would glance at Allies and Belle, noticing the discomfort in her expression. He had been doing that for a while, watching them out of the corner of his eye, making Kagaya squint, feeling it was getting more and more suspicious. Let's see what happens, he thought, looking at the redeed. Allies. What's wrong? I asked when I heard my friend calling me. Didn't you have to leave your sword at your blacksmith's forge for maintenance? I remember he only gave you until morning to drop it off, she recalled, making the redeed's eyes widen in surprise. That's right. I'd forgotten, she exclaimed, standing up. Sorry, Belle, but I have to go. And no worries, I understand. I'll be back soon. I promise. And using her level 6 speed, Allies shot out of the place, leaving the albino alone on that sofa once again. Now all that's left is to wait, Kagaya thought, settling in and waiting to see what her goddess would do now that Belle was alone. I expected it would take her about 5 or 10 minutes to do something. But she opened her eyes in surprise when she saw that the moment Allies left the room, Astrea stood up, took the juice and sandwiches, and walked towards Belle. Not even a second had passed when Astrea immediately went towards him. What? For the first time Kagaya showed a bewildered expression. It seems you and Allies got to know each other very well, Astrea said with a gracious smile as she stood in front of Belle. He became nervous when he was in front of the beautiful woman of his heart, but he managed to calm himself down. Why yes, she's a very lively girl, he replied with a nervous smile, remembering how attached she had been to him. Sorry, but that's just how Allies is, she said, laughing slightly. Can I sit with you? Sure, go ahead. And Belle accepted without hesitation. Astrea sat next to him, respecting personal space, unlike a certain redeed. Here, this is pineapple juice, your favorite, said the goddess, extending the glass of juice. And here are some sandwiches if you're hungry. Yay, thank you very much, she said, taking both items. How are you? Do you feel comfortable here? Yes. It's a nice place, and although I haven't spoken to them, their daughters are nice too, Belle replied quickly. Their family is wonderful. Thank you for the compliment, but there's no need to be so formal. Sorry. Do you like pineapple juice? It's the first time I've made it and I don't know if it turned out well, she asked, a little nervously. This is delicious. Although I'm surprised he knows that, I don't remember telling him. Hestia told me, she confessed with an innocent smile. I'm glad you like it. Thank you, by the way, is there anything you'd like? If you come to visit my headquarters, I can have whatever you like ready, he asked nervously. It's not necessary, but I really like apple juice. Noted. While they were talking, Kagaya continued to watch them out of the corner of her eye, a little surprised by the way her goddess was behaving. She was behaving in a very relaxed manner. It was the first time I had seen her act like that with someone who wasn't family. Interesting. Furthermore, she didn't waste a second approaching him the moment Allies left. It almost seemed as if she was looking forward to her leaving. At first he thought that the family meeting would be boring, but in the end it turned out to be much more interesting than he expected. I feel like there's more than one secret hidden here, Kagaya thought, narrowing her eyes as she watched her goddess laugh and Belle smile sheepishly. And I'll make sure to uncover every single one of those secrets. Without realizing it, Belle had caught the attention of someone dangerous. If he didn't watch his step, his whole secret would be discovered in the blink of an eye. The Oriental assassin had set her sights on the rabbit, determined to discover what was happening. And I wouldn't rest until I achieved it. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Melody. Through the streets of Verario, a certain love-struck rabbit walked at a leisurely pace with a bag of valise in his hands. Their goal? The musical instruments store. And? The shy and nervous Belle had decided to start composing songs. I think a guitar would be great for me, I'm really good with it, Belle thought, not entirely sure. The rabbit already had the ability to play guitar since his grandfather taught him how to use it in the past, and not to brag, but he knew how to play very well. He practiced for many years, being able to improve his skills very well. And also, although he said no out of embarrassment, his grandfather always told him that he had a good singing voice, telling him that it would be his weapon to conquer so many women. Listen to me, my grandson, a man with a guitar will always attract women, keep that in mind. That was one of the many wise words he used to tell her years ago. I highly doubt it, but it's worth a try. Besides, I'm excited. It's been a long time since I've played a guitar, he thought anxiously, stopping in front of a musical instrument store. If he had had a guitar before he met Hestia, he probably would have played music in the streets asking for money. It would have been a good start, but since he didn't have a guitar, he had to steal one from the goddess Astrea. He still felt ashamed of it, but thanks to that bad deed he was able to meet her. Okay, let's go there. And with those thoughts I entered the store. Although it wasn't his idea to buy a guitar, when Well found out he had that skill he ordered him to go buy one, telling him that they would write a song together when it was time to confess directly to the goddess Astrea. Honestly, Bell wasn't sure about it, feeling that in other realities it hadn't gone well, but since he was eager to have a guitar in his hands, he accepted. Now my weapon won't be the dagger, but the guitar, Bell thought, already inside the shop, looking at a large number of instruments. I'll kill the monsters with my music. The image of Bell playing the guitar while the monsters' heads exploded from the sound came to his mind, something strange, but he imagined it nonetheless. Okay, let's go. And so the rabbit began to look in the store for his new companion, in this case the guitar. Meanwhile, in another part of Arario, a certain beautiful oriental woman walked calmly across the rooftops, observing people walking and going about their lives. Pagaya was on patrol. Since the city was in a great peace that had not been seen for years, the Astrea family had decided to patrol the streets individually, thus covering more space. Pagaya liked that idea because that way she wouldn't have to deal with Ryu's complaints when she did something questionable. It was more peaceful for her to patrol alone. There's nothing interesting, she thought, bored, stopping on a rooftop and sitting down to continue watching people walk by. It would be more entertaining to continue my research. His research was discovering the rabbit's secret. 2 days had passed since the alliance between the Astrea and Hestia families, where Kagaya could see the strange closeness between her goddess and the captain of her new allied family. Kagaya strongly suspected that Bell was the cursed mysterious boy from the cards. Her main reason for suspicion was seeing him behave in a very shy way with Astrea, the attitude of a lover. I told allies about my suspicions, but all she said was, Bell is a shy guy with all women. He acted shy with me throughout our conversation. Obviously an idiot, you were so close to him during the whole conversation, your noses were almost touching, it was obvious he was going to be embarrassed, she thought, shaking her head slightly at her captain's idiocy. I also mentioned the same thing to Ryu, since it seemed she knew him fairly well, but she only said a few words to him. It's impossible that it's Cranel-san, he's not smart enough to be so stealthy as to place a letter in a family full of first-class citizens. And she claims to be her friend, she thought, letting out a tired sigh. I also told the rest of the girls the same thing, but they all gave similar answers, saying they highly doubted it was him, and that if it were, Astrea would have already figured it out, and blah blah blah. None of her family suspected the mutant rabbit, only she did. So it was his job to discover her secret because he knew she had one, he had to have it. If it turned out he was the boy from the letters, I would investigate him further and see if he was someone with good intentions towards his pure goddess. I would not rest until I discovered his last secret. I'll find out even what kind of underwear you wear, she thought, clenching her fists in determination. Pagaya was taking her role as a detective seriously, and there were 2 reasons for that. The first reason was that it was a possible boy interested in their goddess, which was a matter of vital importance, and given that Astrea showed great interest in this mysterious boy, its importance increased. And the second reason I did it was because I was bored. For years there had been great peace in Arario, and don't misunderstand, I was happy that after much suffering there was peace, but I was starting to get bored, there wasn't even a thief to kick his ass. He was simply taking boring walks on his patrols, and that was starting to get tiring. So that mission to find out the albino's secret would be good entertainment for her. That way she would kill 2 birds with 1 stone, distract herself and protect her goddess from a possible stalker. In 2 days it will be Monday, the day of that boy's weekly letter. I'll have to be ready the moment he puts the letter in the mailbox to catch him red-handed, and I'm sure it will be him, she thought, crossing her arms. I'll get to the bottom of this mystery. And with those thoughts Kagaya continued sitting on the roof letting time pass while watching people go about their lives. It was peaceful for her to do that. It was the only thing she enjoyed about her patrols. Oh. Kagaya let out a sound of surprise as she saw a certain rabbit with a guitar on its back coming out of a musical instrument shop and walking away from the street. A smile of excitement appeared on Kagaya's face when she saw that. Well, a guitar-playing rabbit, she thought with amusement, standing up and starting to follow him across the rooftops. So he likes playing guitar. Does he want to write a love song? It's a bit of a cliché, to be honest, but with Astrea-sama, it might work. Yes, Kagaya assumed that Bell was that mysterious boy even though she had no clue. Let's see where it goes. And finding a new form of entertainment, he began to follow the albino, jumping on rooftops, hoping to corner him at some point to extract information from him. Meanwhile, with Bell. They're following me, the albino thought, his eyes squinting as he sensed a presence behind him, though he couldn't tell if it was someone with good or bad intentions. If they get any closer, I'll act. If it's a man, I'll hit them, and if it's a woman, I'll ask her what she's doing. Yes, that's what I'll do. As he continued walking, he felt that person following him. He could sense their presence but not their location, and he began to get scared. What if he wants to steal my guitar? He thought, a little nervous. I heard there's a guitar thief around town. It's best to go somewhere with more people, that way I'll feel safer. Bell was level 3, he could defend himself perfectly, but the last thing he wanted was to get into more trouble like what happened with the Apollo family. He would no longer cause any more problems for his goddess and family. Besides the fact that it gave him a bad image with Astrea, she would think he was a troublemaker if he started getting into trouble constantly. He had an image to protect. The park, Bell thought as he stood near a park where people were walking back and forth. Perfect. That place will do for me to tune my guitar and see if I've lost my touch. And increasing his pace, he began to approach the park, also hoping that the person would stop following him. So the park, Kaguya thought, watching him walk away. If I keep following him like this, I won't get any information. I'll have to approach him if I want to find out anything. Once Bell was in the park, he went to sit on one of the many benches and started tuning his new guitar. Grandpa's was old, but this one looks amazing, Bell thought, a little anxiously. I wonder if I've lost my touch. Although his main reason for buying the guitar was to sing a song to Astrea, the truth was that he seriously doubted he had the courage to do it. How would he do it? Would he go to her headquarters and start singing so the goddess would peek through the window? He would be too embarrassed to do that, and even though his grandfather told him he could sing, he seriously doubted his talent. Bell was an insecure boy from birth. But he still decided to buy the guitar. He really liked that instrument. Okay, I think it's tuned up nicely now, Bell whispered, adjusting himself a bit to play something. Let's see, I think I'll play the first song Grandpa taught me. His grandfather had taught Bell to play many songs since his childhood, and since there were some people in the town who played in the street, Bell gradually learned all kinds of songs. Slowly the albino began to play the guitar and a soft pleasant sound began to fill that part of the park. Bell had closed his eyes to concentrate better. He liked to close them and just listen to the sound of the melody. The people around, although they were going about their business, calmly listened to the song Bell was playing. They didn't find it unpleasant, in fact, it was a pleasant sound. It seems I haven't lost my touch, thought Bell with a slight smile, still with his eyes closed, perfectly playing the first song his grandfather taught him. A certain Oriental woman had decided to approach to hear the melody better, surprised a little at how well he played the guitar. For a moment she thought he had just bought it without knowing how to play it, but she had been wrong. He has talent, thought Kaguya, stopping in front of the albino who was still sitting with his eyes closed playing the guitar, not noticing the presence of the Oriental woman. After a few more seconds, her short song ended and she let out a sigh of relief as she played it perfectly. Although it would be best to keep practicing to be sure, he thought, opening his eyes and seeing that in front of him stood a certain beautiful Oriental woman looking at him with a smile. Hello. Hey, he screamed in fright when he saw her there. Don't shout, he pleaded, frowning at the sudden outburst. Hey Kaguya-san, what are you doing here? Bell asked nervously and embarrassed that an acquaintance had seen him playing the guitar. Well, I was on patrol and I saw you coming out of the music store with that guitar, so I decided to follow you, he answered honestly with a kind smile. Were you the person who was following me? Yes, I was curious to see what you were going to do with that guitar, and since I was bored, I decided to follow you, she replied, sitting down next to him on the bench. Nice song you played. Who taught you? My grandfather, he answered nervously because he was talking to her. It wasn't that he disliked him, but his presence always made him feel that way. It was as if he were judging him with his gaze, and every word he said was to analyze him or something like that. He was frightened by that sly, mocking smile that she always wore on that pretty face that pretended to be innocent. It was as if she was always planning something, and that scared him. So your grandfather taught you quite well, Kaguya said, looking at the guitar. May I hold it? Sure, but don't pull the strings too hard, he asked, handing over the guitar, a little scared that he was going to break it. Relax, I can control my strength, he said, taking it and looking at it closely. The guitar was completely black. Not that Bell liked that color, but it was the cheapest one in the store. After observing her for a while, Kaguya settled herself more comfortably and began to play a song, or at least that was the idea, since it wasn't coming out as she wanted. I thought it would be easier, he said, not very pleased that he hadn't been able to play the song. It's very difficult at first, but with time it becomes like another part of your body, Bell chuckled slightly at the sight of the woman's frustration. Do you know how to play any instruments, Kaguya-san? I don't know why, but I feel like you have a talent for one. Yes, as a child I learned to play the violin, it was like my hobby back then, she replied, remembering those times when she would lock herself in her room and play the instrument. Oh, the violin is an amazing instrument. I've always loved music played on the violin, Belle said, a little excited to be talking to someone about music. It was his second favorite thing after Heroes. You're right, it always calmed me down when I felt stressed, it was like a cure for me, the Asian woman whispered with a slight smile. I also wanted to learn to play the piano, but it turned out to be much more difficult than I thought, so I gave it up. What a shame, I'm sure I would have played beautiful songs on the piano. I wanted to try the drums, but I realized it wasn't for me, she laughed nervously, remembering that a neighbor in her town had one. And does Kagaya-san still play the violin? No, I stopped playing it a while ago. It's just sitting in a dusty corner of my room, he said, gently strumming the guitar strings. I don't know why, but I suddenly lost the joy of playing the violin, so I put it aside, though that doesn't change the fact that I really enjoyed those times. Yes, those are moments one remembers fondly, Belle whispered with a small smile, remembering his grandfather. It seems he had misjudged Kagaya. She was a very nice and kind girl, and besides, they had unintentionally found a topic of conversation. Music. His grandfather always told him not to judge a book by its cover, and he was right. Kagaya was still smiling slightly as she looked at the guitar until seconds later she opened her eyes in surprise. He had become so engrossed in the conversation that he had forgotten the main reason why he had approached the albino. He had to restart his investigation. Nice guitar, Kagaya said, handing the instrument to Belle. Why did you decide to buy one? Are you planning to sing a love song to the woman you secretly love? Yes, I mean no. He quickly changed his answer nervously. I just like playing the guitar and I decided to buy it to relive old times, nothing more. Ooh, interesting, the Oriental woman whispered with amusement at the albino's nervous expression. It seemed that he had truly found a new source of amusement in his life, which was to make fun of that scared boy. At first she disliked him when she saw his shy, scared and insecure face, but perhaps that would end up being fun for her. It's a good pastime. In a city full of lunatics like Arario, it's healthy to take your mind off things with music. Some people get so obsessed with the dungeon that they think of nothing else, Kagaya said, shaking her head slightly, knowing there were many like that in the city. And who are you going to sing a song to? I already told you I only bought it out of nostalgia, he whispered, feeling nervous again next to her. If you say so, but the expression you always wear makes you look like a lovesick fool, he said with a mocking little smile, embarrassing Belle. By the way, can you sing too? Well, my grandfather says I have a good voice, but I'm not so sure. You know how grandparents or parents usually say you're good at something, even if you're completely terrible at it, just to keep your spirits up, he replied with a nervous smile. But honestly, I feel like I can't sing. How about you sing something? Kagaya asked, smiling slightly. What? Sing. Yes, I'm a sincere and direct person, so I'll tell you the truth. Whether you sing well or you're complete garbage in that aspect, I explained with an innocent smile. The truth is, all I wanted was to laugh at him and embarrass him. I don't know, Belle said nervously, looking all around. What? Are you ashamed? Yes, very much so, he replied sincerely, looking at the other people who were in the park going about their business peacefully. Don't worry, you'll only sing for me. Everyone else is too busy with their own lives to pay attention, he said, trying to convince the rabbit. If you don't, you'll never know if you have the talent to sing. Honesty above all else. I'm not going to lie to you. Belle, still hesitant, looked at his guitar, wondering whether to sing or not. It is true that when he was a child and went down to the village with his grandfather, he would take out his old guitar to sing in the middle of the street, but he was just a child, he didn't care what others thought, he just wanted to have fun. But this was different now, since he already knew the feeling of shame and didn't want to experience that, much less make a fool of himself in front of that beautiful Oriental woman who had a face that would laugh at him at the slightest mistake he made. Don't be shy and just sing, Kagaya said, still smiling. Belle looked down again and thought about it. This would be a kind of test for him. She had to overcome her fears little by little. If he couldn't sing a simple song in a park full of strangers, he would never be able to tell Astrea his feelings. He no longer wanted to be an insecure boy. He wanted to be someone confident in himself, to be worthy of that beautiful goddess of justice. So I had to do it. Overcoming that shame and panic. Okay, I'll do it, Belle agreed, standing up. Perfect, I'm your only audience member, so I expect a good show, Kagaya said, eager to hear what she would sing and how. What are you going to sing? Belle, still standing, positioned himself in front of Kagaya, about 2 meters away from her, adjusting his guitar. I felt I sang better standing up. Well. Belle tried to remember a song until he recalled one of the many songs that a street performer used to sing in his town. I sang that song so many times that she unintentionally memorized it and she liked it too. I don't know what it's called, but it's a love song, he said, somewhat embarrassed. Oh. I hope I'm not bothering you. Not at all, in fact I'm eager to hear it, she said, settling into the bench and waiting for the little concert. And Bell, after arranging his guitar, closed his eyes to mentally prepare himself to sing. Come on Bell, do your best, don't make a fool of yourself, he thought, still nervous. Just imagine you're going to sing to Astrea Sama, yes. That'll bring out the best in me. And letting out a long sigh, Bell opened his eyes, causing Kagaya to be surprised by his gaze. He had changed. Now he had a confident and mature look. She was so surprised that a timid boy could have such a look. Okay, let's go. At that very moment, Bell began to slowly play the guitar, filling the park with a pleasant and beautiful melody, catching the attention of a few who were still there, turning to look at him. But Bell didn't care, now all his concentration was on the song, while he stared at Kagaya, who had stopped smiling to listen to him. I admit it, his guitar skills are very good, he thought, enjoying the pleasant melody. We just have to see if he has the voice too. After playing the guitar for a few seconds, Bell prepared to sing. And what happened surprised Kagaya. Leaving you hurts me more. Than ceasing to live. Your goodbye hurts me more. Than the worst punishment God could impose on me. The park, or at least the people closest to them, fell silent upon hearing Bell sing. And even more so Kagaya, not expecting that. This is it, thought the Oriental woman, unable to believe it. I can't and don't want to forget you. Nor do I intend to give myself to anyone. It would be useless to try to run away. Because wherever I go, I carry you inside me. Every word Bell uttered made passers-by stop to listen to him sing, throwing in a few comments. But Bell didn't care, his attention was only on Kagaya singing that song. He is singing a love song to his girlfriend. How beautiful. These were the comments made by some girls who were listening. It's very sweet, whispered an old woman next to her husband. He is very detail-oriented. Bell, without realizing it, was beginning to attract the attention of more people. You have been the love of my life. My world was blind until I found your light. I made your gestures, your laughter and your voice my own. Your words, your life and your heart. She has a beautiful voice, Kagaya thought, unable to believe it. Not only was the sound of the guitar pleasant, but so was his voice, and that was something I didn't expect. All thoughts of mockery vanished the moment I heard him sing. You have been the love of my life. You are still the love of my life. For the love of all that is holy, do not tear me away from you. On my knees I beg you, do not leave me like this. How romantic. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Other girls who were at the scene said so. Is he confessing? I'm just now realizing that he's singing to the Oriental woman from the Astrea family, that's something. Her voice is lovely. Even I'd loosen up. These were the comments that could be heard around them, the same comments that reached Kagaya. She unintentionally became nervous when she saw that people were starting to misinterpret everything, and the last thing she wanted was for there to be rumors about her going around. It would be annoying. Besides, the fact that Bell was looking at her with a gaze full of maturity, affection, and love was also making her nervous. The albino had gotten so into his role that he no longer knew what he was doing, focusing only on singing. And when I was about to sing again. Okay. Cut it there. Upon hearing those words, Bell stopped singing and playing the guitar and came out of his world, realizing that he was surrounded by a group of people. Ah, women, said a grumpy man. The boy tries to be romantic with her, and she stops him. Women no longer like men who pay attention to detail. I can't imagine the effort that boy put into his song, only for him to no longer want to sing it. How sad. That's not my friend. Bell began to feel nervous and embarrassed as he listened to people's comments, not knowing what to do. He had focused so much on singing that he didn't realize he had attracted a small number of people to him. And without meaning to, Kagaya also felt nervous, seeing that this meddlesome group of people wouldn't leave them alone. Let's go. So, taking the rabbit by the arm, I led it out of there and went to another part of the park where all those nosy people weren't jumping to conclusions without knowing anything about the subject. Unfortunately for both of them, and especially for Bell, they didn't realize that a certain beautiful goddess of justice had been in the audience, having heard Bell sing so passionately to Kagaya. But the Oriental tsundere and the mutant rabbit. Upon reaching another, slightly less crowded place, they were able to relax and let out a sigh. Can I ask what's wrong? Kagaya asked, frowning. What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. Better forget it, she whispered, shaking her head slightly. Kagaya quickly came to the conclusion that the albino had become so engrossed in his role as a singer that he hadn't realized what he had done. Sorry Kagaya-san, I put you in an awkward situation, she apologized with a nervous smile. Don't worry, I was the one who asked you to sing to start, she said while adjusting her hair. Well? So what? How did I do? Belle asked, eager to know the Oriental woman's opinion. At that moment Kagaya remembered that the main reason for all of this was to see if she could sing and make fun of him. Obviously, the teasing had completely disappeared. Kagaya-san. Kagaya looked away, a little embarrassed by what she was about to say, but she promised that she would be honest, and she had to keep her word. It's not the best voice I've ever heard, but you have a great talent for singing, he admitted, seeing Belle's eyes sparkle. Oh really? I just told you, he said wearily. Belle's eyes sparkled with happiness when he heard that. For a moment he doubted her talent, but Kagaya was a sincere girl. She wouldn't lie to him about that. Now that she knew she had a talent for singing, perhaps she would start writing an original song to dedicate to Astrea sometime soon. Of course, first I had to have the courage, but that would come later. Thank you for being honest with me, Kagaya-san. For a moment I thought I was bad at it, You're an idiot, you have the talent, you just need more confidence in yourself, he said, returning to his normal attitude. It's easy to say, she laughed nervously. Kagaya just curiously observed the boy's nervous attitude. He was nothing like the Belle who was singing a moment ago. He's a strange boy, she thought, smiling slightly. It seems he's not as hateful as I thought. His main objective was to find out if he was the boy from the letters, but unintentionally he ended up getting to know that troublesome albino a little better, although he didn't complain. It was part of the investigation after all. But I still feel like I've gotten a little rusty with the guitar, I'll have to keep practicing, Belle said, looking at his instrument. Well, good luck with that, Kagaya said, turning her back and starting to walk away. Where are you going? I asked, puzzled. I'm from the Justice family, remember? I stopped to chat with you to rest for a while, but I have to get back to patrolling, I explained, turning to look at him. Oh. That's right, sorry for distracting you. Don't worry, it wasn't long, she said with a slight smile. You know, now that we're allied families, you can join the patrols if you want. Just talk to Astrea-sama or allies, and you'll be paired with someone to help her. It's not that difficult. You can learn something from it, even though you're still quite inexperienced in the city. Gij lo penser con mi familia. It's your decision, he said, starting to walk. Thank you, Kagaya-san. It was nice talking to you. See you soon. The woman from the east, without stopping her walk, raised her hand in a farewell gesture without turning to look at him, entering the city to continue her patrol. In the end, her first day of research didn't turn out as she had hoped, but it was a start. She was sure that next time she would be able to gather more information. She just had to be patient. Meanwhile, the albino just watched her walk away with a slight smile. I misjudged her, Kagaya-san is a very nice girl, I hope to get to know her better, he thought with a slight smile. After that, I turned to look at the guitar with excitement. Well, I think it's best to go back to headquarters and talk to the guys about this. Maybe we can write a song together. Besides, I need to finish my letter. And with those thoughts, Belle turned around and began to walk away with an excited smile, having enjoyed his moment with her. Hours later. At the Astrea family headquarters, a certain Oriental woman threw herself onto her bed after a long day of patrolling. What a boring day, I whispered wearily. Aside from his conversation with Belle, the rest of the day had been full of boredom with nothing entertaining. It was always the same, although this time it was different thanks to the albino. Kagaya's memories brought back that moment in the park where Belle sang, perfectly remembering all the lyrics of that song. That fool really has a talent for singing, who would have thought it? He thought with amusement. Perhaps her initial opinion of him had changed a lot, but that didn't detract from her main objective in all of this. Maybe I didn't discover much today, but I'm sure he's hiding something. Now that I know he can sing in such a loving way, my suspicions increase. It's just like the cheesy words that mysterious boy writes in his letters. Just wait, bellcranel, I'll discover your secret. His entertainment with Belle had barely begun. After that, Kagaya just lay in her bed staring at the ceiling of her room, remembering Belle playing and singing with great affection. So, turning his gaze to a corner of his room, he saw a violin covered in dust. She slowly stood up and walked towards him to take him in her hands. I couldn't remember the last time I played it, but it was many years ago. After observing it for a few seconds, he walked back to his bed, took a cloth, and began to carefully remove all the dust from his instrument. She had very fond memories of him, and now she was regretting having left him abandoned in a corner of her room. When she finished cleaning it, she sat looking at the violin in her hands and then smiled. I think it wouldn't be bad to take up this hobby again, he thought nostalgically, settling into bed and beginning to play a beautiful melody that could be heard throughout his room and in the hallway outside. Seeing Belle play with such enthusiasm had awakened that emotion she had felt in the past when playing that instrument. With a smile, I try to replicate that song that Belle played in the park, and I'm able to do it perfectly. He might not have been able to play the guitar, but he had enormous talent with the violin, being able to play any song just by listening to it, and he could play it much better if he liked the song. And the beautiful way she was playing the violin made it more than obvious that she had liked the song the albino played. Yes, I think I'll take up this hobby again, he thought with his eyes closed, concentrating on the melody he was playing. It's relaxing. Her first day of research didn't go as she expected, but she wasn't complaining either. Thanks to that, he had recovered his passion for playing the violin, something he had lost years ago. You're an interesting guy, bellcranel, he thought with a slight smile, still playing. I'm sure I'll find out your secret. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Misunderstandings. We find ourselves at the headquarters of the Astrea family where all the vigilante girls were starting a new day. And in the dining room were two girls glancing sideways at their goddess with a touch of concern. They were Noin and Astrea. What's wrong with Astrea-sama? Noin whispered, watching his goddess cook. I don't know, but I'm starting to worry, Astrea whispered, looking at his goddess with concern. Many would probably think they were worrying about nothing, since all Astrea was doing was preparing breakfast for all her daughters as she did every morning, nothing to worry about. But the reason for his concern was in his way of acting. Astrea usually cooked with a beautiful smile on her face while humming a song, creating a pleasant atmosphere around her. But now it was different. Now she just wore a dull expression while preparing breakfast and wasn't humming a song, she was just remaining silent. And that pleasant atmosphere around him was not there. Obviously, her daughters would be worried. Something is definitely going on, Noin said suspiciously. I felt she was a little different last night, but now her sadness is much more noticeable, Astrea whispered, not liking to see Astrea like this. What do you think happened to her? Isn't it obvious? What has been the reason for your happiness these past few weeks? Both girls turned to look at each other and squinted. The boy with the letters, they both whispered at the same time. I knew it, I knew that boy would end up hurting her, Noin whispered angrily. But tomorrow is Monday and she receives the letters every Monday, I don't think it's because of him I think said the dwarf, not very sure. Then tell me, genius, what else could put Astrea-sama in that state? Exactly, nothing. I suspect it has to be related to him he said, narrowing his eyes again. But what? I don't think Astrea-sama will tell us anything. Bye-bye. Ah. Both girls screamed in fright when they heard a shout behind them, turning around to see that it was their lively captain. Allies? The two shouted angrily. That's me. Your incredible and perfect cape. Iridide's words were cut short as a glass flew out and hit her on the head. Ouch, he complained. The three of them turned their gaze to the person who threw the glass at them, seeing that it was Astrea, who had a serious expression. Please girls, don't make too much noise, I'm cooking, Astrea asked in a soft voice. Although I spoke softly and kindly, the three of them felt a little scared. We won't talk anymore, the three promised, taking a step back. Upon hearing that, Astrea turned her attention back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Allies, you idiot, Noin scolded. But I haven't done anything, I always greet her that way every morning, and she's never complained, the Iridide defended herself, not understanding why her goddess acted this way. Something doesn't add up here, Astrea whispered. Something must have happened for Astrea-sama to act like this. What are you talking about? Allies asked. You're welcome, Captain. You'd better go back to your room and play with your stuffed animals. Hey. I stopped playing with them a year ago. Girls. The three stood at attention when they heard their goddess calling them. And? If you're not doing anything, could you go and tell the others that breakfast is ready? She asked politely. Of course, Astrea-sama. And quickly the three of them ran out, leaving their goddess alone in the kitchen. When Astrea was left alone, she let out a soft sigh and continued with what she was doing. Although he involuntarily recalled the events of yesterday that he witnessed in the park, such as Belle singing to Kaguya with deep love. Thinking about it hurt him. I guess I was wrong. You're not the boy from the letters, she thought with a slight, sad smile. This is what happens when I jump to conclusions. Minutes later. Now they were all gathered in the dining room enjoying the delicious breakfast that their goddess had prepared. Or at least that's how it should be. After taking their first bite of their pancakes, the girls turned to look at each other with puzzled expressions. Beanie said, surprised. It's like something's missing, Iska whispered. Something very important, said Rihanna. Yes, said Lyra. After looking at each other for a few seconds, they all nodded at the same time. She lacks love, they all thought, noticing the absence of that important ingredient. What's wrong? Does the food taste bad? Astrea asked, worried when she saw that her daughters weren't eating. Not at all. It's delicious. And so as not to worry her, they decided to lie and continue eating. Although they had forgotten that one could not lie to the gods. Did I prepare the food wrong? The goddess thought, unable to believe it. The Astrea-sama, Kaguya called, looking at her pancakes. What's going on? I asked, glancing sideways at the Asian woman. Why are all the pancakes in good condition except for mine? They're burnt. As Kaguya said those words, she lifted her plate, showing her pancakes, and everyone could see that they were indeed almost completely burnt. Kaguya, I'm sorry. The goddess quickly apologized, standing up and taking the plate from the Asian woman. I'm really sorry. I didn't realize. And the worst part is that he was serious. She didn't even realize when she burned the Asian woman's food. Don't worry Astrea-sama, it was just a mistake said Kaguya, seeing how sorry her goddess was for burning her food. I'm sorry Kaguya, here, eat my pancakes and as a way of apologizing, Astrea offered her food to her daughter. Don't bother, after all I wasn't hungry he politely refused, not wanting to leave his goddess without her food. Astrea would have insisted, but seeing that Kaguya told the truth about not being hungry, she decided not to insist, although she would still prepare them for her again. Just wait a few minutes, I'll bring you some more, and with those words the goddess stood up and went to the kitchen to prepare some new pancakes for Kaguya. When the girls were left alone in the dining room, they began to discuss the important topic. There's no doubt about it, something's wrong with Astrea-sama, Noin said seriously. I've noticed she's been acting strange since yesterday afternoon. And for the first time, she prepared breakfast without love Nice whispered dejectedly. How painful. Perhaps she's sick Ally suggested. The gods can't get sick, silly, Lyra said, shaking her head slightly. So? Why is he acting so strange? Rihanna asked. Am I the only one who notices the problem? It's because of the letter boy. Noin exclaimed. All these weeks Astrea-sama has been in good spirits and sighing with joy over those letters, and now she's suddenly despondent. There's no other explanation. That's a good point, but we don't even know who that boy is to verify if he's the culprit, Iska whispered. If he harms our goddess, I will kill him, Nice threatened. I doubt it, Kaguya said, drawing everyone's attention. I don't think it's that boy since no letter has arrived. Exactly. That's what I said the dwarf. So? Mariu asked, very confused. What's the reason for his strange behavior? The girls remained silent while eating their breakfast, except for Kaguya, wondering what was bothering their goddess, but no matter how much they thought, they couldn't reach an acceptable conclusion. I still think he's the boy from the letters Noin whispered. I think it's related to him but not directly, I don't know if I'm explaining myself well, Salty commented somewhat doubtfully. Maybe, Allies whispered, her eyes squinting. Or perhaps we're overthinking it Ryu said calmly. I'm worried about Astrea-sama, but I'm sure we all act strangely at some point, even when nothing's wrong. It happens to me very often, Iska said. Mainly when I'm showering, I go into a trance for more than half an hour, thinking about what I'm doing with my life. Now I understand why the hot water runs out so quickly Asta whispered. But it's very rare for this to happen to Astrea-sama Nice said. I think it's best to leave the matter here, and if hours pass and Astrea-sama's behavior hasn't changed, we'll have to take action, Ally said. For now, we shouldn't bother her. That sounds good to me, today is a day off so we should let it go for a while and see what happens Lyra agreed. The rest just nodded slightly, watching their goddess in the kitchen preparing Kaguya's food. Changing the subject Kaguya Mariu called, looking at the oriental woman. What? Is it just me, or were you playing the violin all afternoon yesterday? She asked curiously. That's right. Allies exclaimed, remembering. I was so surprised to hear the melody in your room. I thought you'd stopped playing it. Well, yes, I had given it up years ago she whispered, lowering her gaze with a slight smile. But strange, what made you play again? Nice asked, finishing his breakfast. Geez. The guy's memories brought back images of her with Belle in the park, with him singing and playing the guitar with great passion. Let's just say the desire to continue with that hobby returned, he said simply. I realized it would be a waste not to keep playing the violin besides, it relaxes me, so don't be surprised if you see me calmly playing the violin in the living room. Wow, I'm happy for you Kaguya, you played beautifully Salty praised with a small smile. Thank you, although it's obvious she said proudly. I wish I could play an instrument, but it's so difficult, Mariu whispered. Kaguya has great talent. I can play the triangle. Allies exclaimed. Triangle? They all said, surprised. Yes. You know, that little triangle-shaped thing that you hit with a stick, Why are you looking at me like that? While they continued chatting, Kaguya waited calmly for her food, remembering the events of the previous day with Belle. I was really surprised that that fool can sing so well, he thought with amusement. I wonder if you're hiding any other secrets, little rabbit. Then he turned his gaze to his goddess who was still cooking with that disheartened expression. I wonder why she's like this? She thought curiously. Wait, Astrea-sama has been acting like this since yesterday, after we all finished our patrol. There could be so many reasons for their goddess's bad mood, or as Ryu said, it could be something temporary for her. But unintentionally, the Oriental woman reached a certain conclusion. Ah. Huh. What's wrong, Kagaya? Nise asked, noticing her friend's reaction. I think I'm to blame for Astrea-sama's bad mood, he confessed, causing more than one of them to let out a sound of surprise. You? What did you do to him? Lyra asked, puzzled and unable to understand. The guy remained silent, processing that information. It's likely Astrea-sama was among the audience in the park, though I didn't notice because I was watching Belle, he thought, touching his chin with a finger. But it doesn't make sense for her to get so upset about it. She's interested in the card boy. He didn't see the point of it. He seriously doubted that his goddess was the kind of woman who was interested in two men at the same time, but he didn't understand why she showed interest in the card-playing boy and at the same time was discouraged by the closeness she had with Belle in the park. I couldn't understand it. Unless she thought, slowly opening her eyes in surprise. That Astrea-sama also suspects that Belle is the boy from the cards, which is why she's interested in both of them because she thinks they're the same person. Exactly. Damn it, Kagaya, you're a great detective. The girls just stared in bewilderment at the way the Asian girl was acting, oblivious to what she was thinking. That's the only explanation for why I'm so sad seeing Belle singing in front of me in the park. I'm jumping to the wrong conclusions, he continued, glancing at his goddess who was finishing preparing her meal. Interesting. I can get some juicy information out of this. I need to talk to Astrea-sama. Kagaya. Nise called, surprised to see that her friend remained silent. Girls, it's best if you leave this to me, I'll talk to Astrea-sama, said the Oriental woman, looking at everyone. Huh? So you're really the one to blame? Rihanna asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm not sure, that's why I'll talk to Astrea-sama, but I ask you to leave the headquarters for a while, so I can chat with her for a bit. The girls were surprised by the request, but if their friend could eliminate their goddess's bad mood, they would do it. Well, after all, I had planned to go shopping for clothes with Iska, Rihanna agreed. And I was planning to buy a bigger mirror for my room, Ally said. And I'm gunpowder, said Lyra. So the girls went on to say what their plans were for that day, leaving Kagaya satisfied since she could talk calmly with her goddess. Kagaya called. What? I don't know what you did to make Astrea-sama like this, but I trust it was just a mistake since you wouldn't be capable of hurting her, so I'll leave this in your hands. I hope that when we return, Astrea-sama will be alright, Nise said, showing the confidence she had in her friend. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to make sure you're okay. Although he wanted to eliminate that bad mood in his goddess, his other objective was to gather information about the boy with the cards and about his goddess's possible interest in Belle. It was a perfect time for his research. The sound of a plate hitting the table caught everyone's attention, seeing that it was Astrea who had already arrived with the Oriental woman's food. I'm sorry for burning your food, Kagaya. I don't know what came over me, Astrea apologized regretfully. No problem, Astrea-sama, said the Asian woman with a small smile, noticing that the pancakes were in good condition this time. Thank you for the food. Astrea, now a little more relieved to have given her daughter her food, returned to her seat to eat her pancakes in silence. The girls looked at each other once more and nodded before continuing with what they were doing. This will be interesting, Kagaya thought with a small smile, enjoying her pancakes. It's true, they lack love. Later. An hour after breakfast, and as the girls had promised, they each left the headquarters to do their own things, leaving Kagaya and Astrea alone. The goddess was in the living room sitting on a sofa reading a book. She always did the same thing, read a little, and then go to work in her garden or go for a walk. It was a quiet life. And Kagaya was also in the room cleaning her katana, sitting on another sofa near Astrea. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his goddess, specifically at the book he was reading, and upon seeing the title, he had an anime-style sweat drop. How to Beat Your Rival in Love. Written by Juvia Loxer. What a title, Kagaya thought with a touch of amusement. The truth is, it didn't seem strange to him that Astrea was reading that book. She read everything, no matter how strange it was, whether it was about how to be a good assassin or children's stories. If I was at the Astrea headquarters, I would read it. Weren't you going out with the other Kagayas? And without taking her eyes off the book, Astrea calmly asked that question when she saw that her daughter was the only one who hadn't left. No, today is a relaxed day, so I'll maintain my sword. Maybe I'll go out for a while this afternoon, he replied, going back to cleaning his sword. I understand, she whispered, continuing her reading. They both fell silent after that short conversation, making the Asian woman smile with amusement. Let's see what happens, he thought. This is taking it to the extreme, thought Astrea, surprised as she read certain things in the book. I don't know, maybe I'll go see Belle this afternoon, I'm not sure, said Kagaya in a somewhat animated tone of voice. Kagaya chuckled softly as she watched Astrea's expression shift for a few seconds to one of discomfort before she instantly hit it. Bingo. Belle? I didn't know you two were close, Astrea said, looking a little surprised by it as she put the book she was reading aside. He's a good kid although a bit stupid. Belle isn't stupid. I mean, he's not like that, he's just a bit dense, she corrected herself, a little embarrassed by her reaction. Although it's strange that you're close to him, 3 days ago when we signed the alliance you didn't say a word to him, and now you say you're going to see him, it's odd. Haha Astrea-sama, some people become good friends in just 1 day or maybe even more, she whispered with amusement. It wasn't like Kaguya to joke around with her goddess like that, but for some reason she was enjoying seeing her expressions. Well, I'm glad you two get along well, that's the goal of alliances, to form a good relationship between both families, Astrea congratulated with a slight smile. Yes, at first I didn't like him, but he turned out to be a very interesting person, a real surprise. Did you know he can sing well? You've known him for a while, so I imagine you already knew that. He has a beautiful voice. And the reason why I believed Astrea was discouraged came to light. Does he know how to sing? Astrea asked, feigning surprise. That's strange, even though I've known him for a long time, he never mentions that talent. Obviously Astrea never knew about Belle's talent since the albino was ashamed to show it to her, but the goddess felt a little hurt by not knowing that. She believed she was close to Belle, that they were good friends since they met on that curious day, but perhaps only she thought that. If it had been under other circumstances, Astrea would have thought that Belle was simply ashamed to reveal his secret, but seeing him that day in the park singing so lovingly to Kaguya, she became saddened. Perhaps it wasn't such a secret of his and he simply didn't reveal it to her because he didn't trust her. Or maybe it was because he was interested in Kaguya and wanted to impress her with a song. Young men really like to impress girls with things like that. Okay, I'm not liking this anymore, Kaguya thought, her small smile fading as she watched her goddess's calm expression crumble into a sad one, though she tried hard to maintain it. I think I went too far with the jokes. I suppose he sang you a song, right? Astrea asked with a slight smile. I'm glad you're starting to get along with him. I know you, Kaguya. I know very well that you tend to tease men a lot, but I ask you to treat Belle well. He's a good boy, and if he sang you a song, it's perhaps because he cares about you. You're wrong. He didn't sing me a song, Kaguya said, letting out a tired sigh. The truth is, I saw him coming out of a store with a guitar and decided to follow him. I was curious since he's from an allied family, and I wanted to get to know him better. After an interesting conversation, the topic of our musical talents came up, and that's when he told me that his grandfather used to say he had a talent for singing, even though that fool thinks he only said it out of pity. Yes, that sounds very Belle-like, Astrea whispered, recognizing the albino's behavior. The point is that I insisted over and over again that he sing a song, even though he refused, but after so much insistence from me he finally agreed, although in reality all I wanted was to make fun of him. Kaguya said, Astrea with a disapproving look. Yes, I know, but you know how I am, and you have to admit that that rabbit is a good target for making fun of, if you know him, you know it's true. Well, I'd better keep my opinion to myself, I whispered, looking away, unable to deny it. Belle was a kind and shy boy, so as Kaguya said, he was a good target for all those kinds of people. Astrea felt happy to have met him that day when he robbed her because she was afraid to think what would have happened to him if he had continued that way. Probably someone would have scammed or kidnapped him. But in the end, the silly fool proved me wrong, showing he had a good voice. It's rare for me to praise someone, but I have to admit, he can sing very well, she said, remembering that song. Although he got lost in his own world, singing and didn't notice the people around him, who started jumping to conclusions without knowing anything. They're truly idiots. Kaguya wouldn't be surprised if there were already rumors about her and Belle in the city, and she hated it, but there was nothing else to do but simply ignore them. And that would be it. After she sang, we went somewhere else to avoid all those annoying people, and after that little chat, we said goodbye. That would be it. Astrea remained silent, processing the information and feeling a great sense of relief appear in her heart. But at the same time he was confused. Why are you giving me so many explanations? Astrea asked, puzzled. No problem. I just wanted to tell you how lively my day was yesterday. You wanted us to meet the Hestia Familia, and that's what I did, she replied with her typical, I'm not doing anything wrong smile. Astrea just narrowed her eyes. Her daughter was lying and giving him a strange look. What she didn't lie about was Belle. Nothing had really happened. She had simply forced him to sing, and he had agreed. Knowing Belle, it was more than obvious that he would accept because of the pressure. But he still felt that Kaguya was hiding something, and that made him curious. But it doesn't matter. I understand. Astrea said, her charming smile returning. I'm glad you're making the effort to meet our allied family. Hestia's children are good kids, so I hope you all get along. Of course. Invite Belle to patrol with us sometime if he wants. Nothing interesting will happen, but we'll get to know each other better, Kagaya said with a touch of amusement, seeing how her goddess's spirits had returned. At first I didn't believe it, but now I have it 100% confirmed. Although I still ask you not to play too many pranks on Belle, I know he's an easy target, but I know you can ignore the feeling of wanting to play a prank. Don't worry Astrea-sama, I won't bother you. He's lying again, thought Astrea with a touch of amusement. She would begin to mentally apologize to Belle, since it seemed Kagaya had found another object of ridicule besides Ryu. It seems I'm jumping to conclusions, the goddess thought, looking at Kagaya, who had turned her attention back to her sword. I know I want my daughters to get to know him and see that he's a good boy, but it still makes me a little uncomfortable. It's weird. Astrea had never felt all those kinds of feelings before. It was all new to her since she met the rabbit. But now she felt relieved, knowing that it was all a mistake on her part and nothing was happening between her daughter and the albino. Well, it was nice talking to you Kagaya, now I'm going to my garden to do some work, if you leave the headquarters let me know. Sure, no problem. And with that said, the goddess stood up with a small smile and walked towards the exit of the room. Astrea-sama. But before she could leave, Kagaya stopped her, saying her name. What? She asked curiously. Kagaya slowly turned around to look at her with a curious expression. Is it just me, or were you jealous? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing that question, Astrea remained silent, processing it while looking at the Oriental woman who was still waiting for her answer. Without saying anything, Astrea took the doorknob and opened it, ready to leave the room. But before leaving, he answered her question. Yes, a bit. And with that said, the goddess left the room, leaving Kagaya alone, who simply smiled upon hearing the answer. I understand, Kagaya whispered, settling back on the sofa and looking at her sword. I can't believe it. She had had her suspicions since that meeting between families with her being near the albino, but they weren't enough proof. But now, I whispered with a slight smile. His own goddess had just confirmed it with those last words. Astrea was in love with Belle. His goddess had fallen in love with that silly, shy, and indecisive albino. I still couldn't believe it. What did that idiot do? He thought, seeing his reflection in the edge of his sword. He knew his goddess wouldn't just fall in love with a man like that. That talking rabbit had to do something to get her attention and win her heart. But how? During that conversation she had with him in the afternoon, she realized that he was a very indecisive boy and that he couldn't hold a conversation without stuttering even once in front of a woman. How did someone with that personality manage to win her over? He had to do something, because I couldn't see any other explanation. Well, at least one of the mysteries is solved. Astrea-sama is in love with Belle, and if she's interested in the card boy, it's because she also suspects he's him, she thought, touching her chin with a finger. Now all that's left is to find out if that boy is that rabbit, which I'm absolutely certain he is. He couldn't easily give in. Although he had liked the albino in their first conversation, it was still not enough information. She had to investigate him further and see if he was the right guy for her goddess, now that she knew she was interested in him. And for that she had to get close to Belle. Watching him from the shadows wouldn't get her very far. In short, she had to become a kind of friend so that he would trust her and show or discover what she truly was. For a moment she thought about telling the other girls, but in the end she decided to keep it to herself and investigate on her own. My investigation is just beginning, he thought, amused and still wondering what that rabbit had done to attract his goddess. I hope it doesn't turn out that you've been hiding your true personality behind the facade of a super intelligent womanizing guy. I definitely have to uncover your secret. Meanwhile, with a smart Casanova-like boy. Parker. Belle and Welf shouted, standing on a cliff on the 16th floor of the dungeon, while Makoto cheered them on excitedly, and Lily shook her head in disappointment behind them. Their goal. Jump to the other side of the cliff, which was 10 meters away. Parker. And with that last scream Welf prepared to jump, but at that moment the place where he was standing detached and began to fall into the void. Welf. Belle shouted, grabbing the Redeed's hand before he fell. Don't let go. And why the hell would he let me go? The Redeed shouted. Come on Belle Dono. It's your turn to jump. Help me, Makoto-san. Meanwhile, Lily just watched them from behind, shaking her head slightly. Now I can confirm it, the Astrea family benefits absolutely nothing from having an alliance with us, she thought, disappointed in her friends and relieved that there was no one around to see the ridiculous thing they were doing. Returning to the Astrea family. The day went by and the girls slowly made their way back to headquarters and the first thing they saw was their goddess in the kitchen preparing some snacks for them with her classic happy smile while humming a song. Then they walked to the room where their Oriental friend was calmly playing the violin, although she stopped when she saw them enter. Hey Kagaya, what did you do? Nise asked curiously. What do you mean? Kagaya asked, hitting Lyra's hand as she tried to play her violin. This morning Astrea-sama was very down, and now she's back to her usual self. Was it really your fault she was sad? The curious wolf asked. Something like that, but nothing a chat between us can't fix. Now everything's sorted out, so there's nothing to worry about, she said with a small smile. So what was the problem? Allies asked. Yes, tell me, I'm curious, Rihanna asked. Nope, I denied with a small smile. What do you mean, no? Nguyen asked, frowning. There's nothing to worry about, besides, they'll probably find out what was happening in the future, but for now they don't need to know. I hate it when you act mysterious, Nice complained. But fine, I won't insist. Well, if it were something really bad, I highly doubt Kagaya would hide it from us, so I'll trust her, said Maryu. Not me, the last time I trusted her I ended up with 3 broken ribs, Nguyen said. It was a training session. That's no excuse. Girls, I've made some cookies. Astrea arrived in the room with a plate full of cookies for all her daughters. Maryu, the tea is in the kitchen. Can you bring it? Of course, Astrea-sama. All the others took a cookie and took a bite. And the moment they tasted it, tears of happiness escaped from their eyes. It tastes like love. They all thought happily. Is something wrong? Astrea asked, confused by their reactions. Nothing's wrong, Kagaya said with an amused smile. It just makes us happy to see her back to her old self. Oh, that, I whispered with a nervous smile, aware that I hadn't prepared breakfast properly in the morning. Sorry for worrying you, it won't happen again. As long as I don't misunderstand things. Astrea felt a little embarrassed when she heard what the Oriental woman had said. Misunderstanding? Allies asked curiously. It's nothing important, Astrea quickly denied. Oh. Maryu has already come with the tea, drink and relax. While Kagaya just watched her goddess with a small smile, she found it amusing to see her behave like this. Well, another letter arrives tomorrow, just like every week, she thought, watching her friends talk. If I want to catch him, I have to see him put that letter in the mailbox, so I'll keep watch until morning. I'm sure I'll catch you tomorrow. In the end, your secret won't be so hard to uncover, bellcranel. The guy already took her victory for granted and knew she would discover that mysterious boy. Without knowing that it would be more difficult than she thought. End of chapter. Chapter 6. Failure. It was night in the city of Arario, and it was almost midnight. And at a certain headquarters of the Justice family, a beautiful Oriental woman came out of her home and calmly looked at the courtyard covered by the moonlight. In one hand he carried a thermos full of hot coffee, and in the other, he had a bag of cookies left over from those prepared by his goddess. Their goal? Stand guard all night and see the exact moment Belle placed that blessed letter in the mailbox. Because yes, it was him. In her mind, she blindly believed it was him. It's going to be a long night, so I'd better come prepared, she thought, looking at her thermos full of coffee and her bag of cookies. But first. I walked calmly out of the building, gently opening the gates and going to the side where the mailbox was, to open it and check if there was a letter. And it was empty. Okay, I need to be alert. And with those thoughts she went back into the courtyard of the headquarters and went to hide in a place where the albino could not see her, but she could see him. It was perfect to catch him red-handed. You'll see, Belle, I'll discover your secret, she thought with a small smile of excitement, taking a sip of her coffee and eating a cookie. She was enjoying doing that. It had been years since she had been entertained by something, and now this matter of the letter was a kind of challenge for her to not rest until she figured it out. Sure, it was fun as long as she didn't fail, because if they made fun of her in any way, the fun would disappear. She had to be one step ahead of that mysterious boy. She would catch him no matter what. Now all that's left is to wait, he thought, relaxing in his hiding place and eating his cookies and drinking his coffee. The rest of the family were all asleep in their respective rooms, with Kagaya being the only one still awake. I just hoped it would be worth it since I was sacrificing sleep. Meanwhile, in Astrea's room. She left a book on her nightstand after reading it for a while. She liked to read before going to sleep. Doing that relaxed her. Well, tomorrow will be a new day, the goddess thought, pulling the covers over her body and gazing at the ceiling with a small smile. Tomorrow is Monday. I wonder what you'll say in this new letter, mysterious boy. And with those thoughts and a beautiful smile on her face, Astrea closed her eyes, eager for it to be daytime again. The next day. 5 in the morning. It was still a little dark in the city, but dawn wouldn't be long in coming, and in the courtyard of the headquarters, in a certain hiding place, Kagaya was still sitting with small dark circles under her eyes, no longer having any coffee or cookies with her. She hadn't closed her eyes at any point so as not to miss even the smallest detail, but nothing had happened. Astrea-sama gets up at 6 in the morning to check her mail, there's still another hour to go, she thought, convinced that the boy would appear. Because if he didn't show up, he would feel like he had just wasted his time all night. I know he'll appear, he thought, beginning to lose patience. The minutes passed in that place and the darkness gradually disappeared, illuminated only slightly by the small rays of sunlight that were beginning to appear. Gaia focused all her attention as she watched a man approach the headquarters carrying a large bag. I knew him, he was the city postman, from the Hermes family by the way. The Asian woman just watched attentively as the guy took a few envelopes out of his huge bag and, after verifying that they were the correct ones, put them in the mailbox and left. Curious, Kagaya came out of her hiding place and walked towards the mailbox to see those letters. I highly doubt that mysterious boy would send his letter with the postman, she thought, seriously doubting that he was there. Upon arriving at the mailbox, he opened it, seeing that there were 4 letters inside, and took one in his hands. Let's see what they are, she thought curiously, beginning to read what the envelope said. The first one, a lawsuit against Lyra for terrorism ruled out. As she said those words, she threw the letter back into the mailbox and began to look at the other one. Those people from that stupid company are charging Noin money because he never finishes paying for the wardrobe he bought discarded. I throw the envelope into the mailbox again and pick up another one. The letter from Lion's parents to that silly elf discarded. I'm surprised they even remembered her. I'm also putting it in the mailbox. Oh. Gaia was slightly surprised to see the last letter, but not because it was from that boy, but because it was from the goddess Freya. The ball will be held at his headquarters in a month and he's inviting everyone a month in advance, so they have time for that day. Only the god and one of his children can attend. Interesting, I hope it's a better party than that boring thing the god Apollo threw and discarded. And out of boredom I throw away the last envelope and close the mailbox. It seems he didn't send a letter, I whispered, frowning slightly. Will he not send a letter this time? He was really surprised, since she had been sending letters without fail every week and he seriously doubted she would stop. There's still half an hour until Astrea comes out to check the mail, there's still time. And with those thoughts, Kagaya returned to her hiding place to see if she could catch that mysterious boy, waiting for him to appear. That wretch has to show up, I wasn't up all night for nothing, she thought, frowning. Half an hour later. Half an hour had passed and it was exactly 6 o'clock, the time when his goddess went out to check the mail. And the damned boy didn't show up. That's strange, Kagaya thought, puzzled. Did he discover me? Impossible, I hid very well. All of this seemed very strange to Kagaya. Why wouldn't she send a letter today of all days? Had she given up? I doubt it. They've been very persistent to give up just like that, he thought, touching his chin with a finger. So why? At that moment, the doors of the headquarters opened and Astrea emerged with a slight smile, heading towards the post office. Oh dear, she'll be very disappointed to see that she didn't receive a letter this time, thought Kagaya, emerging from her hiding place and feeling a little sorry for her goddess. I hope she doesn't get sad. While thinking that, he watched his goddess taking out the envelopes to see who they belonged to. But the first 2 cards she shook her head slightly disappointed, they were probably Lyra and Noin's. With the 3rd card she smiled a little, it was Ryu's parents. With the 4th card she opened her eyes a little surprised, she probably didn't expect that dance from Freya, and with the 5th card she smiled with joy. 5th. The 5th card. Kagaya thought, puzzled. As far as I remember, there were only 4 cards. How is this possible? Oh Kagaya, good morning, Astrea greeted, walking back towards headquarters with the cards in her hands, noticing her daughter's presence. You got up early today. Why yes, he said with a shocked expression. Is that? Yes, it's another letter for me, she said with a happy smile. I'll be in my room reading it. I'll go out in half an hour to make breakfast. And without losing her smile, Astrea entered the headquarters, leaving the Oriental woman alone in the courtyard with a perplexed expression. I didn't understand it. There were only 4 cards. 4 damned letters. There wasn't a 5th one. I was sure there wasn't a 5th letter. Gradually, the veins on Kagaya's face became more prominent, changing from an expression of surprise to one filled with anger. When did he do it? She screamed, filled with rage, unable to believe it. He didn't take his damn eyes off the mailbox. How did he do it? Kagaya was filled with rage. She felt like they had mocked her to her face without her realizing it. She didn't know how, but that boy had managed to deceive her. They had made her look like a fool. A stupid girl who hid all night and into the early morning waiting for something that never came. Well, I did arrive, but he didn't even notice. They saw her stupid face. You damned wretch, this is personal now, Kagaya whispered through gritted teeth. Think you're so clever? Well, let's see how long that lasts. If he took it seriously before, now he takes it even more seriously. It was no longer just for entertainment, but because their pride had been wounded. It was the biggest deception he had ever received in his entire life. As she said, that was already personal. Let's see how long you can hide, he thought with a slight crooked smile. I'll find you, you wretch. And with those thoughts, Kagaya returned to headquarters to play the violin and relieve some of the anger and stress that this had caused her. Maybe he saw her face once, but he wouldn't get to do it a second time. I couldn't allow it. But that big doubt still lingered in his mind. How did he do it? But this certain albino. Thank you very much for lending it to me. At the door of the Hermes family headquarters, Asfi took a helmet in his hands and looked curiously at Belle. It really helped me a lot, laughed the albino under the girl's watchful gaze. It's not that I didn't trust you, since I'm sure you didn't do anything wrong, that's why I lent it to you, but I'm very curious why you wanted Hades's helmet, Asfi asked curiously. I think he should have asked me that when I asked to borrow it. I know, but you showed up here at 4 in the morning when I was still half asleep, so I just gave it to you, Asfi said, a little embarrassed since she hadn't even asked why she wanted it and had just handed over the dangerous object. I hope you haven't done anything wrong. Not at all. I simply wanted to go unnoticed by a certain guard, he said with a nervous smile. Guardian? What trouble are you in now, bellcranel? Asfi asked, narrowing her eyes. If you're in serious trouble, I'd like to help you. It's nothing bad, I swear. Fine, I'll believe you. Good. Now pay me, he said, extending his hand. Don't think it will be free, you had it for 2 hours, so I'll charge you 40,000 valis, but since it's you I'll only charge you 15,000. But that wasn't in the contract. Technically, I've already become a sort of collaborator with you, and if you get into serious trouble with someone, I'll also be guilty for collaborating with my helmet, so at least I want to gain something from it. That makes sense, and with a heavy heart, Bell took out the last 15,000 valis he had in his frog wallet and gave them to Asfi. He had to go back to the dungeon to earn more money. Well, if you need help with anything you know where to find me, I just ask that you don't bring your problems to me. Gee, thank you Asfi-san. You're welcome, have a nice day. And with those words the girl closed the door, leaving the albino alone. It was worth it, he thought, clenching his fists. Hades's helmet saved me. Luckily, Kagaya-sen was more focused on her sight than her hearing, so she didn't hear me coming. It was close. Belle was surprised to see that Kagaya suspected him. The Oriental woman would have discovered him if it weren't for a certain detail. Belle wasn't alone. He had an important ally infiltrated in the Astrea family. Someone who had recently become an ally and who provided him with information. If it weren't for that person, Kagaya would have discovered his secret. Fortunately, he arrived prepared with Hades's helmet. Kagaya-san suspects me, he thought worriedly as he walked home. And I highly doubt Hades's helmet will work on her a second time. Belle was nervous. He never thought that of all the girls, Kagaya would suspect him, although he began to believe that when she approached him in the park. I have to be more careful or she'll find out. Things had become complicated for Belle, but that didn't mean he was going to give up. He wasn't ready to confess to Astrea yet, so he had to keep his identity hidden. Meanwhile, he had to devise new ways to avoid being discovered. Although it would be difficult with Kagaya. In Astrea's room. Dear Astrea. I hope this letter finds you in a moment of peace and happiness. Let me express what I've longed to tell you. Over the past few days, I've silently watched your week unfold, yearning for the moment I can be by your side and share every moment with you. Although fate has kept us apart until now, my heart beats to the rhythm of your presence, even from afar. Every time I see you, I feel a profound connection that transcends words. Your mere existence illuminates my path and fills my days with meaning. I want you to know that in this sea of uncertainty, you have been my beacon, guiding me with your light toward the hope and the dream of a possible tomorrow together. Your smile is the melody that caresses my thoughts, and your eyes, two bright stars that mesmerize me with their brilliance. I long for the day I can reveal myself to you, without hiding the admiration and affection I hold deep within my soul. Know that even though you don't yet know my name, my heart beats in unison with yours, creating an invisible yet palpable bond between us. May each passing day bring you joy and moments of serenity. I will always eagerly await the moment our paths cross, and I can express to you in person all that I confess to you today in these lines. With all my love and admiration. How corny, but I like it. With a small smile, Astrea gently placed the letter on the bed after reading it. I didn't know how, but that mysterious boy always found new compliments directed at her with each new letter. He was cute, very cute. I can't assume it's you because the person in the letter sounds very different from what you've shown me. In her eyes, Belle was a shy, innocent, kind, and very nervous boy, unlike the boy in the letter who sounded like someone flirtatious, self-assured, very romantic, and direct. They were so different. But deep down in her heart she believed she was Belle. However different they were, he knew that a person could write what they truly felt in a letter, rather than express it directly. So the idea that that boy was Bell, that shy boy, wasn't so crazy. Hahaha. Astrea couldn't help but let out a small laugh, imagining Belle sitting at a table with an embarrassed expression for writing so many cheesy words in a letter. Words that always ended up reaching her heart. With a small smile, Astrea took the letter to read it once more. She really enjoyed reading all the words addressed to her. After a few minutes, she carefully folded the letter and opened one of the drawers in her dresser, where she kept the other letters she had received and which she cherished. She never thought she would experience all those kinds of emotions, especially with just a few simple letters. She, a goddess of thousands and thousands of years, sighing over the words that were written by a human. It was unbelievable. I dream of the day you'll tell me all those words directly, without needing a letter, Astrea thought, standing up and straightening her dress. But if you don't want to tell me, it's because you have a reason, so I'll be patient. In the meantime, I'll keep reading those letters until that day comes. And with those thoughts, Astrea left her room and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for her daughters with a beautiful smile. Although when I pass by the room I hear Kaguya playing the violin in a very curious way. It's as if he were spewing a lot of insults with the music he was playing. She felt furious. I wonder what's wrong with her, the goddess thought, a little puzzled, as she continued her journey to the kitchen to see what she would prepare on this occasion. There were so many options. Fortunately, this time their food would be very delicious, since all their happiness was at its peak thanks to that letter. The girls would have to thank that mysterious being somehow. In the living room. Kaguya played the violin with great violence, releasing all her anger. It seemed as if she were playing Mozart's Requiem, demonstrating the enormous talent she had with the instrument. Fine, you win, Kaguya thought, still playing. I admit it, I don't know how you did it, but you were very clever, I must acknowledge that. But that would be the first and last time you do something like that to me. If her music could kill, she would have already killed all her friends at headquarters. Wow, why are you playing the violin with such anger? I feel like I'm about to face a final boss. The one who asked that question was Lyra, who entered the room curious after hearing the sound of the violin. For no particular reason, Kaguya whispered, stopping playing her instrument and letting out a sigh. I know that face, it's the face of someone whose pride has been hurt because they've been made to look like a fool, mocked the hobbit. You'd better shut up, Lyra, he said in a bad mood. What happened? And why do you have dark circles under your eyes? It doesn't matter to you. Lyra chuckled softly at her companion's attitude. She found it amusing to see her like that. Instead of laughing like an idiot, you should worry about the lawsuit you have on the table, said Kaguya, returning to playing the violin, only this time a little more calmly. The fact that Lyra, puzzled, walked to the living room table and picked up one of the letters addressed to her and began to read it. Lyra's brow furrowed as she read everything the letter said. Those damn bastards, he muttered in a bad mood. Terrorist, yeah right. I'm going to bomb your house so you'll talk seriously, you idiot. What happened? Kaguya asked curiously. Nothing, it's just that yesterday while I was on patrol, 2 bombs fell into the street and exploded, and some idiots are suing me because they say I did it on purpose to scare civilians. Well, no offense, but it sounds like you did it on purpose. Not this time, this is a headache, he said, folding the letter and putting it in his pocket. I'm going to pretend I didn't see this. And so Lyra went to sit on a sofa and take a Rubik's Cube and start playing with it. Kaguya, meanwhile, sighed and began to softly play the violin. No one complained about Kaguya playing music, as what she played was pleasant and relaxing, with the exception of the Requiem she had just played a few moments ago. I'm not going to wait another week to keep an eye on who's putting the letter in. I think it's time to get closer to him and investigate, the Asian woman thought, her eyes closed and untouched. But how? I need to find an excuse to approach him without seeming so suspicious. While she was lost in her thoughts, the rest of the family slowly entered the room. Hey Noin, that company is trying to collect the money you owe them, Ally said, taking the letter from her friend. Damn it, those guys won't stop bothering us, Noin whispered in frustration. Oh. There's also a letter for Lion, said Allies, taking her friend's letter. But before she could open the envelope, someone snatched the letter from her hands. Didn't they teach you that you shouldn't open other people's letters? Ryu asked, putting the envelope away. I was curious to know what it said, Allies laughed innocently. Whose is it? From someone. And with those words the elf left the room, probably to her bedroom to read the letter more calmly. Idiot, Rihanna said, hitting her captain on the head. Also Curious Allies took the last card from the table, seeing that it was from the Freya family. Oh. The goddess Freya will hold a dance at her headquarters in a month. A dance? Some of the family members began to listen curiously to the read. Yes. It will be a very elegant ball, it seems, the god and one of his children have to attend Astrea-sama will probably take me since I am perfect for such a grand party. I don't know, it's very strange that the goddess Freya would do a dance, Astrea said suspiciously. Not really, for the past few years he's stopped being so how to put it, Iska whispered. Well, he collaborates more with Aurelio, in short, so it doesn't seem strange to me that he's doing a dance. Can any of you dance? Allies? Nese asked curiously. No, but since I'm an amazing person, I'm sure I already have the talent. Unfortunately, I can dance, Lyra said, still playing with her Rubik's Cube. But I'm not interested in those events. I can't dance, it never appealed to me, Iska replied. I only know the basics, Rihanna said with a nervous smile. And you, Kagaya? Nese asked, turning to look at the Oriental woman who was still playing her violin. Of course I know how to dance, I learned it when I was a child so I'm very good, she replied with her eyes closed. And no, allies, I'm not going to teach you how to dance. Dad, complained the Retid, crossing her arms. Well, there's still a month to go before that curious party, so Astrea-sama will decide which of us will go. Honestly, I don't want to go. I'm not very good at those kinds of places, said the wolf, scratching her cheek. Let's just hope it's a wholesome party, nothing more, Mariu pleaded. While they were talking, Kagaya continued playing her violin, although she suddenly stopped. A dance, she thought, her eyes half closed. A dance. Slowly, Kagaya sat down on a sofa, put her instrument aside, and thought about it. The god with one of his children, the vast majority always bring their favorite child, she continued thinking as she watched her friends chatting. Who was the favorite son of the goddess Hestia? Exactly. The rabbit. I think I've had an idea, he thought, smiling slightly. In fact, I think it might work. When Kagaya smiles like that, it's because she's planning something. And? Noin and Astrea whispered, squinting at their friend. Yes, it might work, Kagaya thought, turning her gaze to the window. It'll be a very good excuse to get closer to him. The food is ready. The voice of their goddess was heard in the dining room, causing everyone to immediately go to the place to eat, leaving Kagaya last who went at a slow pace. But I'll take it easy, I don't want to fail like today, he thought, frowning. Perhaps he failed in his plan today, but it was not his defeat. He could still find out who he was. I wanted to find out before that person revealed themselves, as that would be a definitive defeat for her, and I didn't want that. Let's see how this ends. In the Chimenia mansion. Belkun. What? Can you dance? Does the chicken dance count? Obviously not, you idiot. Then I can't. Then learn this because in a month we're going to a dance and I won't take no for an answer. Ugh. 1 month until the dance begins. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Memories. Astrea. The unattainable woman. The most beautiful goddess, more beautiful than the goddesses of beauty. The perfect goddess. This was how many viewed the kind goddess of justice. The greatest being of light that had ever set foot on earth. That goddess who, with just a kind smile, captured the hearts of many men. Although nothing is confirmed since no one has ever confessed directly to her, they say she has left many more broken hearts than the sword princess herself. For the simple reason that everyone gave up before confessing because they saw her as someone unattainable. And they weren't far from the truth. Astrea was not interested in romantic relationships, but she did not despise them like her friend Artemis, as Astrea believed it was a very beautiful feeling. But even so, she wasn't interested in it. Furthermore, although he got along well with some gods, he felt nothing more than friendship towards them. And with mortals. Well, it was more than obvious because she never showed any interest in forming any kind of bond with them, unlike other gods and goddesses who already had a mortal partner. But not her, her only objective in coming down to earth was because she was curious about how they lived, and since she liked the place very much she decided to form her own family of justice, and fortunately she managed to find many wonderful girls willing to bring justice. And so it remained for a long time. Until he met a rabbit dressed as a human. It caught his attention in a different way than the rest. Months ago. Astrea walked peacefully through the streets of Aurelio, surrounded by that aura of peace and that beautiful smile that charmed more than one man. For many, Astrea was the unattainable idol of the city. Today is another peaceful day, thought the goddess, happy that these times of peace existed. In the past, during the Dark Age, there was death and destruction on every corner, but that no longer existed, having been forgotten. The only bad thing is that there were still thieves like a certain rabbit that robbed him about 4 days ago. A small smile appeared on his face as he remembered that moment, as he found it very funny to see the way he stole from her and how quickly he felt guilty about it. She felt happy and relieved that none of her daughters had seen him steal from her, as they probably would have given him the biggest beating of his life. I wonder how she is, he thought, gazing at the blue sky. Hestia and he seemed very motivated to start over. I hope everything goes well for them. Despite the fact that he had stolen from Astrea, she liked the albino very much. She liked him from the first moment she saw him in that alley, and at the same time she found it somewhat endearing to see how sorry he was for having stolen from her. It could be said that it was the strangest way he had ever met someone, and since it was the first time he had ever been robbed, it had given him a new experience. I hope he doesn't have a bad time in the dungeon, he seemed like a very innocent boy, the goddess thought, a little worried. He knew how cruel the dungeon could be, and he was afraid that a complete novice like himself would meet a tragic end down there. But that innocence and naivety he possessed, he was easy prey for both monsters and adventurers. I just hoped she was doing well. In a few days I would visit Hestia and see how things were going. Astrea stopped on a street after seeing a curious scene. A few meters in front of her was that albino boy she was thinking about. And in front of him were 3 children watching him with a sparkle in their eyes, listening to him attentively. For some reason, Astrea found that scene beautiful. And then a kid floated above me and blew up a car with his laser beam. Belle recounted in a suspenseful voice, leaving the children even more amazed. Incredible, whispered the 3 little ones, amazed by the story. I wanted to hide, but he used his mental powers to lift me up and shook me. The children let out more sounds of amazement as they listened to more of that epic story that Mr. Rabbit was telling them. Meanwhile, Astrea couldn't help but let out a soft laugh upon seeing that interaction. If she liked Belle before, she liked him even more now that she saw how good he was with children. If there was a weakness in Astrea, it was children. If there was anything that hurt her the most in the Dark Age, it was seeing how many suffered. And now, seeing them smile happily brought him great joy. It seems the thief turned out to be too wicked, thought the goddess, smiling sweetly. Children, it's time to eat. Astrea's thoughts and Belle's stories were cut short when a woman came out of a house calling for the 3 little ones. We're coming, shouted the children. Will you tell us more stories tomorrow? One of the children asked, not wanting it to end there. Of course. I'll be back tomorrow with more amazing stories, Belle replied, making the children's eyes light up. Good. And so the 3 excited children ran towards their house while Belle waved goodbye to them. Remember to obey your mother. Bad children won't get any stories. Yes, Mr. Rabbit. And with those words the door of the house closed, leaving Belle alone, still smiling from that pleasant moment. They're good kids, their mom must be very proud of them, Belle whispered happily. Your mom must also be very happy to see what a good boy you are to others. Belle was startled to hear a sudden voice behind him, quickly turning around to find himself face to face with a beautiful goddess of justice who was smiling at him. Seeing that smile made her blush slightly. She couldn't handle so much beauty. Astrea-sama. Hi, I'm glad to see you're okay, she greeted with a charming smile, embarrassing the rabbit. How long have you been seeing me? I only heard the end of the story, which is very interesting, by the way. Did you make it up? He asked, amused to see Belle embarrassed at having been caught. Kids like it, he whispered nervously, not knowing how to act in front of her. From that day she helped him in the alley, he felt nervous when he was with her. His heart beat so fast it seemed like it was going to explode. He didn't know what was happening to him, but it was the first time he had ever felt so nervous in front of a woman. It's lovely that you get along so well with the children, Astrea said with a warm smile. It shows what a wonderful person you are. Thank you, Astrea-sama, although she exaggerates and I was a thief. And a really bad one, actually, since even I was able to catch you, he said with amusement, seeing how embarrassed Belle was. He didn't know why, but he liked it and found it funny to see their changing expressions. It was amusing. I'm sorry about that. Relax, I'm just kidding. Although he found it funny, his jokes had to be mild since Belle apparently believed everything was true. He didn't want to hurt his feelings with any pranks. Were you going to do something? No, I had planned to go to the dungeon, but I ran into the children and lost track of time, he explained with an embarrassed smile. Upon hearing that answer, Astrea looked up at the sky, seeing that the sun was at its highest point as it was midday. It's very hot out here. Would you like to go eat? It's lunchtime after all, the goddess asked, still smiling. Huh? Me? Sure, I don't see anyone else around, but I'd love for Hestia to be here too, she said, remembering that her friend had a small Jack American stand. Do you accept? Belle didn't know what to say. His heart wasn't ready to have lunch with such a beautiful goddess in a restaurant. Wouldn't that be considered a date? I couldn't accept that. Relationships between gods and mortals were impossible and… As if he cared about that. Oh, of course, I accept, she said with an embarrassed smile, making Astrea smile happily. I would be a fool if I refused her invitation. Besides, it would only be lunch, nothing bad. Perfect. My headquarters isn't far away and my daughters are probably already having lunch there, I'll introduce you, she said excitedly. No. But his smile faded when he saw how quickly the albino refused. Belle was nervous when she told him they were going to lunch. He thought they would go alone to a restaurant or something, not that she would take him directly to all her daughters. He didn't feel ready for that. Why not? Are you afraid of my daughters? They're good girls, she asked, surprised. Why yes, I don't doubt it, I whispered with a nervous smile. When he still had no family, his friend the vagabond gave him information about the most important families, including the Astrea family. The group of girls who are very protective of their goddess and who would not hesitate to attack with their weapons anyone who approached their goddess with ulterior motives. It wasn't that he had ulterior motives, but he still felt scared, feeling that his life would be in danger if he entered that place full of beautiful women. Astrea just watched the albino's reaction with curiosity, realizing that he was truly afraid to go, although it didn't surprise her. It would be awkward for a boy to enter a place full of women. Perhaps I'm rushing into inviting him to headquarters. I've only known him for a few days, so I can't help it. He doesn't exude a trace of malice, so I can't help but relax a little in front of him, she thought with a slight smile. What if we go to a restaurant and eat together? My treat, Belle suggested nervously. Do you have money? Belle took out his frog wallet and only saw a single coin. 1,000 powers, I whisper. But 1,000 valis you can't go to a restaurant, Astrea laughed, her laughter making Belle blush. Fine, I'll pay for lunch this time, and next time you pay. Does that sound good? Next time? Did that mean they would have many more outings like that? Belle couldn't believe it, feeling happy and nervous at the same time. Sure, I'll treat her to a great buffet next time. Haha, it's not necessary to go that far, but I accept the offer, I said playfully. Shall we go? I know a restaurant bar that sells delicious food at a good price. Of course, sorry for leaving the entire payment to you. Don't worry, I invited you after all. And with those words they both began to walk through the streets while having a quiet conversation, ignoring the jealous looks of some men directed at Belle, although he did not notice because he was looking at Astrea. You know, one of my daughters works at that bar every night, that's why I like it so much, Astrea said, a slight emotion showing in her eyes. Really? I thought the Astrea family only patrolled, Belle said, surprised. That was in the past, now that the city is in a moment of peace, some have decided to look for some kind of work to pass the time. At first I was very surprised that Ryu worked as a waitress since she is an elf, but suddenly she arrived with the news at headquarters. Elf, Belle whispered in surprise, knowing how reserved elves were to have such a job. But Ryu seems to be enjoying it, so if she's happy, then I'm happy too. Belle smiled slightly upon hearing those words. Astrea truly loved her daughters, seeming like a real mother. That was one of the greatest charms of the beautiful goddess of justice. That was just one of her many virtues. And so, amidst conversation and smiles, they both entered the bar called the Hostess of Fertility, going directly to the bar where a certain dwarf was cleaning some glasses, who, upon seeing them, opened her eyes slightly surprised. Hello, Mia, the goddess greeted kindly. Hello, Astrea, she returned the greeting, glancing sideways at Belle. Mia was one of the few who didn't speak respectfully to Astrea. It wasn't that she insulted her, she simply treated her like a friend. It's strange that you're coming to eat at midday, especially if it's with a boy, said the dwarf, puzzled. There's nothing wrong with that, let me introduce you to Belle, he's my friend, he said with a friendly smile. Hello, greeted the nervous albino. So, my friend, she said, looking at him intently. You should feel lucky, lad. Astrea doesn't come to eat with just any man, or rather, you're the first. You're very special, it seems. Oh come on Mia, don't start, Astrea said with amusement as she watched Belle blush. Your daughters know you're here with a boy? He asked curiously. In response, Astrea playfully brought one of her fingers to her lips. She knew Belle didn't want her daughters to know about it and she understood, so they would keep it a secret for the time being. They almost looked like a couple hiding their relationship when they were just friends. Fine, I'll keep your secret, you naughty goddess, the dwarf laughed, finding it amusing. Will you order the same as always? The usual, he confirmed. And you, boy? A fried chicken and a lemon juice, he ordered a little nervously. She liked pineapple juice but wanted to start trying other juices. Okay, it'll be ready in a few moments. And with those words the dwarf entered the kitchen, leaving the two of them alone at the bar. And how are you and Hestia? It's been 3 days since you became part of her family. Are things going well? And as expected, Astrea was the first to speak with that question. Of course, Kami-sama is a wonderful goddess, and although we live in a dilapidated church we are both happy and we are sure that our situation will soon improve. Astrea smiled happily when she saw that every word the albino uttered was true. She was very glad that Astrea had gotten a good son. I'm glad to hear that. If you ever need help with anything, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll always be happy to help. Thank you very much, Astrea-sama. And have you been to jail? Well, although I've only gone down to the third floor, I tried to go down to the fourth, but it turned out to be much more difficult than I thought, she confessed with a nervous smile. Well, you made a good decision. The dungeon should never be taken lightly, so I hope you'll be careful. I wouldn't want to hear that anything bad has happened to you, she said, her concern evident on her face, making Belle blush. Like I told you at the beginning, if you ever need help with any kind of training, you can ask my daughters. I'll keep that in mind. Now, how about you tell me something about yourself? Well, I'm here about to eat with a guy I really like and I don't know much about him. I'd like to get to know you better, she said with a hint of amusement. If you don't mind, I'd like to know more about you. And no, it bothers me. I'm glad to hear that now. Where are you from? I know you lived outside of Arario, but was it nearby? I come from a very, very far away village, it's 2 weeks away by cart, I explained, making Astrea's eyes widen in surprise. It was a very tiring journey, but I got to see many incredible places. Wow, I imagine it was very disappointing to have taken such a long trip and not have the first few weeks go well. Too much, I even thought for a moment about leaving the city. I would have used the money I would steal to get out of here. Well, she's very happy that you failed at that robbery, she said, knowing that if Belle had left, Hestia would still be without family and she wouldn't have met him. Ready? The sound of plates hitting the bar caught their attention, realizing their food had arrived. Fried chicken and lemon juice for Belle and a steak with a fruit salad and apple juice for Astrea. You'd better enjoy it, boy, said the dwarf, walking to the other side of the bar and leaving them alone. The food is so delicious, so I promise you won't regret it, said the goddess, beginning to enjoy her meal. Meanwhile, Belle just watched his chicken and took the first bite, making his eyes sparkle. I told you so, he said, amused by the albino's expression. It's so delicious. I think this place will become one of my favorites. I'm glad to hear it, we can come together with Hestia sometime. That seems fine to me. And so, between conversations and enjoying their food, lunch passed for both of them. A lunch that, for some reason, was much more delicious thanks to the company they had. A while later. After finishing lunch and after Astrea paid for the meal, they both left the bar and started walking through the streets. They both had different goals for the rest of the day, but decided to walk together a little longer before saying goodbye. Sorry for helping you pay for the food, Belle apologized, embarrassed, since he hadn't paid for anything. I already told you not to worry, besides, we agreed that next time you would invite me so there's no problem at all. Would you mind if I invited you to the same place? She really liked that food. She wasn't lying when she said it would be her favorite place. Not at all, I love Mia's bar so we can come here anytime without any problem, but I recommend we don't come at night, my daughter Ryu works at that time and she's a bit well, she might be very distrustful of you at first, but she's a good girl. Her daughters love her very much. Too much and that makes me happy. After that conversation, they both continued walking calmly and silently, feeling a pleasant atmosphere around them. Astrea didn't understand it. She had only known Belle for about 3 days and she was already acting as if she had known him for months, inviting him to eat and walking alone with him in the street. She didn't know why, but something about that boy made her feel calm. It was the first time that it happened to her with someone other than one of her daughters. It was warm. So this is where we part ways, Astrea said, stopping in a street and looking at her headquarters in the distance. It was nice spending the day with you, Belle. I say the same, thank you very much for inviting me to eat, Astrea-sama. It's nothing, but next time it's your turn. I hope you don't forget, she said with a small smile, hoping Belle would have the courage to invite her to eat some other time. He had the expression of someone very sad, although he didn't dislike it. It was kind of cute. Next week maybe, I need to go to jail for money. Okay, but you also have to help Hestia. Of course. Kami-sama is important to me. I'm glad to hear that, I whispered, then took a few steps back. So, until next time, Belle. Take good care of yourself in the dungeon. Of course Astrea-sama, you take care of yourself too. Goodbye Belle. Bye-bye. And with those words, they both went their separate ways to continue with their own business after that pleasant lunch they had together. Astrea was going to her headquarters with a happy smile, so happy that she even confused her daughters, who wondered what had happened to her. If she had liked Belle at first, she liked him even more now. It was strange but also pleasant. All I hoped was that this wasn't the last conversation between them. That would be sad if it were. Without knowing that these meetings together would become a very regular occurrence for both of them. Something that would bring them closer and closer. And that both will begin to feel certain emotions. Which would lead to certain letters full of love. Current time. Pleasant memories. That's what those memories meant to Astrea. Very precious to them. Never in my life have I been interested in someone like this, the goddess thought with a touch of amusement. I even have to admit that it surprises me. Astrea didn't know why, but every time she encountered the albino in the past on the street, she would always stop him to have a strange conversation with him or invite him to eat. He didn't know why he was doing it, but by the time he realized it, he was already on her side talking. He really enjoyed her company. If his family also accepted men, he would have invited him without hesitation, but that wasn't the case. Doing so would be very uncomfortable for him and his daughters. But even though they didn't live under the same roof, they always found a way to see each other almost every day. It was as if fate had made them both walk down the same street at the same time, only to later meet. But he wasn't complaining. She was always the one who ended up approaching him to talk. If her friend Artemis saw her, she would surely scold her for approaching a man of her own volition and saying that she shouldn't always approach him because it would inflate his ego and things like that. But Astrea didn't care about that. I knew Belle and I knew he was shy enough not to take the initiative to speak. So she would be the one to take the initiative and talk to him, and she didn't see it as something low, as her friend Artemis would say. If someone wanted to get to know another person, they had to make an effort and try to get to know them, and that's what Astrea had done. Get to know that shy rabbit better, and as the months went by, she liked him more and more. So much so that spending more time with him began to awaken curious sensations that she had never felt in her long existence. And some of the sensations and feelings that worried him the most were jealousy. Jealousy towards his own daughters. Like now. Astrea stopped in front of the gates of the Chimenia mansion. As usual, Astrea was going to visit her friend, and today was no exception. Only this time he saw something curious that caught his attention. And that it made her uncomfortable. Why? 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 Astrea thought as a kind smile appeared on her face, while a strange feeling arose again in her chest. It was jealousy again. Why? She asked herself again, seeing a head of white hair and a head of black hair in the courtyard of the Chimenia mansion. He didn't like that feeling. 1, because it hurt her too. And secondly, because it hurt her to feel that way about one of her daughters. Yes, that annoying feeling. Jealousy. Why? Astrea thought, watching as the Oriental woman held Belle's hand and he gently held her waist. That jealousy hurts her. And they drive her crazy too. I would say that was the feeling she liked least of all the new ones she had started to feel since meeting Belle. Why is Kaguya dancing with Belle? Astrea wondered, watching them dance very close together, their faces locked in a fixed gaze. Why? Astrea had just discovered that she didn't like jealousy one bit. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Training. Why was Kaguya dancing with Belle? That was the question that lingered in the mind of the beautiful goddess of justice as she watched from behind the bars as they both danced in the courtyard of the Chimenia mansion. Well, to find that out we have to go back in time. A few hours earlier. Headquarters of the Astrea family. 5 in the morning. Through the corridors of said place, a certain beautiful Oriental woman was walking slowly towards the outside of the headquarters to check the mail. The day was another day when a new letter arrived from the mysterious boy, a week having passed since his previous failure. She had spent the entire week looking for that albino, unable to find him on patrol. Even when she went to his headquarters, no one was there. If things continued this way, the day of the dance would arrive and she wouldn't be able to find out anything. So now he got up an hour earlier to see if he would be lucky and see that boy place the letter. This time he decided not to spend all night doing surveillance since it would be a waste of time, so he decided to get up a little earlier than usual. I wonder if I should post the letter yet, he thought, frowning slightly as he left the office and walked towards the post office. If it was already there, well, too bad. He'd get up earlier next time, or he'd ask Lyra to give him one of her famous mines and place it under the mail, although that was risky since it could be activated by the postman. Once he was in front of the post office, he opened it and looked inside, seeing that there was already a letter there. I knew it, this time he did it earlier. Kaguya's words were cut short when she saw that the envelope was not addressed to Astrea, it was addressed to her. What is this? She thought, confused, taking the envelope and pulling out the letter to read it, which had almost no text. Just a few words. Lift the stone that is on your left. What? Kaguya, puzzled, turned her gaze to her left and saw that about 10 meters away there was a slightly large rock on the ground. Is this some kind of game that idiot is playing? With a frown and curious to know what he was planning, she made her way to that small rock and knelt down a little to pick it up and find a note. TSK. Is he trying to be mysterious? She thought, annoyed, taking the note and reading it. Go back to the post office. The moment Kaguya read those words, a strong gust of wind swept behind her. She quickly turned around and saw nothing but a few bushes and trees moving slightly in the sudden breeze. The strangest thing is that the rest of the trees and vegetation weren't moving as if the wind caused it. Someone. Kaguya opened her eyes in shock as she realized what had happened. No, 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 no. Kagaya quickly ran to the post office and looked inside, seeing that there were now 2 letters inside. While she was reading the note under the stone, someone passed by at monster speed leaving those letters, someone of high class, so that she could not notice their presence at the time. Of course, that's why the notes, to make him lower his guard. For Astrea. For Kagaya. Obviously one of the letters was for her goddess, but the second one belonged to her. Slowly and with trembling hands, she took the envelope addressed to her, struggling not to explode. Little by little he took out the card. And to read the words that were written on it. That couldn't be happening. It seemed like a joke. The blade crumpled from the force he used, veins appeared on his forehead, and his eyes filled with anger. And a strong tick appeared in his eye. "Better luck next time, you silly Oriental woman." Those were the words the letter said. They had seen him. They had seen her stupid face for the second time. And the worst part is that she fell completely for his game with the notes. And a stupid game that he easily fell into. It had to be a joke. A damn joke. They mocked him again to his face. She, the great Kagaya. And the one who had always been one step ahead of the rest. They had seen his face twice. She felt like the word stupid had been written on her face. Now it could really explode. My LDE. The loud scream echoed throughout the headquarters, waking everyone who was sleeping. Why? Except for one, who, after completing her work, had gone to her room and observed the scene. No. This can't be happening. And seeing her friend in that state, all she could do was hold back the laughter that wanted to escape her. She found it very funny to see her angry when things didn't go her way, she was really enjoying that. "You idiot. Do you think you're so funny?" The guy screamed, looking all around. "Well, let's see how much longer that fun lasts. I'll cut you into little pieces." Boiling with anger, Kagaya slammed the post box, leaving her goddess's letter there, and walked with large furious strides in a single direction. The headquarters of the Hestia family. The girl who was laughing stopped when she saw where Kagaya was heading. "Oh no, I hope it doesn't go too far," she thought, regretting having made that joke since she did it of her own free will. Her only job was to place that letter. And now the one who would pay for that joke would be Belle. I'm sorry, and with those thoughts he went to his bed to pretend he was sleeping, hoping that Kagaya wouldn't kill the albino. "Huh? I could have sworn I heard Kagaya scream," Astrea whispered, puzzled, as she left the headquarters. "Did I imagine it?" Astrea walked a little way towards the post office and smiled happily upon seeing her weekly letter as usual. "Well, I'd better go back to my room," she thought with a little smile, taking the letter with her. Meanwhile, at the Chimenia mansion. What a great day to be bellcranel. These were the words shouted by an albino standing at the 2 large doors of the entrance to the headquarters. "The sun is shining, the birds are singing, this day has everything to be perfect," he said, motivated. "Great. I'll start my morning workout." Although he looked happy, Belle felt a little nervous. That day he decided not to post the letter weekly and instead give it to his ally to put there, thus avoiding the risk of being discovered. He just hoped that she had put it there and hadn't forgotten. Belle was confused to see a certain Oriental woman standing on the gates of the headquarters with an angry expression and her katana in hand. But he didn't think much of it. "Good morning, Kagu." "No good morning, you piece of shit rabbit." What did I do?" "You're going to die today." "What?" Without warning, Kagaya jumped over the fence and started running towards the albino. Since he was his prime suspect, he would take out his anger on him. Help. Belle shouted in alarm, starting to run across the headquarters courtyard. "Police. I'm the police. Come here." Meanwhile, in one of the windows of the many rooms of the mansion, a certain goddess peeked out, a little sleepy, watching the chase in the courtyard of her headquarters. Seeing that brought a motherly smile to her face. "I'm glad Belkun invites his friends from other families over to play and train," she whispered, watching him dodge a slash aimed at his back and continue running away. "A few months ago, he was too shy to socialize with others, and now he has so many friends. I'm proud of you. Aid. Let it tear on. I'll go make the coffee." And with those words the little goddess went to the kitchen, leaving her son and his Oriental friend to continue playing. A while later. Belle was breathing heavily, lying on the grass, and Kagaya was standing with her hair disheveled, sheathing her katana. "For a level 3, you're very fast," the Asian woman whispered angrily, since she hadn't managed to hit her even once. "I'm proud of my speed," he said, trying to catch his breath. "It's been my strength since I was a kid. It shows. Are you not angry anymore?" "Shut up." Thanks to the chase she had in the courtyard, Kagaya's anger had decreased a little, realizing that what she did was very foolish and impulsive, but her rage was so great that she went directly to attack Belle. But now that he had a clear head, he began to think things through more carefully. And now he seriously doubted that Belle was the boy from the letters. I didn't know him very well, but I knew him well enough to know that he wasn't the kind of guy who would make fun of someone like that through a letter. Belle wasn't like that. And since that morning the boy from the letters had mocked her in that way, she was beginning to doubt her suspicions. If she was wrong, she no longer had any idea who that person could be. But despite that, Belle remained his prime suspect and would not cease to be so, which is why he went directly to him to vent his anger. Although now she was confused, doubting what she truly believed. That last letter, mocking her, had changed all her theories, but she hadn't completely discarded them either. Why were you angry with me? Belle asked, standing up again. I haven't seen you for days, and you show up to attack me out of nowhere. I had a dream in which you and I were a couple, but you were unfaithful to me. When I woke up I felt a great anger and came to attack you was the made-up answer she gave. Do you have dreams where we're a couple? He asked, surprised. They're just dreams, you always dream random things so don't get the wrong idea. Okay, you attack me to kill just because of a dream. Belle shouted, processing the previous words. Maybe I thought I was still dreaming, but I'm calm now, she explained calmly, adjusting her hair. Ugh, I can't believe I almost died because of a dream, he whispered nervously. Besides, it's impossible. If you and I were a couple, I would never be unfaithful to you. How are you so sure about that? I asked curiously, raising an eyebrow. Well, because you're a very strong and beautiful girl, it would be stupid of me to be unfaithful to a woman like that, he replied, somewhat embarrassed. Besides, a man who is unfaithful to his partner and hurts her for no reason is trash. What? Belle asked when he saw that the Asian woman kept staring at him. Nothing, she whispered, looking away. Good morning. Their conversation was cut short when the smiling Hestia appeared in the place. Kagaya. I'm glad to see you, Hestia greeted with a happy smile. Good morning, Goddess Hestia, I apologize for interrupting your headquarters in that manner. Not at all. Bellcranel's friends are welcome here and our families have an alliance, so I'm glad it's working. Well, thank you for your word, she whispered, a little nervous, not wanting to tell him that she only came to headquarters to slice the rabbit. Friends, Belle thought, looking at the Asian woman. Are we friends? He continued to think doubtfully, not knowing what kind of relationship he had with her. We were about to have breakfast. Would you like to join us? The goddess invited. I wouldn't want to upset anyone, to be honest. Don't worry, our table is big so there's room for you. Well, I don't see why not. Kagaya had left headquarters to attack Belle, who hadn't even had breakfast, and knowing allies, when she saw that she wasn't there, she would eat a portion. So having breakfast with the Hestia family didn't sound so bad, plus she didn't want to refuse the offer from the goddess who looked happy. Okay, I'll have breakfast with you, I accept. The good choice, today it's Mikoto's turn to cook and she cooks very well, you're going to like it, said the smiling Hestia, turning around and starting to walk, followed by both humans. Can you cook? Kagaya asked curiously, looking at Belle. A few moments ago she wanted to kill me, and now she's talking calmly, she thought with an anime-style sweat drop. Why yes, I cook but only on Fridays, sometimes I cook on Saturdays too. I'm curious to know how you cook. You can come and have breakfast with us as often as you like, you and your family are welcome whenever you want, invited the little goddess. Thank you, but I recommend you don't say those words to allies, as she'll abuse the invitation and just spend all her time here. I know her too well to know what she'll do, he said wearily. Indeed. She seems like a nice girl, the goddess wondered. It is, but it gets very irritating, too much so. It seems the girls of Astrea are not what they appear to be, Hestia laughed amusedly. Starting with Kagaya-san, Belle whispered. What did you say? And nothing. A while later. We are now in the headquarters dining room where everyone was already gathered having breakfast and having a quiet conversation. I hope you like the breakfast, Kagaya Dono, said Mikoto, a little nervous about the Oriental woman trying her food. Of all the girls in the Astrea family, the one he admired the most was Kagaya for the simple reason that she was an Asian. Thank you for the food, he said politely, setting aside his sarcastic and mocking side. What is Kagaya-sama doing at headquarters? Lily asked, puzzled. He came early to visit Belle-kun, replied the smiling goddess. Visit, Belle whispered with a slight hint of sarcasm, something he didn't usually use much. Ouch. Although he regretted it when he received a strong kick from Kagaya under the table. Luckily you decided to come for breakfast when it's Mikoto's turn to cook, Lilicuajo is terrible, and Hestia-sama only gives Jack American, commented while feeding his pancakes. At least my Jack American don't burn, the goddess defended herself. For the 10th time, I do it on purpose because I like my food this way. The pretext for not admitting his mistake. Shut up, Lilicuajo. Kagaya just watched the interactions at the table with curiosity. For some reason, they felt similar to those in her family, although there they kept a bit calm out of respect for their goddess. But even Hestia joined in the discussions here. Forgive them, they're always so lively," Belle whispered with a nervous smile at the sight of the Asian woman's expression. "Relax, it doesn't bother me," she said, watching Lily and Welf argue and Hestia join the argument while Makoto happily ate. Even though they were a small family, it sounded like a large number of people in the room. The curious family. The minutes passed and breakfast continued without much complication, with conversations happening every now and then. Although it wasn't her home or her family, Kagaya felt somewhat comfortable in that place. It had a pleasant and familiar atmosphere. There's a reason why the goddess Hestia was the goddess of the hearth. "By the way, Belle-kun, do you have the money for the classes yet?" Hestia asked curiously. And then an interesting conversation began, catching the attention of the Asian woman. "No, not yet. They're very expensive, and it's taking me a while to gather all the money," Belle replied with a nervous smile. "Is it necessary?" "Absolutely necessary. You have to learn to impress everyone." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Kagaya asked, curious about the conversation. "Elle is saving up to pay for some dance classes that are absurdly expensive," Welf explained, finishing his coffee. "Dance classes?" she said, even more confused. "I think you already know that Freya's Virgin will be holding a dance at her headquarters in a few weeks, right?" Hestia asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, Astrea-sama also received an invitation. Did you too?" "Yes. Obviously Belle-kun will come with me, but he can't dance at all, so he has to take those dance classes so he doesn't make a fool of himself," Hestia explained, eager for the day. "What kind of dance are you practicing?" "Ballet?" Kagaya asked, looking mockingly at the albino. "Of course not. It's just the normal dance everyone practices, nothing more," he whispered, embarrassed that someone outside the family knew about his upcoming dance classes. "Can you dance, Kagaya Dono?" Makoto asked curiously. "Obviously. I can do many types of dance, I learned them when I was a child, but strangely enough I've never danced with anyone, it's a drag," she replied, remembering those times when she practiced her dancing. "I spent almost my entire life trying to survive, so I don't know anything about those things," Lily explained. "The least of all, I can only forge," said the redeed. "It's not that difficult, with a good teacher you can learn in 2 weeks I think," Kagaya whispered, not very confidently. At that moment a light appeared in Hestia's head, a sign that an idea had just occurred to her. "I know!" exclaimed the little goddess. "What if you teach Belle-kun how to dance?" "They?" "She?" They both spoke at the same time, the Asian woman confused and the albino nervous. "Yes. You say you can do all kinds of dancing, so you'd be a great teacher for Belle-kun," Hestia said excitedly. "And he can pay you for the lessons." "Ami-sama, I don't think I should bother Kagaya-san with that," Belle whispered nervously, nervous about what might happen in those classes. Kagaya seemed like the type who would show no mercy when training him. "I've never taught anyone how to dance," Kagaya answered honestly. "I have a feeling you'll be a good teacher." Kagaya hesitantly turned to look at Belle, wondering whether to accept or not, seeing how he had a nervous smile, hoping she wouldn't accept. You don't have to accept, you're a very busy girl after all," Belle said nervously. "Actually, I have way too much free time," the Asian woman confessed, then smiled. "I think teaching you to dance doesn't sound so bad, it'll be fun." Obviously, he would use the training as a front to find out more about Belle and subtly interrogate his friends. Perhaps he would get lucky and they would spill over some information. Despite everything, Belle remained their prime suspect. "This time I was sure I wouldn't fail." Maybe they were mocked to his face twice, but they wouldn't be mocked 3 times. "I was sure of that." "So you accept?" Hestia asked hopefully. "Of course, I don't see why not," I agreed with a smile, sending a shiver down Belle's spine as he imagined what his classes would be like. "And the payment isn't necessary, I don't need it. We're an allied family. We have to support each other as the alliance we are." "That's the spirit," Hestia exclaimed happily. "I'm sure Belle-kun will learn a lot from you. I trust you'll teach him very well." "I've heard that Belle has 2 left feet, so you won't have it easy," Welf commented, noticing his friend's nervous expression. "No problem, he needs a strict teacher to get his feet right," she said, smiling kindly at the albino. "I'll make you a great dancer, Belle." Thanks." He was afraid of Kagaya, not only because she was probably a very strict teacher, but also because she suspected that he was the boy from the cards. His fear was that she would unwittingly discover his secret. "I leave it in your hands, Kagaya. I will not disappoint you, Goddess Hestia." Ugh. A while later. "Is it necessary to start now?" "I have nothing to do, so yes." After breakfast, Kagaya and Belle went directly to the courtyard to train, as ordered by the Oriental girl, to practice dancing. Obviously, Belle felt nervous, fearing what the girl would be like as a teacher. Kagaya felt strange at the same time. She had come to the headquarters to skin the rabbit and now she was going to teach it to dance. A strange turn of events. Do you really not know any kind of dance? Does the chicken dance count? Do you want me to hit you? Sorry. Kagaya let out a tired sigh as she realized that training Belle in dance from scratch would be very difficult. But not impossible, not for her. He would turn Belle into the best dancer in that city and, in the process, discover his secret if he had one. After what happened a few hours ago, he had his doubts. Don't think I'm going to be nice about the training. That's obvious, whispered the rabbit. I'd almost prefer training to be a good fighter. Dancing was never his thing, his talent was always singing and playing guitar. Dancing stressed him out. Welf and Makoto were leaning against the window of the headquarters, wanting to see what their friend's training would be like. I know Beldono will learn very quickly. Ha. I doubt it. Maybe he's a prodigy at leveling up and handling weapons, but he's terrible at this kind of thing, or at least that's what he says, said the Redeed, remembering how his albino friend was afraid of that sort of thing. I hope Kagaya has patience, or Belle will suffer. Come on Beldono, I believe in you. So what do we do? Belle asked nervously, looking at his teacher. Give me your paw, Kagaya ordered, extending her hand. Belle obeyed and gave his paw to Kagaya. Wait, I have hands, said the rabbit when he realized that he was being treated like an animal, and he obeyed. I don't care, now you put another leg on my waist. Where? I asked, starting to feel nervous. It's nothing out of the ordinary, just do it, he ordered wearily, seeing how nervous Belle was about these things. She increasingly doubted that he was the boy from the letters, considering that person had mocked her that morning, and she didn't see the albino doing those kinds of things. Belle, embarrassed and still somewhat hesitant, put his hand on Kagaya's waist and touched her lightly. And now? We need some music, said Kagaya, since dancing like that without anything else wasn't the same for her. But then music started playing in the place, catching the attention of both of them. What do you think of the background music? Welf asked, leaning out the window and placing a small device on the lawn, another of Asfi's inventions that people really liked. Well done, Redeed, at least you're good for something, said the Asian woman, pleased with the music, before turning back to Belle. Okay, now let's get started. But I still don't know what to do, he whispered nervously. Have you never seen anyone dance? A few times. Okay, then just remember the movements they made and try to follow my steps too, before you know it, you'll have it down. Understood. And one last thing, I whispered, taking Belle's chin and lifting it slightly. Your gaze must always be on your companion's eyes, never look away. Well, I accept nervously because I'm looking into the eyes of the Oriental woman. They were strange, very sharp, and full of sarcasm, making him nervous. But at the same time, her eyes were beautiful. I could see in that gaze a woman who cared deeply for the people she loved. Now let's begin. SC. On the count of 1, 2, 3. 1 minute later. Belle was lying on the ground with marks from a fist on his face. How is it possible that in less than a minute you stepped on my foot more than 20 times? Kagaya shouted, a vein throbbing on her forehead, wanting to punch him in the face again. Sorry, Belle apologized as best he could, wincing on the floor. I told you I couldn't dance. I thought you were bad at this, but it turns out you're terrible at dancing, she said, trying to calm her anger. And I'm supposed to train you until you're good at dancing. Kagaya was already beginning to feel the mountain of stress that all this was going to cause her, and she could no longer refuse, since she had promised the goddess Hestia, and she did not like to break her promises. But nobody could take away the stress. She had never in her life met anyone so bad at it. Let's see, there are 3 weeks left until the dance, so in that time I have to make you go from a mountain of garbage to simple garbage. Ugh, the rabbit groaned, standing up with a red cheek. I hope I don't disappoint. All of that would be solved if his goddess brought Welf, Lily, or Makoto to the party, but she wanted to bring him instead. Why did it always have to be him? Did she forget that he always causes trouble at these events? The Apollo party was the most recent, and it didn't end well. Although thanks to that they obtained that enormous mansion. What would he get this time at the festival of the goddess Freya? Okay, let's do it again, give me your paw. Belle obeyed and gave him his paw. Now put your other leg on my waist. What are we going to do? It'll be the same result, Belle whispered, nervous about receiving another punch. We'll dance again, but this time very slowly so you can learn the steps, and then we'll gradually increase the speed until your body gets used to dancing, and if you step on my foot again, I'll cut you in two. I understood, he whispered, already feeling his body cut. Okay, now follow my steps and we'll do it slowly, 1, 2, 3. While the two of them danced slowly, the goddess of justice stood at the gates of the mansion, watching them with an expression that held a mixture of confused feelings. Why is Kagaya dancing with Belle? The goddess thought, that annoying feeling in her heart. She didn't know what bothered her more, seeing them both dance or feeling jealous of her own daughter. The goddess Astrea was beginning to discover that she greatly detested jealousy. They gazed at each other, staring intently as they danced. He definitely didn't like that feeling. Her morning started out very cheerful when she received the letter from the mysterious boy, but now it had been spoiled a little by those annoying feelings of seeing them both dancing. He didn't like it. I didn't want to see them like that. I hated feeling that way. But I couldn't help it. But Astrea's sadness and jealousy turned to confusion when she saw how, after a series of events, Kaguya began to beat the albino to a pulp. Reason? The Oriental woman ordered the rabbit to grab her waist with both hands and lift her up a little and give her a spin, but he unintentionally, and since he had been learning that movement a lot and it was engraved in his mind and body, he suplexed Kaguya, slamming her against the ground. Bell was startled when he saw what he had done, but at the same time he felt proud because it turned out perfectly. But then came the regret when Kaguya stood up with an expression full of anger and began to beat the albino to a pulp while Welf and Makoto jumped out of the window to stop him. All of this was observed by Astrea, who only had a little anime-style sweat drop and didn't know what to think anymore. I think I'd better visit Hestia later, the goddess thought, walking away as she watched Makoto try in vain to stop Kaguya. Astrea found Kaguya and Bell's relationship very strange. Before, they seemed like friends, when they started dancing they looked like a couple, and now they look like a murderer and a victim. I didn't understand it. She just hoped things wouldn't get complicated. She didn't want to feel any more jealous of her daughter. The feeling of jealousy was definitely what she hated the most. 3 weeks until the dance. End of chapter. Chapter 9. A good couple. At the headquarters of the Astrea family, the goddess of said family was in her room brushing her hair with a slight smile, preparing to go out. Their goal for today. To go back to the chimney mansion. At first she felt a little insecure and uncomfortable knowing what Kaguya and Bell were doing, and she didn't dare ask her daughter about it, who always left the headquarters every afternoon. She had come to the conclusion that she was going to the chimney mansion. It was a little uncomfortable knowing that he was meeting with him every day, but that fear disappeared a little when he met Hestia yesterday, and she explained that she personally asked Kaguya to teach the albino to dance for the next party that Freya would hold. He knew that when Kaguya agreed to do a favor, she wouldn't rest until she accomplished it, so he was taking seriously the idea of turning Belle into a great dancer. She also felt a little more excited now knowing that Belle would be going to that party, hoping that something would happen that she would really love. Okay, I'm ready, she thought, looking at her reflection in the mirror with a slight smile. No, something else is missing. From her drawer, she took out a small lip gloss and applied it. She didn't usually wear makeup like that, but her daughter Iska had given it to her, so she would feel bad if she didn't use it. Today I'm ready, she thought, smiling again as she turned around and left the room. As usual, she went to the Hestia Familia headquarters to chat with her friend, but this time she also went to see how the dance practices with Belle and Kaguya were going. That would be interesting to see. I'll be back later, Astrea said, leaving the headquarters to Noin and Astrea, who were walking down the corridor. Upon seeing their goddess, they froze, watching as she moved further and further away from the headquarters. Did you see that? Noin asked in shock. And? They both turned to look at each other, perplexed, not believing what they had just seen. Astrea-sama put on lip gloss, they both whispered, unable to believe it. It was not surprising since women like to dress up, but they had known their goddess for many years and knew very well that she never used that kind of thing, not even when she went to a party to which she was invited. But now. She's seeing a guy, the two whispered. Who is seeing a boy? The one who asked that question was Alice, who was approaching along with Ryu, Niz and Mariu, curious about their friend's words. Astrea-sama is seeing a boy. They both exclaimed. The others opened their eyes in surprise when they heard that. What? Alice shouted, perplexed. Astrea-sama Susura Mariu in shock. Is it the boy from the cards? Said Niz. Nah, I don't think so. The others, upon hearing the elf's confident answer, turned to look at her in surprise. And how are you so sure of that? Noin asked. Intuition. Ryu whispered her answer, looking away. Besides, I doubt it. You all always exaggerate things. Last time you said Celti was meeting with a man every day because she went out every afternoon, but it turned out she was just going to the new city library. Both girls smiled nervously upon hearing those words, knowing that he was right. At that moment they exaggerated perhaps a little, but they couldn't be blamed. It was very strange that Celti went out every day, so their suspicions were justified. Well, don't blame us for being suspicious, Noin said with a nervous smile. Everything Celti did was suspicious, Astrea defended himself. Lion is right, you're probably exaggerating again, Niz said calmly. If Astrea-sama were meeting with a man romantically, we would already know, Mariu said with a shy smile. And I'm sure it's not the boy from the letters, Ryu whispered. Great. Mystery solved, it's just another mistake by the two of you, Ally said, smiling and doubting it as well. And with that said, the four of them prepared to go their separate ways. Astrea Sama put on lip gloss before leaving. But Nguyen's last words made the four of them freeze. Blow. In. The. Lips. The four of them said with perplexed expressions, unable to believe that. They all knew their goddess and knew that she never used something like that, not even for important occasions. That changed everything. Astrea Sama is seeing a man. Allies shouted in shock. Aha, now they believe us, said Astrea. But are you sure about what you saw? Niz asked, perplexed. Of course. We clearly saw her lips glistening. It's obvious she dressed up like that to see someone, Nguyen replied. I think she finally met the letter boy. I don't think it's that boy, the elf whispered. And how are you so sure? Mariu asked. Intuition. Besides, Astrea Sama received a letter a few days ago, it's impossible that it's him, she replied, a certain anguish noticeable in her eyes, something strange since at that moment she would be boiling with anger as was normal for her, saying that they wanted to take advantage of her goddess. So she's seeing another man we don't know about. Niz added. The hallway fell completely silent after Niz said those words, and they looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. And all because of a lip gloss, something normal for many women, but not for their goddess. Oh no, whispered the elf. Lion? What's wrong? Allies asked as she watched her friend walk away. I'm going to my room, I have something to do. See you later. And with those words the elf ran off down the hallways, leaving her friends confused. What's wrong with her? Normally she'd start yelling that we have to protect her or something, Nguyen said, puzzled. The shock was probably so great that she went to lock herself in her room to scream, said the Mariu option. Well, getting back to the main topic, Astrea Sama seeing a man. Niz said, still unable to believe it. And it's someone who isn't the card boy, or at least Lion is sure of that, Astrea said. This is starting to get worrying, Ally said. It's best to keep this a secret from the others until we're completely sure of our suspicions. We don't want to create another misunderstanding like what happened with Celti. I think that would be the right thing to do, but Astrea Sama putting lip gloss on her lips really makes you think, Astrea said. What if she puts on glitter simply because she wants to dress up a little for herself? The she-wolf suggested. You shut up, Niz, the four of them said, causing an anime-style droplet to appear on the wolf's face. That day and in the days to come, those girls would have a lot to think about regarding their goddess. Meanwhile, with Astrea. Good morning, Hestia, greeted the goddess of justice as she stood before the gates of the chimney mansion, seeing her friend in the garden watering the flowers. Oh. Astrea. And the excited little goddess stopped what she was doing and went to the gates to let her friend through. Sorry for coming unannounced, Astrea apologized with a kind smile as she entered the place. Not at all. You know this is like your home and you'll always be welcome here, Hestia said, knowing that everything she had was thanks to her friend since it all started when she introduced her to Belle. Huh? What's wrong? Asked a goddess of justice, surprised to see Hestia raise a puzzled eyebrow. Is it just me, or do you have lip gloss? I asked, confused. Huh? Yes, I put lip gloss on, she replied with a bit of amusement, realizing that this was very unusual for her. Aren't you doing that to seduce Belle-kun? The little goddess asked, narrowing her eyes. Oh, of course not. What makes you think that? She asked, starting to feel nervous. Haha, obviously it's a joke, you're Astrea. You in love with a man. Impossible, it's almost the same with Artemis, Hestia said, amused by how silly the joke sounded. Haha, yes, impossible, Astrea laughed, trying to hide it a little. And what brings you here? She asked curiously, walking back to the garden to water the flowers. Obviously I came to visit you, he replied, following her. Haha, you've been visiting me more often lately, but I'm not complaining. Astrea really did go to visit Hestia, but the truth is that she always went for another purpose as well. Belle. She had always done so, ever since they lived in that old church. That was one of the many reasons why they had become close, thanks to those visits from Astrea. And of course, also because of the outings they had sometimes, most of which were due to fate, planned at the last second when they happened to meet on the street. But as you can see, I'm busy with the garden right now, the goddess said, watering the flowers. If you'd like, you can help me, or you can wait for me in the living room. I recommend the latter, since Kagaya and Belle-kun are there. Kagaya and Belle? Yes. As you know, Kagaya is teaching Belle-kun to dance and he's learning well. Why don't you go and take a look and see how the classes are going? I won't be long, so go ahead, it's always fun to watch them. Well, if you say so I accept, a little nervous and eager to see what those dance classes were like. I wanted to know what Kagaya was like as a teacher since she had told me that she hated teaching others because it was stressful. Perfect, I'll be there in a little while. If you're hungry or anything, feel free to go to the kitchen. Thank you. And with that said, Astrea left Hestia in the garden and went inside the headquarters, walking through the corridors towards the hall. Even though she knew they were just practicing dancing, she still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. As much as she wanted to erase all that, it was impossible. Furthermore, since Kagaya had started training Belle, she hadn't had much communication with him. She felt they had drifted apart a bit and that saddened her, although she also understood, since the albino was working hard to learn to dance, and according to Hestia, he also spent a lot of time in the dungeon with his friends collecting money and things like that. If I can, I'll invite Belle to dinner at Mia's bar one of these days. We haven't gone together for a while, the goddess thought, wishing they had another outing like that, which they hadn't had for a long time. And all because Belle, for about 2.5 months, started behaving differently towards her, becoming more nervous and reserved, contrary to the beginning when, although respectful, he treated her like a good friend. Sometimes she wished for the return of those days when they went out very often and she enjoyed his company more and more. Well, I hope we'll have another outing like this soon, she thought hopefully, reaching the living room door and grasping the handle, ready to enter. But before he opened the door. You move very well. Just as I was about to open the door, I heard Kagaya's voice on the other side, sounding somewhat agitated. That made her nervous. Do I really move well? And then the albino's voice was heard, also somewhat agitated, making the goddess even more nervous. Sure, your movements are very good, but you're very rough at times. So what do I do? I don't want to hurt you. Astrea's hand began to tremble without letting go of the doorknob the more she listened. Try to move more calmly and you'll see you'll have more energy, and relax your hips a little more, I'll take care of the rest. But. Yes, like that, keep moving like that and keep the rhythm you're learning very well. But it's a bit difficult, I'm more used to going faster. Very bad, you need to learn to move better or you will make your partner uncomfortable. Then I'll try my best, but my hip is starting to hurt a little, you're moving a bit fast. It's normal to feel this way the first few times, but the more we do it, the more your body will get used to it. Be well. Then keep going, we're almost at the end, we're almost finished, yes, like that, slower, don't rush things like that. This is incredible. Astrea, no longer able to resist and with her face completely red, slammed the door open. What are you doing? She shouted, embarrassed and afraid of what she might see when she walked in like that, her heart beginning to ache. But, as was obvious, he saw something other than what he was thinking. In front of her in the middle of the room stood Belle and Kagaya, with the albino having one hand on the Oriental woman's waist and the other holding her hand, while the Oriental woman had him by the shoulder. And next to them was a small device which played very soft music so that only the two of them could hear it. It was more than obvious that they were practicing the dance. Astrea-sama. Astrea-sama. They both said at the same time, surprised by the goddess's sudden appearance. Astrea's cheeks grew redder and redder as she realized she had completely misinterpreted the situation and jumped to conclusions. Obviously, Kagaya immediately realized the reason for the goddess's attitude, remembering how she had been talking to Belle. If a blind person had heard them, they would have thought something else. And Belle, well, he didn't understand Astrea's attitude. Me too. Slowly, Belle released Kagaya's waist and she released him from her shoulder, knowing that her dance class was over for the day due to the sudden appearance of the goddess of justice. I'm such a fool, Astrea thought, ashamed of having such a dirty mind. Astrea-sama, I didn't know you were coming to the Hestia Familia headquarters today, Kagaya said, approaching her. Well, it was something that occurred to me at the last minute, he replied, trying to speak normally. Why did she come in like that? Did something bad happen? Belle asked curiously. The goddess's cheeks flushed slightly as she remembered what she had been thinking. For nothing. Well, Kagaya just laughed slightly with amusement at already knowing what she thought. He was very surprised that she thought such things, but she was over 10,000 years old and even though she was a virgin, she knew about that subject. Come in, have a seat, Belle invited, remembering that Astrea was in front of him, starting to act nervously as usual. Thank you, and she obeyed and sat down, a little shy and embarrassed by what she had thought. Meanwhile, Kagaya, wanting to lighten the mood a bit, sat down on another sofa and chatted. As you can see, I was giving Belle dance lessons, the Asian woman explained, looking at the albino who smiled sheepishly as he sat down on the same sofa as her. Astrea only saw the sofa where she was sitting, even though there was room for one more person, and despite him being close, she decided to go and sit with Kagaya. But they were just minor, unimportant things. That's what he kept repeating in his mind. I see. And has it improved? The curious goddess asked. If I'm honest, at first I thought it was going to be rubbish from beginning to end. Hey. But I have to admit that he's improved these last few days, he surprised me, I said, looking at the albino. That's thanks to you teaching me, Belle said with a slight smile. If it weren't for you, I seriously doubt I would have learned anything. But you have to admit it was a complete nuisance the first few days because you were always stepping on my foot even with your damn suplexes. I am sorry, he apologized, saddened by those events. Well, at least this time you didn't step on my foot, that's a big improvement, the Asian woman said with a sigh. But you still have a lot to learn as you're still very slow with many steps and take a long time to react. Doing that will only hurt your partner's dancing. I'm trying to improve that aspect, but it's difficult for me to synchronize that step with you. Could it be that you're the one doing it wrong? You silly little rabbit, I'm the one teaching you, she said, giving him a light tap on the shoulder, which made Belle giggle. You're too slow. If only you were as good at dancing as you are at singing. Aha, you've admitted again that I'm good when you said you wouldn't. Shut your mouth, it's not like it's a bet or anything. Yeah, right. That's the only reason I'll be tough on you in class tomorrow. Guess sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. While they chatted, laughed and joked, Astrea remained silent with a slight smile watching their interaction. Without realizing it, they had both ignored her and focused on the two of them and the conversation, although they didn't do it on purpose. It was something they did unconsciously. Yesterday they ignored Welf all day. They get along well, the goddess thought, still smiling, even as she continued to feel that strange unease in her heart. It was jealousy again. I'm glad for you, you've become very good friends, Astrea said, once again capturing their attention and making them stop their conversation to look at her. Friends? They both whispered, turning to look at each other. Were they friends? Now that Astrea had said those words, they began to think about what kind of relationship they had. At first they were just acquaintances, but later they became student and teacher in dance. But without realizing it, they had begun to behave that way among themselves. How many days had passed since training began? 5 days. They didn't even realize when they started talking so much. Kagaya had even stopped insulting him and hitting him every time for some mistake. They were also laughing, chatting about any random topic, and so on. Without realizing it, their relationship had evolved into friendship. You could say so, whispered the Oriental woman, since she had to admit that she liked the nervous rabbit. But even though she will like him and begin to consider him a friend, that doesn't mean her main objective has disappeared. That goal still stood. He and Belle laughed slightly, embarrassed and happy to see that she admitted to being friends. Astrea found it increasingly uncomfortable to be there with them. I'm back. Fortunately, the lively little goddess entered the room, making Astrea sigh with relief. Seeing them both so close made her uncomfortable. It was very strange because at first she wanted her daughters to get along with the albino, but now it made her uncomfortable. She felt like something was being stolen from her. Sorry for the delay, Astrea, but the garden is very large, Hestia apologized, arriving at the sofa and sitting next to the goddess of justice. Don't worry, I understand, taking care of the garden requires a lot of work and love if you want it to stay beautiful, I treat mine the same way. Exactly. I'm working hard to make my garden look great. I know it will take a lot of work, but it will be worth it in the end for the results. Well, we're leaving. And then Kagaya and Belle stood up, catching the attention of both goddesses. Huh? Leave? Where to? Astrea asked, puzzled and increasingly uneasy. That fool Belle also asked me for help training with a dagger, and I agreed, at least he learns quickly in fighting training. The albino chuckled, embarrassed by those words. The truth is, I've never trained with anyone with much battle experience, and I feel like Kagaya-san will be a good teacher if I want to become a great adventurer. Astrea kept that annoyance to herself, since she herself told him that if he ever needed help with training and things like that, he should ask her daughters for help. Alright, let's go. We'll only train for an hour since it's getting late, said the woman from the east, starting to walk. The rabbit followed, a little excited about the training. But I warn you, I won't be easy on you. Understood, I will do my best not to disappoint her. And with those words they both left the room, leaving both goddesses alone. Kagaya and Belle have become very good friends since they started those dance classes, Hestia said happily. It shows, the goddess whispered. Kagaya has even invited him to patrol from time to show Belle what her job in the city is like. Why yes, he already told me. Haha, I don't say it directly, but you two make a good couple, Hestia said amusedly. I have a feeling that in the future you and I will be in-laws, I can sense it. Astrea. What? You're squeezing my arm, it hurts. Astrea, realizing what she was doing, quickly pulled her hand away and Hestia immediately began to stroke her arm. Sorry, she apologized, since she hadn't even realized when she grabbed her friend's arm. Ouch. Don't you like the idea of us being in-laws? I know Belle seems a bit untrustworthy, but you know he's a good guy, Hestia said, puzzled. Or would you prefer him to be with allies instead of Kagaya? They make a great couple too. I know. Let's make plans to get them closer and closer without them noticing. We'll be like goddesses of love in the shadows. Astrea, we shouldn't interfere in those things, it would be disrespectful, maybe they're just friends and nothing more. The FFF friends, have you seen the way they look at each other? There's like a spark between them. Look, let's change the subject and talk about something else, like the economy of our area or something else, Astrea said, feeling that her eye was about to start twitching. I really hated those negative feelings, but no matter how much I wanted to prevent them from coming out, I couldn't control them. Fine, but we'll come back to this topic another time, Hestia agreed, a little disappointed at not being able to continue the interesting conversation. How about we go to the kitchen and make some coffee? That sounds perfect to me, I agreed with a kind smile, trying to forget the jealousy that had arisen from that conversation. Kagaya and Belle-kun go to the kitchen together after each dance class to prepare some coffee together. They don't realize it, but at times they seem like a couple. Kagaya is already like part of the family. That's incredible, said the goddess, still smiling. Can we go and make the coffee? They even both know how the other likes their coffee, and so on, they seem to be in sync. Astrea, the coffee. I don't know why, but for some time now Belle-kun has been acting suspiciously, like someone in love. I feel like he's been in love with Kagaya for a while now. I just want my coffee with 2 spoonfuls of sugar. Without meaning to, we brought them closer together with this alliance. I'm excited to see how things will turn out between them. Belle-kun is very precious to me, and I want the best for him, and I feel that Kagaya is a good girl. Do you have any bread to go with the coffee? Astrea continued trying to ignore her friend's words, although it was very difficult for her. She knew Hestia and for a moment thought she would be very possessive with Belle, but there she was pairing him up with Kagaya. She didn't expect that from her friend. It seems he had misjudged Hestia. Oh. And yesterday Belle-kun made Kagaya laugh over something silly. I'm really surprised at what a good couple they make. Astrea was already beginning to regret having made that visit. I just hoped she wouldn't keep talking about that because that tick in her eye was threatening to appear. Meanwhile, in the training yard. For some reason I feel like they're talking about me, the albino whispered, his gaze lowered. Why do you think that? Asked the curious oriental woman, holding her katana. I don't know, but I feel uncomfortable, and when I feel like this, it's because someone is talking about me, or that's what my grandfather used to tell me. You're uncomfortable with everything, Kagaya said, shaking her head slightly. Let's start this training. I want to see how you are in a fight. Be good. As Belle prepared to fight, Kagaya remembered her goddess's attitude when she saw her dancing with him. It was interesting to see her acting jealous, because yes, Astrea was jealous, it was clearly noticeable in her expression. Although he wanted to have a little fun with it, he didn't want to create any kind of misunderstanding that would make her depressed later, so he would restrain his desire to make some jokes. The best thing would be to focus on continuing to investigate the albino who in those days had been so focused on teaching him to dance that he had completely forgotten his main objective. There was still time before that party, so she was sure she would discover something. I'm ready. Belle exclaimed, his dagger in hand. Alright, let's go, and with those words Kagaya launched herself into the attack and attacked the albino with everything she had. Kagaya didn't know that things would soon take a turn she didn't expect. End of chapter. Chapter 10. News. And that's all for today, you didn't do too badly for your first day. We find ourselves in the training yard of the Chimenia mansion where Kagaya was standing with her clothes a little dirty putting away her katana, and lying on the ground was the albino with his body beaten to a pulp and with small cuts. His first day of combat training was over and it was hell for Belle. Even dance classes seemed better to him. Oh, come on, don't exaggerate, I didn't hit you that hard, said the Eastern woman when she saw that he wasn't moving from the ground. Be grateful that I'm the one training you. If it were that silly elf, we'd already be preparing your funeral. She's so stupid she can't control her strength. I can't feel my beat back, Belle whispered, trying to move, but the pain prevented him. If you're not man enough to handle the training, then we'll drop it and focus on ballet classes, the Asian woman teased. What do you think? And I resisted, he whispered, putting all his strength into his hands to get up. But his efforts were in vain, and he fell to the ground again. She never imagined that training would be hell. She only trained for an hour, but it felt like it was all day long, it was crazy. That oriental woman was beautiful but very dangerous. See, can I take a potion? One of very low quality, so your body will get used to the pain and increase your resistance. Ugh. At that moment, the doors of the headquarters were opened, and Hestia and Astrea came out after spending some time together as friends, although for some strange reason, Astrea had a slightly furrowed brow, something that was quickly noticed by Kagaya. Could something have happened? Kagaya asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, in Astrea's mind. Belle and Kagaya this, Belle and Kagaya that. Is that all she can say? It almost seems like she's doing it on purpose, thought the goddess of justice, glancing sideways at the little goddess who had a small, happy smile. Astrea had continued to talk about it for much of their conversation with friends, conversations that Astrea had to endure. Kagaya, Belle-kun. Have you finished your training yet? Astrea asked curiously, approaching them both. Astrea, seeing Belle's condition, felt very worried, wanting to scold Kagaya for not controlling herself during training and at the same time wanting to go to him and help him. Kagaya and Belle make a great couple. But Hestja's words came back to her, causing that annoyance to surface in her heart, overcoming her concern for the rabbit. Astrea-sama, Belle whispered joyfully upon seeing the beautiful goddess. He knew how good she was, so he would help her by telling Kagaya to give him a good potion so he could recover. Astrea was so good. See, can you help me? I asked weakly, looking into the goddess's beautiful eyes, which lacked their characteristic sparkle. Astrea-sama. It's better if Kagaya helps you, she said with a kind smile, turning her back on Belle and leaving him speechless. Oh, Kagaya let out a slight sound of surprise upon seeing the little scene that Astrea had just created. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, I could clearly see the jealousy in his eyes. I didn't understand it. She promised not to do anything to make Astrea jealous, and that's what she had done. She beat Belle up, and yet she still had that attitude. I really didn't understand it. Astrea, it was a pleasure spending the afternoon with you, but I have to go now, said the goddess, looking at her friend. Oh, of course, no problem, Astrea whispered with an anime-style sweat drop due to her friend's strange attitude. For a moment I thought he would rush to help Belle as usual, but it was quite the opposite. He turned his back on her when she needed help the most. And when will you visit me again? Astrea asked. I don't know, maybe the next millennium. Ah. Bye-bye. And with those words, Astrea began to walk towards the exit without saying goodbye to the rabbit, who was still stunned by her cold attitude towards him. He had broken her little heart. She's angry, Kagaya thought, watching as her goddess opened the gates and slowly walked away from the place, without even turning to look at them. Oh, why the sudden change in Astrea's attitude? Astrea whispered, puzzled. Didn't she like the coffee? It's true it's a different brand, but I think it's delicious. Could she be the one to blame? Kagaya thought again, narrowing her eyes as she watched the little goddess whisper to herself. Did she say something to upset her? While she was thinking that, Belle remained frozen, remembering the cold attitude she had towards him. She had never behaved that way before, not even when he stole from her, and that had hurt him. Did I do something wrong? He thought, his gaze lost in the sky. Grandpa, I've failed you. Meanwhile, with Astrea. She was walking slowly towards her headquarters with a calm expression, or so it appeared on the outside. Inside, I was overwhelmed with emotions because of what had just happened. Why did I do that? Why did I act like that? She screamed mentally, regretting the cold way she had treated the albino. I'm such a fool. I shouldn't have treated him that way. Astrea felt like turning around and running towards the chimney mansion to help the badly injured rabbit. But he was afraid of finding Kagaya affectionately giving him a lap pillow like a couple in love. Her pure little heart of a goddess of justice could not bear to see something like that, she could not stand it. They're definitely getting closer because of me. Kagaya is helping him since I refused. I'm such a fool, such a big fool. But the couple in love. Come on, rabbit, get up, said Kagaya, poking the albino's cheek with the sheath of her sword. Ah. Returning to Astrea. Belle will distance herself from me if I keep acting like this, the goddess thought, not wanting to act that way, but jealousy was getting the better of her. Astrea doesn't even know what she's saying, she's just exaggerating. Despite what she said, Astrea was already beginning to seriously doubt that Belle was that mysterious boy from the cards. He had said so many times that he and Kagaya made a good couple that she was starting to believe it too. All of that was so frustrating. If I had known that love was this complicated, I would have avoided all of that from the very beginning. Thinking about it, Astrea stopped abruptly in the middle of the street with an expression of surprise at what she had just thought. She had admitted to feeling jealous and things like that, but she had never thought she had felt such a feeling towards Belle until now. He had never admitted it directly. She slowly lowered her gaze and continued walking with her cheek slightly flushed and her heart beating a little fast thinking about it. She had spent a lot of time with Belle since they met, their little dates, if you could call them that, and their walks around the city together. So many moments together with that albino human. That boy she liked from the first moment she saw him and with whom she felt a strange connection. That boy who was the first to make her feel so many new emotions. At what point? At what point? When did I fall in love with you, Belle? Astrea thought, still blushing and continuing to walk through those streets. For the first time, Astrea had admitted her feelings for Belle. She had admitted that she was in love with him. The goddess of justice had fallen in love with a human. And far from being happy, he felt worried. Worry about what was going to happen with all of that. To fight for him or not to fight for him. He didn't even know if his oriental daughter was interested in the rabbit or if he had any interest in her. All of that caused her pain and insecurities. Astrea was feeling so many human emotions that day that she was surprised mortals could live with all of that every day. What do I do? She thought, continuing to walk with those doubts in her heart. But there was only one thing she was sure of. I wanted to be with Belle. Returning to the chimney mansion. After hearing Belle's groans of pain, Kagaya got annoyed and gave him a medium-quality potion so that his mouth would close and he could walk. This is the last time I do this. Next time you'll be treated the old-fashioned way. Alcohol on the wounds and bandages, Kagaya warned, sending a shiver down the albino's spine. Oh okay, he agreed nervously about what would happen to him in the future as he stood up. Ah, the oriental woman sighed wearily. Even though you're level 3, you're very weak in combat. At that level, I could already face level 4s. Do you only know how to bludgeon your dagger like an idiot? Has no one ever taught you how to fight? And no, I learned everything on my own. Well, you don't know anything. Ugh. Well, although it's normal, you've leveled up so quickly you've never had time to get used to that new level and train. Even though you're level 3, you're still a novice, he said, seeing how he'd struck the albino's pride, who made a face of pain. But you still have time to find your path and train to improve your combat skills. You only recently reached level 3, so I imagine you still have a long way to go to reach level 4. Why yes, Aladi whispered nervously, remembering that he was already halfway through level 3. And besides that, you still have to practice your dance style, because although you've improved, you still have a lot to learn, so we have a lot of work ahead of us. Kagaya said seriously, thank you so much for helping me with all this, the albino said gratefully for all the help he had received from her, who, despite it not being her responsibility, was at his headquarters every day, without fail to practice the dance. What thanks? I'm seriously considering charging you for dance and wrestling classes. What? But you said they were free. That was the idea at first, but I've realized it's a headache dealing with you every day. At least I want to make some money from this. Ah. Belle made a pained expression upon hearing those words. They had truly hurt him, as he had come to consider Kagaya a good friend during all that time. But apparently, for her it was just a nuisance. Ouch. Although at that moment he received a slightly hard blow on the shoulder from the oriental woman who had a mocking smile. Oh, come on, idiot, don't make that face, I'm just joking, he said playfully, seeing how the albino took his joke seriously. If training you was a chore, I wouldn't be here. If I hate something, I just drop it, so don't get depressed. Oh, so it was just a joke, hahaha, Belle laughed, relieved not to be a bother. You're quite the joker, Kagaya-san. The thing is, you're such an idiot that you believe anything, he thought, seeing how naive he was in many ways. I was thinking of teaching him things about life so he wouldn't be so naive. At least it would be useful to him both inside and outside the dungeon. Although that would surely take a lot of work. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Kagaya-san. In fact, we won't be able to train tomorrow and the day after. Huh? Why? He asked, confused. I'm going on an exploration with some of my family tomorrow morning to the 35th floor and we won't be back until Sunday night if all goes well, so we'll resume training on Monday, she explained, sounding a bit tired. Lately, she'd found exploring the dungeon and such tedious. It wasn't as exciting as it used to be. If it were up to her, she wouldn't go, but it was a guild mission to collect certain materials, so she had no choice. Oh, I see. What a shame, Belle whispered, sounding somewhat disappointed. I guess it'll be a few days off. Days off? Of course not. Hey? These 2 days that I won't be here, you'll have to practice all the dance steps I've taught you, that way you won't get rusty, he ordered seriously. Practice? By myself? Obviously not, idiot. You can dance with Mikoto, with Hestia-sama, with Lily, as strange as it may seem, even with Welf, anything goes. He gave the options, causing an anime-style sweat drop to appear on Belle's face. I think I'll practice with Mikoto-san, he whispered. Well, the point is that you keep training, he said dismissively. If I see you're out of shape when I get back, you'll be severely punished. You've been warned. Ugh. And that would be all. Having said those words, the oriental woman turned her back on the rabbit and began to walk, followed by him, accompanying her to the exit. Then we'll see each other on Monday, Belle said, stopping in front of the gate as Kagaya came out. If everything goes well on the mission, I'll be back on Monday, he said, turning to look at him with a slight smile. Make the most of these 2 days, because when I get back I'm going to treat you like my punching bag. Hahaha. Goodbye silly rabbit, don't get into trouble. Goodbye Kagaya-san, and I'll try. After having spent time together in training, they always said goodbye that way. It was like a little game between them, even if they didn't realize it. And with that said, Kagaya began to walk away from the headquarters while Belle waved goodbye with a slight smile. A while ago neither of them would have imagined that they would become so close, but one thing led to another, and there they were, being a kind of friends, a very strange friendship. Well, I think I'll do a little more exercise before resting, the albino thought as he could no longer picture his friend closing the gates and returning to the yard. Meanwhile, with Kaguya. She was walking home with a calm expression. She would probably take a relaxing shower and play a board game with the girls, they always did that before leaving on a mission. I have to admit that Belle has improved a lot at dancing. At first, I didn't have much faith in him, but he's shown me that he's someone who puts in a lot of effort, she thought with a slight proud smile. I know I said it would take him years to learn, but at this rate, by the time the dance comes, he'll be able to dance almost perfectly. The first few days were very stressful for Kaguya as he constantly stepped on her foot, causing her to become enraged and hit him. For a moment she thought about leaving him to his fate. But since he had already promised Hestia, he had to continue because he didn't like breaking his promises. But by the fourth day things were changing for the better, Belle's improvements became noticeable over time, making Kaguya realize that Belle was someone who learned quickly. Every step I showed him, he learned in less than half an hour. Without realizing it, Kaguya had begun to enjoy training the rabbit. She liked seeing how quickly it learned. I know I insulted him with the fight training, but I must admit that I was also surprised, he thought, remembering the training in the yard. Belle had shown him that he was fast, agile, and resilient for a level 3. He was very talented, but unfortunately, having never trained in a fighting style, he couldn't bring out his abilities. But luckily she was there to teach him different types of combat, and if she wasn't mistaken, he would have the same talent for learning quickly as he did in dancing. Belle was a diamond that still needed a lot of polishing to show its true brilliance, and she would make sure it shone. In the end you weren't as irritating as I thought. It's nice to have someone to spend the afternoons or mornings with, training and chatting, he thought with a slight smile without stopping walking. Although seconds later he stopped abruptly upon realizing a certain detail he had forgotten. Gradually a tick appeared in her eye and she began to feel like an idiot. Yes, everything was very nice with his new friendship, enjoying those training sessions and chats, which, although he didn't say so, were very pleasant. But all that had made him forget something very important. His main objective, which is why he approached the albino in the first place. Discover his secret if he was the boy from the letters. I'm an idiot. She shouted, startling more than one citizen who was passing by her. She had focused so much on teaching him to dance and things like that she forgot about that small but important detail. She didn't even realize when she'd forgotten. Every day when she walked to the Hestia Familia headquarters, she wasn't thinking about how to find out the secret. She was thinking about what new dance steps the goddess of the heart would teach her and what kind of cookies she'd have prepared. Even now that Astrea has arrived, he didn't think about it. The only thing he thought about was not making her angry. It could be said that she had fallen for the third time, although this time it was her own fault for being distracted. I'll resume the investigation on Monday, I promise, she thought, hoping she wouldn't forget when she started her dance classes. And with those thoughts, and a little angry with herself, she continued her walk to her headquarters to take a shower to relieve some of the stress. Returning to the chimney mansion. Astrea-sama acted very cold towards me. We found ourselves in the training yard where the albino was, although he wasn't alone. Welf and Makoto were also there. They had recently returned to headquarters after doing their business and went straight to the training yard to see the rabbit and ask him how his day was. And Welf asked the question of the day if he had seen Astrea, and it was at that moment that Belle remembered everything that had happened a while ago, causing a depressed aura to surround him. What do you mean by that, Belle Dono? Makoto asked, puzzled. It seemed strange that Astrea had acted so coldly towards the albino. I think it's pretty clear, she was very cold to me, it almost seemed like she was angry, Belle whispered dejectedly. Context, the redeed asked. I don't know. I shouted, not knowing what I had done wrong. When she appeared, she didn't have this attitude, but when she left, she ignored me, she didn't even say goodbye. It was as if she were angry. Perhaps she was distracted by some problem and forgot to say goodbye to you, Makoto offered, not wanting her friend to feel bad. Or she's already met another man and is forgetting about you, Welf offered, leaving the albino stunned. Welf don't know. Makoto shouted angrily, punching the redeed. It's about cheering him up, not finishing him off. Sorry. While Belle was still in shock from her friend's words. Hearing that Astrea was getting to know another man had really hurt him. It was as if a part of him had almost been torn away. Ignore him, Belle Dono. We're talking about Astrea-sama, a goddess who's never had a partner in her life. I'm 100% sure you're the closest guy to her, Makoto tried to reassure her friend. I'm sure she was just thinking about something important and forgot to say goodbye to you. Hey, are you sure? Belle whispered, that glimmer of hope returning to her eyes. Absolutely. and to really touch her heart, we should write a song for her together, I'm sure she'd love that," the girl suggested, wanting to help her friend. Upon hearing those words, the rabbit's determination returned and he clenched his fists. "You're right, this isn't the end. I still have to work hard to win over Astrea-sama. That's the spirit." Meanwhile, Welf just watched them both with an anime-style sweat drop. "But I still feel it's best if he keeps his feet on the ground. If he gets his hopes up too high, the fall will be much harder," the Redeed thought, not wanting his friend to be seriously hurt by a heartbreak. "But maybe I'm wrong. The goddess Astrea seems very interested in him, so perhaps he has a chance." In the end, all he wanted was his friend's happiness, so he hoped everything would turn out alright. Huh? At that moment, Belle and Makoto watched curiously as the postman arrived at the gates of their mansion to place a letter in the mail and leave. "The letter," Makoto whispered. "I wonder what it is," said the albino. "Perhaps a guild mission," Welf suggested. "Come on." The trio of friends put their conversation aside and went to the post office, curious to know what the letter was about, hoping it wasn't anything bad. Upon arriving at the post office, Belle opened it and took out the envelope, seeing that the only thing the envelope said was for Dad and Mom. "She belongs to our ally," Makoto whispered, seeing the curiosity in the albino's eyes. "He said he would only write to us if something of utmost importance happened," Welf said. "Perhaps he discovered something important about the goddess Astrea." "Something important," Belle murmured, starting to feel nervous for some reason. "What are you waiting for?" "Read it," said the Redeed. The rabbit, with slightly trembling hands, decided to open the envelope with his friend's present, nervous to know what it would say. "I wouldn't read it in secret." Welf and Makoto were his allies, so any kind of information had to be known to them as well. Slowly, Belle took the letter out of the envelope and began to unfold it so he could read the text. And to the confusion of the three of them, he only brought a short message. A short message that left the three of them speechless the moment they read it. "Astrea-sama is seeing a man." Those were the only words the letter contained, along with the initials RL. A short message that none of the three expected, where two of them heard something shattering into pieces, a sound full of pain. "They called me crazy," Welf whispered. "The Belle don't know," Makoto said, frightened, turning to look at her albino friend, whose expression was blank and who stared in a trance. This." The news was so sudden that words of encouragement were nowhere to be found in her mouth. "Friend Welf, trying to cheer him up, placed the palm of his hand on his shoulder, but the moment he touched him, Belle crumbled into pieces as if he were a stone sculpture, leaving the sheet with the message on top of his dusty remains. Belle don't know." Meanwhile, from the mansion, Hestia peeked out a little upon hearing that scream, seeing her albino son on the ground looking like a corpse, and Welf and Makoto with a desperate expression calling him in vain. For a moment Hestia was worried, but she felt that the rabbit's face was completely fine, so there was no danger. Perhaps his body still aches from Kagaya's training well, he'd better get used to it if he wants to be a great adventurer. And with those thoughts Hestia returned to what she was doing, leaving the Oriental woman and the blacksmith who were trying to revive Belle, whose only trace of life was a tick in his left foot. Just like a rabbit. Belle don't know, resist. The following days would be different for Belle and for the goddess Astrea. "I think I should have done a little more research before sending the letter," Ryu thought in her room, a little regretful about the letter she wrote and sent to the Hestia Familia headquarters. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Sad Rabbit. A certain beautiful Oriental woman was walking through the corridors of the Astrea family headquarters, already dressed after having taken a shower, going to the living room to relax a little. Finally home, thought Kagaya, looking out the window as the sun illuminated the city. The night before, she and her family had returned from that mission, which fortunately was not complicated, reaching the surface in 2 days just as she had planned. I wonder if that fool was practicing the dance. If he wasn't, he's as good as dead, she thought, already having a plan to go to the Gemenia mansion after breakfast. Although at that moment I watched curiously through the window as her goddess walked towards the post office. That's right, today is Monday, she thought, completely forgetting that another letter from the mysterious boy was arriving that day. It doesn't matter, I probably wouldn't have even seen him post that letter. Kagaya was about to continue on her way to the room, but curiously watched as her goddess closed the mail and walked back towards headquarters with a sad expression. And what surprised her was that he wasn't carrying an envelope in his hands as usual. Did I miss something? The Asian woman thought, surprised. The front door opened and Astrea entered with a dejected expression, meeting her daughter in the hallway. Kagaya, good morning, the goddess greeted, smiling slightly. Good morning, Astrea-sama, she returned the greeting, still puzzled. By the way, where's your letter? Asking that question was like driving another stake into the heart of the goddess, who wanted to hide her sadness, but it was difficult, very difficult. There wasn't a letter today, she whispered, looking down. Astrea-sama. But there's no problem. She smiled immediately, not wanting to worry her. Perhaps he had something to do and couldn't send a letter that might be the reason. Yes, it's likely. Well, I'll go prepare breakfast, you can go to the dining room in 30 minutes. And with that said, Astrea turned her back on the Oriental woman and walked away from her towards the kitchen. As Kaguya stood in that hallway watching her walk away, a bad taste in her mouth lingered. She didn't know why, but for some strange reason she felt guilty about what had happened. But I didn't understand. What happened that prevented a letter from arriving? There's something I'm missing, she whispered, bringing a finger to her chin. Now, with even more reason, I would go to the Chimenia mansion and find out what was going on. Since Bell was still his only suspect, he would go and investigate him to see if anything had changed. He was only in jail for 2 days, and that's how things were. If Bell keeps acting the same as always, my suspicions that he's the mystery guy will diminish, I whispered, a little frustrated. Damn, I'm running out of suspects. Good morning, Kaguya. Good morning, Lion. The Oriental woman returned the greeting at the moment the elf passed by and stopped in front of her. Hey Kaguya. What do you want? Do you happen to know if Astrea-sama received a letter today? She asked, a little nervous. When you try today's breakfast you'll get the answer. Ugh, I think it's a no. Why the question? Did you want to hurl hateful words at that boy? To say that he only wants to harm our goddess? Something like that, I whispered, looking away. Hey Kaguya. What do you want now? Do you happen to know if Astrea-sama has been seeing a man lately? Huh? What got into you? Well. Don't be an idiot, silly elf. If Astrea-sama were seeing a man, she wouldn't be sad because she didn't receive a letter from that mysterious letter boy, Lion thinks. That makes sense, the elf whispered, feeling increasingly nervous. Can I ask what's going on with you? He asked, raising an eyebrow. And nothing's wrong, she said, taking a few steps back. I'll go to the lounge to rest. Goodbye. And just as she had arrived, the elf disappeared, leaving Kaguya alone in the hallway once again. What's wrong with her now? She asked, puzzled. Typical silly elf, how could she even think that Astrea-sama is seeing a man? Although she had maintained that nervous attitude throughout the mission, she always wore an uncomfortable expression, as if she felt guilty or nervous about something. Although it wasn't like he cared about the elf's silly problems unless she was in danger, but knowing her, it was probably nonsense. Kaguya was startled to hear a heart-rending scream in the headquarters, looking in all directions. That scream is coming from Alice's room. The Asian woman quickly ran to the Redeed's room, hoping it wasn't anything bad. I knew Alice and how ridiculous she was, but she wasn't ridiculous enough to let out such a heart-wrenching scream without a good reason. Upon reaching the room, he entered without hesitation, seeing the Redeed who had a horrified expression. Kaguya. What happened? He asked, looking around for something unusual. I have a pimple on my face. As she said those words, Alice pointed to her face, showing a red spot on one of her cheeks. A grain. Yes. A pimple. She screamed in horror, looking at herself in the mirror. My face. My perfect face. What did I do wrong? I take care of him every day with the best soaps and the best creams. Why did a pimple appear? Is it because I'm eating a lot of high-calorie foods? Why? Kaguya, say something. This is serious. You screamed like that over a pimple. A pimple that's ruining my beautiful face. Don't you understand the seriousness of the matter? A tick began to appear in Kaguya's eye, restraining her urge to beat the Redeed to a pulp. Or rather I was going to do it. I know a method to eliminate pimples. Oh really? Sip. Then tell me. A punch. Huh? With a tired expression, Kaguya walked through the streets of Verario towards the chimney mansion. The day had started in a very tiring way. Dealing with Alice's nonsense in the morning only to end up hitting her. Watching the silly elf behave nervously at breakfast time. Eating breakfast without the main ingredient, which was love. Seeing their depressed goddess at the table eating slowly. And receiving questions from all the girls asking her if she had anything to do with their goddess's bad mood again. It had truly been a very tiring morning. I hope it's different at the Hestia Familia headquarters, he thought, letting out a sigh. If that stupid rabbit steps on my foot today, he's as good as dead. I'm short on patience. And with those thoughts Kaguya arrived at the chimney mansion, but didn't expect anyone to greet her. She simply opened the gates and entered and did the same with the next door entering the headquarters. Astrea had told her that this was her house and that she could enter with confidence whenever she wanted. At first she was a little hesitant to do so, but in the end she accepted. Let's see if he's in the room, she thought, walking through the halls of the headquarters, hoping to find the rabbit and start her dance classes. Huh? Oh Kaguya. Welcome. Upon entering the room, she was greeted by Hestia, who was reading a book, and on the other sofas were Lily, Welf, and Makoto chatting. But there was no sign of Belle in the room. Good morning. I'm glad to see you. How was the mission with your family? The curious goddess asked. It was easy, without any complications. Well, that's normal, you're all very strong. I'm glad to see you're back safe and sound. And Belle? I asked, not seeing him anywhere. In the courtyard, Lily whispered. This is wrong, Mikoto added. Huh? Bad? Did something bad happen? She asked curiously. Belle-kun has been very depressed these past 2 days and hasn't told us why, Hestia said, putting her book aside. It's the first time I've seen him like this. Depressed, Kagaya whispered, beginning to suspect more. Can you talk to him? Perhaps you can cheer him up, the little goddess asked. I'll see what I can do. He's playing his guitar, so don't be surprised if he's singing sad songs. He's been like this with his instrument since yesterday, the redeed informed. Kagaya just raised an eyebrow, much more puzzled. It was too much of a coincidence that the albino was depressed on the same day that his goddess did not receive a letter from the mysterious boy. The pieces were starting to connect in his head and his suspicions that Belle was writing the letters were beginning to grow. He also refused to practice dancing because he was depressed, Mikoto added. A vein popped out on Kagaya's forehead as she heard those words. So that damned rabbit disobeyed my order, well I'm going to take away his sadness with my fists, Kagaya whispered, leaving the room and heading towards the training yard. Why did he say that? Lily asked, knowing that things would go badly for the albino now. Sorry. I wonder why Belle-kun is sad, Hestia whispered, looking up at the ceiling. Obviously only Welf and Mikoto knew about it, although they hadn't told anyone, but Lily had been starting to suspect it for some time. Don't worry, I'm sure Kagaya will cheer him up, Welf said confidently. Or so I hope. In the training yard. Kagaya was walking around the courtyard looking for the mutant rabbit to find out what was wrong with him and also to punish him for not practicing the dance exactly as she had ordered. The guitar, he whispered as he heard the sound of the instrument getting closer. He was still surprised at how well he played the guitar and how well he sang. If he were some kind of Casanova, he would conquer many women. And when he was close enough, he saw him under a tree singing a song. Give me a reason. Not to die. Sluo. He really is an idiot, Kagaya thought, looking into his eyes, which reflected sadness as he continued singing. An idiot with a good voice. Lean Kagaya-san. Belle interrupted his singing the moment he saw the oriental woman standing a few meters away from him. Hello, Belle whispered in a subdued tone of voice. Hey idiot, she returned the greeting, going over to him and sitting down next to him under that tree. Belle simply stepped aside to give her space as he placed his guitar on the floor and looked down. Silence remained in that place, causing Kagaya to glance sideways at the albino, who still had that dejected expression. Mikoto told me that you didn't practice the dance as I instructed you. I didn't feel up to doing it, she whispered. Maybe I should cheer you up with a few good punches. Perhaps that's for the best. Kagaya just smiled with amusement upon hearing that. It was more than obvious. Why are you depressed? I realize that the sun is going to explode in millions of years. Funny, he said, giving him a light tap on the shoulder that almost dislocated it. Looks like you don't want to talk about it, too bad. And here I thought we were friends. Of course we're friends but she whispered, looking down again. I just don't want to talk about it. Wow, whatever really happened left him devastated, she thought, a little surprised by the rabbit's attitude. I wonder what happened. Let's go practice the dance, Belle said, standing up with his guitar in hand. There are only 2 weeks left until the festival of the goddess Freya, although honestly, I've completely lost all enthusiasm for going. Well, you have to go. I didn't waste my time training you for nothing. Understood. Kagaya just stared at him with a frown. It was already bothering and tiring him to see him act like that, plus with that silly attitude he wouldn't pay attention in class and would make a lot of mistakes. I had to sort all that out before going back to practice. We're not training today. Huh? Belle stopped when she heard what Kagaya said, turning to look at her. I said we're not going to train, he repeated as he stood up. But the party is in 2 weeks. I don't care, with that stupid attitude you're bringing, all you're going to do is annoy me. Ugh, I'm sorry, he apologized, hurt. So, will you be returning to your headquarters? Of course not, you idiot. And with that said, she took Belle's arm and began walking without letting go towards the exit. Let's go for a walk around the city, maybe that will distract you. But he said nervously, still holding his guitar. No buts, you're coming with me. Wait with Kagaya. And without letting him say anything, the oriental woman took the rabbit out of its burrow and carried it away under the watchful eyes of the others who were leaning against the window. You can do it, Kagaya, Hestia whispered, wishing her son would return with his spirits restored. That's strange, I'd normally beat him up, said the redeed. Kagaya Dono has softened towards Belle Dono over time, Mikoto commented with a happy smile. Well, in my opinion, she had the smile of someone who had caught her prey, Lily whispered, her eyes narrowed. Prey? Welf and Makoto said, looking at each other. Nah, impossible. What are you talking about? Hestia asked. You're welcome, they replied, making the goddess narrow her eyes suspiciously, sensing that they were hiding something. Meanwhile, in the city. Kagaya walked with a small smile through the streets, and a meter behind her was Bell with a dejected attitude. Where are we going, Kagaya? Bell asked, wanting to play his guitar in the training yard. First, I want you to get rid of that depressed attitude. You're stupid, but not a pessimistic stupid. Thank you for the compliment I think, he whispered, unsure whether to feel flattered or offended. Well, for Kagaya it was probably a compliment. Her compliments were rare. But this isn't necessary, I'm fine. Yes, it shows, she said sarcastically, stopping and turning to look at him. Have you had breakfast yet? Now that you mention it, no, he said, remembering that detail. Okay, then the first thing we'll do is go eat, my treat. You? Bell whispered, puzzled, looking her up and down. The next thing he received was a strong blow to the head that almost knocked him to the ground. Don't look at me like I'm weird, I just want to invite you to lunch, there's nothing strange about that, she said, offended. I also invite people I consider my friends out to lunch from time to time. Okay, I'm sorry, he apologized, wincing. So, where are we going? To the fertility hostess, I'm taking you to a place that charges a lot of money, so I hope you appreciate the gesture. Thank you for helping this homeless person. That's what I like to hear, let's go now. And so the duo of friends set off for Mia's bar to eat her delicious food. Why is she doing all this? Bell thought, watching her walk ahead of him. Some time later. Hello, we've come for breakfast, Kagaya greeted the dwarf who was behind the counter. Mia just narrowed her eyes, looking at the albino who was smiling nervously. First you used to come often with his goddess, and now you're starting to come with his daughter, said the dwarf, making Bell's nervous smile grow even wider. What are you talking about? Kagaya asked. You're welcome. Bell shouted, taking a seat at the bar, as did the Asian woman, who smiled slightly at his reaction. We should eat. Well, it's none of my business, Mia said, turning away. I know that for you, right, Kagaya? And your rabbit. Hello to Simper. Okay, wait a few minutes. When the dwarf left, the bar fell silent. Or rather, the whole bar was silent, since the few people who were eating there weren't talking. I see you know Mia, I didn't know you came here often, Kagaya began, turning to look at him. Haha, it's one of my favorite places. I suppose you already know that Lion works here, right? Why yes, it feels strange that she's helping me when she's working. Are you kidding? I really enjoy coming here and having her serve me, even if it's just a glass of water. It's fun, she said with a laugh, remembering the elf's embarrassment every time she came to eat at that bar. It feels like she's my servant. It's fun to tease that elf. And no, you shouldn't be so hard on Ryu-san, things could turn around at any moment and she'll make fun of you. Her? Ha. That silly elf is so naive that it's impossible for her to see my face or make fun of me, it's something that can't happen, he said confidently. Why yes, I doubt it too, Bell laughed nervously. What will we do after breakfast? Relax rabbit, we'll think about that once we've finished eating. Don't you have any plans? The best outings with friends are those that aren't planned too much. What? I don't know, but it's strange that you're acting nice to me and saying I'm your friend. You don't usually express yourself like that. Are you implying that I'm mean to you? And? The next thing Bell received was a blow that slammed him into the bar, but fortunately it didn't break. As I told you, I can be nice to people I consider my friends, but most of the time I just like to make fun of them as is the case with Lion. You just admitted that you care about Ryu-san. Obviously, that silly elf is my friend and we're from the same family, although most of the time she irritates me a lot because she's too naive. Although I must admit that he is strong and someone you can trust without hesitation, although I hate to admit it, Lion is someone loyal and principled. But he still irritates me with his naivety and foolishness. But despite everything, I like that silly elf. Don't even think about telling her this or you're dead, the Asian woman warned seriously. Kagaya. What? Behind you. Slowly, Kagaya turned away, hoping it wasn't what she was thinking. But unfortunately, that was what I thought. In front of her was Ryu in her waitress outfit carrying a tray with both of their orders, staring at the Oriental woman with a surprised expression, just like Kagaya. Also that seconds later a strange mocking smile appeared on the elf's face, and angry veins appeared on Kagaya's forehead. Well, the evil cockroach got sentimental on us, said the elf, still with that smile. Normally Ryu would be embarrassed by such compliments, but when it comes to Kagaya, well. Kagaya my friend. Liu-un. And the scream of the Oriental woman echoed throughout the bar, her face completely red. And for the first time, it was more shame than anger. Belle just looked down, hoping that things wouldn't escalate. "Goodbye Kagaya, my friend," Ryu said, still smiling at the Asian woman who stormed out of the bar while Belle walked with a nervous smile. All the time they spent in the bar, Ryu just stared at Kagaya with a mocking smile while she seethed with anger as she ate her breakfast. Obviously, although Ryu's smile was mocking, she was also happy to know what Kagaya truly thought of her and that she considered her a friend. For a long time she believed that Kagaya didn't like her, but she was wrong. And what amused her the most was that she was embarrassed to say things like that directly, but unfortunately for her, she heard her thanks to Belle. "Oh no," whispered the elf, remembering that the albino had also been in the bar. When she saw him sitting next to Kagaya, she had planned to call him to explain the matter of the letter she had sent him and tell him that she was most likely mistaken, but in the end, with the teasing and all that, she ended up forgetting. "I have to catch up with him and tell him," she thought, wanting to clear up the misunderstanding as she walked towards the exit. But before he could take a step, a giant hand landed on his head, preventing him from moving forward. "Where are you going, Ryu?" Mia asked, her gaze darkening. "Me too. I remind you that you are working in the morning because you broke 10 plates last night. But it's also Anya's fault. She's cleaning the toilets that were clogged yesterday by a customer. Do you want to help her? Then no. Then go back to the kitchen." And? Despite being at the same level, Ryu couldn't help but feel fear towards Mia. Back to the duo of friends. "Come on Kagaya, it's not that bad." "Shut up, rabbit. It's your fault too," Kagaya shouted, glaring at him. "My fault?" "Yes. You knew that silly elf was behind me and yet you remained silent." What's happening is. Elle intended to tell Kagaya that Ryu was behind her, but the elf raised her finger in a signal of silence and the albino decided to obey as a kind of payment for all the time she helped him with the cards. "You damn traitorous rabbit and you're supposed to be my friend." Sorry. Damn it. Now that stupid elf is going to rub those words in my face for the rest of my life. "Hey Kagaya, calm down. You shut your mouth. This is the last time I take you for a walk." As if I were a dog. Relationship problems. They both stopped on a street when they heard a voice directing their gaze there. Near an alley, a man sat at a table with a magic ball, looking at them with a smile. "Oh. It's you." Belle exclaimed excitedly, remembering that this man had helped him meet Astrea in the past. "Yes, it's me," I whispered with a proud smile. "We meet again, Belle. I see you're doing well in life thanks to my predictions." "Why yes, more or less." "Who is this clown?" Kagaya asked, bored. "Ugh, a clown," whispered the fortune teller, hurt by those words. "He's someone who helped me in the past, I owe him a lot," Belle said, turning to look at him with a smile. "Thank you so much, your prediction came true after all." "Which one?" "The prediction where your girlfriend dies." "What?" "Oh sorry, I got the reality wrong again haha." "I still see a clown," Kagaya whispered to Belle, who smiled nervously. "Hey, would you like me to read your fortunes together?" "It's on the house," the guy asked excitedly. "No thanks, that's just a waste of time," Kagaya refused disinterestedly, intending to leave. "Oh, come on, it'll be easy and free. I might see something interesting," the guy said, wanting to see their future. "Who knows, maybe I'll check the lottery numbers." "Come on Kagaya, it'll be quick," Belle said, a little excited by that prediction. He had guessed her prediction once, so he was confident that it was almost 100% accurate. It would be exciting. In addition, this made Kagaya forget her anger towards Ryu for a short time. "Oh, fine, I'll play along with your stupid game," I sighed wearily, approaching them again. "I'd better make it quick." "Perfect. You are about to enter a world completely different from ours," the man said dramatically, beginning to make strange movements with his hand. Elle had an excited smile, eager to see what he would guess this time, while Kagaya had a bored expression, though she smiled slightly upon seeing the excitement in the albino's eyes. "At least he's not depressed anymore," were his thoughts. "The gates of hell I mean, the gates of the astral world are opening before me," the man shouted, continuing to make those strange movements. "I still think this is ridiculous," Kagaya whispered. "Shhh, it's my favorite part," Belle whispered, attentive to the show, and Kagaya's eye twitched because the idiot didn't realize he told her to shut her mouth. "I see it. I see everything." "I don't see anything," Kagaya said simply, looking into the crystal ball. "Incredible. What happened?" BDLL asked curiously. "I see you two at the altar. You're getting married," he exclaimed. "You two are getting married." "What?" Belle shouted in surprise upon hearing this revelation, only to begin feeling embarrassed seconds later. "Me? I'd have to be really desperate to marry this idiot," Kagaya said boredly. "Ugh, am I a bad catch?" he asked, hurt. I never said that, in fact I have to admit that you are handsome, but no, I don't see myself marrying you, mainly because I don't like those events, she replied simply. Wait, I was wrong again, that was the future of another reality, the fortune teller said. Well, the me in that reality is very desperate, she said, still bored. Now I see you both. A friendship. A strong friendship between you both. That's more believable. So many adventures and troubles. I'll see you both. In the pleasure district. Ha 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 how hot. Pleasure district. They both said, turning to look at each other, confused. If this crazy old man isn't a con artist, I bet it's your fault, said the Asian woman with sharp eyes. Ha ha ha. And my signal cut out, I can't see any more, said the man, lowering his arms. That'll be 10,000 valis. What? But you said it was on the house. Belle said indignantly. I'm sorry, friend, the man apologized, although seconds later he began to sweat nervously as the edge of a katana was at his neck. You said it was free, so you'd better keep your word, Kagaya threatened with a friendly smile. Haha, it was just a joke, don't worry, said the guy, scared. Phew, thank goodness, I hardly have any money, the albino sighed in relief. Alright, then if we're done with this nonsense, let's go, said Kagaya, sheathing her katana and starting to walk. Haha, forgive her, that's just how she is, Belle said with a nervous smile. I know, it never changes in any reality, the man whispered, touching his neck, still frightened. Only in one, but it's very slight. I've always found the whole topic of realities interesting. How many versions of me are there? Many. Thousands and thousands of versions, each with a different personality and life, they are very interesting, although unfortunately I can't see them all. How awful. Elle, hurry up. Kagaya shouted from afar. Go away, boy, your friend is waiting for you. Yes, goodbye and thank you for the above, I hope to see you again. I highly doubt it, this is my last day in this reality, but I'll be seeing you in my magic ball. Good luck. Thank God. And with that shout, Belle began to run towards the eastern side, leaving the fortune teller alone, who was smiling a little. At least in this reality he's happy, he thought, snapping his fingers as the table and his magic ball disappeared. Great. Time to help someone else. And with a clap, the guy also disappeared, leaving a small tree where he had been before. Very interesting. Back to the duo. Where do you know that clown from? Kagaya asked, frowning. Well, let's just say he helped me through one of my most difficult times in the city. Let's just say I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him, he confessed nostalgically, remembering those times when he slept in that alley. I find that hard to believe since he seems like a con artist clown, but if I help you then there's no problem, he said dismissively. And you'd better not set foot in the pleasure district. The prediction said that you would also be with me. I doubt it, you fool. After those strange predictions, they both continued walking through the streets of Arario in the direction of the Tower of Babel. So what are we going to do now? Belle asked curiously. Well, now that we've had a breakfast I didn't enjoy, I whispered angrily, remembering the elf. Let's go to the dungeon and kill a few monsters. Huh? To the dungeon? I asked, surprised. I thought you were bored with all this talk about explorations, besides, you just came back from your exploration yesterday. Aren't you tired? I'm level 6, you idiot. I have plenty of stamina, and it's true that I'm bored, but I'm curious to see how you are fighting monsters, he replied, looking at the rabbit. But I don't have my wow. Belle cut his sentence short when he saw the Oriental woman magically pull out her dagger and give it to him. How did you do it? He asked, surprised, taking his trusty weapon. That's the least of it, now you have no excuse to go to jail. But I have my guitar with me. So what? You can sing a romantic song to a Minotaur or Goliath. Just carry it on your back and problem solved. Okay, but my armor. Stop making excuses. You're with me, so nothing bad will happen to you. What? Don't take offense, but I feel like you're capable of letting me get beaten up just for your own amusement. It's not fun, it's experience you gain. Just. Now that everything is sorted out, let's go to the dungeon and see how you fare fighting monsters, it'll be like training. Upon hearing that it would be part of his training, Belle put on a serious expression, wanting to improve in them. I will try my best. That's the spirit, rabbit, now let's go. Thus the duo of friends embarked on their journey and had a small adventure for the day. A day that would end with a shocking revelation for Kagaya. Meanwhile, in the pleasure district. In one of the many basements of the place. The frog woman stared with a disgusting smile at a piece of paper on the wall with a picture of Belle. It was the photo the guild gave out for their level up in Alias. Soon you will be mine, pretty boy. A huge shiver ran down the rabbit's spine before entering the dungeon. But he didn't think much of it. Problems would soon come into his life. End of chapter. Chapter 12. A silent letter. Kagaya had always appeared cold, sarcastic, and uninterested in others. A typical girl you could say the worst insult to and she would act like nothing was wrong, not caring at all. Someone who didn't care about others more than herself. But it was quite the opposite. If there was one thing Kaguya had in abundance, it was her immense pride, that enormous pride that prevented her from showing what she truly felt. Although she appeared disinterested on the outside, deep down she loved her family very much, caring for each and every one of them, even being willing to give her life for them if the situation warranted it, even for Ryu. Kaguya always watched over the safety of each of them, even though they didn't realize it, except for some like knees or allies who knew very well what their friend truly felt. Although he was very arrogant, he had his good and protective side. And that protective side was much stronger when it came to his beautiful goddess. If there was anyone Kaguya protected more than anyone else, it was undoubtedly Astrea. After all, she had sworn never to allow her to be harmed. When her goddess went out and asked her to accompany her, she always walked by her side and looked with deadly eyes at all the men who tried to look lustfully at her pure goddess. She hated them because in her eyes all those guys just wanted to hurt her and play with her. She would never allow anyone to approach her with ulterior motives. But that would change when someone approached their goddess in a way that was different from everyone else. Through letters. That day the headquarters was turned upside down the moment their goddess received that love letter, where Astrea didn't know what to think about it, noticing the slight discomfort on her face. And obviously Kaguya didn't feel even a little bit of trust in that letter, firmly believing that it was another sick person trying to take advantage of her. Luckily, he noticed the discomfort in his goddess's eyes, knowing that that poor idiot wouldn't achieve anything with his stupid letters. But that changed over time. Week after week things were changing more and more. Every Monday of each week a new letter would appear in the family's mailbox, a love letter addressed to Astrea. And with each love letter, the goddess's way of thinking changed with that mysterious boy. That expression of discomfort she had before while reading the letter had gradually transformed into a lovely smile as she read each paragraph of the letter, and it was noticeable in her eyes that she really enjoyed reading them. Letter after letter that Astrea read with that emotion and happiness in her eyes. They all knew what was happening, and Kaguya was the first to realize it. His goddess was falling in love with that mysterious person just from those simple letters. What was so special about them? That was what Kaguya wondered every time she looked at the happiness in her eyes. Once her goddess left the letter on the sofa while she went to prepare some tea, Kaguya, although she knew it was very rude, approached the sofa and read the letter to see what made them so special. And her first thoughts upon reading it were corny, full of silly and cloying words. Did Astrea really like that kind of thing? I didn't know she was such a romantic person, and apparently she loved reading all those sweet loving words. And that frustrated the Oriental woman. Don't misunderstand her, Kaguya wasn't against her goddess falling in love and having a boyfriend, she had every right to do so, but being someone very overprotective of her goddess, even if she wouldn't admit it, things were a little more difficult. If Astrea were to get a boyfriend, she would first have to find out what kind of man he was, what kind of intentions he had towards her, and most importantly, if he truly loved her. In short, all Kaguya wanted was to know how worthy that person was to her goddess, if he was a good guy for her, and not just a jerk who wanted to hurt her. But the big problem was that she couldn't find out any of it, since she didn't even know who that mysterious boy who wrote the letters was, and that frustrated her a lot. The man was winning the heart of his goddess, and he didn't even know her name. I hated that. And that remained the case for a while, a short period of time. Until that day when he met his first and only suspect at that party where his family formed an alliance with the Hestia family. And that was none other than bellcranel, Akka the possessed rabbit. His prime suspect is the owner of those letters. What surprised her most was learning that this albino was already close to her goddess, like a kind of friend. That made her more and more suspicious of him, so she decided to approach him and become a sort of friend to find out more and see if he was the owner of the cards. And let's just say that was the most entertaining and frustrating thing I'd done in recent times. For example, her attempts to catch him by placing the card that failed in suspicious ways at every turn. To this day she still doesn't know how that boy did it, and that angered her. But at the same time, during all that time, without meaning to, he got to know the albino more and more. In the midst of his investigation he discovered many things. He could play the guitar, he could sing, he was terrible at dancing, he was easily frightened, but if the moment required it he was the bravest, someone kind and gentle. And the most surprising thing he discovered was that the company of that idiot was pleasant. Kaguya felt a little amused at that moment. Since her true intention was to pretend to be his friend in order to find out his secret, but in the end and without realizing it, Belle became a friend to her, a good friend whom she could make fun of and hit whenever she wanted. And regarding his investigation, at times he doubted it was him, and at other times his suspicions grew stronger. It was so confusing. But in those last few days, her suspicions about him had increased. She felt more and more that he was the boy from the letters, although she wasn't 100% sure yet. But she had met him, she knew about his tastes, his personality, and so on. During all that time she had learned a lot about bellcranel, the possible suitor of her goddess. And if, in that case, he were to become that person. That boy who had been trying to find out who he was and who caused him many severe headaches. Well, their verdict had already been reached long before. His decision to find out if he was worthy to be the partner of his kind goddess. And we arrived. With a smile, Kaguya placed her feet on the grass of the 18th floor after having traversed all the floors and having killed the Goliath. And behind her, a certain albino was dragging himself along, his body aching from having been beaten to a pulp on multiple occasions. "I can't take it anymore," Bell whispered, feeling his bones creak. "Oh come on Bell, you're level 3, these floors shouldn't be anything for you," Kaguya said, looking at the albino with disappointment. "Why you're right, but I wasn't hit by the monsters, it was you," he complained, looking angrily at his friend, although it was more pain than anger. "That's what you get for getting in the way when I was about to launch my final attack on Goliath. But I dodged it. But I'm angry that you interfered. Imagine if my attack had hit you. You'd be badly hurt right now. You are a monster. Stop crying, little rabbit, that's part of your training too," he said, grabbing the albino's shirt collar and starting to walk, dragging him along. "We're going to Riviera for a potion." "My guitar," Bell whispered, hurt, holding his instrument in his hand and noticing that a string had broken. "Because I agreed to come to the dungeon with it." Sometimes Bell hated not having the ability to say no to people, especially Kaguya, knowing that he would always get hurt if he was with her. In short, now all he could do was play along and see what the Oriental woman had planned. A while later. "That is new," Kaguya said after Bell drank a mediocre potion that healed his wounds. "You should be grateful I spent some of my money on that potion. Everything's expensive here in Riviera. To begin with, you hurt me. Minor things of no importance." "So?" Bell asked, positioning himself to one side of the Easterner and looking at the town of Riviera, which was rather empty. There weren't many adventurers besides the vendors. "What's the plan?" "Which plan?" "You brought me here against my will. I imagine you have some reason for going down so many floors. Do you have a mission here?" he asked curiously. "Now that you mention it." Kaguya could go straight to her plan, but she could clearly see that Bell was still on his guard and it would be difficult to make him confess the truth. She had to make him lower his guard much more. Besides, he had just remembered that he had some unfinished business up there on the 18th floor, which would be very helpful for the albino's training and would help him relax more. It would also be an activity like a family alliance. And because he was already getting angry about postponing that mission so much. "We have an important mission here." "Mission?" Bell asked, showing interest. "There is a small group of people who sell illicit substances in Arario, and they are reportedly based somewhere on the 18th floor," the Asian woman explained, her expression turning serious. "What kind of substances?" he asked, much more curious. "The kind that make you feel like you're flying." "Ah. The point is that their base is somewhere on this floor, so it's our duty to catch them, and you, as my subordinate, have to help me." "Subordinate?" "I highly doubt that group is in Riviera. They're probably hiding somewhere in the forest," she whispered, starting to walk, followed by Bell. "You'd better be careful, Bell. Most of them are levels 2 and 3, so it might be a bit tricky for you. Money and fear are 2 things I don't have." "That's the way to talk. By the way, if you already knew that group of criminals were hiding here on the 18th floor, why didn't you catch them sooner?" Bell asked, puzzled, as he left Riviera with his partner. "We didn't have enough leads, or well, we did, but the guild didn't think they were enough," he explained, frowning. "But don't lie to me. I know very well that bigwigs like Royman benefit from this kind of business in Arario. Even if it's illegal, it generates a lot of money, and that benefits them because they're likely to receive a percentage they use for other businesses in the city and for themselves. In short, corruption. Isn't that a good thing?" Bell asked, puzzled. "I mean, they use that money to help other legitimate businesses in the city." Upon hearing those words, Kaguya stopped and turned around to tap the albino lightly on the forehead with her finger. "You're still very naive about many things, Bell," he said, shaking his head slightly. "That's dirty money obtained through illegal means. Those organizations even use young children to sell those substances in some of Daedalus's alleyways. They give those same children the drugs so they become addicted and keep working for them. I think it's more than obvious that those little ones won't have a long life." Bell's expression turned angry upon hearing those words. "How can the guild allow such suitable candidates?" "As I said, you're still very naive, Bell. If it benefits people like Royman, they'll turn a blind eye to these matters," she said, letting out a disappointed sigh. "There's still much you need to learn, but don't worry. You now have an alliance with the Justice family and you'll learn a great deal about these things. We don't care what the guild thinks, so we'll act. Although Astrea-sama wanted to do things legally with the guild's approval, I won't wait any longer. Wow, Rario is much darker than I thought, he whispered in surprise. Believe me, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the past, there were even traitors in the guild during the Dark Ages. Oh really? Yes, although it's a long story. So the two companions ventured into the forest on the 18th floor in search of that organization's base, hoping to get lucky. Belle's first major mission. So what will we do? Belle asked, stopping. The fact that. Once we find that base, what will we do? He asked again, curious. Deep in the woods on the 18th floor was a poorly made cabin where a group of people were drinking with boxes full of merchandise in one corner. They were celebrating because a customer had appeared who was going to buy a large quantity of merchandise, which would boost their numbers significantly. Great, we'll be millionaires. That's nothing, once our cook has that blue crystal ready we'll be selling huge quantities, the other said excitedly. Things are going well. But their party didn't last long when the cabin door flew off, hitting one of them on the head and knocking him out. I'm sorry, but your party ends here, Kaguya said, entering the cabin with her katana in hand, Belle following behind with a nervous smile, seeing that she hadn't prepared any strategy and had simply kicked down the door the moment they found the base. You decide if we do this the hard way or the really hard way. Damn it. She's one of the girls from the Astrea family. And the possessed rabbit is with her. Alright Rabbit, now comes the favorite part of dispensing justice, Kaguya said with an arrogant smile. Which? To smash the faces of those idiots. Ah. TSK there are only two of them. We can beat them. Idiot. She's level 6. Too late for them to realize. Shouted the Oriental woman, launching herself into the attack along with Belle, who would only do the same as her. The destruction of that cabin had begun. Meanwhile, on the surface. Astrea was on one of the many balconies of her headquarters observing her garden surrounded by plants that bloomed with vibrant colors full of life that she had planted with great care. She usually wore a beautiful smile on her face, especially on Mondays, which had become one of her favorite days. But this time that expression of happiness was not on her beautiful face, there was only a melancholic expression observing her garden. And all that because of the absence of a letter. Every Monday, anticipation filled her heart. Every Monday, an envelope with her name written in elegant calligraphy would make her smile as she read each lovingly written paragraph. But this time, the silence was overwhelming in her heart and the smile didn't appear on her face because of the absence of that paper. A role that meant a lot to her. Why hasn't he arrived yet? He wondered as his fingers caressed the edge of the railing. Her brown hair fell softly over her shoulders and the white dress she wore seemed to shimmer in the golden sunlight. The breeze was cool, but she couldn't help feeling trapped in a sea of doubt. Why? She whispered again, feeling that emptiness in her heart, lifting her gaze to see the blue sky. The image of a smiling albino flashed through his mind, reminding him of the cold way he had treated him the last time. No, I whispered, lowering my gaze. I don't even know if it was him to assume that my attitude caused this. Even so, all that weekend Astrea had felt guilty about the way she treated Belle. She behaved like a child just because of some simple comments from Hestia. But he couldn't help it. Jealousy had won. Maybe he got tired of writing to me, she thought dejectedly, watching from the balcony as the petal of one of her roses slowly fell to the ground. It doesn't matter. It's just one more day without a letter. Despite what she said, the truth was that all of it made her feel an emptiness in her stomach, as if an important part of her was missing. She never imagined that those letters would become something very important to her heart. Astrea-sama. The goddess sighed as she heard the voice of one of her daughters behind her, slowly turning around and forcing a smile, so as not to worry her. Is something wrong, Iska? He asked, looking at his Amazon daughter, who quickly noticed the fake expression on his face. What are you doing? Iska calmly walked towards her goddess and leaned against the balcony with her. Well, looking at my garden, it looks very beautiful from here, she replied, her smile never fading. You should help me one of these days. It's such a lovely feeling to see a flower you've cared for with so much love grow. Maybe I'll help her next time. Whenever you want, just tell me. After that, they both remained silent, observing the garden as some butterflies landed on the vibrant roses. I understand that this is sad. But the silence was broken by Iska's whisper, catching the goddess's attention. Huh? The letters, I know very well that each one of them made her feel very happy, you could see the happiness in her eyes, she said, looking at her with a slight smile. I'm sorry. There's no need to deny it, your sadness is obvious from miles away, and I understand. I imagine each letter was filled with loving words, making you feel like the happiest woman in the world, and that they suddenly stopped coming was painful for you, she said, taking a candy from her pocket and starting to unwrap it. Even though I wasn't the one receiving the letters, I feel sad. I can't imagine how you feel. Astrea just lowered her gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed, as her daughter had read her like a book. So I had no choice but to admit it. Do you think he got bored of writing me letters? She whispered, returning to that disheartened expression. I doubt it, that boy was writing her letters for many weeks, he wouldn't just get bored like that, replied the Amazon with a smile, excited to be able to help her goddess with her love problems. So? But I think he has become discouraged. Feeling discouraged? Apparently he's an insecure guy, so he probably thinks he'll never achieve anything with you. That way of thinking is very common in insecure people. Astrea remained silent upon hearing those words, as she had never thought of it. She simply thought she would always receive those beautiful letters. She never imagined that one day they would stop for something like that. If you knew that person, you would immediately know who caused that disappointment, but since we don't know who it is, it's more complicated. A silly jealousy scene. In Astrea's memories, the scene of her turning her back on Belle in an angry tone kept replaying. Even though she wasn't 100% sure yet, her heart always told her that he was the albino and no one else. And if it was him, then I already knew what caused all that. Yes, love is very complicated, apparently even for the gods, said the Amazon, crossing her arms. Hey. Don't try to deny it, Astrea-sama, he said, turning to look at her with an amused smile. No one would get so depressed over someone they're not in love with. You're like an open book, All Astrea could do was look away in shame, unable to deny it. It seemed that now the roles had been reversed, and now Iska was the goddess and she the mortal. I think the best thing is to help that boy regain all hope and motivation in his heart if he wants to hold another beautiful letter in his hands again, the Amazon said with emotion. Well now it's your turn, Astrea-sama, write her a letter. Huh? Astrea blinked twice upon hearing what her daughter had said. Write a letter? Yes. She exclaimed excitedly. You've always been the one receiving those letters, it's time you showed him how you feel through one, it would be very nice. Me too. It doesn't have to be a love confession, but it can be something similar, a way of showing some of what I feel, she said with a small smile. A way of thanking her for how happy all those letters make me and how empty I feel without one. That's it. Astrea began to feel a little nervous at the thought of writing a letter, since even though she was a goddess, those topics were a bit embarrassing for her. Don't hesitate to do it, Astrea-sama. There's nothing more beautiful than accepting what we feel, and I'm sure that boy will be very happy to receive a letter from you. But how? I don't even know who that boy is. Iska only smiled slightly upon hearing those words, placing her hands on each of her goddess's shoulders. I know very well that you already know who he is. You wouldn't fall in love like that with a complete stranger who only writes you letters. I know you've already figured out who that boy is, he said, watching his goddess's cheeks turn red. Although, of course, I don't know who he is, but if you fell so hard for him, it's because he's a good boy. Write him a letter. You can send it with your name or anonymously, whichever you prefer. Tell him some of what you feel, but not everything. You have to save some words for when the time comes to confess directly, she advised, crossing her arms and nodding slightly. Yes, that would be best. Isa. I hope that one day I too can meet a wonderful boy like the one you fell in love with, Astrea-sama, she whispered, gazing at the garden with a faint smile. It would be lovely if something like that happened to me. Great. I've given my advice, but it's your decision whether you want to write the letter or not, he said, starting to walk off the balcony. Although all I want is to see you happy and be part of a beautiful love story. Astrea couldn't help but smile slightly at her daughter's attitude, probably the most feminine of all, and the one who liked romance topics the most. Iska, thank you, whispered the goddess. You're welcome, Astrea-sama. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going shopping. Goodbye. And so the lively Amazon, after giving her wonderful advice, left the place with a happy smile, leaving Astrea alone, who continued to smile slightly. The smile disappeared the moment she started thinking about those tips. Write a letter, he thought, still not entirely sure about it. Write what I feel. Minutes later. Astrea was in her room sitting in front of her desk with a pen in her hand looking at a blank sheet of paper. Without realizing it, she had arrived at her room and was preparing everything for the letter. I don't even know what to write, she thought nervously, tapping the table with the tip of her pen. She never thought that writing a letter like that would be so difficult. Besides, who am I going to send it to? I'm not even sure Belle is that person, she thought, gently lowering her face onto the table. I know very well that you already know who he is. She was sure that if Iska were in her shoes, she would send that letter without hesitation to that person, even though she wasn't entirely sure if it was him or not. The Amazon was someone who paid more attention to her instincts, in this case to her heart. Astrea bent down a little and opened one of the drawers of the piece of furniture, which contained all the letters that mysterious boy had written to her. From among so many, she took one and gently unfolded it, being careful not to tear it. I whispered, reading everything written in that letter. She remembered it. After all, it was the first letter she had received, the one that had made her feel uncomfortable, although it didn't make her feel that way now. Now that I was reading it again after so long, I could see how the writing style was very different from the current ones. The handwriting was a little messy, as if the person's hand was trembling while writing due to nerves. Even though it was written, I could tell how nervous he was with every word he wrote. Unable to stop herself, Astrea smiled sweetly, no longer feeling the discomfort she had felt in the past. Now it was quite the opposite. It seems that boy felt just as nervous as I did with his first letter, he thought, reading each paragraph. Although he stopped when he was nearing the end to read a sentence. The prayer that made her open her eyes, understanding everything and feeling foolish for not having realized it before. All that time he had received his answer in the first letter and didn't realize it. But the sweet smile, Astrea put the letter aside and picked up the pen, filling it with a little ink and beginning to write what she felt through that letter. But not before glancing at that sentence again, making her smile nostalgically. There was nothing strange about it, they were just words of love. And this time I will try to steal your heart, hoping not to fail. A few words of love, nothing strange. Although if I looked closely I could see that something else had been written before, words that were erased and replaced. Most of the words were not visible, only one of them was still somewhat visible, but only with that word could he know what that sentence said before. And when she realized this, her heart beat with warmth and joy, turning her attention back to her letter and continuing to write. I'll write what I feel in this letter, mysterious boy, she thought with that beautiful smile, the only sound being the pen writing. And this time I will try to steal your heart, hoping not to fail again. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Approval. A smiling elf was walking through the corridors of the Astrea family headquarters towards her room. That elf was Ryu, who had just returned from her job as a waitress after an exhausting day. But that exhaustion wasn't noticeable in the lively smile she wore. It was rare to see her so happy. Friend, she thought as she entered her room and closed the door. Kaguya considers me her friend. Yes, Ryu was still thinking about those words the Oriental woman had said. Perhaps for many they meant nothing, but for the elf, knowing that the Oriental woman considered her a friend was a source of happiness. She always thought he disliked her, but apparently she was wrong. She even said that she was a loyal person, and hearing that from someone who was usually cold made her happy, mainly because they had always fought. Still smiling, Ryu began brushing his hair while humming a song, completely forgetting that he had caused a love disaster with Belle and Astrea. But she couldn't help it, she felt very happy. I don't know why, but I feel like this is the beginning of a great friendship, she thought excitedly. Next month is Kaguya's birthday. I should give her a present and tell her that I consider her a great friend too. She certainly won't expect it. In her mind, she was already preparing many things to fix her relationship with the Oriental girl, such as asking to train together, go to the dungeon, or even play some board game like Noin and Astrea. Ryu truly felt happy about those words he heard. And the funniest thing of all is that she was embarrassed. She always tries to be one step ahead, but this time I won, she thought, finishing brushing her hair. But enough joking around. Now I'll do things right and find a way to make peace with her. It might be difficult at first, but I'm sure we'll be good friends later. I had serious doubts about having a friendship like the one I had with RD, but I hope to develop a respectful friendship and all that. A friendship of battle companions. From today onwards, a new beginning will commence, the end of my foolish fights with Kaguya, he thought, clenching his fists. I will never fight with her again, I promise. But before Ryu could finish his thoughts, his bedroom door flew off in pieces, making him jump in fright and quickly get on his guard. Damn bucking elf, whispered a girl in a deathly tone as she entered the room. Kaguya. Ryu whispered, surprised to see the Asian woman with an angry expression in front of her. What happened? So you were the damn joker who made fun of me with every letter Belle sent, she said with a crooked smile, cracking her knuckles. Ryu's face turned pale upon hearing those words. Of course, it was more than obvious that that silly rabbit was getting help from someone to go unnoticed, it was impossible for him to be so clever on his own, but I never imagined it was you. Wait, Kaguya, I was doing it for a good cause. A good cause? Writing better luck to the next Asian fool on a piece of paper. Is that part of a good cause? You're going to die today. Wait, Kaguya, we were at the beginning of a good friendship. That good friendship will begin after the beating I'll give you, you shitty elf. And with a jump, Kaguya fell on top of Ryu and began to pull her hair, an action that the elf also copied, both of them beginning to crash into each wall of the room, creating slight cracks. Fine. I admit it. I did it to make fun of you, but you deserve it, you stupid Oriental girl. Ryu yelled, starting to pull Kaguya's hair harder. you always make fun of me, but this time I was one step ahead of you. How does it feel to have your stupid face made out? Shut up, swamp elf. She yelled angrily, slamming her against the wall. You remember that day you stayed up all night like a fool waiting for the letter boy to arrive and he never showed up? It was me, Kaguya. I warned Cranel-san to come prepared so he wouldn't be discovered. Shut your mouth. Yes. Your brilliant plans always failed. I was always there, Kaguya. The sounds of banging on the wall and floor echoed throughout the room. Even the person in the room below could hear them. What are they doing? Astrea thought, placing a sheet of paper in an envelope while listening to the knocking from the room upstairs. Are they playing a game? You bucking elf. Stupid Oriental. Yes, they're playing, whispered the goddess, lowering her gaze again and continuing with what she was doing. But what happened to make Kaguya act this way? How did she discover Belle's secret? So for that, let's go back a little in the past. A few hours earlier. 18th floor. And that would be the last one. Those were the words Belle said as he finished tying up the last trafficker in that hideout, with everyone else lying unconscious on the ground. Hey, for your first mission you didn't do too badly, the Asian woman congratulated me while searching for something of interest among the large amount of papers the traffickers had in their hideout. Thanks, she said, happy with the compliment. The battle was not at all complicated for either of them, since their enemies, although some were level 3, did not have much fighting ability and were quickly defeated by the new Justice duo. And after giving Belle the order to tie them up, Kaguya began searching the place for any kind of interesting information. And with this, we've eliminated all this illegal trafficking? Belle asked curiously. Don't be silly, it's more than obvious this isn't their only base. They probably have a few hidden around Daedalus. These idiots have bases all over the city, Kaguya replied, picking up some papers from a table. Although finding those bases is the job of my family and the Ganesha family, so don't worry. I would really like to continue helping, Belle whispered, wanting to participate in more of those missions to help the city. Don't worry, I'm sure there will soon be an interesting mission for you, she whispered, reading the papers. Wow. What's wrong? He asked curiously upon hearing his partner's tone of voice. It seems that stupid fortune teller wasn't so crazy after all, he said with a slight smile. Because you said so? I bet you can't guess who this whole shipment was intended for, he said, showing the sheet to Belle, who began to read it. Ishtar family, Belle whispered in surprise. It seems our family of prostitutes has some illegal businesses, Kaguya said with an amused smile. I always suspected that goddess and her family were up to something. Does this mean we're now going to attack the Ishtar family? Don't be silly, she scolded, tapping him lightly on the forehead with her finger. We're talking about the Ishtar family, a large and influential family in Arario. This is something you shouldn't be meddling in. This is my family's business. In fact, I'll discuss it with everyone at dinner. Ugh. Don't feel bad, in that family there are strong level 4s and a disgusting level 5 toad, it's best if you stay away and avoid problems. Understood. Well, I remember seeing some members of the Ganesha family in Riviera, I'll go tell them what happened so they can take all these idiots to jail, meanwhile you keep an eye on things here and make sure no one does anything strange. Belle simply nodded slightly, accepting the order, as the Oriental woman put away the blade and disappeared from the place. Now that he was alone, Belle decided to sit in a chair that was there and watch over all those criminals who were unconscious. Doing that mission alongside Kaguya felt liberating, mainly because of beating up those guys. He felt like he had released some of his frustration and sadness with that. Sadness that returned when remembering a certain goddess. Astrea Sama, she whispered sadly, looking at her guitar with a broken string. Perhaps he had been a little distracted by all that adventure he had had with the Oriental woman, but nobody could take away his sadness. Remembering the beautiful face of that goddess caused her pain. Astrea Sama is seeing a man. Those words in that letter were like stakes being driven into his heart. I guess I never had a chance, I whispered, looking down and gently starting to play the guitar. Even if one string was broken, it could still play a pleasant melody. I'm such a fool, me, a human dating a beautiful and kind goddess like her, I was truly foolish to believe I could achieve anything. The words in that letter had truly affected him. I think I have the inspiration to sing, I whispered, listening to the sound of the guitar. For some reason, singing also distracted him a little, even if they were songs about heartbreak. So, settling back in his chair and clearing his throat, Belle began to sing a little while he waited for Kaguya. What would I do if you ever stopped thinking about me? I don't even want to imagine my loneliness. Without your love, I don't know what I would do. You, man, what a voice you have. Belle's singing was interrupted when he heard another voice in that place, seeing that it was one of the men who were tied up on the ground. You have a wonderful voice. Thank you, Belle said, a little awkwardly. But judging by the tone in the writing, I imagine your heart was broken, right? I knew it, I'm so sorry man, having your heart broken is too painful. Last month I saw my girlfriend kissing my best friend and believe me, that's a feeling I wouldn't wish on anyone. But don't worry, you'll see that everything will be alright, just be positive and life will start to smile on you. Thanks for the encouragement, Belle whispered, unsure whether to feel even sadder. Hey, I know a method to make depression disappear faster. Really? How? He asked curiously. Do you see that box over there? And? Take one of the packets out of that box and inhale a little of the magic powder, you'll see how your depression will disappear in a matter of seconds, it's very effective. What do you say? Then no thanks, I'm fine like this, he refused, nervously looking away. I didn't know much about that world, but according to Kagaya, it was the lowest thing a person could do and it would ruin their life. Yes, the right thing to do was to refuse. Don't take drugs. Besides, Kagaya would beat him up if she found out what he had done. You're missing out, the guy said, bored, letting his face fall back to the ground. Ah. Belle just let out a tired sigh and continued playing his guitar softly, waiting for his partner to return. Unfortunately, his depressing thoughts about Astrea wouldn't disappear for a while. Some time later. Half an hour later, Kagaya returned with a few members of the Ganesha family, who quickly took all the criminals to the surface, including the drug shipment, and gave the report to the guild. Although the Eastern woman decided to keep the information about the Ishtar family to herself for the time being, that would be a more complicated problem to be dealing with right now. And after all that trouble, Kagaya and Belle were once again alone on the 18th floor, starting to walk through the forest without any destination. Although the albino hadn't realized it, he just started following his companion, trying not to think too much about the subject of Astrea. Well? Kagaya asked. So what? How do you feel after completing your first mission? He asked with a slight smile. Well, I guess, you get distracted a bit and learn new things, he replied, looking down. Distract yourself. Don't be an idiot, these missions are to keep Aurelio safe from those kinds of criminals, not as a distraction, he scolded again, tapping him on the head with his finger. But yeah, I guess when you're in trouble it helps to take your mind off things a bit by kicking ass. I didn't mean it that way. Kagaya only narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw that Belle had returned to that listless attitude he had in the morning. It was truly annoying to see him like that. But that attitude, it would seem that he would answer anything without stopping to think about the question. Kagaya opened her eyes slightly as she realized that detail, feeling foolish for not having noticed it before. Wow, what have you, whispered the albino as he emerged from the forest with the Oriental woman, standing before a cliff with a sweeping view of the rest of the forest above. I'm still surprised that a place like this exists in the dungeon. Without asking Kagaya, Belle sat on the edge of the cliff to observe the place. And since she had nothing important to do, she sat down next to him, and besides, she wasn't going to leave until she knew the truth. Which in fact he already had in his hand. I'm sorry, Kagaya apologized, catching Belle's attention. Huh? Why are you apologizing? I asked, puzzled, looking away from the scenery. Because of your guitar, a string broke because of me, and I know very well that those things aren't cheap at all. I'd be angry if the strings on my violin broke, he replied, looking at his friend's damaged guitar. Oh, don't worry, it's just a string, I can still play music, she said, smiling slightly. One of these days I'll buy you a new guitar as an apology. It is not necessary. I said I'm going to buy it. Okay, do it. Belle knew it would be useless to argue with Kagaya about it, so he agreed to let her buy him a new guitar. I'm also sorry for dragging you to the dungeon against your will, I know you wanted to be alone, and I ignored what you wanted, he apologized again, making Belle raise an eyebrow. Kagaya? Is that you? The next thing Belle received was a punch that almost made him fall off the cliff if it weren't for Kagaya grabbing him by the collar of his shirt before he fell. I'm trying to be nice to you and you come out with that, idiot. Sorry, he apologized, caressing his sore cheek. Ah. Kagaya just let out a tired sigh, letting her body fall back, lying down on the grass and looking at the crystals on the ceiling under Belle's watchful gaze. Hey, idiot. What? Why didn't you send a letter to Astrea-sama this morning? I just didn't feel up to writing one, Belle whispered his answer, looking down dejected. Although seconds later she opened her eyes in shock when she realized the question she had answered. I quickly turned to look at Kagaya, who was still looking at me with the same calm expression, yet with a look that said, I've got you. No. Forget what I said. Belle shouted desperately, feeling like an idiot for not thinking about the question he was asked before answering. Too late, you just confessed the truth, silly rabbit, Kagaya whispered with an amused smile as she realized how easy it was to make him talk. Unlike Belle, who began to get agitated and scared. Hey Kagaya, I swear it's a mistake, he said worriedly, standing up. About the letters, and I swear I'm not, I don't know what letters you're talking about. The more you talk, the more you're proving me right, he said, watching as the albino became more nervous and scared. And the thing is, if what you want is for me to stop writing letters and Hey, idiot, calm down, Kagaya said, still calm. She sat down on the grass and looked at Belle's nervous face, which had the expression of someone who had committed the greatest sin. It's not like I'm going to kill you or anything for writing letters to Astrea-sama, just sit down and let's talk calmly. Aren't you angry? Belle asked, surprised, since he believed that Kagaya, upon learning the truth, would attack him and threaten him not to write letters to her goddess again. A month ago I probably would have threatened you, he whispered, gazing calmly at the landscape. Just sit down and let's talk. Belle, still puzzled, decided to obey and sat down next to her again, but with his guard slightly raised in case it was a trap to attack him. More than a damn month trying to uncover your secret, only for you to admit it yourself without even realizing it. It's like a joke, she said, letting out a tired sigh. I don't know if you're the stupid one or if I'm the stupid one, maybe both of us. Didn't you know? He asked, surprised, since he thought she had already figured it out by asking him that question. Well, yesterday I still had many doubts, but since I saw you this morning almost all my doubts were cleared up. The only thing missing was for you to confirm everything, and you did it without realizing it, silly. Ugh, I just didn't think of the question. Well, it seems you already knew I was investigating you. Congratulations, you're the first person who has made me so stressed and taken me more than a month to figure it out. You're the biggest challenge I've had so far. Thanks, I guess, Belle whispered, a little puzzled by Kagaya's attitude towards him. It was the complete opposite of what he imagined would happen once she discovered his secret. He always believed that once Kagaya discovered his secret, everything would be over for him, but it was nothing like that. It almost seemed as if she didn't mind that he was in love with his goddess. So you're in love with Astrea-sama, huh? You're really crazy, he whispered, sinking back down onto the grass. Although it doesn't surprise me, you're just another one of the thousands of men who are after her, hoping to get something out of her. Ugh. But hey, at least you're the most decent of all those idiots. Huh? Belle opened his eyes, slightly surprised to hear those words, and turned to look at her. Doesn't it bother you that he's in love with Astrea-sama? Like I said, a month ago I would have threatened you without hesitation, but now. I'm sorry, she apologized again, letting out a sigh. And why are you apologizing now? Because I acted like a fool, she whispered, turning her gaze away. I was just using you at first. Huh? I was just pretending to be your friend to find out if you were that guy or not, she confessed, making Belle feel a strange pain upon hearing that. Yes, I know, it was a low thing to do, but all I wanted was to get rid of the idiot who was after my goddess. I thought it would be easy, but after failure, it started to get frustrating and stressful for me. I took it more as a challenge than anything else, she whispered, sitting back down on the grass and looking at the scenery. By the middle of the month, I wasn't doing it for my goddess anymore. I was doing it for my pride. You had cheated on me so many times that it became personal. Belle laughed nervously upon hearing that. But. I spent so much time with you, training you, were practicing the dance, that what was false for me became something. True, she whispered, turning to look at him. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but without realizing it. And I. Belle only opened his eyes, slightly surprised to see how difficult it was for him to speak. Was that a confession of love? Had Kagaya fallen in love with him? What would I do? Kagaya, Belle whispered, watching the Asian woman blush slightly. I'm sorry. Huh? I'm sorry, but I can't accept your feelings. I'm in love with Astrea-sama, I'm truly sorry. Minutes later. Belle was lying on the ground with his body beaten to a pulp, and Kagaya was standing there with an irritated expression. You idiot, I was about to say that without realizing it, I started to see you as a real friend, she said, a vein throbbing in her forehead. In love with you? Don't think you're so special, you silly rabbit. Sorry. Letting out another tired sigh, Kagaya took a potion out of her pocket and sprayed it on Belle before sitting back down on the edge of the cliff. So, our friendship isn't fake? Belle asked hopefully. No, at least not anymore, she said, lowering her gaze with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry for pretending, I know it was low of me, but I did it for my goddess, or that's the excuse I give. I don't think that's an excuse, you really care about your goddess. As I said, after a few weeks I was only doing it for my pride, I'm not exactly the best daughter or friend. Kagaya. But I'm trying to see the bright side of this. I got to know you better and make a new friend, my first male friend, you could say, she said, smiling slightly. And let's just say my days aren't as boring and repetitive as they used to be. Coaching you for dance and all that has been fun, actually. Apart from the times you stepped on my foot. I am sorry about that. I can't believe I said all that, somehow it feels liberating to say what you feel once in a while. Belle smiled slightly upon hearing that. For the first time, Kagaya was being honest with him, and that pleased him. Although seconds later a doubt came to him. Doesn't it bother you that he's in love with your goddess and writes her letters? He asked, fearful of the answer. Do whatever you want. Huh? I know you, Belle, and although I hate to admit it, you've shown me that you're a good boy, a bit of an idiot, but you are. Of all the idiots who are after her, you're the most decent and the only acceptable one. I know you wouldn't hurt her, and that you're not after her just for her body like many others. You truly love Astrea-sama. And you. Yes, although it's not necessary, I give you my approval. TSK, I can't believe I gave the go-ahead to a man to be flirting with Astrea-sama. For days now, Kagaya had accepted Belle. In fact, in recent days she had been hoping that he was that mysterious boy, not wanting him to turn out to be some sicko, since her goddess seemed to be falling in love with that mysterious boy. But fortunately, their suspicions turned out to be true, as Belle was indeed the boy who wrote the cheesy letters. He never thought that someone as shy as him would write such sweet and sentimental things in those letters. I'm just warning you not to dare hurt her, or I'll cut you to pieces. Belle's eyes sparkled with happiness upon hearing those words. He felt like a boy receiving a mother's approval to date her daughter. Does that mean you're going to help me win over Astrea-sama? Ha. Of course not, you idiot, win her over on your own, although you won't succeed by simply ceasing to send her letters. Belle's cheerful expression turned into a depressed one upon hearing those words, recalling his initial sadness. I highly doubt Astrea-sama will notice me, he whispered despondently. Oh? And why do you think that? Isn't Astrea-sama seeing a man? She asked, sadness evident in her eyes. Seeing a man? Are you an idiot or what? Huh? How can you think Astrea-sama is seeing a man when all she does is spend time at headquarters or go to your headquarters to see the goddess Hestia? Don't be stupid, she said, unable to believe Belle was such an idiot. If she were dating a man, everyone in the family would know, since she's not good at keeping secrets. But. What? I don't know who told you that, but they're an idiot. It's even funny that they're saying she's seeing a man, she said, lying back down on the grass. Sometimes you act smart, but then you go back to being stupid. So that means. If Astrea-sama were dating a man, this whole investigation would be unnecessary, since that mysterious boy wouldn't stand a chance. Don't be an idiot, Belle, and think a little before jumping to conclusions. Don't make me regret accepting you as a possible partner for my goddess. Belle's initial sadness gradually disappeared as he listened to what Kagaya said. Astrea was not dating a man. All of that was a mistake. Knowing that was like receiving 1,000 years of life, feeling an enormous happiness growing within him. Besides, Astrea-sama is in love with you, so why would she have eyes for anyone else? The Oriental woman thought, her gaze fixed on the glittering crystals in the ceiling. Ah, fine, I'll just let things take their course and see what happens. Talking to Belle felt like confessing all his sins, and somehow that felt liberating. She felt a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, now promising not to stick her nose where it didn't belong again. In some strange way, she felt that all those misunderstandings and problems that had happened in the last few days were partly her fault. So it would be best to stay away from that. Although seconds later he frowned angrily upon remembering a certain topic he had forgotten, turning to look at the albino with anger. Belle just sat there with a happy smile after that conversation. Kagaya, although she had no right to it, had accepted him as Astrea's partner, and that made him happy. Furthermore, thanks to her he had found out that she wasn't seeing any man. Knowing that gave him back all the determination to win her over. Things had gone well. Ugh. But her cheerful thoughts were cut short when she received a powerful blow to the shoulder from her friend that almost dislocated it. And why was that? He asked, pained, seeing the angry expression on the Asian woman's face. Can you explain why you made fun of me in that letter? Do you remember? Stupid Oriental, he asked, frowning and restraining himself from hitting her again. What are you taking about? Don't play dumb, you fooled me that day with your stupid games to make me let my guard down, you damn idiot. Hey, I didn't do anything. Belle defended himself, scared as he saw his fist threatening to hit him again. You're practically begging me to hit you again. I didn't do anything. It was probably Ryu-san. Upon shouting those words, Belle quickly covered his mouth, although it was already too late. Kagaya's angry expression turned to one of bewilderment upon hearing those words. Lion? What does that silly elf have to do with this? He asked as his anger level rose. Ryu-san. I didn't say that. Speak, Belle. He ordered, his eye twitching strongly as he began to get an idea. Hey Kagaya, tranquilizate. Bellcranel Dilo. Well Ryu-san. Present. What the hell? Lyra shouted as she saw the wall of her room collapse, and Ryu and Kagaya burst out of the hole, still fighting. What the hell is wrong with you two? Damn elf. Kagaya yelled, slamming Ryu's face against Lyra's desk, shattering it to pieces. Keep crying, you stupid Oriental girl. Ryu yelled, throwing Kagaya towards the hobbit's wardrobe, which also shattered to pieces. You damn idiots. My room. Lyra shouted, agitated, as she watched the two girls continue punching and pulling each other's hair. Wait. Don't go to that corner. I have my bombs. Lyun. Kagaya. While outside the headquarters, Astrea was walking towards the exit of her home with an envelope in her hands containing a very special letter. It took him a long time, but in the end he had written down everything he had been keeping in his heart, well, not everything, since he had kept some things to himself. But what I wanted to say I had already written down. Astrea stopped when she heard an explosion behind her, turning around to see that the explosion originated on the second floor, specifically in Lyra's room, taking Ryu and allies' room with it. Ooh. My mirrors. Iridide's heart-wrenching scream echoed inside the mansion, while Lyra's rage-filled screams could also be heard. I hope we have enough savings to fix that, Astrea thought, shaking her head slightly as she considered punishment for those who caused it. But I put that aside. My priority at that moment was to deliver that letter. And with those thoughts, Astrea left the headquarters in the direction of the post office in Arario, Hermes' family, to deliver the letter. Obviously, she wouldn't personally deliver it. She'd prefer to send it with someone else and not take any risks. In the next few days, Bell would receive a surprise in the mailbox at his headquarters. Luminous whined. Goku. S. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Unexpected letter. A certain albino was walking through the streets of Arario in the direction of his headquarters. That albino was Bell, who was carrying a bag of bread in his hand for breakfast that morning. He had gotten up early to go shopping. Although it's not like I slept much either, ever since I spoke with Kagaya I've felt somewhat anxious. Now he knew that the Oriental woman would not oppose having a relationship with Astrea. In fact, she supported him, and that made him happy. Furthermore, thanks to her she also found out that Astrea was not dating a man, it being all a mistake. She still didn't understand why Ryu had lied to her about that, but she probably drew the wrong conclusions in her innocent mind. But he wasn't angry with the elf either. She had helped him a lot with the best intentions, even though at first she wanted to kill him when she found out he was the boy with the cards, but after a long talk, she offered to help him with the cards. In short, things had turned out well for the albino, and that was the reason for his happiness. But that doesn't mean anything. I haven't won Astrea-sama's heart yet. I have to try hard if I want to achieve anything, and the first thing I'll do is send the letter I didn't give her on Monday, he thought, wanting to make amends for his mistakes. Kagaya was no longer in his path, so he was free to conquer the goddess. He just had to play his cards right and not make any mistakes that would ruin everything. There was still hope for a happy ending. Keep your hopes up, Grandpa, she thought determinedly, looking at the sky. Bellcranel. The albino, upon reaching his headquarters, encountered a man wearing a hat with a feather. He was the postman for the Hermes family's town. Indeed, my dear sir, that is me, said the smiling albino. I was truly happy, it was nothing like the depressed rabbit from a few days ago, it's as if that depression never existed. I have a letter for you. Carta. Bell was confused when he heard that, watching as the postman took an envelope out of his backpack and handed it to him. But this doesn't even have a name. Who's it from? Bell asked, puzzled, picking up the envelope and seeing that it only said for Bellcranel. And what the hell would I know? My job is just to deliver them, nothing more. Have a good day, sir. And with those words the postman turned around and walked away from the place, leaving the rabbit standing alone on the gates of the entrance to his headquarters. The letter, I whispered, eyeing the envelope curiously. It was unremarkable except for the name on it. I wonder who it's from. He felt like opening it at that moment, but his family was waiting for him with the bread, so he opened the gate of the headquarters and went inside. As he walked, he looked at the envelope more closely in case he saw something interesting, but no, it only had his name on it, nothing else. I just hope it's nothing bad, he thought, a little nervous, since it was normal for problems to be directed towards him. And so he continued walking to the dining room of his headquarters, where his whole family was already at the table waiting for him. Finally, I was hungry, said Welf, eager to eat. Sorry for the delay, the albino apologized, putting the bag on the table and taking a seat. Don't worry, Beldono, thank you very much for offering to go buy the bread, Makoto said with a slight smile. I hope his delay wasn't because he got into trouble on the way, Lily whispered, narrowing her eyes, already knowing how he attracted trouble to himself. Of course not, she said with a nervous smile. I was just walking so slowly that I didn't realize a little more time had passed. Don't worry, Bell-kun, the important thing is that you're here now, Hestia said with a happy smile upon seeing that her son no longer had that depressive aura. When Bell arrived at headquarters the day before, they were surprised to see that he was no longer depressed, wondering what had cheered him up. Although Hestia quickly said that it was all thanks to Kagaya and that she always had her hopes set on her, a certain emotion was noticeable in her eyes when talking about her and Belle. Hestia held the Oriental woman in high esteem, even wishing at times that she was part of her family, although it was impossible. She was a very important member of her friend's family. But hey, maybe in the future I'll be part of their family, but in a different way. Or so she thought. Do you have any plans for the day, Belle Dono? Mikoto asked curiously as she ate her breakfast. I don't know, Kagaya doesn't seem to be coming, so I'll probably train on my own in the courtyard. I'm still undecided about that, he replied, taking a sip of his coffee. Or maybe I'll go to the dungeon, I don't know. Lily has been negotiating with a few merchants to sell them materials when we go to the dungeon. Today I have to go and close the deal, explained the non-captain of the family who acted as a captain. I have to do work at the forge. You only spend time there. Shut up, Lily. I think I'll go and service my katana. It's been a while since I've done that, Mikoto said, tapping her chin with a finger. Yes, I will. I'll sleep on the sofa for a while. The entire dining room fell silent the moment Hestia said those words, everyone turning to look at her with blank faces. I'm just kidding, I have to go to work, she said with a nervous smile. You'd better, you lazy goddess, Lily whispered, her eyes narrowed. Hey Belle. Huh? The albino stopped eating the moment his red-haired friend called him. I have a question. What's that envelope you left on the table? Welf asked, pointing to the table where Belle had received the letter. Oh, this, Belle whispered, remembering that she had left it next to her plate. It's a letter for me. A letter? The entire dining room was surprised to hear those words, especially Welf and Mikoto, since Belle sent letters but didn't receive any. And whose is it? Hestia asked curiously. I don't know, the envelope doesn't have a name on it, it just says it's for me, Belle replied, looking at the envelope. Suspicious, Mikoto whispered. What if it's that organization that you and Kagaya dismantled yesterday and they're threatening you? Welf suggested. Upon hearing that, the albino felt some fear, thinking that he was now the target of a super powerful organization that wanted to kill him. Welf-sama, don't be an idiot, scolded an angry Lily. Sorry, I was just suggesting possibilities, anything is possible, he excused himself. But it's very strange that the letter doesn't have the sender's name on it. That makes it very suspicious, Mikoto said. There's only one way to find out, Belle-kun, read the letter aloud, Hestia ordered. Huh? Read it. Yes, we have to see if it's anything serious. He can't do that. That letter belongs to Belle-sama and it's his private matter, Lily said, disagreeing with Belle reading the letter in front of everyone. It would be best if Belle-sama read it privately and if it's something bad, he should tell us. That sounds good to me, Belle whispered, feeling more comfortable reading the letter to himself. Well, I will also respect Belle Dono's privacy and if there is anything wrong, don't hesitate to say so, Mikoto said, hoping she was wrong. If it's a blacksmith trying to sign a contract with you, tear it to pieces, Welf said, placing his palm on his friend's shoulder. Haha, relax Welf, you're my blacksmith, Belle said with a nervous smile. I wanted to hear the gossip, Hestia whispered, disappointed at not having achieved her goal. If it's a god who wants to add you to his family, tell me and I'll go and put him in his place. What if it's the goddess Freya? Lily asked. Well, you come to visit us from time to time, Belle-kun. Hahaha. And seconds later the dining room was filled with laughter at those words because of how absurd they sounded, since it was obvious that Hestia would not hand Belle over, even if it were Freya. It was small but dangerous. A while later. Now we find ourselves in the albino's room, who was sitting on his bed observing the envelope he had received. He didn't know why, but somehow he felt nervous. Did Astrea feel that same way when she received one of his letters? That was the question that was going through the rabbit's mind. Well, staring at it will never tell me what it's about, he thought, starting to open the envelope. I just hope it's not that organization threatening me. And with a little fear, hoping it wasn't anything bad, she took the letter out of the envelope, which she left next to her bed, and looked at the sheet. And the moment he started reading, he was surprised. Dear Belle. From afar, with a pounding heart and a whisper of emotion in every word, I dare to write you this letter, born from the deepest corner of my being. I don't know if you'll ever read it, but I feel it's necessary to express what my heart has kept hidden for so long. I've had the privilege of observing you from afar, marveling at the incredible person you are. Your kindness and goodness shine like a beacon of light on gray days, illuminating not only your path, but also that of those fortunate enough to cross your path. Those small actions, those sincere gestures you offer without expecting anything in return, are what have truly made me fall in love with you. With each passing day, my feelings for you grow stronger. Sometimes, I find myself lost in thought, remembering those genuine smiles you share with others, the sparkle in your eyes when you help someone, or even the way you take the time to listen to those around you. There's an extraordinary beauty in your generosity, something that has captivated me and that I can't help but admire. I admire how even in the most difficult moments, you find a way to maintain hope and joy. Your ability to see the good in people and situations is inspiring, and it makes me reflect on how fortunate I am to have met you. For a long time, I've kept this secret deep in my heart. But today, I feel I can no longer hold it back. I'm in love with you. Every day that passes, my attraction to you grows, like a flower opening to the sun. I eagerly await the day our eyes meet, when I can speak to you directly and perhaps, someday, share with you everything I feel. I don't know what the future holds, or even if I'll ever have the courage to reveal my identity to you. But I want you to know that I'll always be here, dreaming of the possibility of getting to know you better and, who knows, building something beautiful together. I admire you deeply, Belle, and every little detail about you captivates me more and more. Until then, I'll keep watching you, waiting for the perfect moment to take the plunge into the unknown. With love and a heart full of hope. A silent admirer. Belle remained silent after reading that letter. The fear she had at first vanished completely the moment she read the first paragraph. That fear had now transformed into shame and a strange warmth. What? And seconds later Belle came out of his trance and reread the letter over and over again, still unable to get over the shock. Was that perhaps a confession of love? He couldn't help but expel steam from his ears out of embarrassment as he understood everything and realized that they had confessed their love for him. Bro love letter. W what? H how? When? W where? Unable to stop it, the albino's nerves began to overwhelm him, not knowing what to think about it. A person was in love with him and had confessed. His mind was simply having a hard time processing all of this since it was the first time it had happened to him. I didn't know what to think about all that. And one of the first questions that crossed his mind at that moment was, who wrote that letter? It all happened so suddenly, it just came out of nowhere that she simply couldn't imagine who it could be. And even without knowing who that person was, for some strange reason I felt a strange happiness as I read each paragraph. It was as if someone very special, who knew him very well, was saying all those words. That day began in the most unexpected way for him, with a confession of love from a stranger. I would have a lot to think about in the following days. At the Astrea family headquarters. Astrea sat in a chair in the courtyard under the shade of a tree, enjoying the breeze while listening to her daughter's voices. It seemed that his mind was on other, much more important things. I wonder if Belle has read the letter yet, she thought, feeling nervous. The postman said he'd send it the next day, so he's probably already received it. Ever since she woke up that morning, Astrea had felt this nervous, asking herself many questions. Had Belle already read the letter? What did he think when he read what he had written? Did you feel anything? Did he discover it was her? These and many other questions were swirling around in his head, making it impossible to concentrate on any of his planned activities, so he decided to take out a chair and put it under the shade of a tree and think about all those things. No, I don't think he figured out I wrote that letter. I didn't put my name on it and I made sure to be very discreet with every word, the goddess thought confidently. Besides, Belle is too oblivious to notice. That last part was hard for him to think about since he didn't like to think badly of the people he loved, but he couldn't deny it either. But I wonder if one letter will be enough. Should I write another one for tomorrow? She thought hesitantly, unsure what to do. No. I'll seem like a stalker sending another letter like that, but there are still so many things I want to tell him. Her thousands of years of wisdom as a goddess vanished the moment she thought about the rabbit. She went from being a goddess to a mortal in love, not knowing what to do. It took me more than 5 hours to write the letter, wondering if it was too long or too short, since it was the first time I had ever written one. She also refused to write down what Iska told her about telling him how special each letter made her feel, as that would completely reveal her identity, so the best thing she could think of was to say part of everything she felt for him since the day she met him. It should be noted that she was very embarrassed while writing each paragraph. She felt that Belle was in front of her as she confessed her love in that letter. All of that was new to her, the feeling of love. As much as I want to write another letter, I won't. One is more than enough to convey what I feel. Besides, if I'm not careful, I might leave a clue that it's me writing them. It would be best not to risk it and wait, she thought, ignoring the feeling of unease that was overwhelming her. This is difficult. She had definitely realized that human feelings were very complicated and at the same time very special. But she didn't want to dwell on the matter and feel nervous about what the albino had thought of her first love letter. So, not wanting to think about it too much, she decided it was better to pay attention to what her daughters were doing. And what were they doing? Well, rebuilding the destroyed part of the headquarters, although there were only 4 of them. That was the punishment they had received for what they did, although Astrea would soon realize that putting them to work building was not the best idea. Things weren't going very well, to say the least. Good, said Kagaya, wiping away her sweat. The iron is in place, so now we need to fill everything with concrete to start laying the bricks. Kagaya wasn't very happy to be there, but she had to admit that it was all her fault, and besides, she had received a divine order, so she couldn't refuse. Dance lessons with that idiot Belle will have to wait. Besides, that idiot can already dance, he can practice with someone else in the meantime, she thought, starting to walk. Okay, now we have to prepare the concrete, huh? As Kagaya went to get a few bags of cement, she noticed that there was already a large amount of concrete prepared on the ground. Well, it seems someone's already beaten me to it, she thought, relieved not to have to. Let's see how this is and get started. Kagaya picked up a shovel that was on the ground and approached the concrete to see if it was perfect to start work, but the moment she made contact with the shovel, she froze. That concrete was completely hard as a rock. What the hell? He whispered, his patience level starting to rise. Who did this? Huh? That was me. A certain Redeed approached the place wearing a bricklayer's hat made of paper on her head. I prepared it. Alice. Sip. Can you tell me when you did it? Kagaya asked, her eyes starting to twitch. I got up at 4 in the morning to prepare the concrete, he said with a proud smile. If I prepared the material early, we would have some of the work done in advance when we started working, and I prepared enough concrete for the whole day. How many bags of cement did you use? 20. That way we wouldn't fall behind and we'd finish fixing up the headquarters as quickly as possible. Alice. You don't need to thank me, Kagaya. I did it so you wouldn't have to work so hard. As captain, it's my duty to lighten the workload of my subjects. She exclaimed with a proud smile. What's happening? Alice asked, seeing how Kagaya's hair covered her eyes. Are you telling me that you got up at 4 in the morning to prepare that large amount of concrete that we wouldn't need until 6 hours later? Exactly. Clever, isn't it? She said with a proud smile. Now we can make a lot of progress on our work. Alice. What? Touch the concrete. Huh? Why? Just do it. The puzzled Redeed approached the concrete and touched it, only to find it was completely hard. But how is this possible? It wasn't like this morning. The Redeed shouted, unable to believe it. Alice, you're a huge idiot. And filled with rage, Kagaya grabbed Alice by the hair and slammed her hard onto the concrete, shattering her to pieces. We've lost half the material because of you. Idiot. I did not know. Well, now you know. While they were fighting in another part of the courtyard, Mariu and Astrea approached one of their friends who seemed to be very focused on her work. Hello, Lion. Mariu greeted the elf who stopped what she was doing to see them. Girls, do you need anything? She asked curiously. Mariu's outfit consisted of pants and a loose white shirt. According to her, it was very comfortable for working that day. We just wanted to see how they were getting on with the work, Astrea replied, watching Kagaya and Alice hitting each other on the ground. Are you sure you don't want us to help you? Mariu asked, wanting to help her friends. No, this is our responsibility since we destroyed the headquarters, so it's our job, she said sadly, as she let her anger take over, destroying part of the headquarters. Don't feel bad, Lion, at least there were no casualties, Astrea said, seeing the positive side. Noin has a fractured foot because the walls fell on him. Well, aside from Noin, there are no victims, the dwarf spoke again, not wanting the elf to feel sad. Better tell us what your job is, said Mariu, curious to know what her friend did. I am a construction material refrigeration technician, the elf replied in a proud tone. And that would be it? Astrea asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm the one who wets the bricks. Ah. And after that question, Ryu took a brick and put it in a bucket full of water and left it there. Wouldn't it be easier to get something bigger to wet more bricks instead of one by one? Mariu asked. You could leave a lot of them there. I hadn't thought of that, Ryu whispered, tapping his chin with a finger. At least you got an easy job, Astrea said, glancing sideways at a certain hobbit who was sweating profusely. Lyra's job was to destroy all the walls that had fallen down, put the small fragments in a cart, and go throw them somewhere else where they wouldn't be in the way. In addition, she was the one who dug in the ground so that the iron could be placed to be filled with concrete. She also had to bring all the bricks because those in charge of bringing them only left them at the entrance of the headquarters, so she had to bring them all to the courtyard. There were more than 500 of them. That and much more the little hobbit had done. Can someone tell me why the hell I'm doing all the work? Lyra asked angrily, watching Alice and Kagaya hitting each other on the ground and Ryu standing in front of a bucket of water watching a brick get wet. You're doing well, Lyra, Mariu said, giving a thumbs up. I'm doing everything. I shouted, filled with anger. Besides, why am I doing this? I'm not to blame for any of this. They're bombs. They were in my room and Lion and Kagaya invaded it. Ugh. Meanwhile, Astrea watched everything with a nervous smile, regretting her punishment. I think I'll hire members of Goibnew's family. That would have been the best thing to do from the beginning, he thought, momentarily forgetting his love problems. The morning in the Astrea family had been very lively. End of chapter. Chapter 15. The last letter. Ugh. The groan of pain and the sound of someone falling to the ground was heard at the Hestia Familia headquarters. That was Bell, who was lying on the ground with a punch mark on his cheek, looking in surprise at Kagaya, who had an irritated expression. They were practicing the dance, and suddenly the Oriental woman threw that punch, to the albino's surprise. Why? What the hell is wrong with you? I helped you out of your depression just a few days ago, and now you're distracted again. You can't even do the dance steps right. Kagaya yelled angrily. What's the matter with you? Ah well and I. Bell, not knowing what to say, nervously lowered his gaze, avoiding looking into the sharp eyes of the Oriental woman. It was more than obvious that she had him distracted. After all, only 2 days had passed since she received that anonymous love letter, not knowing who it belonged to. And obviously Kagaya didn't know about that. Ah, you know what? Don't tell me. I promised I wouldn't get involved in anything else. Just focus on the dance, or I'll punch you again, he said, letting out a tired sigh. There's less than a week until the dance, and you've almost learned it completely. Just stop getting distracted. I don't think I can concentrate, to be honest, Bell whispered, sitting down on the floor and rubbing his sore cheek. The guy really hit hard. Oh? Is your problem so serious that you're acting like this? The Asian woman asked, raising an eyebrow. Does it have something to do with Astrea-sama? She had promised not to interfere in those things anymore, but apparently Bell wanted to talk about it with someone and had chosen her to vent her problems. And she, as his good friend, would listen to him, and if it was nonsense, she would give him a beating for being distracted in his classes. No, it has nothing to do with Astrea-sama, the albino whispered, lowering his gaze. No? So? Have you gone into debt with a bank? She asked curiously. Well, wait a moment. With those words, Bell stood up and entered the headquarters, leaving Kagaya alone in the training yard. What's gotten into him now? She thought, increasingly confused. It seems this is no small problem. Although he didn't doubt that it was nonsense, he was Ryu's friend and ally, and idiots understand each other. He still burned with rage, remembering how the elf had seen his face without realizing it. It had been very humiliating, and to this day he still felt his pride hurt when he saw the elf in the corridors smiling at him innocently. Lately she had been rebelling against her. She had to remind her who was in charge. How much longer will it take? He thought impatiently, seeing that several minutes had passed and Bell hadn't returned. Is his problem really that bad? After about 5 more minutes Bell returned, only this time with a letter in his hands, which confused everyone. Sorry for the delay, he apologized, a little embarrassed as he stood before her. So? What's happening? 10. Bell, without answering, handed the letter to Kagaya, who took it in her hands, confused. And this? It's a love letter. Kagaya's face went blank upon hearing those words, seeing the embarrassed face of her friend. Although seconds later he started to have an eye twitch. A few days ago you told me you loved Astrea-sama, and now you come with a love letter for me, you're a damn horny rabbit. Huh? No. Don't misunderstand. It's not a love letter for you. He explained quickly before the Asian woman hit him. It's a love letter for me. Oh? Are you so egocentric that you write love letters to yourself? I asked, looking at him in disgust. No. I shouted, though I immediately calmed down, not wanting to upset her. That letter arrived a few days ago addressed to me. Huh? Are you telling me that someone wrote you a love letter? Kagaya asked, surprised by that. Why yes, and I don't know what to do or think about it, she whispered, looking down. And you're giving it to me to read? He asked again, raising an eyebrow. Yes, you're my friend and I trust you a lot, you're the only one I can think of to help me with this problem, she confessed. It's true that he had Welf and Makoto, but neither of them were very good advisors. Although he wanted to talk to Makoto, she seemed worried about something else, so he decided not to bother her. She also thought about talking to Ryu about it, but she was probably angry that she had betrayed her to Kagaya, and she didn't blame her. She heard there had been a disturbance in the Justice family a few days ago, and she could already imagine why. So the only person he could talk to about his problems was the girl who was present. He didn't know why, but even though she confessed that she was only pretending to be his friend at first, he still had a lot of trust in her. While Kagaya blushed slightly, as she wasn't very good at hearing those kinds of words directed at her, she wasn't used to receiving sincere praise from someone else. Idiot, she whispered, opening the letter. What do you want me to do? Write a letter for you, perhaps? Then no, I would just like you to read it and tell me what you think about all that. Kagaya let out a tired sigh. Of all her friends, he was the most troublesome. Well, he competed for that position with Lyra. Let's see what it says, he thought, starting to read the letter and see what kind of nonsense it would come up with. But she only had to read the first word to open her eyes in surprise as she realized a very important detail. This letter is Astrea Sama's, she thought in surprise, unable to mistake it for her own. It was the writing of his goddess, that elegant way of writing was hers, he had seen it so many times that it was unmistakable. That love letter. Did Astrea Sama write a love letter to this idiot? She thought, looking surprised at the albino who was still waiting for her opinion. This is something I didn't expect. Looking down again, she began to read the letter that her goddess had written, because yes, she was 100% sure that she had written it. Cheesy words here, cheesy words there, a letter full of cheesy words, surprised that his goddess had written something like that, not fitting with his wise and mature attitude. Does she love Belle that much? She thought, finally knowing Astrea's true feelings. Reading that letter made her realize how much the albino meant to her, how much she loved him. And to this day I didn't know what Belle had done to reach the heart of his goddess in that way. Astrea truly loved him. After reading it, Kaguya remained in that position, staring at the letter and still processing the information. Now what I suspected had been confirmed. Her true feelings. Kaguya. Belle called her when she saw that her friend had remained silent with her gaze fixed on nothing as if she were thinking about something important. Upon hearing the albino's voice, he stopped looking at the letter and turned to look at him, seeing his red eyes, those red eyes full of stupidity. I still couldn't believe what I was about to do, but it was necessary because at this rate, they would only send little letters to each other, and decades would pass, Belle would die of old age, and never confess to Astrea. I had to give them that push so that it would finally end. What's going on? Belle asked when he saw that she kept staring at him. I know the handwriting on this letter, Kaguya said, making Belle's eyes widen in surprise. Really? Whose is it? I asked, very curious. Is? It's from a transvestite at a bar where I go to drink from time to time. What? The curiosity in Belle's eyes turned to shock upon hearing those words. When he gives me the bill, I see his handwriting and it's unmistakable. This love letter is from that transvestite. I wasn't going to tell him that Astrea wrote that letter. I had no right to do that, but I had to remove that doubt from the albino's mind, or he wouldn't concentrate on what he was doing and on his feelings for his goddess. In short, I would tell her that lie so she would stop thinking about it. Are you sure about that? I asked with a slight shiver. Absolutely, Belle, someone wants to give you something, and it's not exactly a gift. Belle swallowed hard upon hearing those words. So what do I do? Accept their feelings. What? Haha, it's just a joke, don't get upset. It was really fun to make fun of him. She felt bad about making Belle afraid of the letter her goddess had lovingly written, but it was necessary for their relationship to finally take shape. Ignore this letter for now, but don't throw it away, I advised, handing it to her again. I understand, she whispered, taking the letter, still unable to believe it. And to think her heart had raced like crazy when she read it. Although a part of him told him that Kaguya was lying. Now let's get to the important part, Kaguya said seriously. It's time for you to write your last letter to Astrea Sama. Last letter? Exactly, one last letter, he said, crossing his arms. You've been going around in circles for too long, it's time to get to the finish line once and for all, and stop wasting time, you have to confess. But I'm not ready yet, he said nervously. And when will you be ready? When Astrea Sama gets bored of waiting and becomes interested in another man, leaving you aside. Upon hearing those words, Belle felt a slight pain as he imagined Astrea going out with someone else and completely forgetting about him. It's time you put down those letters and act like a man and tell her how you feel. But how? I whispered. How do I do it? That's your decision, you're stupid, but you're also smart, you can use the resources to your advantage to tell her how you feel, think Belle. The resources in my favor, he whispered, lowering his gaze, trying to remember something until finally his brain lit up. The dance that Freya Sama will perform. Exactly, it's a good opportunity you can use to your advantage, Kaguya said, relieved not to have to explain so much to the rabbit. Although you should still write him one last letter to give him a warning message or something. Yes. Belle shouted excitedly, now having a clear plan for what he would do before and during the party. You're right, I can't go on like this anymore. I have to take the first step and tell her how I feel. You finally understand. Kaguya, thank you for helping me. Taking her by surprise, he gave her a hug, causing her to open her eyes a little surprised. What are you doing, idiot? I'm just happy. If I weren't in love with Astrea Sama, I would give you a big kiss for all the help you've given me. And I'd rip your jaw off if you did that, she said, prepared for any suspicious movement. Good. And after a few seconds, Belle broke away from the hug with a big smile. It's time to put my plan into action. Let's go. Hey idiot, we still have to practice the dance. Kaguya stopped talking as the albino had already left the training yard, causing her to let out a tired sigh. He really is a fool, she thought, then smiled slightly. But he's the most acceptable fool to be Astrea-sama's partner. After that, he walked towards the wall where he had his katana leaning, ready to leave. I hope I've done the right thing and that my intervention won't cause any problems this time. Hey Belle. The Oriental woman snapped out of her thoughts when she saw the red-haired blacksmith approaching her with a smile, although she was confused when she didn't see the albino with her. Why Belle? Preparing a dark plan, he replied, seeing the blacksmith holding an envelope. What's that? Don't tell me it's another letter for Belle. Haha, of course not, he said proudly. It's a love letter to me. A love letter? I asked, raising an eyebrow. If it is, hey. Welf complained as he watched the Oriental woman snatch the envelope from him in the blink of an eye and stare at him. How are you sure it's a love letter? It only has your name written on it, there are no hearts or anything. It has to be, he said, taking the letter from her. It's the first time I've ever received a letter. I'm sure it's a love confession. Okay, then open it and let's see if you're right. Welf confidently opened the envelope and took out the letter to read it. Meanwhile, Kagaya sat down beside him to read with curiosity and Welf read with an eager smile. The same smile that disappeared in seconds. Dear Welf. It's time you understood the gravity of your situation. Your refusal to sell magic swords has caught our attention, and let me be clear. This isn't a simple business division, but a matter of life and death. The ordinary swords you offer are an insult to those who seek power and magic in a single blade. You are not alone in your obstinacy. You have chosen to defy those who could guarantee not only your success in business, but also your very survival. You have had ample time to consider our offer, and your refusal has left us with limited options. We've already made certain decisions regarding this, and I must inform you that time is running out. If you continue with this refusal, the consequences will be irreversible. Imagine a dark night, the door to your forge forced open, and shadows creeping inside. It would be an end you could have avoided, but because of your stubbornness, it's now inevitable. The choice is clear. Choose wisely and hand over those magic swords you need to sell before it's too late. The decision is yours, but keep in mind that your pathetic and miserable life is at stake. Make a good decision if you don't want your loved one searching for your body, a body that will be scattered in 20 different places in Arario. We look forward to your prompt and favorable response. With affection and love. Kagaya narrowed her eyes as she read that, glancing sideways at Welf, who was pale. What a love letter, I'm almost envious of you. Ugh. Can you tell me what you're involved in? I'm part of the justice system and I just read a threat against a poor beggar. I can't turn a blind eye. Who threatened you? Well. I'm not sure, but I think it's the Ishtar family. A slight smile formed on Kagaya's face upon hearing those words. Tell me more about your problem. Meanwhile, with the albino. He was in his room with a sheet of paper in his hand, which he placed on his desk before taking out his pen and ink and sitting down. Kagaya is right, I can't delay this any longer, I have to be brave and confess to Astrea-sama once and for all. Were you feeling nervous? Yes, since the possibility of rejection was still there. But she had to put aside her fears and take that step forward that she had been waiting so long to take. But first I have to do the most important thing, she whispered, filling her pen with ink and beginning to write. I have to write this letter and then wait until that dance. It felt strange to think that this would be the last letter he would write to her, since he had been like this for months, but now it was time for the truth. It was now or never. Now she was going to look forward to that dance with great anticipation, that dance that would change her life for better or for worse. The next day. Headquarters of the Astrea family. Astrea was walking calmly through the corridors of her headquarters. Breakfast was over and everyone had gone off to do their own thing, like patrolling. Kagaya seemed very serious, taking Ryu with her without explaining where they were going. I didn't know what was going on, but I hoped those two would make up once and for all. I didn't like seeing them on bad terms. Apart from that, the morning had been very quiet. I wonder if I should go visit Hestia, he thought, looking at the city through the window. I hadn't been to the chimney mansion since the little goddess started saying that Belle and Kagaya made a good couple and things like that, ending up getting angry. But that anger had disappeared days ago, a silly anger according to her. But Belle. She hadn't seen Belle since that day either, when he was beaten to a pulp because of Kagaya, and instead of helping him, she turned her back on him. Remembering that filled her with shame. And that embarrassment increased even more when she remembered that a few days ago he had sent her a love letter. Even though he didn't know it was from her, he wouldn't have the courage to look her in the eyes without feeling nervous. I think I'd better go water my garden, she thought, taking one last look at the city before going to the patio. Astrea-sama. But before she could take a step, the scream of one of her daughters stopped her and also frightened her because of how sudden it was. She quickly turned around, seeing that it was the Amazon approaching her with a smile. Iska. What's wrong? The letter has just arrived for you. the Amazon announced, showing the envelope in her hands. Astrea's eyes shone with happiness upon hearing those words, feeling her heartbeat increase. "The letter?" "Yes," she exclaimed, her eyes beaming with happiness even though the letter wasn't for her. He hasn't forgotten her. Astrea quickly took it and removed the letter from the envelope, ready to read it there. She was so eager that she didn't want to wait to go to her room. Meanwhile, Iska just smiled at the happiness in her goddess's eyes. "I really loved that boy." And Astrea simply immersed herself in the reading, feeling a warmth in her heart upon seeing that unmistakable handwriting. It was him. "Dear Astrea, I hope that receiving this letter brings a little spark of joy to your day. I want to begin by apologizing for my silence, for the lack of words that used to flow between us, for not writing you a letter. I've been dealing with some issues that haven't left me alone, but I must confess that I never stopped thinking about you for a single moment. Your presence has been a beacon in my gray days, and the echo of your laughter resonates in my heart. Every letter I wanted to write but didn't send, every word I kept to myself, was a reminder of how special you are to me. I regret not being able to share my thoughts and emotions with you, but deep within me, you have always been there. Now that I've found the strength to face my fears, I want you to know I'm ready to take the next step. At the ball for the goddess Freya, which will be held in a few days, I intend to reveal my identity to you. It will be a magical moment, and I'd be honored to be the one to ask you to dance that night. I'm eager to lose myself in your eyes and share with you what my heart has kept hidden for so long. I promise you there will be no more shadows between us. I'm excited and nervous at the same time, but I know this is the path I must follow. I hope that in that moment, you'll feel what's in my heart and understand that every word I didn't write to you will now transform into a dance of shared trust. With love and best wishes. Your eternal admirer." After reading the letter, a gleam appeared in the goddess's eyes, feeling nervous and anxious, knowing that she would soon meet him. She was nervous because she didn't know if it was Belle, but if it turned out to be him, she would be the happiest woman at that moment. Hee. Astrea snapped out of her reverie upon hearing Iska's laughter and turned to look at her. "What's happening?" Since she started reading the letter she hasn't stopped smiling. It must say very beautiful and special things to feel like this. I feel a little envious to be honest. Astrea realized at that moment that she was smiling, a little embarrassed. But she could not hide the great happiness that filled her heart at that moment. "I don't mean to be nosy, but what were you saying? If I may ask," the curious Amazon asked. Upon hearing that question, Astrea smiled again, looking down at the letter once more. "All I can say is that I'm so excited for that dance," she whispered, placing the letter on her chest. "I don't think I've ever been so excited to dance." I think I'm getting the picture of what the letter said," Iska remarked. She'd better start practicing her dance moves. "Finally I'll know if it's you," she thought, though her heart told her it was him, without a doubt. "I'll wait for the day to dance with you." The long-awaited dance was just around the corner. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Beginning of the dance. The moon rose high above the city of Arario. The gods walked through the streets with one of their children or rode in a carriage. Those were the ones who had the money to afford such a luxury. The place they were all heading to was the famous headquarters of the Freya family, the most feared family in Arario. It was very strange that a large number of people were entering that place, since it was well known that entry to that headquarters was denied to anyone who was not part of the family, although no one would even think of entering the place because of the fear they had. But this time it was different. A month in advance, the goddess Freya had announced a dance at her headquarters and that everyone was cordially invited. That surprised more than one person, but they weren't going to say anything and accepted it. They were afraid to refuse and that Freya might do something to them. But when they arrived at the place and saw how lively the headquarters was with the other families, that fear disappeared. They just hoped it was an innocent party and not a malevolent plan by Freya. And as the guests arrived, a carriage stopped in front of the headquarters, which sounded more lively than usual inside. From the carriage stepped a certain albino man in a black tuxedo who smiled slightly nervously as he saw some people turn to look at him curiously. "I'm starting to feel more nervous than usual," he thought, remembering the main reason he was at that party. Then he turned around and extended his hand to his goddess, who was wearing a beautiful black dress that accentuated her figure even more. The moment Hestia got out of the chariot, she smiled arrogantly at the other gods who were looking at her in surprise at the chariot she arrived in, a rather luxurious one being pulled by 2 white horses. "The day the real deal has arrived." "Kami-sama vocabulary," Belle scolded in disapproval. Sorry, but these idiots have always looked down on me, but look at their faces now, well they come on foot I come in a carriage." I laughed proudly, watching as the gods clicked their tongues and continued on their way. "I know she's happy, but we have to keep our composure." Sorry," he laughed, then looked at his son happily. "Belle-kun, thank you for this. When I saw a carriage arriving at headquarters, I couldn't believe it. It even had a chauffeur who offered us a glass of fine wine to drink during the ride. This must have been very expensive. Where did you get the money? I've been saving up for this day for you. I wanted to give you this as a gift for everything you've done for me, she confessed with an embarrassed smile. Belkan, but I haven't done anything for you. You're wrong, you gave me what I'd been looking for many weeks in this city, and that's a family, and that can't be compared to even the most luxurious carriage. Belkan. And unable to resist any longer, Hestia threw herself into his arms and was quickly reciprocated. Thank you for everything and I'm sorry for offering you so little. I promise to be the best goddess for you. You're already the best, Kami-sama, she said, patting her on the back. Every day I feel more grateful to Astrea for introducing us that day. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have met. Yes, I owe her a lot, Bell whispered with a slight smile as he thought of Astrea. Although he instantly became nervous, remembering once again his main objective. I was eager to see her and very curious to see what she would be wearing. It was a gala party so she would probably wear something that would make her beauty stand out even more. If it weren't for Kaguya, he probably wouldn't have had the courage to make the decision to confess everything that night, but thanks to her he decided to do it. He couldn't keep putting it off any longer. It was either reciprocated or rejected, that was the only thing that could happen that night. Shall we go? Bell asked, extending his arm to his goddess. Kaguya taught him all that so that he wouldn't make a fool of himself when it really mattered. Yeah. And excited Hestia hugged her son's arm and they began walking towards the headquarters where 4 hobbits were standing at the entrance, 2 on each side. Welcome to the Freya family headquarters, I hope you enjoy the party, the 4 said in bored voices, saying the same thing to everyone who entered. Hestia and Bell looked at this with surprise, since they had heard that they were very violent, but there were the 4 dwarves, well dressed and with their hair combed back, behaving themselves. What they didn't know was that Freya punished them for a certain reason and gave them the divine order that they would be receiving all the guests who arrived that night and that they could do nothing more than that. This sucks, the 4 of them thought at the same time. Seconds after Hestia and Bell entered the headquarters, another carriage arrived at the location, stopping in front of the gates. The carriage door opened and out came a beautiful girl with black hair wearing a blue and black ball gown, her face irritated as she watched everyone entering the place. I didn't even want to be here. That girl was Kaguya. Initially Kaguya wasn't going to that party, but Astrea came to her and asked her to be her date. It was at that moment that he asked her, why me? To which Astrea replied that just as she had been training Bell for a month, she too had been practicing her dance the whole time, so it would be a waste for her not to go. At first she refused, but after so much insistence from her goddess she accepted, wearing the best ball gown she had in her wardrobe. Although she didn't want to be there, a part of her did, to find out how everything would end with the issue of her goddess and Bell. Whatever the outcome, she did everything to help. Perhaps at first she messed up a few things and caused a few misunderstandings, but that was in the past. Now she had helped them like the good person she was. Good, get out Astrea-sama, said Kaguya, extending her hand, which was taken by the goddess, who slowly stepped out of the carriage with a small smile. People passing by were perplexed by Astrea's appearance and how ridiculously beautiful she looked. She was a mixture of innocence, purity and seduction with her way of dressing, leaving more than one person mesmerized. Although it was more than obvious, Astrea was one of the goddesses who unintentionally broke the most hearts. Wow, it seems I'm attracting more attention than usual, Astrea whispered with an embarrassed smile. I told her that dress would be too much for those poor fools, Kaguya said wearily. If I didn't know her, I'd say she was a goddess of beauty. Come on Kaguya, you're embarrassing me, he said with a slight smile, touching her cheek. 5 men were knocked unconscious by that action. And the first idiots have already fallen, Kaguya thought mockingly. Wow, Astrea. At that moment, both women heard a female voice approaching them. Turning their gaze to that place, they saw that it was the goddess of jokes, Loki, who was wearing a red gala dress, and behind her was the sword princess, Ace. Loki, it's good to see you, Astrea greeted her friend with a kind smile. You really surprised me with that dress, it almost seems like you dressed like that to catch someone's attention and impress them, commented the red-haired goddess, looking Astrea up and down. Hee. And all Astrea could do at that moment was laugh a little embarrassed, making Loki open his eyes in surprise, and then a big smile appeared on his face. Seriously? The popular heartbreaker has taken an interest in someone? Loki asked excitedly and with great curiosity. Who? Who managed to steal the heart of such a beautiful maiden? See, come on Loki, lower your voice, Astrea asked, a little nervously. If she weren't a goddess, I would have already hit her, Kaguya thought, looking annoyed at Loki before turning to look at Ace, who seemed to be giving her a message with her eyes, as if she were giving her permission for something, a hit perhaps. This is interesting, Loki chuckled, amused by the slight blush on Astrea's cheeks. I'm very curious, to be honest, but I'd better keep my questions to myself. I feel like I'll get the answer at this party. Why, you're just misunderstanding things. I'm not stupid, Astrea, I can clearly see when a person is in love, my eyes don't deceive me. Loki, I'm hungry. And before the goddess of jokes could continue speaking, Ace called her over, her expression both hungry and embarrassed. You're right. If the little one's already here, she's probably devouring the buffet. We'd better hurry. After saying those words, she turned to her friend and smiled. Well, Astrea, we'll talk later. See Claro. And so Loki, along with Ace, walked to Freya's headquarters. Welcome to the Freya family headquarters, I hope you enjoy the party. And again the four hobbits said those words, making Loki smile with amusement. And what about that? Freya's children being educated. Shut your mouth, beautiful lady. Keep walking, respectable lady. Yes, go away. And enjoy the party. Although the four dwarves were seething with rage, their goddess also gave them the divine order to be polite to everyone, no matter who they were. Alan could walk right past them and mock them, and they would have no choice but to treat him with respect. It was truly humiliating. So in love, Kagaya whispered, glancing sideways at Astrea, who became nervous. It's just Loki being Loki, you know how he is with his jokes, he said, trying to hide his secret. Astrea believed that the only one in the family who knew she was deeply in love was Iska, unaware that Kagaya also knew, and that she also knew that that person was Belle. She's a terrible liar, Kagaya thought with a touch of amusement at how bad a liar her goddess was. It was something sweet. Well, we're not going to stand here at the entrance all night, let's go inside, she said, starting to walk, followed by her oriental daughter. I just hope this party doesn't end in a complete disaster. I don't trust the goddess Freya, Kagaya thought, hoping everything would go well. Welcome to the Freya family headquarters, I hope you enjoy the party. Thank you very much, Astrea said with a beautiful smile. Thank you, dwarves, Kagaya said as she passed by them. Shut your blessed mouth, wonderful woman. Yeah. Kagaya could only stifle a laugh at the anger in their eyes. It was funny, but it was best not to overuse those jokes. Perhaps she was level 6 and they were level 5, but their teamwork would put her in serious trouble. It was best not to bother them anymore. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters. The gods and their children were enjoying the party that Freya had prepared and marveling at how luxurious her headquarters was, worthy of the strongest family in Arario. Things were really lively. The headquarters, which was always filled with war cries, hatred and pain, was now filled with laughter and pleasant conversation, a very positive atmosphere. Agni had to lock himself in his room as it was too much for him. I have to admit, even though I don't trust Freya at all, she really outdid herself with the party, Hestia praised, taking in the vast amount of food on the table. Just look at all this food, Belle-kun, this is heaven. Ami-sama, you'd better keep your composure, Belle warned, seeing how his goddess intended to devour everything as if there were no tomorrow. Come on Belle-kun, you don't get the chance to eat all these delicacies every day, we have to take advantage of it, she said as she sat down and served herself some food on a plate. If Lily were here, she'd already be scolding her, thought Belle, knowing the hobbit well. Oh well, whatever. He knew it would be impossible to reason with his goddess, so he decided to let her eat all she wanted, as long as the goddess Freya didn't complain. So turning around, he began to observe all the people at the party. There were a large number of gods with their children. He could see Maich talking to the god Hermes in the background, and he also saw the goddess Hephaestus chatting with a blonde goddess near the entrance. He even saw the god Soma, now that was strange. I suppose even he didn't want to miss a party at this venue, he thought with a touch of amusement. There were indeed many people, although the strangest thing was that, with the exception of the Gulliver brothers and the waiters, there were no other members of the Freya family around. It was very strange considering that they were at their headquarters. I guess they didn't want to be in a noisy place, he thought, then dismissed it. And after wandering and wandering with his gaze, he saw an acquaintance of his, which made him smile slightly. It was Kagaya who was at a distant table pouring herself some punch. He had to admit that she looked very beautiful in that blue-black dress. He was sure that if he wasn't in love with Astrea, he would have fallen in love with Kagaya during all the time they had lived together. I'll go and say hello to her. And with the decision made, Belle went towards where the Oriental woman was, leaving his goddess alone with the entire buffet. Hey Kagaya, I greeted cheerfully as I got close to her, catching her attention. Hello, Rabbit, she returned the greeting while sipping her punch and looking him up and down. I must admit you don't look bad at all. Dressed like that you look intelligent. What do you mean by that? He was just kidding, you're bad at catching jokes, he said, letting out a tired sigh. Sorry, by the way, you also look very beautiful, Kagaya he complimented, a little embarrassed. That's obvious, you'd be blind not to notice, she said with a slight smile, swirling the liquid in her glass. Thank you, but save those compliments for someone else, lest there be another misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? It doesn't need explaining. Bell was a little surprised by that, but he forgot about it when he remembered the most important thing about that night. By the way, where is Astrea-sama? He asked anxiously and nervously. Instead of answering, the Asian woman pointed in a specific direction while smiling. You'd better not look like an idiot when you see her, he said with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing those words, Belle slowly turned around and looked at the place her friend pointed to, while her heart began to race with every passing second. His gaze vague. And he could see her in the distance. And his eyes lit up when he saw her. There she was next to the goddess Demeter, laughing and chatting a little. If Belle had to describe Astrea in one word at that moment, it would be perfection. He didn't think Astrea could look any more beautiful than she already was, but that night she had just shut him up. She looked so radiant, with a touch of innocence, purity, and a little seductive in that dress she was wearing. It was perfectly balanced, just as everything should be. I think I've just fallen in love again, he thought, mesmerized. At that moment, Astrea finally noticed the albino's presence, turning to look at him and smiling with a slight blush on her cheeks. Elle was embarrassed to see such a beautiful expression on her face. You'd better wipe that idiotic look off your face and shut your mouth before a fly gets in there. And Kagaya's mocking words pulled Belle out of his world, causing him to quickly look away, not wanting to make Astrea uncomfortable by staring at her. Sorry what's happening? Yes, she's very beautiful, that's more than obvious, the girl said, taking a sip of her punch. But you'd better keep your composure and not act like an idiot who makes her look ridiculous, because if you do, I'll kill you. It will be difficult. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Astrea and was surprised to find she was still looking at him, making him quickly lower his gaze in embarrassment. Kagaya smiled with amusement at the sight, then looked at her goddess. Relax, Astrea-sama, I have no intention of taking this idiot away from you, Kagaya thought with amusement, looking her straight in the eyes. And even if I wanted to, I highly doubt I'd stand a chance against you, since he's madly in love with you. For some strange reason, Astrea understood the message and felt a little calmer when she saw Kagaya's gaze turning her attention back to Demeter. I have to stop being so jealous, thought the goddess, ashamed of her inappropriate behavior. Back to the duo of friends. Remember Belle, if you make a fool of yourself in the middle of the dance with Astrea-sama, I'll kill you, Kagaya warned with a sharp gaze. Relax, I'm going to warm up a bit before asking her to dance, he said with a nervous smile. And with whom? Kagaya asked, raising an eyebrow. Before Belle could answer, the sound of footsteps coming down some stairs echoed throughout the place, causing all the guests to fall silent and turn their gaze towards the source of the sound. More than one person, whether man or woman, made an idiotic face when they saw who was coming down those stairs. It was the goddess of beauty Freya who was coming with her, Otter a few centimeters behind. It makes me so happy to see everyone having fun at this little party I organized, the goddess said with a charming smile, leaving more than a few people mesmerized. I hope everyone feels comfortable in my headquarters. Stop acting angelic and tell us what you're planning. The one who shouted those words was Loki, who had a glass of wine in her hands. Loki dear, stop talking nonsense if you don't want me to crush your family tomorrow. Even though Freya said those words with a charming smile, more than one person felt a chill run down their spine. I prepared this dance for the simple reason that I wanted to have fun and unwind for a while with all my god friends and their children. What better way to spend time together than to put our problems aside for today and simply relax? Don't you think that's a good idea? As strange as it seemed, the truth was that Freya was serious. She had no ulterior motives at that party. The only reason she did that dance was to have some fun and forget her boring life in the Tower of Babel. Besides, she had been gossiping with her divine mirror and was able to see certain interesting things in the life of her friend Astrea, finding out surprising things that fortunately were going to have their outcome at that party. Freya just wanted to be entertained. So I kindly ask that if any of you have a problem with any other god, please forget about it for tonight. We are all here to relax and have fun, and I will not tolerate any arguments or fights. As she said those words, Freya adopted a serious expression, implying that she was serious and didn't want anyone to ruin her party. And with that said, enjoy this party. There will be lots of dancing throughout the night, so you can join in whenever you like. And with that said, Freya snapped her fingers and pleasant music began to play throughout the place, a clear sign that the dance had already begun. By the way, I really want to dance tonight. Upon hearing those words, many gods and mortals intended to go to Freya and invite her to dance, but she raised her hand in a signal to stop. I'd like to choose my dance partner, and I hope that person is willing to dance with me, she said, starting to look in all directions, making more than one person nervous and anxious. After wandering with her gaze, she found her victim for the night, so she smiled charmingly. Would you like to be my dance partner? The goddess asked. Damn it, the god whispered with a nervous smile, feeling the jealous stares of the other gods, but a chill ran down his spine when he felt Naz's gaze, a clear sign of her anger. Sorry Freya, but I fell this morning and hurt my back. My bones creak a lot, so I seriously doubt I'd be a good partner. No problem, Otter is an excellent chiropractor, so he'll straighten your bones in seconds. As he said those words, Otter cracked his knuckles. Ugh. Back to the duo of friends. Aha, poor god Maich, Kaguya whispered with amusement at the scene, then watched as several couples walked to the center of the room to begin dancing. Well, I think it's time, Rabbit. This Kaguya. The Oriental woman was a little confused when she heard the way Belle called her, turning around to look at him and seeing that he was slightly bent over with his hand extended towards her. This Kaguya, would you like to be my dance partner for this song? Belle asked with a slight smile. Upon hearing that question, Kaguya couldn't help but open her eyes a little surprised, not expecting that at all. Can I ask what you're doing, you idiot? Kaguya asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, by inviting you to dance. Your dance partner is over there, you idiot, it's not me, he said, restraining his urge to punch the albino. The last thing he wanted was to cause another misunderstanding and make his goddess sad, but the idiot rabbit wouldn't cooperate. I know, but I told you that I wanted to warm up a little first, so I wouldn't mess up when I danced with Astrea-sama. Are you telling me you're just using me? I asked, my eye twitching. Of course not, she said, looking down with a slight smile. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to dance. Even though I was a terrible student at first, you kept teaching me for a whole month of practice and practice. As he said those words, Belle again bowed and extended his hand. So this time I'd like you and me to have a genuine dance, as my teacher feels it's right that you be the first to dance with tonight. And with that said, Belle stood with his hand outstretched, waiting for Kaguya to accept. She knew that all of this could cause a misunderstanding with Astrea, but for some strange reason she felt that everything would be fine and that she had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Kaguya just watched Belle, a little surprised, not expecting him to give that answer. He had to admit that if he put his mind to it, the albino could act in a mature and attractive manner. Seconds later, the Asian woman looked away and slowly took Belle's hand, making him smile. Okay, I'll be your dance partner for a while, I accept. Perfect. I'll show you that all our classes weren't in vain, said fellas. I'm sorry, Astrea-sama, but I'll take your boy for a while, Kaguya thought, seeing how Astrea was watching them. But let it be known that he was the one who asked for it. So, shall we go? Belle asked with a slight smile. Come on, but I warn you that if you step on my foot I'll kill you. I won't do it. And holding hands, they both went to the dance floor where the other couples were dancing, joining them. Meanwhile, in the distance, Astrea, with a glass of wine in her hands, watched them dance with great elegance and synchronization. It was clear that they had both been training together for a month and were very well coordinated. At times Astrea would receive a dance invitation from some mortal or god, but she politely declined. One of them might be the mysterious boy from the letters, but deep in her heart she told him no, that none of them were him. So while she declined their dance invitations, she watched them dance. I watched them for a few seconds, seeing them both smile as they danced, and then a few seconds later she smiled too. Although Astrea came out of her thoughts upon hearing a laugh beside her, seeing that it was Hestia who was standing with her arms crossed. I must admit that Kaguya did a very good job training Belle-kun, now he's quite the professional, said the little goddess with a proud smile. You're right, I think they're the best coordinated couple of all, Astrea whispered, without taking her eyes off them, finally noticing something in both of their eyes that made her smile. I was right after all, Hestia said with a happy smile. Kaguya and Belle-kun make a good couple, don't you think? Couple? Huh? Confused, Hestia turned to look at Astrea, seeing her looking at them both with a smile. I think you're mistaken, Hestia, all I see are two good friends having fun and hanging out. Astrea felt a warmth as she watched them both, without those annoying jealousies she hated so much appearing. Somehow, just by seeing how they looked at each other while dancing, I had understood the strange relationship between the two. Friends? Hestia whispered, watching them as Kaguya scolded Belle for a misstep, and he smiled nervously before she sighed and smiled back, continuing the dance. I hadn't thought of it that way, to be honest. I think Kaguya has found her first best friend, Astrea thought, feeling happy for her. Kaguya loved her family, she got along very well with all of them, but there was a small problem. Her sarcastic and mocking personality was sometimes a problem, as the others sometimes took it personally, avoiding long conversations with her because they knew that the longer the conversation went on, the more the Asian woman would make comments that they didn't like. The best example was Ryu, with whom she argued very frequently every day about anything, and if she didn't argue with the others it was because they knew how to control themselves better than the elf, and it was better to avoid her. Gaia knew her personality was a problem, but no matter how much she wanted to stop acting that way, she couldn't. It was something that characterized her, even though she was aware that it bothered her friends. Anyway, she thought there was no one who could put up with her personality, but then Belle appeared, that strange boy who, no matter how many insults and sarcastic comments she threw at him, always stayed with her as if it didn't affect him. It was strange but also pleasant. She even began to be much more sincere with him than she had been with her colleagues, showing that she was beginning to trust him. Gaia had unconsciously begun to see the albino as a great friend, starting to feel comfortable by his side, someone with whom she could be sincere from time to time and who would not leave no matter how annoying her personality was, something which she was seriously thinking of changing. It was a strange relationship they had, but it was a true and sincere friendship, and that was all that mattered. And that was something Astrea realized just by seeing how they looked at each other. "Astrea-sama is watching us a lot," Belle whispered. "It's your fault, idiot, for inviting me to dance, so now you'll just have to deal with it," she said with a hint of mockery. Hee hee. Astrea couldn't help but smile a little. Although she couldn't hear them, she could tell perfectly well that they were arguing. "Friends, perhaps you're right and I'm wrong," Hestia said, still watching them dance. "But even so, I think they would make a cute couple, but they also look cute as friends." "You might be right, but do you know who Belle would look best with as a partner?" "No." "With whom?" "With me." "Well, you're also right about that." Slowly, Hestia, with a shocked expression, turned to look at Astrea, who was smiling slightly with a blush on her cheeks. The little goddess's eyes almost popped out of her head, unable to believe it. "Why you?" "Yes, I'm in love with Belle. With the dance partner." "It seems Hestia-sama and Astrea-sama are talking about something important," Belle whispered, seeing their expressions. Being far away and with a lot of noise around, he couldn't hear them. "The song is about to end. Would you like to dance to the next one?" While they finished their conversation, Gaia asked, getting more excited to dance. "Clear." Thus they both continued enjoying the dance, oblivious to the conversations of their goddesses. The party at the Freya family headquarters had barely begun. End of chapter. Chapter 17. A moment together. With a smile, Belle and Gaia looked at each other after dancing the last song together. They had been so synchronized and focused on the dance that they simply forgot everything, concentrating only on dancing and enjoying the moment. Belle wasn't sure, but he believed that this was the first time he had seen Gaia smile with a slight touch of emotion, without any sarcasm or mockery, a sign that she really enjoyed that moment. "I must admit, you've improved a lot at dancing," said the Oriental woman, still smiling, letting go of the albino's hand as they finished dancing, just as he removed his hand from her waist. "I had the best teacher in Arario," the boy whispered, making the Oriental girl smile happily again. It really was strange to see her acting like that, but she didn't complain either. "It looks like they won't be playing for a while," Gaia said, watching the musicians set their instruments aside to rest. "Shall we go and have some punch? I think you'll need it before dancing with Astrea-sama." "That sounds perfect, I was getting thirsty." "Perfect, let's go then." So the woman from the east began walking in the direction of the place where the punch was. "Gaia." But Belle's voice stopped her. "What?" "Thank you for agreeing to dance with me," she said with a smile. She looked at him confused for a few seconds, then smiled. "Thanks to you, silly, I think this is the first time I've enjoyed something like this," he confessed sincerely. "I never thought a silly dance could be fun. I guess all I needed was someone who could keep up with me. Training together for a month made us synchronized. Maybe." At first Gaia didn't really want to go to the ball, but maybe it was a good idea to be there. At least that way he had some fun for a while. They both went to where the punch was and poured themselves a glass each to start refreshing themselves. "I wonder what they're talking about," the Asian woman whispered. "What are you taking about?" "Of them." As she said those words, Gaia pointed to a table some distance away where Astrea and Hestia were sitting and chatting. Hestia had an expression of astonishment as they talked, and Astrea had one of some embarrassment. "They haven't stopped talking since we started dancing," she whispered, squinting. "I wonder what they're talking about," Belle said curiously. "I don't know, even though I'm level 6 I can't hear them because they're speaking very quietly and because there's a lot of noise around," she said, a little frustrated, although she had an idea from her goddess's expression. At that moment, a human boy approached the duo, specifically the eastern one. "Excuse me, miss," he said politely, extending his hand. "Would you like?" At lost, Gaia didn't let him finish speaking when she said those words sharply, making the boy step back a little nervously. "It's okay." Belle watched with a touch of pity as the boy walked away, then turned to look at her friend. "He wanted to ask you to dance. Why didn't you accept?" "Just because I danced with you doesn't mean I'm going to dance with the other idiots," she replied, taking a sip of her punch. "Besides, I don't like dancing with strangers, it's annoying." I understand, he said with a nervous smile, feeling a little flattered that Kagaya had only wanted to dance with him, although he later realized that she had also called him an idiot. Things were really lively at the Freya family headquarters. Almost everyone had already overcome their initial fear and were now fully enjoying the party. They hadn't enjoyed themselves like that in a long time. The last dance was performed by Apollo, and it didn't go very well, to say the least. I wonder what time they'll finish talking, the albino thought as he watched Astrea and her goddess continue talking, unable to approach him and invite him to dance. PSSS bell. The rabbit snapped out of his thoughts when he heard someone calling him, turning to look in that direction. Maichi-sama, he said upon seeing the god nearby, who had an expression somewhere between nervous and frightened. What do you need? Help me, he pleaded as a woman approached from behind him. What are you doing, Maichi? The next dance is about to start. Belle, seeing who was approaching, couldn't help but feel nervous and embarrassed. It was Freya whose charm was unintentionally affecting the albino and even Kagaya, who, thanks to her enormous willpower, was able to maintain her composure. Freya Maichi laughed nervously. What's happening? I'm sorry, but I'm too tired to keep dancing, he said, glancing at Naza in the background, who was sitting dejectedly at a table. I have to go. That's not what we agreed on, said the goddess, narrowing her eyes. Well. In a desperate attempt, Maichi grabbed the albino by the arm and pulled him towards him, leaving him by his side. I can't dance, but it turns out Belle would be delighted to dance with you. I'm sorry, Belle, she thought the last part with pain. What? Said the albino, surprised, while Kagaya just watched them. Dance? Freya turned to look at the albino, who became nervous upon feeling her gaze, not knowing what to do. Seconds later Freya smiled with excitement. It should be noted that some people were watching them from afar, curious. Fine then get lost, Freya said, pushing Maichi, who didn't hesitate to run away, mentally apologizing to Belle. So you want to dance with me? Well and I Belle stammered nervously, not knowing what to do. You're cute. I usually like to choose my dance partner, but this time I'll make an exception and accept your invitation, she said with a sweet smile, then turned to look at Kagaya. I hope your partner doesn't mind. Go ahead, with confidence, and the Oriental woman simply gave her approval, making Belle look at her in surprise at how she abandoned him at the moment when he needed her most. Well, I've received your partner's approval, so there's no problem, Freya said, still smiling. The music will start soon, so let's go to the center of the venue. So Freya took the albino's hand, making him very ashamed, and when they were about to leave, someone took his other hand, preventing them from moving. Belle sighed in relief knowing that Kagaya would help him, and when he turned around he realized that the person who took his other hand was not the Oriental one, it was Astrea. Was all Belle could say, surprised by it. Astrea, is there anything I can do for you? Do you have some business with my dance partner? The goddess of beauty asked with a charming smile. I'm very eager to dance, so please make it quick. It'll be quick, all I want is for you to let go of Belle's hand, Astrea said, also smiling kindly. Why is that? Because Belle is my dance partner. The albino opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing that, turning to look at Astrea, who glanced at him, noticing a slight embarrassment in her beautiful eyes, before continuing to look at Freya. I didn't even have to ask. Thought the rabbit. Dance partner? Freya asked, surprised. It's true he was dancing with your daughter for quite a while, but I didn't see you talking to him as if he were your partner. Well. Or are you jealous that he's dancing with me? Although that doesn't make sense either, since he's not your son. Hestia should be here, but she's not. The little goddess remained seated in the same seat, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, still in a trance from everything Astrea had told her. Astrea remained silent, unable to contradict Freya. She wasn't even good at lying, so she would realize her lie at any moment. He simply acted on impulse when he saw Freya near Belle and took his hand to lead him to dance. When he realized it, he was already with them, holding the rabbit's other hand and preventing her from taking him away. I didn't know why, but of all those present, the only one I didn't want Belle to dance with was Freya. I was afraid he would become just another zombie under her command. Freya only smiled slightly upon seeing the expression of the goddess of justice as she watched her intentions to let go of the albino's hand. The goddess of beauty was about to say something, but Belle spoke first, preventing Astrea from letting go of her hand by gently squeezing it, causing her to look at her with a bit of surprise. In fact, Freya-sama, I think I owe you an apology since I had already decided to dance with Astrea-sama, said the albino seriously, although still embarrassed since he was holding hands with both goddesses. The people and gods who were watching them looked at the albino with great envy and jealousy, although there were some who looked at him with pride, like Hermes. Is that so? Freya asked, smiling. Then that means I'm the meddler. And I didn't mean that. Relax, the goddess laughed, letting go of the albino's hand. I guess there's nothing to be done. I'm truly sorry, Freya-sama. Don't worry, although I won't deny I would have loved to dance with such a handsome boy as you, she complimented, touching the albino's nose with her finger, making him even more embarrassed and Astrea frown. Sorry for trying to steal your dance partner, Astrea. I hope this doesn't ruin your night. Don't worry. Freya, still smiling, approached Astrea and brought her face very close to hers. All the men watched intently, believing that the two goddesses would kiss, but it didn't happen. Freya's face passed by, and she whispered a few words in the ear of the goddess of justice. Next time, defend what is yours with more determination and don't give up so easily. Astrea opened her eyes in surprise, seeing Freya separate from her while still smiling. Well, I'll leave you both to enjoy the dance, see you later. After that, Freya turned around and saw Otter, who was a little ways away. Otter is looking for Maich, he lied to me when he said Belle wanted to dance with me, he adjusts his bones a little as punishment. Understood. So the big man went in search of the god Maich. Bye-bye. And with a smile, Freya walked away from the couple, leaving them alone in that place. Well, they weren't alone since Kaguya was still behind them, but knowing what was coming, she decided to back off and give them their space. You'd better not ruin it, idiot, thought the Oriental woman, filling her glass with punch and leaving. That was close, thought Belle, relieved not to have to dance with Freya. It wasn't that he disliked dancing with her, but the mere charm of the goddess of beauty made him feel nervous throughout the dance, not to mention the envious glances of the other men. It was the best. After that I turned to look at Astrea, who looked away, blushing slightly. Hello Belle, I greeted in a whisper. He remembered that since the party began, neither of them had greeted each other. It was the first time they had exchanged words that night. Hello Astrea-sama, the embarrassed albino returned the greeting. Thank you for saving me from Freya-sama he. Freya can be a little strange sometimes, but I'm sure she had bad intentions, she said, trying to hide her embarrassment, knowing the real reason why the goddess of beauty did that. The blood rushed to her face when she realized that, not understanding how Freya had noticed her feelings if she hadn't spoken to her in months. Had she been spying on her? Knowing her, it was likely. But still, forgive me for getting involved in your problems out of nowhere, you even had to lie and say you wanted to dance with me. Astrea felt foolish for saying that since she clearly saw that Belle was serious, but for some reason she wanted to say those words. Perhaps because. I wasn't lying, Astrea-sama. Because I wanted to hear those words from him again. And Belle, embarrassed, leaned slightly towards Astrea, extending his hand. I've wanted to ask her out for a while now, but I couldn't find the right opportunity. The goddess's eyes sparkled slightly upon hearing that, while her heartbeat quickened. Astrea-sama, would you like to dance with me? And finally Belle asked that question, trying to hide his nervousness and keeping his hand outstretched. Astrea immediately took the hand, causing her to open her eyes in surprise and with a sparkle in them. I would love to dance with you, Belle, the goddess whispered with a beautiful smile, leaving the albino surprised by her beauty. Now that I looked at her more closely, that dress really did make her look like the most beautiful woman in the whole place. Or rather, she was the most beautiful woman in that whole place, city, and in the sky and all the earth. Belle gently squeezed the goddess's hand, which felt a warmth, her gaze fixed on him, lost in his eyes. You don't know how happy those words make me, Belle whispered, making Astrea let out a sweet laugh. The same could be said of me upon receiving your invitation. Although they hadn't spoken to each other for a long time, their relationship remained strong, as if they had never stopped talking, although in their eyes, you could see how much they had missed being together and talking. Shall we go? Belle asked. Of course. And with a little embarrassment, Astrea hugged the albino's arm, causing him to feel an electric current throughout his body. And without waiting, they both headed to the dance floor, as the music had started playing again a few moments ago. It was more cheerful music, and there were already some couples dancing there. Some gods who knew Astrea felt jealous because dancing with her was a great privilege, even more so than Freya, or so some considered, since in the eyes of many Astrea was much more sacred than the vast majority of gods, an almost untouchable being. That was the reason why they looked enviously at Belle, seeing how he had already started dancing with her, who was smiling happily, enjoying that moment. While Kaguya watched them from afar, sipping her punch, she observed Belle's footsteps. So far so good, I hope it stays that way, the Asian woman thought, seeing the sparkle in Astrea's eyes, a sign that she was really enjoying the moment. It seems she was really looking forward to dancing with Belle. After that, he turned around and walked towards the table where Hestia was sitting, still in a trance, and sat down next to her. Kaguya just watched the goddess, seeing that she had a plate of food that she hadn't even touched. So, shaking her head a little, Kaguya took the plate and began to eat. Wow, it's delicious, although that was to be expected, she thought, happily eating her food. What happened? At that moment, Hestia emerged from her world, looking around in disorientation. "Welcome back, Goddess Hestia," Kagaya said calmly, without stopping her eating. And Astrea. Kagaya simply pointed in a direction, and Hestia quickly turned her gaze to that place, seeing her son and her friend happily dancing on the dance floor. Her eyes widened in surprise at seeing that, remembering what she had talked about with her a little while ago. "Apparently Astrea-sama told her everything," Kagaya said, taking another sip of her punch. "What? Did you know that she's in love with Belle?" "Yes, I've known for a while, but she doesn't know I know," he replied simply, making the little goddess's eyes widen. "What did she say to him? Who has always loved belle-kun?" Obviously Astrea told her many things about it, but that was the first thing she remembered her saying, recalling her friend's shy expression when she said those words. "Kagaya, I'm sorry," he whispered sadly. "Why?" "Because you're in love with belle-kun and—" "Hey. Stop the car," Kagaya said, frowning. "I'm not in love with Belle. That's just a story you made up when you saw us together. He's just a good friend to me." Haha, the goddess laughed, embarrassed. "I'm sorry, you two looked so close to him that I couldn't help but pair you up." Kagaya just rolled her eyes and then continued eating. "But I still can't believe it," Hestia whispered, watching as Astrea and Belle stopped to drink some punch after dancing for a while, as they clearly intended to dance some more. "I can't believe Astrea has been in love with belle-kun all this time. It's true she met him before I did, but I had no idea about this." "Believe me, Goddess Hestia, Astrea-sama has been in love with him for a long time," said the Oriental woman, standing up only to bring another plate of food and sitting down again. "I would eat a little more that day. I was hungry. It's true that I found it a little strange that she was visiting the headquarters more often, but now I'm starting to believe that all those visits were partly to see belle-kun," I whispered, remembering that Astrea always asked where the albino was so she could go see him before leaving. Maybe, agreed the Asian woman, eating some nachos she took from a man who was carrying them on a tray. Things began to connect in the mind of the little goddess, understanding things she hadn't understood at first. "Now I understand why he was angry with me that day." "Which day?" "That day. I remembered it perfectly, that day when I kept talking to her about what a good couple Belle and Kagaya made, when suddenly Astrea got angry and left her headquarters without saying goodbye to Belle. Now I understood the reason for that anger. I'm such a fool," she exclaimed, dropping her face onto the table. "Ouch. I'd say she's someone who jumps to conclusions quickly," Kagaya said calmly, taking a plate of shrimp that a waiter had just handed her and starting to eat. "In short, yes, a fool." Hestia turned her gaze back to them, seeing them both laughing as they drank punch, enjoying the evening. "My best friend is in love with my son, I don't know what to think about this," she whispered, feeling strange. "Although I never tell her, Astrea-sama is like a mother to me and she's in love with my friend. I feel much stranger about it," he said, also watching them. But they both looked happy together. "Although I wonder if belle-kun feels the same way, he has a lot of respect for the gods." If only I knew, Kagaya thought, realizing that Hestia still didn't know that this hot rabbit was completely in love with the goddess of justice, to the point of writing her cheesy letters. "Ugh, now I'm starting to feel nervous," Hestia whispered, letting herself fall back onto the table. She definitely wasn't very good at handling those kinds of issues, especially when it involved her best friend and her son. "I'm just waiting for the right moment," the Asian woman thought, still watching them both, before continuing with her meal. "With your partner." They were both enjoying their moment together even though they were no longer dancing, although they would soon return to it. Even though many days had passed since they had last spoken, it was as if that hadn't happened because of the pleasant conversation they were having. "I must admit you've surprised me greatly," the goddess said, smiling sweetly. "I knew Kagaya would do her best to make you a good dancer, but this has surpassed all my expectations. You're practically a master of dance." It's not that big of a deal," Belle laughed, embarrassed by the praise. "Kagaya was simply an excellent teacher, ruthless, but a good teacher." "I agree with you," whispered the goddess, taking a sip of her punch and watching all the couples dancing. It was a much more upbeat song, and although Astrea liked watching them dance, she didn't like to dance to that kind of music. It wasn't her thing. For that reason they decided to temporarily leave the dance and wait for a much calmer song. "Belle. And? I'm sorry." Belle turned to look at Astrea, confused, who had an expression of regret. "The last time we met, I treated you in a rude and curt way. I'm sorry for behaving that way," she apologized in a whisper, regretting it. "Then no worries, something bad must have happened for you to act like that, so there's no need to apologize." It is true that it hurt him when Astrea treated him that way, but that was already part of the past. Besides, now she was by his side, having a good time together. That was now a bad moment that had been forgotten. "Believe it or not, I really miss talking to you all this time," the goddess whispered shyly, playing with a lock of her hair. The albino's heart began to beat like crazy upon hearing those words, but he made every effort to maintain his composure. Me too, for a moment I thought she was angry with me. Not at all, it was just a silly thing to do on my part, she said, embarrassed, remembering those absurd jealous feelings she had at that moment. Just a silly thing to do. Belle just glanced at her, admiring her beautiful expression. For a moment I wondered if she knew whether he was the letter boy or if she was dancing with him while waiting for the letter boy to arrive and ask her to dance. Thinking about it made him nervous. But I'm glad we're here dancing now, it's nice, Astrea said again, smiling once more. I feel the same way, although I don't know if she wants to dance with someone else and I'm here holding her back, Belle whispered, embarrassed. Not at all, you're the only one I want to dance with tonight, she said, looking away as she drank her punch. Belle's heart began to beat like crazy upon hearing those words as blood began to rush to his face. And the same thing happened with Astrea, who was ashamed of the words she said. The atmosphere around the two of them was changing, noticed by those nearby, who saw them both blushing and looking down. Some gods felt a pang of emotion when they saw Astrea acting in such a tender way. She seemed like a nervous and shy teenager next to the boy she liked, she was so beautiful. Although that caused them to look at the rabbit with jealousy, not knowing what he had done to cause that reaction in the goddess. Then the dance song was changed to a much calmer one, the kind of songs that Astrea liked. Would you like to dance again? Belle asked, putting his glass down on the table and extending his hand towards her. You know very well that I would love to, she whispered her answer, taking his hand. They didn't know why, but every time they held hands they felt an electric current pass through their bodies. It was strange. Out of the corner of her eye, Astrea observed a clock that was far away on one of the walls, seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock at night. That made her sigh with relief since she planned to leave there after 10 o'clock at night, she had plenty of time to continue dancing and spend a pleasant time with him. And perhaps a confession. I just hope I'm not wrong, she thought nervously, wishing with all her heart that Belle would bring up the subject of the letter at some point. She wanted it so much that the moment Belle said the word letter, she would rush to kiss him without hesitation, not caring that they were in public. At that moment she was holding back a lot from doing it because he was so close, but it wasn't the time for something like that. I would simply wait patiently. Thus, hand in hand and with a smile, they walked towards the dance floor to continue spending a pleasant moment together, lost in each other's gazes. Although being so focused on Astrea, the albino was oblivious to the glances directed towards him. 3 pairs of eyes were watching him from afar, outside the headquarters through a window, as if they were waiting for something. Those eyes signified danger, although Belle was oblivious to it, lost as he was in Astrea's eyes. That night of dancing was going to be a long one. End of chapter. Chapter 18. I love you. Bella. Beautiful. The most beautiful of all. Belle's eyes shone especially brightly when he saw who had come to visit again at that old church where he lived with his goddess. Despite the dusty and damaged walls, that unique being of light was there at the doors of the old church, with that beautiful smile that enchanted him more and more. Astrea. With a happy smile, Hestia went to hug her friend, who returned the hug with a smile. Even while hugging Hestia, she glanced at him and smiled at him in a sweet and beautiful way, making his heart start to beat like crazy, instinctively lowering his gaze out of embarrassment. This again. It was Belle's nervous thought, unable to cope with that smile of the goddess of justice. A few weeks had passed since Astrea introduced them both, making them family. From then on, he and his goddess had lived in that old church. It was all they had, but you have to start somewhere. Belle thought that would be the only time he would see Astrea, or at least that he wouldn't see her for a long time, but to his great surprise and happiness, she came to visit one day after they started living there. From that moment on, she had been visiting them a few times a week, visits that made Belle happy, but as time went on, they embarrassed him. Goodbye Belle, take care. Before leaving, she would always say goodbye to him with that soft, sweet, and pleasant voice, smiling at him as she left, leaving only her pleasant scent in the air. With each visit he became more and more captivated by Astrea. At first it was just admiration, but that changed. Belle wasn't an idiot, well, he was, but this time he quickly understood his situation. He was falling in love with a beautiful goddess of justice, and there was nothing he could do to stop his heart. It simply beat like crazy when he saw her enter through the doors of that church. Although he didn't want to, it was impossible for him to ignore those feelings for the simple reason that she always came to visit them, visits that further ignited the fire in his heart. If things continued like this, he would fall hopelessly in love with her. Astrea Sama. Lying on the old sofa in the church basement, he stared at the ceiling. She had thought a lot during those days about her feelings, about what to do with them. Ignoring them was not an option, as he would only hurt himself by always seeing her enter through those doors. He was even less inclined to confess his feelings, as he knew it would surely lead to rejection. She was a goddess, she wouldn't notice a mortal. Even so, he wanted to do something, he wanted to somehow release those feelings in his heart. Tell her how much he was in love with her and praise her in every way possible. But he wanted to do all of that without her knowing it was him. But how to do it? How to convey your feelings without her knowing your identity? She didn't have to think much because almost instantly an idea came to her that would completely change her life and begin her love adventure. He slowly sat back down on the sofa and turned to look at his goddess, who was fast asleep in bed, with no sign that she was going to wake up. Good. Determined, he stood up and walked over to an old desk that was there, took a chair and sat down. From one of the old drawers he took out a sheet of paper and a pencil and placed them on his desk. What better way to convey her feelings than through a letter? That was the best idea she could think of. Although there were many things I wanted to tell her, I still didn't know what to write or how to start the letter. In his mind it seemed simple, but now he saw that it was complicated. I wanted to praise her beauty, praise her kindness, praise her wisdom, and tell her how deeply in love I was with her. How can I put that on paper? My feelings, she whispered, leaning back in her chair, staring at the ceiling and trying to think of something. It was almost dawn and he wanted to go drop off that letter at the post office before his goddess woke up. He had to be quick. At that moment, Belle's eyes lit up as he knew what to do, sitting back normally and starting to write on the sheet. Her hand trembled slightly as she wrote, due to the nerves she felt knowing she was confessing her love to a goddess. She even made mistakes at times, having to erase words. But she wasn't going to back down. She had already decided to convey her feelings through a letter, and she was going to do it. Perhaps some would call him naive for getting his hopes up like that just because she smiled warmly at him, but he didn't look at her that way. Those smiles felt special to me. I felt it was much more than just a kind gesture on their part. Maybe I was crazy, but if that was what motivated me to take that step, I would stay crazy. If he had even the slightest chance with her, then he would try until the very end, and if he failed, at least he would be satisfied that he tried. Even if there was only a 0.1% chance with her, he would strive to increase that percentage without revealing his identity. He wouldn't give up. It's crazy that a goddess would ever love me, but I'll do my best, she thought, still writing on the paper. I just want to keep seeing that beautiful smile and those beautiful eyes. It took a while, but he made the effort to take the first step in that story. The first step that would change everything in their future. Present. Here. Affection was what Astrea's eyes reflected as she danced and watched Belle, who was nervous and embarrassed. At first he seemed normal, but as the dance progressed, his shy and nervous side came to the surface. Something that made Astrea feel tender. Soft romantic music played throughout the headquarters. Some couples were dancing in a rather loving way, very close together, something Belle and Astrea weren't doing yet, perhaps out of embarrassment or because they were so focused on themselves that they didn't pay attention to the others and see how they were dancing. Don't be so tense, I'm not going to do anything to you, Astrea whispered with a touch of amusement at the nervousness in Belle's eyes. I am sorry, it's hard for me to stop acting this way around you, he whispered, looking down in embarrassment. Although I immediately lifted up when I remember that one of Kagaya's first teachings is that you always have to look at your partner in the dance. Astrea blushed slightly upon hearing those words, though she managed to hide it. So my presence makes you nervous, perhaps we should stop dancing here, I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable. I'm not saying it for that reason. Unconsciously, Belle squeezed the goddess's slender, soft waist a little tighter, startling her slightly at the sudden action. It didn't hurt, he simply felt a current of electricity down his back, something strange, but which he found pleasant. I don't mean it in a bad way, I just. What? It's just that as she's very beautiful it's impossible not to be nervous being so close to you, he replied, making every effort not to blush any more than he already was. Oh, so I'm beautiful. Astrea said those words with a slight hint of teasing, even though she was secretly embarrassed. Well, thank you. You're very handsome too, you could say the dream boy of many young ladies. I doubt it, she whispered, glancing sideways at Kagaya, who was chatting with Hestia while eating. Thank you for your words, Astrea-sama. Astrea the goddess whispered, bringing her face a little closer to his, nearly giving the albino a heart attack. Just for tonight, call me Astrea. But. Please. Oh okay, Astrea. She smiled happily upon hearing that, returning to her usual position and continuing with the dance. And don't be nervous, we have plenty of time to get to know each other after all, just focus on enjoying this moment together. See. Then the music in the place changed, causing the goddess and the human to temporarily leave their world and look around. The music was much more romantic than any they had played that night, making the atmosphere much more magical. Here you can listen to any song you like, although when I was writing this part I was listening to the song, Thinking Out Loud by Ed Sheeran, just so you know where the inspiration came from. The moment the music changed, the couples began to dance in a more loving and affectionate way, and some left the dance floor because they didn't have that kind of relationship. Belle watched this a little nervously, seeing how some couples even touched their foreheads together while dancing, and others where the girl let her head fall onto her partner's chest and he hugged her lovingly. Her face warmed slightly, knowing what was about to happen, and she turned to look at Astrea, who had a gleam in her eyes as she watched the couples. Astrea. Yes. The goddess stopped looking at them upon hearing Belle's voice. Are you sure you want to keep dancing with me? Isn't there anyone you'd like to share a moment like this with? Astrea just smiled upon hearing those words, approaching him and letting her head fall onto his chest, listening to the rapid beating of his heart. I already told you, the only person I want to dance with tonight is you and no one else, he whispered sweetly. So let's just dance. I want to enjoy this moment with you. It's okay. Despite wanting to smile like an idiot, Belle restrained himself and hugged Astrea's waist, and she wrapped her arms around his neck without taking her head off his chest. And to the rhythm of the music, they both began to move slowly, as did the very few couples that remained. The rest of the guests were simply standing around watching the few couples dancing, although the main couple was Belle and Astrea, surprised that the goddess was dancing like that with someone. Although they didn't care much, they were so focused on each other that they paid no attention to anyone around them. These warm, Astrea thought with a small smile, listening as the albino's heartbeat calmed down a little, a sign that his nerves were leaving him so he could enjoy the dance. She was also really enjoying that moment, but she was also starting to get a little impatient, wishing with all her heart that Belle would bring up the subject of the letter, not knowing if it was because of nerves or because it definitely wasn't him. That made her a little nervous. I wanted it. I really wanted it. He wanted to show her his love. I didn't know if I could hold on any longer. Ugh. While Belle was nervous, not knowing when to confess the truth to Astrea, who was still clinging tightly to him with no sign of letting go. Having her body pressed against his made him nervous. As she doesn't want to dance with anyone else, only with me, even though she received the letter, he thought, enjoying her pleasant scent. Does that mean that she's hoping I'm the one? Her heart leaped with joy at those thoughts, growing ever more hopeful that her feelings would be reciprocated. But even so, there was something that prevented him from telling the truth. He loved Astrea so much that he was afraid things wouldn't go well and that the beautiful relationship they had built together would collapse. Perhaps he was a great coward, but he couldn't help feeling that fear in his heart. He slowly glanced in a certain direction and met a pair of eyes that were glaring at him. It was Kaguya who was staring at him, making him nervous. He knew her so well that he could easily guess what she was saying with just a look. What are you waiting for, idiot? He could read those words in her eyes and was sure that was what she was telling him. It's difficult for me, and Belle tried to convey that message with his eyes to the Asian woman, who most likely understood, since she frowned even more. Patience. If the dance ends and he doesn't say anything to Astrea-sama, I'll kill him, Kaguya thought angrily, knowing how much her goddess longed for him and that the albino might chicken out and say nothing, only to further disappoint her. It's not that difficult, you idiot. If you knew Astrea-sama reciprocated your feelings, just have the courage to tell her and you'll see it was easier than you thought. Just do it. The music continued to play softly and Astrea said nothing, she just stayed embraced by Belle, dancing slowly and listening to the beating of his heart. Their steps gradually slowed down until they stopped moving altogether, standing embraced in the middle of the place while the rest of the couples continued dancing. Astrea. Belle called her, confused, since she was the one who stopped him, forcing him to stop as well. He lowered his gaze slightly, seeing how she remained pressed against his chest without moving, not showing him her face, feeling her tighten her embrace a little more. Belle began to feel nervous because now that they had stopped dancing, he had finally noticed that many people were watching them and he began to feel embarrassed. What's happening? He asked, scared, thinking he had done something wrong. Astrea-sama. If you're tired we can go sit down. Astrea-sama. For some strange reason, Belle began to feel the atmosphere around him was odd. I told you to just call me Astrea. Slowly the goddess moved away from the albino's chest and lifted her face, looking intently at him. Belle felt his heart race when he saw her expression. Her eyes were sparkling and her cheeks were flushed red. She looked so beautiful. Star. I love you. Belle was speechless upon hearing that. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head at what she had heard. And his heart, which had calmed down, began to beat wildly again as he gazed at that expression on the goddess's face. Had I heard correctly? Did she say those words to him? Astrea. Belle whispered again, watching as she stopped hugging his neck to place her soft hands on his cheeks, feeling how she was pulling him closer. People were also speechless at what was happening, not believing that it was going on. Even Hestia and Kaguya were surprised. And what everyone thought happened. I love you, Belle. And with a final whisper from Astrea, she drew Belle towards her and, lifting his face slightly, gave him a sweet and loving kiss on the lips, a kiss which conveyed the enormous desire she felt in her heart to want to do that, no longer able to resist it. The sounds of astonishment were immediate throughout the place as people stopped what they were doing to watch the surprising couple kissing. Even the musicians had stopped playing their instruments. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Astrea, the goddess of justice and one of the most beautiful and unattainable goddesses, was kissing that human boy in front of everyone. That would definitely be front page news tomorrow. And Belle wasn't doing any better. He was in total shock the moment Astrea's lips met his. He couldn't believe it. Her lips were sweet and soft, divine lips. There were so many questions swirling around in her head at that moment, but she decided to put them aside for now. So, gathering a little courage, he stopped hugging her and gently took her by the waist, pulling her closer to him and closing his eyes to deepen the kiss. At that moment, they had both disconnected from the world, just the two of them, wanting nothing more than to feel each other's lips and enjoy that magical moment. His first and affectionate kiss. The sound of someone hitting the table was heard in the place. It was Hestia who fainted from surprise when she saw that her son returned the kiss. She simply couldn't handle the shock. And Kaguya, despite being surprised by how the events unfolded, managed to maintain her composure. Wow, I never thought Astrea-sama would have the nerve to do something like that in front of so many people, she thought, glancing sideways at how everyone was still staring at them in shock. Although I don't blame her. That idiot was taking his sweet time telling the truth. He probably couldn't wait any longer and took that step, no longer caring if he was that mysterious boy. Astrea-sama really does love him. The guy rested her arm on the table, then rested her cheek on her hand and looked at them both with a smile on her face. He always thought he would kill anyone who dared to kiss his goddess, but there she was, sitting and watching them with a smile. Maybe I'm an indecisive idiot, but I can see they genuinely love each other, he thought, unable to help feeling happy for them both. I wonder how the others will take this news tomorrow when it's all over town. That idiot lion probably already suspects something, but it'll be fun to see their reactions. That's the way, Astrea, Freya whispered with a proud smile, watching her friend kiss the albino. What better way to make it clear he's yours than in front of everyone, although I think he's the one making it clear with all the suitors you have, she thought, looking at all the men who were interested in Astrea and seeing their defeated expressions. Hermes-sama, stop that, Asfi asked, watching as the god took photos non-stop with a huge smile. Haha, of course not, this will be in tomorrow's newspaper, she said excitedly, continuing to take photos. But we don't even sell newspapers. Well, we'll start doing that tomorrow. Asfi just let out a tired sigh before seeing the couple kissing, specifically Belle. I don't know why I feel like the request to borrow Hades's helmet has something to do with this. Thus, the reactions of all those present were not long in coming, and they began to murmur among themselves. After what seemed like an eternity, Astrea slowly pulled away from the albino's lips, looking at him with that sparkle in her eyes, a look full of longing and love. Hey, Aster. Don't say anything, the goddess whispered affectionately, listening to the murmurs around them. Not here. Without saying a word, Astrea took his hand and started walking, and Belle simply followed her, still in shock, unable to believe that he had just kissed Astrea. People simply stepped aside, letting the couple pass, who went directly to the exit of the headquarters, knowing it was the best place to have privacy. Kaguya just watched out of the corner of her eye as Astrea opened the door and left without letting go of Belle's hand, closing it again and leaving the place in complete silence. Too late to want privacy, she thought with amusement, knowing that now that topic would be on everyone's lips. And he wasn't wrong, because the moment they both left everyone started talking about it and how surprised they were, although others insulted Belle for how lucky he was. Keep crying, that's all you have left, Kaguya thought mockingly, then looked at Hestia, who was still unconscious. It seems the shock was too much for her. I'm sure Astrea-sama will have a long talk with you. Kaguya already knew that many things would come up regarding that, but now she just wanted to relax and enjoy the night. She would talk about it with her goddess later. While outside the headquarters, Astrea and Belle left the place, passing by the Gulliver brothers who were still in the same position in which they had seen them the first time. They didn't go far. Astrea led Belle to the Freya family's training yard, the quietest place currently where they could have their conversation in peace. Their only spectators were the four hobbits, but they were far away, at the main door, although they probably heard the conversation thanks to their enhanced senses, but as was obvious the four dwarves didn't care. After a few seconds, Belle finally snapped out of his daze as Astrea let go of his hand, seeing that she was turning her back on him. Shame began to take hold of him as he remembered what had happened inside, that sweet and unforgettable kiss. And Astrea was also embarrassed, her cheeks red, remembering how daring she had been. But she couldn't back down now. She had taken the step, so she would see it through to the end. She slowly turned around to look at Belle, who was still perplexed. It amused her a little to see him like that, knowing that she was the cause of everything. I'm sorry for kissing you without your permission. I just couldn't resist anymore, she whispered, embarrassed, looking down. Don't worry, and as best he could, Belle began to speak. There's no reason to apologize, I like that kiss. Those words brought Astrea great joy. She wanted to kiss him again, but it was better to talk and clear everything up first. Or at least that was the intention, since the conversation didn't flow any further after those words. They both remained silent, their heads bowed, unsure what to do next. Although Belle finally decided to pull up his pants and take charge of the matter. Astrea-sama. And? Why you and I, well, how to say it, he stammered nervously. The kiss he received had truly stunned him. It almost seemed as if Astrea's lips had something bewitching that made him unable to think clearly. There's something I want to confess to you, he said, clenching his fists to gather his courage. Something extremely important. Astrea's heart began to beat rapidly with a desire to know what that important thing was, although deep down, she already knew what it would say. And I'm in love with you too, he confessed sadly, not having the courage to look her in the eyes. I've been deeply in love with you for months. Astrea smiled upon hearing those words, taking small steps closer to him. I don't know when I fell in love with you, but I do know it was back when I still lived in that old church, she continued, her gaze lowered. Something inside me told me that what I felt was wrong, but I simply couldn't ignore it. My love for you grew more and more. Every word Belle said was like a gentle caress to her heart, smiling affectionately and continuing to walk slowly towards him. I love you, even though you are a goddess and I am only a human. I love you, I have completely fallen in love with you, Astrea-sama. Belle wanted to look up, but embarrassment wouldn't allow it. Kaguya was probably scolding him for confessing his love without looking her in the eyes, but he felt that only in this way could he tell her everything he kept in his heart. That's why when I heard her say those words at the bee dance, I immediately felt happy and Belle. The albino stopped talking the moment Astrea called him, finally raising her gaze. And the moment I lifted her up, Astrea brought her forehead to his, able to see his beautiful eyes perfectly. Astrea-sama. I just want you to answer one question. Belle, she whispered, gently taking his hands. Were you the one who wrote me those beautiful letters? I've kept each of those letters because they mean so much to me. You have no idea how incredibly happy it would make me if you could confirm that doubt. Did you write all those letters? Yes, I went and. Belle didn't even finish his words when Astrea silenced him with a kiss, feeling the softness and sweetness of her lips once again. Although this time the kiss didn't last long, only about 5 seconds before they separated. That's more than enough for me, she whispered with a beautiful smile, her forehead still pressed against his, their noses occasionally touching. Although I suspected it was you have no idea how happy you've made me all this time. Astrea-s. Me too. And? Belle couldn't even speak because every time he tried to say something to Astrea, she silenced him with a short, sweet, loving kiss, one after another, cutting off what he was about to say. They were small kisses, showing how much Astrea had wanted that. Amo. The goddess whispered between kisses, then let out a soft laugh when she saw how red Belle was from the great embarrassment he felt. Sorry, but I really wanted to do this, Astrea said, embarrassed. And no worries. Belle was beginning to doubt whether he could withstand receiving so many kisses from Astrea, it being only their first day of relationship. Astrea-sama. And? Well, and I was wondering if. The goddess, with a beautiful smile, patiently waited for him to say those words she had been waiting for. Astrea-sama, would you like to be my girlfriend? And gathering his courage, he asked the question, even though the answer was already more than clear. Astrea-sama. Belle was confused when he saw that the goddess said nothing. She simply looked away pretending that she hadn't heard him, but she still didn't let go of his hands. He didn't understand what was happening to him, but after a few seconds a spark in his brain made him realize what the goddess really wanted, making him smile a little. It seems that she no longer wanted any kind of formalities between them. Astrea, would you like to be my girlfriend? And this time Astrea did turn to look at him, smiling and nodding. I would love to, I accept, giving him another short kiss. And as was obvious, Belle was embarrassed. Those displays of affection really made his heart race. And that amused her. You'd better get used to it because I'll be very affectionate with you, it's the price you have to pay for stealing my heart, little thief, she whispered, making Belle smile fondly as he remembered the day he met her. I'll try my best, maybe I won't manage to steal the money that day, but in the end I got something much more valuable than that. As punishment for your actions you will have to love this goddess as much as she does. I accept my punishment. Perhaps there were still many doubts between them and many more things to talk about, such as Ryu's case, what happened with Kaguya, the letters and so on, but at that moment they would put that aside and only focus on showing affection. They would have plenty of time to clear up all those doubts. And after that they both laughed softly and shared another kiss under the moonlight, the moon being the only witness to the union of their love. The moon and 4 hobbits that were far away. How disgusting, Alfred whispered. This isn't a motel, Burling added. That night would definitely be unforgettable for both of them, a very special night. Unfortunately, it would also be unforgettable for another event. Something lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to attack. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Kidnapping. But how did you know I was the one writing the letters? I didn't know, I only suspected it, but I'm glad I wasn't wrong. In the courtyard of the Freya family, Astrea and Belle were still together after having confessed their love. They didn't feel like going back inside the building yet, so they decided to stay there a little longer before returning. But I still don't understand, if you suspected it was me, why didn't you ever ask me directly? Belle asked, confused. Although he appeared calm on the outside, on the inside he felt something strange about calling the goddess without honorifics or anything, just as an equal. It would take him a while to get used to that. Because that would have been very disrespectful of me, Astrea replied with a slight smile. In the letters you specifically stated that you didn't want to reveal your identity, so I decided to respect that, plus I wanted to be surprised. And if, in that case, I hadn't been that boy, what would you have done? Astrea remained silent upon hearing that question, not knowing how to answer. Well, I never thought about that. I always firmly believed it was you, and I'm glad I wasn't wrong, she whispered, then let out a soft laugh. You seem to be asking a few questions. Sorry, I just wanted to know a few things. Haha, don't worry, I have a lot of questions too, but I prefer to ask later, she said, hugging Belle again. She really liked hugging him and being with him, but it would be best to hold back those emotions, since she didn't want him to get bored of her because of so many displays of affection. Although only this once, since it was their first day together. Astrea. And? Were you jealous of Kagaya? Astrea's cheeks flushed slightly upon hearing that question. Don't blame me, you were spending so much time with her that I couldn't help it, she replied, ashamed of her inappropriate behavior. But later I could see that what you two had was nothing more than a good friendship. In fact, it makes me happy to see you together. Kagaya is a good person even though she always tries to act sarcastically. Yes, she's a little hard to understand, but she's a good girl. After that, they both stayed embraced for a few more seconds, feeling the soft breeze that touched their faces and the music that could be heard inside. Shall we return to headquarters? I have many things to explain to Kagaya and Hestia, Astrea said with a nervous smile, knowing that the conversation with Hestia would be long. You go first, I want to stay here a little longer. Huh? Why is that? She asked curiously. Well, I have to prepare myself for all the stares I'll get, she replied with a smile that was both nervous and scared. I kiss the most beloved goddess in public, and many will look at me with hostility. They have no right to demand anything from you, the goddess said seriously. Besides, I was the one who kissed you. Yes, thank you for reminding me that I didn't have the courage to take the first step. Astrea just let out a laugh upon hearing that, realizing that she had ruined the albino's confession, but she simply couldn't resist the impulse to want to kiss him. Okay, I'll give you your space. I'll wait for you at the table where Hestia and Kagaya were, he agreed, letting go of her hands. I promise not to take too long. See you later. And giving him a kiss on the cheek, the goddess turned her back and began walking back to headquarters while Belle just watched her walk away. Did I enjoy the dessert? Valen asked as Astrea walked past them. Shut up, idiot. And the older brother Alfred hit his younger brother on the head. Haha, you guys are so funny, Astrea laughed with amusement at the sight of them before entering the headquarters. He called us clowns, Burling whispered. Back to Belle. The moment Astrea entered the headquarters, the albino smiled like a complete lovesick idiot. He felt like jumping up and raising his fist in victory, shouting at the top of his lungs with overwhelming happiness. Astrea had just become his girlfriend, he still couldn't believe it. We kissed, she whispered, remembering all those affectionate kisses they shared in that place. All of that was like a dream come true for him, he had longed for that moment for so long, and in the end it happened even though he couldn't believe it. It all happened so fast that he didn't even have time to process everything. That was why he told Astrea that he would spend a little more time in that courtyard, he wanted to fully organize his thoughts. Astrea-sama is my girlfriend, he whispered with a smile, gazing at the starry sky. Even though she asked him to just call her Astrea, he couldn't help but call her that sometimes. It would take him a while to get used to it. Her lips are soft, I whispered, still feeling their softness and sweetness. And to think that those wouldn't be the only kisses he would receive from her. From what he could see, Astrea was rather affectionate, not to say a little intense, when it came to showing him affection, but he didn't complain. It was like being in heaven. I will strive to make her happy by my side, I will not disappoint her. She knew that the coming days, not to mention those starting today, would be a little complicated since their names and relationship would be on everyone's lips and most likely some would criticize their relationship since he was a human and she was a goddess, but it didn't matter, they would both stand firm and show them that their love was genuine. "Come on, Grandpa. Congratulate me," Belle shouted with a big smile, looking up at the sky. Then a powerful lightning bolt struck beside him, causing his smile to disappear. It's better not to congratulate me," he whispered, frightened, watching smoke rise from the grass. If that lightning struck him, at the very least he would have been in a coma. "Well, I think it's time to go back," he thought, realizing that he had been outside for several minutes. He couldn't leave the whole explanation to Astrea. He had to face the music like the man he was. But before walking he noticed that there was a small garden almost at the end of the courtyard of that headquarters, a garden which had some flowers that he remembered were among his now girlfriend's favorites. He would like to give her a few flowers as a gift, but he was hesitant to pick them since it wasn't his garden. So he decided to ask certain little people. "Hey," Belle called, nervously approaching the Gulliver brothers. "What can I do for you, sir?" one of them asked. "May I pick a few flowers from your garden? I promise it won't be many." When the brothers asked that question, they looked at each other, confused. "Do we have a garden?" they wondered, surprised, since they had never been given any attention. In fact, it was surprising that the garden was untouched, knowing that deadly battles were being fought in the surrounding area every day. "Go ahead," Alfred said, still surprised to have a garden at home. Belle just smiled happily at the confirmation and walked away from them straight to cut the flowers. It might seem like a silly gesture, but I knew how much she loved flowers, so it would be a nice gift. Kami-sama must be asking him thousands of questions, he thought with amusement, kneeling down and beginning to cut a few. She knew it would be strange for Hestia, her best friend in a relationship with her son. It was complicated, but she knew she would accept their relationship. The complicated part would be the rest of the Astrea family, since apart from Ryu and Kaguya, nobody else knew about it, and I wasn't going to lie, I felt a little afraid of not knowing how they would take it. I just hoped everything would turn out alright and that Ryu and Kaguya would help them ease that problem a little. From the beginning, I knew that having a relationship with Astrea would mean many responsibilities and problems, but I was already prepared for all of that. He would receive every blow life dealt him with his chest held high, and nothing and no one would stop him. The flowers Belle cut fell from her hands as a grimace of pain formed on her face. She let out a soft groan from the pain, wondering what had happened. He slowly turned his gaze to the source of that sharp pain, and what he saw made him open his eyes in surprise. An arrow had pierced his shoulder. "Huh?" That was all she could say in shock, since she didn't see him arrive. He quickly stood up, looking around to see who had caused it, but before he could move his face, a hooded figure appeared in front of him and punched him powerfully in the face, which made his brain spin from side to side. His arm ached sharply and he was starting to feel a little weak. That arrow had something to do to it. Damn it, he thought as he realized that he had completely let his guard down and was oblivious to everything around him. He was so happy with his relationship with Astrea that he had completely deactivated his guard, although no one blamed him. I never imagined that someone would suddenly attack him like that, much less in that place. I have to do something. Before that hooded figure could throw another punch, Belle prepared to attack as well. He wouldn't be easily defeated. But before he could even move, another hooded person appeared behind him and hugged him tightly, preventing him from moving. And without warning, he stuck a syringe into his neck and began injecting a liquid into him. "You may be level 3, but no one can withstand this amount of poison directly into their blood," the hooded figure whispered in a feminine voice. And the moment all the liquid entered his body, everything went dark for Belle and he fell to the ground unconscious. From among the trees another person emerged carrying a bow in their hands, making a total of 3 people standing watching the unconscious albino. "Damn, I'm starting to feel sorry for her," whispered the person with the bow, who also had a female voice. "Me too, but we couldn't miss this opportunity. I had completely let my guard down," said the other person, who also had a female voice. The third person, who was the one who injected the liquid, just stared at the unconscious albino with a doubtful expression. "Are you sure about this?" He was kissing the goddess Astrea. "If she finds out about this, her whole family will turn against us," she whispered, her voice revealing her insecurity. "I know, but we had no other choice. If we didn't capture it, that disgusting toad would kill us," the other one said in frustration. "PSK, this sucks, plus he offered us a good amount of money. But she has a very pretty face, I feel bad giving it to her. This will definitely be a problem." "Don't worry, nobody knows it was us, we just have to take him away without anyone noticing," said one of them, grabbing Belle like a sack of potatoes. Afternoon. At that moment, the 3 of them finally realized that the Gulliver brothers were watching them from afar, being the only ones present. They had observed everything from beginning to end. The three women began to panic, believing it was the end for them, but fortunately the dwarves ignored them and continued talking amongst themselves about global warming. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that. "Let's go." And leaping over the fence, they left the Freya family's training yard and ran off with Belle being carried like a sack of potatoes and disappeared into the darkness. The Gulliver brothers only saw them move away until they could no longer be seen. "They kidnapped Mr. Rabbit," the four whispered at the same time, then downplayed it a few seconds later. The night for Bellcranel had not ended in the best way possible, without knowing what fate had in store for him and his luck. A while later. Inside the headquarters. Astrea was chatting quietly with Kagaya and Hestia, sitting at a distant table, trying to ignore the stares directed at her by some people. From the moment she entered, she had been the center of attention, but fortunately no one approached her to question her or anything like that. If that had happened, Kagaya would have kicked them out, but she couldn't prevent everyone from looking at her out of the corner of their eyes. She had kissed a mortal right under their noses. It was impossible for them not to talk about it. "You're crazy," whispered Hestia, who had recently woken up from her faint and started talking to her friend about what had happened. "Kissing Belcun in front of everyone. You kissed my son. I confessed my feelings for him to you moments before. I don't know why you're confronting me," Astrea whispered, looking away with a slight blush on her cheeks. I know, but I never thought you would do something like this," said Hestia, still unable to believe it. "I'm sorry, I know it wasn't the right thing to do, but I couldn't wait any longer." "She looks like a teenager," Kagaya whispered as she swirled a little bit of punch left in her glass around. "Did you already know?" "Obviously, although it was a complete headache to find out the truth," he replied wearily, then looked at her mockingly. And to think that all this time you were jealous of my closeness with him. I never thought you were that kind of woman." "And I'm not like that, don't think I'll be possessive," Astrea clarified, embarrassed. "I don't know why, but I'm afraid Belcun is dating you," Hestia whispered. "I know you, and I know very well that you tend to be very loving with the people you care about, like your daughters, but you've never loved anyone romantically. I don't know what you'll be like with Belcun as a partner. She'll probably end up killing him with so much love," he even looked at her, doting on her, more than his girlfriend. "She'll be like a mother with the difference that she'll fill him with kisses and maybe passion there." Astrea's face turned bright red upon hearing what Kagaya said, who then began to laugh at her goddess's reaction. "Belcun doesn't know what awaits him. Don't talk like I'm some crazy obsessive woman. I love Bel, and I would never do anything to upset him. Knowing that idiot, he'll probably love receiving displays of affection from you. Damn, I'm already starting to feel uncomfortable about this." Kagaya's smile faded as she remembered she was talking about her best friend and the woman she considered her mother. It was strange. "Astrea, I know it goes without saying, but take care of Belcun. He's still innocent in many matters and a bit naive. I was always terrified of him falling for a goddess because, well, they've all existed for millennia and often they're not what they seem. Freya, for example, is a total virgin. But I know you very well and I trust he'll be happy by your side, so I approve of your relationship." Astrea whispered, moved. "And if you're going to buy him gifts, use your own savings and not the headquarters savings. I can already see us going into the red because we want to spoil that rabbit," Kagaya requested. "I already told you I'm not like that," she whispered, embarrassed, although for a moment she thought about giving him a book about heroes, but she thought better of keeping it a secret. It's still strange, but I'm starting to accept it," Hestia said. "The problem will be how to tell your other daughters." "Don't worry, I have a feeling they'll take it well," the goddess said confidently. Throughout this time, Astrea acted calmly, but Hestia and Kagaya could notice a certain worry in her eyes as she occasionally glanced at the entrance to the headquarters. It was more than obvious what was causing her to be like that. "Don't worry so much about him, Astrea-sama," Kagaya said calmly. "It's been 20 minutes and he still hasn't returned," I whispered, having a bad feeling. "Don't worry, knowing him he's probably jumping for joy over your relationship if he only knew everything that fool did while he was in love with you." The goddess blushed slightly at those words, feeling happy. "But you're right, he's taking a long time to come back. I'll go look for him," Kagaya said, standing up. "And don't worry, I don't plan on taking him from you. And we already talked about it. Tell Belcun to hurry up, I want to dance with him too," Hestia shouted as the Oriental woman walked away. "Of course, if the lady here doesn't mind. You can dance with him, Hestia, you have every right. Now that we're alone we can talk more about it. What do you like about Belcun?" Hestia asked curiously. Well, where do I begin?" The goddess whispered, embarrassed. As Kagaya left the headquarters and walked past the hobbits, she began searching for the albino where his goddess had supposedly left him. "Where is that idiot?" he thought, not seeing him anywhere. "Has he left?" Confused, she started walking around the training yard looking for him, but she couldn't find him. All he could see was a small garden where there were a few cut flowers on the ground. He knew those flowers because they were one of his goddess's favorites. Kagaya concluded that he was probably cutting them up for her, but why were they lying there? I swear if it's some nonsense of yours, I'll be very angry, she thought, beginning to feel a slight worry and a bad feeling. He took a few more laps around the training yard and no, he couldn't find him. However, when he passed through the garden again, he was able to see something he hadn't noticed at first. He slowly knelt down and observed that on one part of the grass, there were some drops of blood. They could easily be from the many training sessions that take place there, but thanks to his experience in many crimes, he could see that those drops of blood were recent. Once again Kagaya stood up, only this time she clenched her fists tightly and her gaze sharpened. He quickly turned around and walked towards the only ones who had been present in that place all night. "Hey Smurfs." The Asian woman called as she got closer to them. "What is a Smurf?" Valen asked curiously. "It doesn't matter. You've been here all night, right?" "Indeed. Haven't you ever seen a humanoid rabbit this tall with an innocent face?" I asked, hoping they knew something. "Are you talking about the respectable gentleman bellcranel?" Burling asked. "Why yes, have you seen it?" "Yes, a while ago." "And where is it?" "I don't know, we only know that he was kidnapped," Alfred replied. The fact that Kagaya took a few seconds to process those words, thinking she had misheard. He was kidnapped. Who is it? We don't know, they were covered with a hood, they shot him with an arrow, they beat him, they injected him with something, and then they took him away, Gru replied boredly. "In fact, I'm angry. They entered our headquarters without our goddess's permission," Burling said. "But we cannot move until Freya-sama orders it or we are in danger," Valen whispered, letting out a yawn. "The point is that they took the rabbit after mistreating it and who knows where they took it, it was kidnapped." After saying those words, the four hobbits turned to look at the Eastern woman, noticing how her eyes were darkened and how they could see the anger in them. "Kidnapped." The five of them heard another voice in the place and saw Astrea and Hestia standing in front of the door with shocked expressions, since they had also come out because Kagaya was late in returning. "Was Bebel kidnapped?" Astrea asked, her voice trembling, unable to believe it. Kagaya did nothing but clench her fists tighter upon seeing her goddess's expression. Whoever did that had messed with the wrong person. In another part of Arario. Deep inside a dark dungeon. In one of the many rooms of that cold place, a certain albino sat on the floor, chained hand and foot, unconscious. Although that wouldn't last long, as he gradually opened his eyes, somewhat disoriented and with a headache. What happened?" She whispered, opening and closing her eyes, trying to make that headache go away. He didn't remember what had happened, he only remembered that he had confessed his love to Astrea and that he stayed for a while in the courtyard to cut a few flowers for her. Seconds later she opened her eyes in shock as she remembered what had happened. How those three hooded figures appeared and attacked him to the point of leaving him unconscious. He quickly tried to leave, but when he tried to stand up, he fell to the ground again because something prevented him from doing so. And for the first time since opening his eyes, he realized where he was. It was a cold dungeon, precisely a cell enclosed within those four walls and with a single door. He also noticed that he was chained by his hands and feet, the same chains that were attached to the wall, giving him some freedom to move his arms. Despair began to overwhelm him as he didn't know what was happening. They left him unconscious, and now he was in that place as if he were a slave. Hey. And seconds later Bell realized he wasn't alone in that place. At the other end, someone else was sitting, making him stand on guard as best he could, thinking it was one of his kidnappers, but he calmed down when he saw that he also had chains on his hands and feet. He was a boy who looked a little older than him, maybe 20 or 22 years old. He had a slight smile on his face looking at Bell, his hair was black as were his eyes. "Finally you're awake," said the boy in an animated tone of voice. "Who are you? Where are we? What happened? What year is this?" "Relax, old man, one question at a time, don't be nervous," the boy said calmly, still smiling. He looked very calm despite being chained up. "Are you calm now?" Bell nodded slightly in response. "Okay, then ask your questions." Who are you?" "If I was going to talk to someone, I at least wanted to know that person's name." Good first question. "Introductions are the most important thing," he said, still smiling. He seemed excited to have a cellmate. "My name is Let and I'm an honorable blacksmith from the Hephaestos family. I'm the best blacksmith in that family." Her teeth gleamed as she said those words. "Nice to meet you Let-san, I am bellcranel, aka the possessed rabbit, haha, good nickname. Do you know me?" "Of course. You're well known in the city, plus you're the best customer at the always hot place, haha. Do you know Welf?" "Of course I know that idiot. I was his teacher when he was just a tadpole, but like everyone else, he grew up and had to leave the nest," he whispered, wiping a fake tear from his eye. although I haven't seen him lately. I suppose he's busy with his forge or plotting another failed scheme with Hephaestus-sama, haha. Upon hearing that he was friends with Welf, Bell felt a little more at ease, although he still had to find out where he was and what would happen to him now. With one jerk he tried to break the chains but, as was obvious, he couldn't. It's impossible, these chains are unbreakable. I tried a few times and fractured my arm. Luckily, that Renard girl healed me when she came to bring me food, said the smiling boy. Where are we? Bell asked curiously. Don't you know what this place is? No, I was at a party and I was attacked and now I've appeared here, I don't know what's going on, he replied, still confused. He felt worried about Astrea. He knew she was fine, but surely she was distressed about not seeing him, the same was true for Hestia. Their first day as a couple and they were already having problems. I see, so you were kidnapped, he said, shaking his head slightly. If you've been brought here, it's simply for breeding or as a hex slave. Huh? Bell looked up in shock upon hearing that, as a huge chill ran down his spine. We're in the dungeons of the affectionate family, she said with a smile. The Ishtar family. What? And after a long time, luck once again turned its back on Bell. But customs did not disappear. End of chapter. Chapter 20. The Toad. Ryu was calmly preparing his bed to go to sleep. After a productive day of protecting the city, he deserved a well-earned rest. For a moment she thought about waiting for her goddess and Kagaya to return from the dance, but it was almost 11 o'clock and she was already sleepy. They were probably still having fun, so she decided to go to sleep, something the others also decided. Her goddess was with Kagaya and she would never allow anything to happen to her, so they could rest easy. It's a rather chilly night, Ryu thought, feeling the breeze enter through her open window as she went to close it. That means I'll sleep peacefully. He liked cold nights. They were very relaxing for sleeping and it was one of the climates he enjoyed the most. After closing the windows, he turned off the light in his room, then lay down on his bed and covered himself with the sheets. That would be a perfect night. She wouldn't need to count sheep to fall asleep. Time to sleep, she thought, closing her eyes as she was now completely covered with her sheet. That would be a perfect night without interruptions. Or so she thought. Not even 5 minutes had passed when the door to his room was knocked down, making him jump in fright and quickly grab his wooden sword, believing he was under attack. Lion. But her fear turned to anger and confusion when she saw who had knocked down her door was none other than Kagaya, who was still wearing her ball gown. Kagaya. Why are you knocking down my door? I asked, slightly annoyed, turning on the light and noticing the Asian woman's expression, which was somewhere between angry and worried. Take off that ridiculous pajama set and put on something more comfortable. Huh? Why? Belle was kidnapped. The elf opened her eyes in surprise upon hearing that. Belle kidnapped? Who could have done that? Although seconds later a bored expression appeared on his face. So what? He deserves it for ratting me out, she whispered, lying back down on her bed and pulling the covers over her head. The elf still resented him. Are you serious? And you call yourself her friend? Kagaya asked angrily. It's Cranel-san, he's got plenty of luck, so he'll surely manage on his own. Although she appeared disinterested, Ryu made an effort not to jump out of bed and run to help him. But her elven pride would not allow it, although what she would hear later would make her act. So that's your decision, just because of your resentment you'll leave Astrea-sama sad by not wanting to help her boyfriend, you're a despicable being. The elf opened her eyes in shock, quickly sitting back down on the bed upon hearing that. Boyfriend? Astrea-sama. Yes, Swamp Elf, that fool and Astrea-sama are now in a relationship. And how did it happen? Ryu asked, interested. Well, it's a bit of a long story, the Asian woman began, taking a seat. That idiot Belle asked me to dance in the middle of the night. Really? And you accepted? I had already danced with him many times so I didn't mind accepting, after that wait. That's not the point. Kagaya shouted angrily, standing up when she realized she had strayed from the topic. That idiot rabbit has been kidnapped and we have to rescue him like the princess he is. Astrea-sama is very sad and worried. We can't leave her like this, damn it, and it's barely their first day together. Ryu still had many doubts, but at that moment the priority was to rescue Belle from whoever had kidnapped him. And who was it? The elf asked, searching for her things in her wardrobe before leaving on that mission. I'm not sure, but I suspect it was the Ishtar family, she replied with a frown. Ishtar family? DSK, hurry up, I'll explain everything in the living room before we leave. Understood. Minutes later. Kagaya and Ryu were in the living room with some of their friends who hadn't fallen asleep yet. The rest were heavy sleepers so they didn't wake up no matter how much noise there was. And sitting on a sofa were Hestia and Astrea, both very worried, although for some reason that made her daughter seem strange, Astrea was much more worried than Hestia herself. The boyfriend? Rihanna whispered in shock after hearing Kagaya's explanation. Let's go. Iska shouted happily for her goddess, although seconds later she knew it wasn't the time to celebrate, so she calmed down. How are you so sure the Ishtar family kidnapped him? And why her? Astrea asked, worried and unable to stop herself from feeling angry with the goddess of the pleasure district. The idiot's Gulliver said that because of the body shapes of those hooded figures they were all women. So you came to the conclusion that it was the Ishtar family, a bit hastier deduction, said Lyra, whose hair was somewhat disheveled since she had been sleeping not long ago. At first, when they heard that the captain of the Hestia family had been kidnapped, they would go to help because their families had an alliance. But then they understood the real reason. That boy was their goddess's boyfriend, that mysterious guy who wrote her letters every week. There were still many things they didn't understand about it, but it wasn't important at that moment. They had to rescue him so that their goddess wouldn't fall into a deep depression. Honestly, I also think it's the Ishtar family, Ryu said, tapping her chin with a finger. I don't know why they would kidnap Belle, but they're the prime suspects. I'm not sure, but there's a rumor that toad from the Ishtar family tends to kidnap men who catch her eye too well, you know, Nese explained, a little uncomfortable. The shiver ran down Astrea's spine as she quickly understood what her daughter meant. Belle in the hands of that woman, I couldn't allow that. Calm down, Astrea-sama, Kagaya said, seeing the fear in her goddess's eyes. We're not sure if that fool was kidnapped by that family, so Lion and I will go and investigate. Why only you? Rihanna asked. We're still not sure if it's the Ishtar family and we don't want to cause a commotion. Besides, Lion and I are the most stealthy members of the family, so it will be easy to infiltrate. And it was true, they were the ones who always did those kinds of missions. It wasn't that the others couldn't be stealthy, but those two were the best. Kagaya, please, save Belle, Astrea pleaded anxiously. I went from being the happiest woman to being filled with worry and fear about what might happen to me. Kagaya, thank you for wanting to save Belle-kun, Hestia spoke for the first time. If I had been alone in this, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish much, so thank you very much. For a moment he thought about warning his other children, but when he thought about Welf and Makoto he decided against it. He knew how those two were at causing trouble, especially if it involved Belle. So the best thing to do was to keep it a secret until Belle was saved. Don't thank me, Goddess Hestia, after all, Belle is my friend, I said with difficulty. The rest opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing what the Asian woman said, since she had never called anyone her friend directly before. Don't say anything, he warned, his gaze sharp, making them turn away. Lion, let's go. Huh? Are you going like that? The elf asked, surprised to see that she was still wearing her ball gown. Yes, I don't mind fighting with this, he said, tearing it a little to have more freedom of movement. Let's go. Be good. Please be careful, Astrea pleaded worriedly. She knew that none of that family were a problem for her daughters, except for that toad who was level 5, but it was likely that they had some trap there. But they were smart, they could handle it. Don't worry, Astrea-sama, I promise we'll find Belle. And with those words, they both left the room ready to carry out that important mission. Save your friend. Meanwhile, the rest of the room remained silent, not knowing what to say. In fact, they still couldn't believe that this albino was their goddess's boyfriend. They never expected it. Astrea-sama. Yes, Iska. I know this isn't the right time, but how did it all happen with him? How did you two become boyfriend and girlfriend? She asked, a sparkle appearing in her eyes. She had helped her goddess take a few steps in her love story and was very eager to find out. He was worried about his goddess's boyfriend, but he was confident that Ryu and Kagaya could handle it all. Well. Astrea was hesitant to talk about it at that moment, but thinking about it, it would be a way to avoid being filled with anguish. Moreover, all her daughters looked at her with great curiosity, eager to know about it. Astrea, Hestia whispered, placing her hand on her friend's shoulder. Kagaya will manage to save Belle-kun, I'm sure of it. His condition is still stable, so he's fine, we just have to wait. Astrea, still worried, decided to believe her friend and nodded slightly. Then he turned to look at all his daughters who were in that room, curious about how everything had unfolded. They deserved an explanation after all, so I would have to give them one. Well, it all started a few months ago when I met him. Meanwhile, with Ryu and Kagaya. They were jumping across the city rooftops in the direction of the pleasure district. Fortunately, it was already night and the vast majority were asleep, except for those who were still at the party of the goddess Freya. Kagaya. What do you want, Lion? I asked, without stopping running. You're not one to point fingers without any proof. Why do you think the Ishtar family kidnapped Belle? Kagaya remained silent, recalling the conversation she had with Welf a few days earlier about the threat he received in a letter. In that conversation, he learned some very interesting things. Lion, I think it's time to put an end to this whole case with the Ishtar family, he said while gripping his katana. She and Ryu had been investigating that family in the shadows and learned about all the illegal acts they were committing. Illegal drug trafficking. Forced prostitution of many women in that place. Threats to other families, like with wealth. And now kidnapping. It was time to confront them and dismantle that place. We need to hurry, the pleasure district is large, so it will be difficult to find any clue about the rabbit, it will probably take us all night and early morning. I just hope nothing bad happens to Cranel-san. Now you should really worry, at first you wanted to leave him there. See Calate. And with that conversation, they both disappeared into the darkness of the night, getting closer and closer to that place filled with lust. Meanwhile, in the pleasure district. In the underground dungeons they had beneath their main headquarters. Belle and Let remained chained together, having a lively conversation to pass the time. Then Let-san. Just tell me, Let, what's wrong? How did you end up here? Belle asked curiously. Well, because you're an idiot. A silly laugh escaped him as he remembered the reason he was there. Why an idiot? A few weeks ago I had some trouble with some girls from this family. I think they wanted to kidnap me, but I'm super strong, so I defeated them and left, he recounted proudly. I remember they mentioned wealth and the magic swords. I don't know what they wanted with all that. Wealth. The point is, I was supposed to stay away from all this, but guess why I decided to come? To have a good time? No. Because there are some special sweets that they only sell here and I wanted them, he explained, embarrassed. I knew it was silly and suicidal to come, but I took the risk anyway. Just for some sweets. Yes, in the end one of the ones who attacked me recognized me and cornered me with several of her companions, a silly smile appeared on his face as he said this. They were all very beautiful, and with sweet words and caresses they brought me to their headquarters, and when I completely let my guard down they beat me and I woke up here. What? Let asked when she saw that Belle wouldn't take his eyes off her. Are you telling me that you followed without hesitation some women who attacked you days before? Don't blame me, he justified himself, ashamed. The affection I've received from women in almost my entire life is practically non-existent. That was my weakness, and I fell for it. But what can you do? Now I'm in this cell with no way out, at least now I have a cellmate. Well, for being in a cell, you're pretty calm, Belle whispered, fiddling with the chains. I want to leave this place. That's because you don't know the punishment that awaits us, Let said excitedly. Punishment? What punishment? Belle asked fearfully. Don't worry, it'll be a punishment we'll enjoy, Why do you think that? Death by snoo, or at least that's what the Amazons told me for hitting them. The question mark appeared in Belle's head upon hearing those words. What's that? Don't you know? Belle denied it in response. Okay, well let me explain. A more explanation later. What? Belle shouted, his face pale, upon hearing the punishment he would receive. I expected anything but that. Calm down, old man. Are there any ugly Amazons? No. All the Amazons I've known are extremely beautiful, so I'll accept my punishment with my head held high, she said with a dreamy smile. That's not the point. I have a girlfriend. Well, I haven't even been in a relationship for a day, but I have a girlfriend so I can't be here. Desperate, Belle tried to remove those chains, but as was obvious, he couldn't. They were too strong. Hey, calm down, you're going to break your arm, Let reassured him, seeing his cellmate's desperation. So you have a girlfriend. That changes things for you, damn, and I thought you were one of us. Let, I have to get out of here, I can't accept this punishment. I can't betray Astrea. Astrea. Let whispered with a surprised expression. Your girlfriend is the goddess of justice. Why yes, it's her I accept, embarrassed. As if I'd believe that, she laughed, not buying the story. Boyfriend of the goddess of justice. Yeah, right. There are hundreds of men who say the same thing as you, and in the end, it turns out to be a lie. The goddess Astrea is unattainable for mortals. But I'm her boyfriend. The real one. The authentic one. Wow, you've become so obsessed that you actually think you're her boyfriend, poor thing. I'm not lying. At that point Belle wanted to remove his chains, but not to escape, but to kick Let. It was certainly surprising that he was the boyfriend of the goddess of justice, and it was more than obvious that many would not believe it, but it still angered him that they doubted it. Well Belle, in your schizophrenia you believe you are the boyfriend of the goddess Astrea. But I am. Let me finish, he said, clearing his throat. I'm going to sacrifice myself for you. Yes. While all the Amazons devour me, you escape far away, so we'll all be happy and content. What do you say? It's a good plan. I don't know, Let, there's something about all this that makes me uneasy, he whispered fearfully. Why? There's something that won't let me rest. Oh come on old man, you're exaggerating, the moment they take off our chains you run away while I sacrifice myself, don't worry. But. The laugh was heard on the other side of the door, catching both of their attention. The sound of a key opening a lock was heard. They both waited expectantly, wanting to see who was about to enter. Jahaha, what are my toys tonight? Then both their faces turned very pale when they saw who had entered. It was. What is that shit? Let shouted in horror upon seeing that toad inside the cell. It was Phryne, the most beautiful Amazon of the Ishtar family. What did you say? The woman asked, turning to look at Let. He instantly shut his mouth, feeling afraid of that thing. I never imagined that death by snoo would be at the hands of that, now that was torture. Seconds later Phryne returned to her hideous smile, looking at them both. So these are my toys for tonight. He strode towards Bel, who wrinkled his nose at the bad smell he was emitting. It was a mixture of many perfumes with very strong smells, combined with her own smell that made her want to vomit. And to think that just a few hours ago the only scent that reached him was the pleasant aroma of Astrea. I finally have you with me, she said, stroking Bel's hair, who was trying hard not to make a face of disgust. You're so cute that I almost don't want to touch you. Well, don't do it, Let is there for you to have fun. Hey traitor. Right, he's cute too, she said, walking towards Let, who made a face of disgust. Want to have some fun with me? Ugh, no, see, can't, my religion doesn't allow it, he refused, covering his nose. I don't care, I'll start with you, then I'll come for the cute albino kid, he said, looking for the keys to take Let away. No. Don't do it. He cried desperately, thrashing about. Please. Get me out of here. Bel just brought his hand to his mouth, trying to hold back his tears and look away, not wanting to continue seeing that cruel fate. I'm sorry Let, it was for a short time, but it was a pleasure to meet you, he thought, closing his eyes as he listened to the blacksmith's cries for mercy. You'll be charmed by me, you'll see. No, get out of here. Phryne. But before she could remove Let's chains, a truly beautiful Amazon appeared on the spot, making the toad frown angrily. What do you want? I'm busy. Ishtar Sama is about to begin a meeting and requires your presence, the Amazon informed, a little frightened and looking with pity at the two chained together. DSK, can't it be later? She asked grumpily. No, he requests your presence immediately. Damn. Angrily, he punched the wall near Let's head, who turned pale because of it. It's a shame you have to go, but we'll continue later, little one, Let whispered with a scared smile. You're right, we'll continue later. After that, he turned around and glared angrily at the Amazon. Let's go. See. We'll continue later, my dolls, she said, turning to look at Let. Bel. Don't be sad, I'll be back soon. Take your time, Bel said with a nervous smile. And with one last unpleasant laugh, the door was closed, leaving them both alone in that cell once again. They both remained silent, listening as the woman's footsteps slowly faded away. And the moment they stopped hearing them, they both let out a sigh of relief. But their relief was short-lived. Bel, we have to get out of here. Let shouted, pacing desperately. We have to go. Leave? You said you were going to sacrifice yourself so I could escape. That was before I saw that woman. I'm going to die in the most disgusting way possible. We can't stay in this place any longer. Let calm down. How is it possible that a person like that exists? Is he even human? And his smell, it stank. They both made a face of disgust as they remembered the unpleasant smell of the toad. They definitely had to escape from there before he returned, or it would be too late for them. Desperately, Let kept moving from side to side, but she couldn't do it, losing her energy. It's useless, Bel whispered, his face still pale. There's nothing we can do. No. I refuse to die like this. Let shouted, clenching her fists. We have to escape. But how? Bel asked, trying to move the chains. These things are very strong, we can't break them. DSK, damn it, Let whispered in frustration. We have to think of a way before it's too late. They both remained silent, thinking of a solution, but nothing they thought of worked. They were alone in that cell. No one would come to help them. Although at that moment an idea popped into Let's head. I've got it. I shouted. The fact that. I know how we can get out of here, I think, he whispered, not very confidently. You see, there's a girl who's brought me food a few times, she's a beautiful Renard, he began, recalling a blonde girl. She seems very kind and understanding. If we talk to her, she might be able to help us get out of here, get us the keys for the chains. I don't know. What if he doesn't want to help us? I asked, not very sure. We have nothing to lose by trying. She seems like a really nice girl, so we can convince her, he said, crossing his fingers. We have to do this, Bel. Well, we have to try, but there's just one problem. Which? What if that girl never appears and that toad returns? Well, we'll play rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes first with that thing. Ugh, I'm scared. Now everything depended on the luck of both of them. Who would get to that cell first? That mysterious Renard or that disgusting toad? Only luck would decide. Two Amazons fell unconscious to the ground atop the wall surrounding the pleasure district. And on that wall stood Kagaya and Ryu with serious expressions, taking in the view. It smells like hex. Kagaya. We're in the idiot pleasure district, that's more than obvious, he said wearily. Damn, looking for the rabbit here will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But we're not even sure if he's here. He's here, my sixth sense tells me so, I whispered, squinting. But it will be difficult to find him. The place was huge. There were so many alleyways and buildings that it would be difficult to find him. We should have interrogated these Amazons, Ryu said. They're not the only ones in this district, let's look for others who seem suspicious. Come on. And so Kagaya jumped over the wall to land in a nearby building, just like Ryu, and began to look for her friend. The nightlife in the pleasure district was still young. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Escape. In one of the many alleyways of the pleasure district. There were 3 unconscious Amazons on the ground and a fourth one trembling with fear, leaning against the wall, watching her 2 attackers. They were Kagaya and Ryu, who were investigating the location of their friend. I haven't done anything, I swear, stuttered a scared girl, being a level 2, it was obvious that she couldn't do anything to 2 level 6s. You'd better speak, Amazon, Kagaya whispered, running the edge of her katana across the girl's face. Where's the rabbit? Me too. Speak, Ryu ordered, banging on the wall. Or else you'll start eating needles. Where's Cranel-san? The Amazon already felt like she was going to pee herself when she saw the death stares of those 2 women. Is he being held captive in one of those rooms at their headquarters? Have they already abused him? I asked, my gaze sharp as I tightened my grip on the katana. The girl no longer knew what cut more, the katana or the gaze of that oriental woman. Perhaps the answer lies within her stomach, Ryu whispered, pulling out a knife and bringing it close to the girl's stomach. In the dungeons. And the moment Ryu said that, the girl screamed with tears in her eyes. Dungeons? Kagaya asked. Beneath the headquarters are the dungeons, P-Frying takes all her victims down there. That means we'll have to go inside the headquarters to get to the dungeons, the girl replied, still frightened. I knew it. I knew the rabbit was here. What do we do, Kagaya? The elf asked, turning to look at her companion. Obviously we'll go. We have to get that idiot out of that cell before it's too late, he replied, sheathing his katana and then striking the girl in the neck, causing her to faint. All those threats to extract information worked. Yes, but I felt sorry for her, she looked very scared, Ryu said, looking at the girl with pity. It doesn't matter, the important thing is that we now know the rabbit's location, let's go. And so both girls disappeared from the place, leaving those Amazons unconscious on the ground. They had to hurry to rescue Belle while praying that he hadn't fallen into the greasy hands of that toad woman. And how are we going to get in? Ryu asked curiously. Leave that to me, he replied with a smile, already having in mind everything he would do. While in the dungeon. As expected, Belle and Let remained chained up, waiting for a knight to come and save them. Damn it, Let complained irritably. I should be at my forge making a weapon or eating some sweets, but here I am chained up like I'm black. Calm down, Let, I'm sure our luck will change soon I hope, he whispered the last part with a nervous smile. Are you sure that Renard girl will come and bring us food? Absolutely, sooner or later it will have to appear, I trust that it will, she whispered, crossing her fingers. Neither of them knew how much time had passed since that toad had left, maybe an hour or 2. They knew that the more time passed, the greater the chances of that woman appearing at that door. For once in his life, Belle was asking for luck to be on his side for the second time. The first time was when he finally became Astrea's boyfriend. The memory of his lips touching her soft lips came back to her, causing a silly smile to appear on her face. What he wanted most was to kiss her again. He wanted to feel that softness and sweetness. I knew it, you have schizophrenia, Let said, seeing the albino smiling out of nowhere. Be quiet. Click. But then the sound of the padlock being opened reached them both, and they began to tremble, not knowing who had arrived. Inside they began to pray that it wasn't that toad, because if it was her, well, they had a good life, it wasn't long, but it was good. But fortunately for both of them, it wasn't that woman. She was a beautiful blonde Renard girl who was carrying a tray of food in her hands. Upon seeing Belle, she opened her eyes in surprise, as she thought there was only one prisoner, and he had only brought enough food for one person. After seeing that toad, seeing this girl is a blessing for the eyes, Let thought as a tear slowly rolled down her cheek. Meanwhile, Belle just stared at the girl. She was pretty, I had to admit it, but that wasn't what mattered. That look of sadness in her eyes was the look of someone who had already given up all hope. Sorry, the Renard apologized in a whisper. I didn't know there was another guest here, so I only brought a tray of food. Both boys thought with an anime-style sweat drop. I'll have to go get another tray of food, she said, kneeling down and placing the tray in front of Let. I won't be long. And so the girl prepared to leave. Wait. But before she could leave, Belle stopped her. Essie? We need your help, he said, looking into the Renard's eyes. My help? She asked curiously, not knowing how she could help those two people. Yes, I'll truly be grateful to you for life if you help us, right Let? Let? Oh, yes. We need you. Let hadn't answered because he was focused on the food they had served him. It wasn't the best, but it was passable enough to take away his hunger. And what can we offer you? She asked, curious but a little nervous that they might ask her for something inappropriate since she couldn't do it. Help us get out of this cell. What? She said, surprised by the request. Please, we have to escape from here and you are our only hope, we can't wait for that toad to come back and kill us. Do you have the keys to our chains? The Renard thought about it for a bit but in the end nodded slightly. Since she was the one who gave food to the kidnapped people, she had copies of all the cells. Since she was a girl who was afraid of frying, they trusted that she would not reveal herself. I know that what I'm asking you to do could get you into serious trouble, but we don't have anyone else who can help us. Please, help us. The Renard only looked that albino in the eyes. Someone was asking her for help, someone who had done nothing but cause problems for others. For once in his life he could help someone. The Renard only saw the keys she held in her hands before looking at him again. Don't feel obligated to do it, if you don't want to I'll understand, she said, smiling slightly and kindly. Me too. 5. The main door of the enormous headquarters of the Ishtar family was knocked down, putting the Amazons who were there on alert. And in the knockdown door appeared a certain oriental woman in a ball gown with a smile, and behind her an elf with a blank face. Are you serious? Ryu asked. Is this your plan? To break down the door and attack head-on? The Astrea family? Shouted the Amazons, surprised to see those two in that place. All of you are under arrest for drug trafficking, forced prostitution, threatening other families, etc., 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 he said, drawing his katana. And for kidnapping the rabbit. Kagaya was already fed up with that family. They had caused her so many headaches with all the things they had done, so she would take advantage of that night to give each and every one of them a good beating. Now tell me, where are your family's dungeons? He asked, sharpening his gaze. As if we were going to tell you, said a brown-haired Amazon, stepping forward. Tell me, where is the proof of all those crimes we've committed? I have them at my headquarters, but that doesn't matter, he whispered angrily. This was a special night for Astrea-sama, and you ruined it. Now you will face the consequences. Ryu just glanced sideways at his friend. He almost seemed to be enjoying it, breaking into a headquarters and beating up each of its members. She's a savage after all, the elf thought, rolling her eyes. And to think that not long ago she was very comfortable in her little bed and now she was about to fight with a whole family. And what happened to stealth? Ryu whispered. What does it matter, these prostitutes need to get what they deserve. And with those words, the Oriental woman launched her attack and the elf let out a tired sigh before doing the same. There were 2 level 6 levels with levels 2, 3 and a few level 4 levels. It was obvious that everything would be in his favor. The battle with the Ishtar family had begun. Meanwhile, at the Astrea family headquarters. The goddess of that family stood at the window watching the entrance with an expression of anguish, wishing that her daughters would soon return to Belle. Once she finished telling her daughters part of her story with Belle, she went to the window to wait for them. I wouldn't be at peace until they returned. Astrea-sama, I'm sure he's fine, so please calm down. The one who said those words was Iska, who approached her goddess to calm her down. I can't help it, Iska. The thought of Belle in that headquarters with that woman, daughter of Ishtar, terrifies me, I whispered fearfully. I don't want him to get hurt. And they won't succeed. Kagaya and Lion will arrive in time, I'm sure of it, she said with a small smile. She really loves him. I love him so much, she whispered, squeezing his hands. All the other girls who were awake just watched their goddess in distress, they didn't like seeing her like that. What do you think about that Belle guy being our goddess's boyfriend? Rihanna asked, looking at her friends. Well, I don't know him, I only saw him the day our family formed an alliance with his, Nese replied. But he didn't seem like a bad guy to me. He seemed shy and kind. I agree, Lyra said. Besides, he's friends with Lion and Kagaya, and they've both accepted that relationship. Do you know what that means? The 2 most distrustful members of the family accepted it, Rihanna whispered. In short, he's trustworthy if they trust him, Nese said. But we still have to give him our verdict, even though it's not necessary, just to see what he's like. Belkun is a good boy. Then the little goddess Hestia appeared in the middle of the 3. They had completely forgotten that she was at their headquarters. I'm not just saying this because he's my son. Bellcun is a good boy. There's a reason Astrea loves him so much, she said, looking at the three girls. You don't know him as well as Kagaya, so it's normal that you don't trust him much, but I assure you he's not bad. We're not saying he's bad, Nee said with a nervous smile. We just want to know if he truly loves our goddess. If he didn't truly love her, Astrea would have noticed from the beginning, she stated the obvious, reminding the three of them of that detail. You can put Bellcun through as many tests as you want, I assure you he'll pass them all. I'll put 5 bombs in front of him, and he'll have to guess in 1 minute which one of those bombs is the real one before it explodes, said the hobbit with a sinister smile. Ah, I'm just joking, nobody gets jokes anymore, he said, looking away in annoyance. At that moment, they all heard their goddess let out a worried sound, seeing her looking in a certain direction out the window, concerned. All those who were there approached their goddess and saw the same thing she was seeing. And when they looked out they could see a curtain of smoke in the distance, although it was night they could see the black clouds of fire in the distance. If I'm not mistaken, the pleasure district is in that direction, Lyra commented, earning herself a punch from Rihanna when she saw how worried her goddess was. Girls whispered. See Astrea-sama. Come with me to the pleasure district, he asked, turning to look at his daughters. What? They all shouted in surprise. No, Astrea-sama. You cannot set foot in that impure place. Rihanna quickly denied, not wanting her sacred goddess to enter there. Please, I feel this is already a problem for the whole family. If Kagaya and Ryu have abandoned stealth, it's best they get help from you. We can go, Astrea-sama, but it's not necessary for you to be present as well, Nee said, also not wanting her goddess to go to that place. If you're worried about the safety of Lion, Kagaya, and her boyfriend, then rest assured, they'll be fine. Even so, I want to go to that place, whispered the goddess of justice. Please. The girls just looked at each other with complicated expressions, hesitating about whether to bring their goddess. It wasn't so much because it was an impure place, but because he could be in danger on that battlefield. Nothing bad will happen to me, after all, my daughters take care of me, and I trust them more than anything, she said with a motherly smile that touched the hearts of each of them. Alright Astrea-sama, but if things get complicated, I'll return to headquarters with Iska, Rihanna agreed. Should we wake the others up? Iska asked. Noin, Astrea, Mariuu, Selti and allies were still asleep, unaware of anything that was happening. It's not necessary, just get ready to go, Astrea ordered, turning to look out the window again. I'm going to be able to use my bombs again after a long time, Lyra thought excitedly as she ran to her room and got out her full arsenal. I can't believe all the trouble Astrea-sama's boyfriend caused, Rihanna whispered, going to her room to get her things. I'd say all the destruction Lion and Kagaya are causing is unnecessary. I know them, and I know what they're like, Nee said with an anime-style sweat drop. But yes, it all started because she went to save her boyfriend. It's so romantic. Astrea-sama going to the battlefield just for her beloved. It's such a beautiful story. Iska continued, lost in her world of love and dramatic tales. Are you sure you want to go, Astrea? The little goddess asked, approaching her friend just as the girls left. Absolutely Hestia, I know I can't do anything but watch, but I can't just stand here with my arms crossed, I have to go see what's happening over there she whispered, watching the smokescreen in the distance. Kagaya is strong so she'll be able to handle all this, but I understand, I also want to go and see if Bellcun is okay, haha their first day as a couple is one to remember. I'm sorry. Returning to the pleasure district. 3 people were running through the dungeons of the Ishtar family headquarters. One of them was Let, who was wearing a big smile because he had managed to escape from the cell. The other was Belle, who was alert, looking all around in case there was an enemy. And the last one was that Renard girl who was being led by the hand by that albino. From her expression she looked confused that they were going to take her too. Why are you taking me too? The girl asked, struggling to keep up. We can't leave you here after you've helped us, Belle replied with a smile. By the way, what's your name? Harisham. Well Haraham, I'm Belle, he introduced himself, turning his gaze back to the road. Belle-sama. I can't leave you, you freed us, and that could get you into serious trouble with your family. Besides, just by looking at your expression I can tell you're not happy to be here. So you're escaping with us? The girl opened her eyes a little surprised to hear those words, because just by looking at her, she knew what she was feeling. But I can't leave here even if I want to. Of course. We'll escape and then we'll figure out how to get you to a safe place where they won't attack you. You'll be fine. I promise. For some reason, Haraham felt a certain confidence in those words. The mere thought of escaping from that family terrified her, but perhaps, just perhaps, she could be free. Damn it. Where do we go now? Let asked, seeing 3 different paths. Left. Haraham gave the instruction, making them go in that direction. That dungeon was a complete labyrinth where they could easily get lost, fortunately Haraham was with them and able to guide them. Hahaha. But before they could move forward, a laugh made the three of them stop. And I was just about to visit them again, haha. At that moment, the three of them were paralyzed with fear and could not move. In front of them stood a creature that was too horrible. You're fine. May I ask why you're with them, Haraham? The toad asked angrily. Are you betraying us? Me too. Renard was scared, not knowing what to do. That woman had always terrified her. Fortunately, I wasn't alone in that place. What if he betrayed them? Gathering his courage magically, Bell stood in front of the girl, facing the toad even though he was afraid. I bet Haraham is here against her will, Kagaya said so. Her family has committed many crimes. He accused, making the woman frown angrily. Crimes? We're not doing anything wrong, so watch what you say, kid, she said, gripping her axe. Are you saying that because I kidnapped you? You should be grateful, since this is your chance to sleep with a woman as beautiful as me. Beautiful? Please. Since when do pigs wear skirts and speak to say they're beautiful? Led asked sarcastically, though she instantly covered her mouth when she realized what she'd said. The sound of someone clenching their teeth tightly was heard in the area. The expression of anger on Phryne's face was very obvious as she stared at Let, who looked away in fear. What did you say? Ugh. You damned wretch, consider yourself dead, he threatened, gripping his axe tightly. Wait, that's not what I meant. Let, do you think we can beat him? Bell asked nervously. Well, I have magic, but I don't know if I can connect, he said, watching the woman walk towards them. Well, Haraham looked at her hands, hesitant about whether to use it or not. You're going to die in the worst way possible, and then I'll take my albino trophy to the cell, and with you, Haraham, I'm going to destroy that ugly face of yours. The toad was getting closer and closer to attacking them. The fight was almost inevitable. And when they were about to start fighting. Boom. An explosion shook the entire dungeon, an explosion that came from above, confusing the toad, which became distracted. What was that? Phryne whispered, looking up and realizing that the walls were still shaking from the explosion. And that distraction was something Let didn't miss. At great speed, he charged magic into his fist and ran towards the distracted toad, who realized it too late. Big bang. The powerful punch hit the woman's stomach, causing her to clench her teeth in pain, veins bulging around her eyes. And like a projectile it flew out and hit a wall, knocking it down completely. Go home, you fat boar. Let yelled, realizing that her fingers had been fractured by the impact. Elle and Haraham watched in surprise as the boy displayed such a powerful attack. Let, what level are you? Bell asked in surprise. 4, I went up recently. 4. I'm still a 3, not by much, of course. That doesn't matter. Let's go. And taking advantage of the time Let gave them, they started running through the corridors looking for the exit. And seconds later the debris from the knockdown wall flew out, Phryne emerging with an expression full of rage and blood coming out of her mouth. You damned wretch. Now you're dead. She shouted, filled with rage, starting to run in the same direction they had gone, causing slight tremors with each step she took. Even though she was filled with anger, she was still wondering what that huge explosion up there had been. Are we under attack? He thought, without stopping running. Meanwhile, with the vigilante girls. Kagaya. What did you do? Ryu screamed in alarm as she saw several rooms blown to pieces and now engulfed in flames that were spreading further and further. It's not my fault. How the hell was I supposed to know that room was full of explosives? She yelled angrily, glaring at the elf. But explosives? Why would they have so many? It almost looks like they were trying to attack someone with these. That doesn't matter right now. DSK, where are the dungeons? You wretched rabbit, after this you're going to owe me a lot of favors. There they are. At that moment, another group of Amazons appeared in the hallway, their eyes wide with surprise as they saw the rooms destroyed and ablaze. And they keep appearing, Kagaya whispered wearily, drawing her katana. This is starting to get annoying. I should be asleep, Ryu said, gripping her wooden sword. That explosion had probably already alerted people outside the pleasure district, so the Ganesha family and their friends would soon arrive. They had to find Bell as soon as possible before it was too late. Hahaha. Poor Bell. Kagaya definitely hated that fortune teller for his damned prediction. Dawn was already approaching in the city of Arario. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Together. Ugh. It was the soft groan of pain that Bell let out as he slowly opened his eyes. It was a little difficult for him because of the light, but when he was finally able to open them completely, the first thing he saw was a white ceiling. Bell was a little taken aback when he saw that. What had happened? As far as he could remember, he was running away from that toad along with Led and Haraham. And now he was in that place that seemed very familiar to him, and it was obvious, the hospital was his second home. Looking down, she saw that he was lying on a stretcher with a sheet covering his body. Alarmed, he removed the sheet and let out a sigh of relief when he saw that he still had his legs. For a moment he thought it had all been a dream, even his love story with Astrea. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. "Why am I here?" he thought, still disoriented. "You finally woke up, idiot." Although then he finally realized that he was not alone in that room. Turning his gaze to the side, he saw Kaguya sitting in a chair in front of the bed with her arms crossed. She was no longer wearing her ball gown. Now she was wearing her kimono. "Kaguya," she whispered upon seeing her friend. "What happened?" "What happened? You gave Astrea-sama a terrible fright. I did too." She thought the last part because she wouldn't say that to him for anything. What did I do?" "It seems the fall affected you somewhat, let me refresh your memory, you fool." Flashback. The chase of the toad had continued into the corridors of the headquarters where Let and Belle could no longer continue fleeing, stopping in front of Haraham to protect her. It was a narrow corridor, so fighting would be awkward, but they would do everything they could to save their reproductive organs from that thing. The destruction in the rest of the headquarters was still happening. None of the four knew what was going on, but it seemed that the Ishtar family was under attack. Jahaha. For glory. And with that cry of "let," they both launched their attack against that toad woman, knowing it would be a close fight. And they weren't wrong, the strength of that thing was enormous, having to be careful not to be cut in two by its axe, and it didn't help that neither of them had a weapon to defend themselves, so they had no choice but to fight hand to hand. The battle was very close with impacts from all sides. It wasn't until a frightened Haraham decided to use her level-up magic to help them win. Magic that launched it at Belle, who felt as if his power, speed and resistance had greatly increased. He felt so powerful, raising not only his level but also his adrenaline and his desire to punch that toad in the face. He didn't like hitting women, but this time he would make an exception. Besides, she looked like an orc, so there wasn't much difference. "Now I have absolute power," he whispered, clenching his fists and launching himself into another attack. This time the punches were having more of an effect on Phryne, who clenched her teeth in pain and frustration at how difficult it was to crush those flies. "If I didn't have enormous resistance, I would have already been defeated by that rabbit and that blacksmith." And without realizing it, the more they fought, the more the walls of that place cracked. They weren't going to last long. While they were fighting near that place, Kaguya was looking for the albino. He had separated from Ryu to find the damn dungeons faster, but they were having difficulty in that place. "PSK, where are you?" she thought, frustrated at not being able to find him. Things had gotten out of hand and they had just destroyed more than half of the Ishtar family. And all because of looking for a rabbit. But as he turned the corner, he saw him. He saw Belle receiving a powerful punch to the stomach from that family's toad. Thanks to the level increase, he was able to withstand it. What couldn't withstand it was the wall behind Belle, which collapsed completely, falling backwards. The world froze for Belle as he saw the enormous precipice behind him. And Kaguya also froze when she saw him fall slowly. He would kill himself. Ha ha ha. Phryne stopped laughing as she felt Belle grab her arm tightly before she fell. "You're going down with me." And applying all the force possible, I pulled the toad with him. If he were to fall, at least he would take the enemy with him. Belle. Kaguya screamed when she saw that and ran as fast as she could to that place, trying to grab his hand, but she couldn't get there in time. Both fell from that enormous headquarters of the Ishtar family, hearing the great impact below. "Belle. Greedo-let. Belle-sama." Haraham cried out in anguish. The Asian woman remained kneeling, staring down with a pale face. Kaguya wouldn't tell him, but at that moment she felt enormous fear and anguish upon seeing him fall from such a great height. For a moment she thought she had died, and that really terrified her, making her feel a pressure in her chest. Perhaps the feeling of losing a friend, or rather her best friend, hit her hard. End of flashback. "Wait," Belle said, puzzled, looking at his leg in a cast. "If I fell from that high, how am I still alive?" Kaguya sighed wearily. "Fortunately, Phryne suffers from morbid obesity. You fell on top of her, which cushioned the fall considerably, although your leg was still fractured, but it could have been worse." When she saw him fall, Kaguya ran at full speed down, hoping he was still alive. And luckily for him he was, hurt but alive. "And what happened to Phryne?" Belle asked curiously. "She's in a coma, she deserves it for being a slut," she replied angrily, crossing her arms. "Astrea-sama saw you fall too, you scared her half to death." "Ugh, I can imagine. Wait, Astrea?" he asked, puzzled. "Was she in the pleasure district?" "Yes," she replied, rolling her eyes. "It seems that her anxiety about how you were kept her from resting and she decided to go with the others." "And is he okay? Did anything bad happen to him?" Belle asked, agitated, remembering the destruction that was in that place. "Don't worry, she's fine, but she was very worried about you." I understand, although now that I think about it, what were you doing in the pleasure district? Obviously I went to save you, idiot. The swamp elf went too. You have no idea what a headache it was to look for you all over that headquarters. Were you the ones causing destruction in that place? Of course, and I don't regret what I did, she said with a smile. Kagaya, thank you, you're the best friend anyone could have, she said with a big smile. Why, you're welcome, but I only did it so that Astrea-sama wouldn't be worried. Haha, I believe you, Belle laughed, already familiar with her friend's personality. And what happened next? What became of the Ishtar family? It's a bit long, so listen. In summary. After the attack, the Ishtar family tried to report the Astrea family for attacking them, but unfortunately for the goddess, Kagaya showed the guild proof of all the illegal things that were being carried out in that family. Kidnapping, forced prostitution, drug trafficking, threats against people and more. The vast majority of Ishtar family members ended up in jail. Not all of them, just those who worked directly to do all of that. Half of the family wasn't even aware of what their goddess was doing, so they were forgiven, but the other half was proven to be involved in many things, and now they would have to pay for their crimes in jail. Brian would pay for it once she woke up from her coma. And here comes the best part, Kagaya said with an excited smile as she remembered. There was a trial for the goddess Ishtar to determine her fate after so many crimes. Astrea-sama was at the trial, furious about the kidnapping, and believing she was also involved. And what happened? She approached the goddess Ishtar and slapped her 4 times in a row, hahaha, it was incredible. Kagaya laughed, remembering it since she was present. And she said a few words, that's for trying to hurt Belle, and bam. She slapped her a 5th time in front of everyone's astonished gaze and said, and this one's for all the disgusting crimes you committed, and bam. A 6th slap and said, and this one's for ruining my wonderful night with Belle. The albino was speechless upon hearing those words, unable to believe that Astrea had done all that. Later she found out that Ishtar had nothing to do with your kidnapping, but she didn't care, she was angry, and it was a way to calm down a little. It seems that love is bringing out its violent side. Belle just smiled nervously when he heard that. An angry Astrea. He couldn't believe it, even though he remembered seeing her angry that day at her headquarters when she turned her back on him. But it was nothing like what Kagaya told him. Wait. Although Belle realized that. You said trial. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. You fell from a great height, so it's obvious you wouldn't just suffer a fracture, he replied, leaning back against the chair. Astrea-sama has been very worried about you these past few days. I'll have to apologize for what happened, he whispered, looking down. By the way, what happened to Haraham and Let? Haraham? You mean that Renard? The rabbit nodded in response. Right, I think she's friends with Makoto or something. It seems she wants to join your family. Kagaya frowned slightly as she remembered how the Renard kept asking how Belle-sama was doing. He didn't trust her at all, so he would keep an eye on her to make sure she didn't interfere in his and his goddess's relationship. I see, I'm happy for her, I whispered with a smile. And Let, I imagine you're talking about that boy who was with you when you fell from the headquarters. Well, I think he went back home, although I remember seeing him with his mouth open when Astrea-sama appeared and he hugged you in tears when you were unconscious on the ground. Haha, now he can't doubt my relationship anymore, Belle thought, clenching his victorious fist. And one more thing, a playful smile appeared on Kagaya's face. You're trending in town now. Huh? Why? He asked, confused. Don't you remember? Astrea-sama kissed you at the dance in front of everyone. It was obvious that news was going to spread throughout the city. Belle opened his eyes in surprise as he remembered that. I'll never forget the kiss, but I do forget the detail that they kissed in public. They'll be talking about you for a long time, he said with amusement. Ugh, but if it's for Astrea, I'll endure every test like a man, he whispered determinedly. You'd better, little rabbit. At that moment, the bedroom door opened, catching both of their attention. It was Astrea who had come to visit Belle and see how his recovery was progressing. Although she opened her eyes in surprise when she saw the albino already awake. Belle. With a huge smile of joy, the goddess ran towards the albino and hugged him affectionately, placing her face on his chest, making him blush deeply. I'd better leave before they get all mushy, Kagaya thought, rolling her eyes and leaving to give them some space. Belle felt like he was in paradise, his face buried in those comfortable pillows, feeling like the happiest person of all. Although seconds later his face began to change to a purple color as he was not receiving oxygen. Astrea. Oh. Sorry. The embarrassed goddess pulled away from the embrace when she realized she had almost killed him herself, but she couldn't help it. Seeing him awake brought her immense happiness, and all she wanted to do was give him a loving hug. I had missed him. How are you feeling? I asked worriedly, looking at her bandaged leg. Does it hurt? Nah, not really, I'm just uncomfortable with the cast, he said with a slight smile, so as not to worry her. I'm fine. You have no idea how worried I was these past few days, she whispered, taking her hand and gently stroking it. And the fear I felt when you were kidnapped. Sorry, she apologized with a nervous smile. It ruined our most special night, she whispered, head bowed. But the culprits are already paying. After those words, she looked up and saw him with a beautiful smile. But now you're with me again, and this time I'm going to make sure no one separates us. Belle just watched Astrea's beautiful smile. To this day I still couldn't believe that that beautiful goddess was his girlfriend, his beloved girlfriend. Everything was like a dream to him. Did that woman hurt you? Astrea asked, a little afraid of the answer, something Belle found endearing. No, I managed to escape that fate, he replied, smiling through his teeth, though seconds later he looked away in embarrassment. Besides, I'm already reserved for someone else. Astrea's cheeks flushed as she heard those words, and she looked away as well. The same applies to me, she whispered, playing with a strand of her hair. I'm already taken. The atmosphere between them became very pink, so much so that Kagaya would be disgusted if she were still there. But they couldn't help it. They had been separated out of nowhere when they confessed their love, and now they wanted to release all that affection and sweet words they had been keeping inside since that day. Tee. Why are you laughing? Belle asked, hearing Astrea's cute and sweet laugh. I just remembered how a few days ago I was writing you a love letter, just like you were doing to me, and now we're here together, like two lovers, she whispered with a beautiful smile. It makes me so happy. Belle just smiled upon hearing those words, wanting to kiss him on the lips. Although I do notice a certain detail in that. Letter? What letter? He asked, puzzled. I wrote you an anonymous love letter a week ago, she said, caressing his hand. Didn't you get it? I received an anonymous letter, but Kagaya told me it was written by a transvestite. The goddess had a slight twitch in her eye upon hearing those words. That girl, he thought with annoyance, considering giving her the divine order to be Allies' servant for a day as punishment. Did you write it? Obviously, who else would write something full of love for you but me? He said, a little annoyed. I put all my love into that letter, and because of Kagaya, you thought something else. For some reason I felt she was lying, so I saved it and I'm glad I did, so I can read it as many times as I want. Now I'm embarrassed for you to read it, she whispered, ashamed. Tell me about it, I wrote you so many letters that I don't even remember how many there are. 15, she replied with a beautiful smile. 15 letters in total. Do you still have them? Each one means a lot to me, they are my greatest treasure, well, my second greatest treasure. And which one is first? You. And as she said those words, she approached Belle and gave him a sweet kiss on the lips, which he returned. I love you, the goddess whispered as she broke away from the kiss. And me too. They had wanted to do that and more since they confessed their love, but because of the Ishtar family who kidnapped Belle, that wasn't possible. But now it was different. There was no one left who could interfere in their relationship. It is true that it would be a little difficult at first, being currently the center of attention in Arario, but they didn't mind. They would overcome every test, since they had both been through too much to let their love fall apart just like that. Nothing and no one could ruin their love story. Astrea is also very worried, but the good news is that you're very likely to be discharged from the hospital today. I hope so. And I will come to visit you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow too, and on other days as well. Eggs? What's wrong? I never thought you could be so sweet and affectionate in a relationship. Does it bother you? I asked, embarrassed. If so, I can hold back my feelings a little so as not to make you uncomfortable. Not at all, I whispered, caressing her cheek. If you want to be the sweetest, most loving girlfriend, then do it. I love you, and that's all that matters. I've been writing you love letters for so long for this. It would be foolish of me to tell you to hold back your feelings. So, can I be myself? Of course SMMM. Belle couldn't finish speaking when Astrea began kissing him very affectionately. He was surprised for a few seconds until he came to his senses, returning the kiss while gently holding her by the waist. Her lips were sweet and magical. I could become very addicted to them. But their magical moment was interrupted. Cranel-san. The worried Ryu entered the room because she heard from Kagaya that she had already woken up, so she wanted to see how she was. Although the first thing he saw was his goddess and him lovingly kissing her, momentarily separating to look at her. And sorry. And with his face completely red, Ryu left the room, leaving the couple in love alone again. They stared at each other because of what had happened. Although seconds later they shrugged with a smile and continued their kissing session. Now no one could interfere in their relationship. Their love story could continue uninterrupted. Their beautiful and sweet love story. End of chapter. Final chapter. Letters to a goddess. Damn lucky bastard. Just look at his smile, you can tell he's enjoying it. Damn, I'm so jealous. What will it feel like to walk like this with her? Surely heaven. Unfortunate. Those were the whispers Belle heard with a nervous smile as he walked through the streets of Verario. But he was not alone. Astrea walked along, clinging to his arm in a very affectionate way, paying no attention to any comments from the surroundings. The only thing that mattered to her at that moment was that boy and no one else. That's why she wore a beautiful smile on her face while still hugging his arm. A week had already passed since what happened with the Astrea family. It was a busy week for Belle as she had to speak personally with all the girls in the Astrea family. Since he was going to be the boyfriend of the goddess whom they all considered a mother, it was only right that he should talk to all of them. And fortunately it turned out well, they accepted that I was the partner of their goddess, some accepted faster than others, but in the end it was possible. Astrea whispered, watching the albino earn a punch from knees. And that was a joke that some of the family members made when they saw him, a little joke to embarrass him. They once tried to get Kagaya to call him that, but she wouldn't budge. Anyway, after that week they both finally decided to go on a date, believing that things in the city had calmed down, although apparently they hadn't yet. But Astrea didn't care. She wouldn't let that ruin her date with the man she loved. If Artemis saw me right now, she'd surely have a heart attack, the goddess thought with a touch of amusement, now that she knew her friend. I think this is the first time so many people have looked at me, Belle thought, watching as many people glanced at him out of the corner of their eyes. Some were curious, others envious because he was dating such a beautiful goddess, and others didn't even look at him, showing that they didn't care at all about other people's lives. Don't pay attention to the stairs, Astrea whispered, looking at the albino affectionately. Right now it's just you and me, nobody else. Aren't you nervous about the stairs? He asked, a little embarrassed. No, you're with me so there's no reason to be nervous. He didn't need to be a god to see that Astrea told the truth. Now he felt like a fool. It was their first date and he was making it awkward just because he was nervous about other people staring. I had to ignore all of that and focus on the only thing that mattered that day. His beloved girlfriend Astrea. It was time he acted like a man. Where do you want to go? Belle asked, letting go of his nerves and speaking calmly and confidently. Well, I don't know. What if we go to the Plaza of Love? She suggested, still smiling. To the Square of Love? So what? Are you embarrassed? I asked with a playful smile. It was a new side of her that even she didn't know she had. Now that she was in a relationship, she was showing other facets of herself. Of course not. If you want to go to the Plaza of Love, I'll take you. It's my job to make you happy, he said confidently, making the goddess let out a soft laugh with a slight blush on her cheeks. Then let's go, there are many places I want to visit with you, I whispered, giving her a kiss on the cheek, not caring that they were in the middle of the street. That day, those who saw it finally felt it was pure envy. Let's go. And both, with happy smiles, continued on their way to continue their date. That dwarf was telling the truth, whispered Let, who was buying fruit and saw them together. Damn it. I'm so jealous. Sir, don't crush the fruit. I know you're envious, but the apple has nothing to do with it, the vendor pleaded. Will life ever smile on me? I whispered, looking up at the sky. Oh, whatever. You really are still pathetic. Let turned around when she heard someone speak to her, seeing that it was a Redeed who was smiling mockingly at her. Welf. You wretch, you're still alive, he said defensively. Obviously, and it seems you still have a terrible love life, mocked the ever-passionate man. And how are things going with Hephaestus-sama? It's true, she's probably having a date with the god Take. They've been seen together a lot lately. Ugh, that's low, Welf whispered, hurt. Not as low as your height. I'm not a child anymore, don't call me a dwarf. And yet I'm still taller than you. And speak respectfully to your teacher. Teacher? Everything I learned on my own. You never taught me anything because you were always flirting with women. Women who never paid you any attention. Last night I saw Hephaestus-sama enter his forge with the god Take. And guess what? They never came out. You're dead. Go ahead, dare to. So, in the middle of the street, they both started hitting each other, while they continued arguing and so on. Minutes later the Ganesha family arrested them for disturbing the peace. A very nice reunion. Meanwhile, in the Square of Love. Elle and Astrea continued walking hand in hand, enjoying their date that day. Fortunately, in the Square of Love there were only couples who were only focused on themselves, not giving importance to the fact that they were both together, so they could enjoy that date much more. I've been to this place many times when I came to visit Aphrodite, but this is the first time I feel this place is special, Astrea said, noticing a pink aura all around her for some reason. Perhaps because of all the couples in love that were everywhere. It's my first time here, it feels different from other places in Arario, commented the albino, watching couples showing affection as they walked. Well, today we have plenty of time to explore this place together, Astrea said, snuggling closer to her boyfriend, perhaps influenced by the other girl's attitude. So let's just enjoy this day. If that is what my goddess desires. Haha, come on, don't talk to me like that, you're embarrassing me. Okay, let's go. And so they both began their little date in that place. They had nothing planned. Everything they were doing was whatever came to mind at the time, and that was fine for both of them since, for them, the best date was one that wasn't overthought. They went from one place to another, curiously looking at every spot. Like a huge fountain with an angel with heart-shaped arrows in the middle. They both sat down there to chat a little, although every now and then they would exchange the occasional affectionate kiss. Belle never thought that Astrea would be such an affectionate and loving woman in a relationship, but he wasn't complaining because he knew that they were both the same since it was their first few weeks as boyfriend and girlfriend, and according to Kaguya, couples were always that affectionate in the first few weeks. I didn't know how she knew that if she'd never had a partner, but it didn't matter. After sitting and chatting for a while, they decided to continue walking and explore every corner of that place. Belle briefly thought there was a possibility of encountering that curious fortune teller, but the more they walked and walked, the less they could find his strange and simple stall. Perhaps he's already left the city, he thought, a little disappointed, since he wanted to thank him for the help he received. Is something wrong? Astrea asked, seeing Belle's expression. No, nothing, just my own things, he replied, turning to look at her with a smile. By the way, are you hungry? We can go to that coffee shop if you want. A dessert wouldn't be bad, to be honest, she said, smiling again. Let's go. It seems you really like desserts, he laughed as they walked together towards the cafeteria. They're my favorites, I love sweets. Well, that's too bad, I don't really like sweets. Astrea stopped when she heard those words. Really? I asked, worried. Then we'd better go somewhere else to eat. As much as she loved desserts, she wouldn't take her boyfriend to eat something he didn't like, although she had to admit that it hurt a little to know that he didn't like what she loved so much. It's not that I dislike it, I can tolerate it if I have it with black coffee, I laughed at the goddess's concern. Black coffee? What's happening? I think my love for you has just decreased. Belle felt like a stake had been driven into his heart when he heard that, and Astrea started laughing at his reaction. Just kidding, I love you so much, so don't worry, I laughed, trying to calm him down. But black coffee? What's so special about it? It has its charm, he whispered, recovering from his girlfriend's little joke. If you say so, she said, hugging his arm even tighter, perhaps as an apology for her joke. Let's go to the cafeteria and get something to eat. And? When Belle fell in love with Astrea, he looked at her as a distant dream, as someone who would never reciprocate his love. After all, she was a goddess and he was just a mortal. He didn't even realize when he fell in love. At first he was very grateful for all the help he received from her, but nothing more. But little by little that gratitude transformed into love, a love that quickly proved to be a failure. She would never notice him. It was an impossible love. But even so, he decided to write her all those letters. It was his only way to make his love known to her. Simple love letters that he wrote on the spot, a way to release all that he felt. But I never imagined that those love letters would achieve their goal. To make that beautiful goddess fall in love with you. Now there he was with her as her boyfriend, eating in that cafe. What I once thought was unattainable was no longer so. In fact, he himself put up that wall between them because of his insecurities and way of thinking. The wall that Astrea herself broke down the day she confessed and kissed him at that dance. The woman he thought was unattainable kissed him of her own free will. His way of thinking was what distanced him from her. If only I had had more courage, I would have been her boyfriend much sooner without needing to write so many letters. But it didn't matter. Now they were a couple, they were what he had longed for, and he would make sure to take care of that relationship, he would never disappoint her. My favorite card, Astrea whispered as she ate her cake after hearing Belle's question. Now that they were dating, he asked her if there was any card she liked more than others, or if they were all just average. Well, the first letter, he replied with a smile. The first one? Belle asked, surprised. But it's the worst of them all. Why do you think it's the worst of all? He asked jokingly. Well, I was very nervous when I wrote it, I didn't even know what to say, he confessed, embarrassed. Really? Well, I admit that at first I felt uncomfortable with that letter, but don't take it the wrong way, I felt uncomfortable because it was the first time I had received a love letter. But now every time I read it I can't help but smile, I love every word you wrote in that letter, I love you. And me too, he whispered sheepishly, taking a sip of his black coffee. Perhaps his beginnings in that city were very difficult, without a family and living on the streets looking for something to eat. A few moments of extreme poverty to the point of despair. But enduring all that was worth it because now he was happy with the life he had great friends, a wonderful goddess and his beloved girlfriend. If I could go back in time, I would gladly relive those moments if it meant being with her. Where do we go now? Astrea asked, intertwining her fingers with Belle's after leaving the cafeteria. It's late. Don't you want to go back to your headquarters? Let's just drive around a few more times and you can take me back home, or your stepdaughters might get angry, Astrea joked, making him blush. Don't remind me of that joke about them, she whispered, starting to walk out of the Plaza of Love and continue with her date in the city. Haha, imagine if Kaguya called you that. She laughed amusedly. Poppy. Although Astrea's smile faded when she imagined Kaguya saying those words in a flirtatious way. On second thought, maybe not, she whispered, hugging her boyfriend's arm. I doubt she will, Belle smiled nervously, knowing how proud her friend was, even for a joke like that. Since arriving in the city, he has experienced so many adventures in such a short time. Both good and bad adventures. His time in that city had truly been crazy, just as his grandfather had told him, a city where he would never get bored. His life in that city would be something he would never forget. He met many people. A Hestia, a Lily, a Mikoto, a Welf, a Ryu, a Kaguya, a Harahim, a Let. People who became his friends. Or strange people like that fortune teller whom I apparently would never see again. And obviously Astrea. The woman he loved. But they weren't the only ones. Even though he hadn't seen him again, he still remembered a certain person who helped him in his early days in that city when everything was going wrong for him. And thinking about that person. Astrea, can you wait a little while? Belle asked, noticing a specific direction. I was just about to ask you the same thing, Astrea said, looking at Demeter a few meters away, who was greeting her. I'd like to speak with her for a moment. Okay, I'll be right back then. So Astrea walked towards the goddess of the harvest and they hugged and began to talk. Meanwhile, Belle slowly walked towards an alley that was to one side of him. He went into that place and saw an old man sitting on the floor drinking from a bottle. His clothes were old and he had a big beard. He was a vagabond. Belle said nothing, he just walked over to him and sat down next to him. Hello, the albino greeted, making the old man laugh. Haha, it seems you still remember this old vagabond, the man laughed, taking a swig from his bottle. Well, it's hard to forget everything I experienced during my first time in the city. That man was the one I shared an alley with when I didn't yet have a family and had to live as a vagabond. That gentleman whom I hadn't seen since then. Seeing who you were walking hand in hand with, I can say that you've done well in life, said the old man with a proud smile. What can I say? There were some difficult moments, but I managed to get through them and it was all worth it because I'm with her now. He scratched his cheek a little embarrassed as he said that. And boy, was it worth it, my friend, your first time with her will leave you drained, he said in a mocking tone, making Belle even more embarrassed. And how have you been? Belle asked curiously, wanting to change the subject. Normal as always, I managed to scrape together just enough for a drink and a sandwich, I'm not complaining, believe it or not, I'm happy, said the old man, glancing up at the sky. But this lifestyle wasn't for you. I'm glad you found your place in love, you deserve it, lad. Thank you and thank you for recommending I steal. Believe it or not, that's what brought me closer to her. It all happened so suddenly. She laughed, remembering those times with nostalgia. Thank you for helping me when I was living on the streets and didn't know what to do. You're welcome, it always makes me happy to help a fellow homeless person, he said, smiling through his teeth. I still remembered that albino starving to death in the alley. I didn't help him since he didn't even have any food, so I just sat with him to starve to death together. Maybe it was only a few weeks, but it was good to have a homeless companion in that alley, even though he was homeless because he wanted to be. He wouldn't stay there long. He just wanted to see how happy that rabbit was with his life a little longer before making the decision to leave for good. By the way, I wanted to give you something. Belle was about to give the homeless man a bag of Valis, but he refused. It's not necessary, child. But. Haha, I'm serious, I don't want you to give me anything, he said, taking a swig from his bottle. If you want to do something for me, you can come visit me in this alley once a week and if you can, bring me a beer, hahaha. But beer does accepted. If you give me that bag full of Valis, I'll probably just buy beer and hasten my death much more, it's better if you keep it, use that money to buy your girlfriend a gift. If you say so. With a small smile, Belle put the bag of Valis away again. Then I'll come back next week with a bottle of liquor. Haha, perfect, he laughed, watching him stand up. Hey, kid. And? Good luck in your life and be happy, he said, giving her a thumbs up. And make sure that goddess is happy. It's rare for a divine being to fall in love with a mortal, so you must be very special to her. Do you think so? He asked, embarrassed, scratching his cheek. "Of course, now go, your lady is waiting for you," he said, watching as Astrea stopped talking to Demeter. "And good luck, lad." "Sure, and thank you, goodbye." And so Belle said goodbye, leaving the alley to meet Astrea, beginning to walk away under the watchful eye of the vagrant. He just watched them walk away, seeing the goddess hug the rabbit's arm while giving him a kiss on the cheek. The old man just smiled as he took a swig of his beer. "Not bad, kid," he whispered with a proud tone. "A virgin goddess, haha, it's incredible, you're a god among gods." Having said that, he stood up and walked further into the alley while continuing to drink his beer. "That's what life is all about, and you're going to live it to the fullest with this amazing woman. That's life, Belle. That's romance." What's wrong, Belle?" Astrea asked when she saw her boyfriend stop. "I don't know, I thought I heard my grandfather's voice," she whispered, scratching her cheek. "Maybe it's just my imagination." "That's right, I haven't heard much about your grandfather, can you tell me something about him while we walk?" "That sounds good to me," I agreed, a little embarrassed, since Astrea was hugging my arm tightly and I could feel certain things perfectly. And from the smile Astrea had, it seemed she was doing it on purpose. But he didn't complain. So they continued walking like the couple in love they were, while a certain person sitting on a rooftop watched them with a slight smile, unaware of their gaze. It was Kagaya, who had already finished her patrol and was heading home when she found them. And to think it all started with a silly letter, he thought with amusement, remembering how he investigated Belle as his only suspect. At first he felt anger every time he failed, but now it just made him laugh. Perhaps because she had already accepted that fool as her goddess's partner. In the end, you never dedicated a song to him, she thought, remembering how he played the guitar. That's right, I still owe him a guitar since it was my fault he ruined it. So many silly adventures he had with that rabbit. The dance practices, capturing that gang of illicit drug criminals, the moment they danced together, the attack on the Ishtar family. It was only a few months, but I had to admit they were the most fun months in recent years. They were very funny next to him. I see you two at the altar. You're getting married. You two are going to get married. Without knowing why, the words the fortune teller said that day resonated in her mind, causing a slight smile to appear on her face. It's not that I like that fool, but I think I understand why the Kagaya from that reality fell in love with him, she thought, still smiling as she watched him from afar. Maybe I hated him at first, but he's actually quite nice to be with. I never thought I'd say this, but I'd like to see what that Kagaya's life is like. As she said those words, she looked up at the blue sky, still smiling. I'm just talking nonsense, I laughed, no longer able to see them. My job now is to make sure that fool doesn't hurt my goddess and keep an eye on that Renard to make sure she doesn't try anything weird. A lot happened, little notes here, little notes there, but finally they're together. Turning his back on them, he began jumping across the rooftops, perhaps heading to a bar for a drink before returning to his headquarters, or simply to eat. He deserved it after helping them form their relationship, even though he harmed them before that. But they were just minor, unimportant things. I just hope they're not all mushy on every corner, or I'll want to throw up, she thought with a playful smile, still jumping around. Although I'll put up with it these first few weeks since their relationship is just starting, haha. And with those thoughts, the Oriental woman continued skipping to go drink, eat, or fight with Ryu. I would leave it to fate, just like the love between those two. The love that she was sure would never fade. Why was I so sure of that? She didn't know, something just told her that it would be that way. And anyone who tried to ruin that love, she herself would take care of eliminating him. Because that was work. Protect the love of his inexperienced goddess in love and that silly albino. Dear Astrea. The day I dare to write to you, even though I know my words may sound clumsy. I've been thinking a lot about how to express what I feel, but the words seem to elude me like shadows. Even so, here I am, trying to capture a little piece of my heart on this paper. From the first moment I saw you, something inside me changed. Your laughter, so sweet and contagious, brightens even the grayest days. There's a light in your eyes that overshadows everything else and captivates me without my being able to do anything about it. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but every little thing you do makes me think about you more than I should. I admire not only your outward beauty, but also the way you interact with the world. Your kindness is a gift you offer to those around you. If I could, I would tell you 1,000 things that I love about you, though I fear I wouldn't find the right words. I feel like every time I try to write something, my hand trembles a little, and maybe that seems strange to you. I don't want you to think I'm strange. It's just that what I feel for you leaves me in a state of restlessness and excitement. That's why I've decided to be brave and send this letter, even if it's just a small attempt to let you know what's in my heart. I want you to know that there's someone right here who admires and respects everything you are. And this time I will try to steal your heart, hoping not to fail. But I'm not saying this because he's a criminal, don't think strange things. With love, this silly admire. And so. A story of a goddess in love. And a story of an albino in love. A story told through love letters. It has come to an end. Or perhaps I only reach its beginning. Who knows? Only fate would decide. Although that destiny is probably. He will smile at them. And. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.